Chapter 1. The Justice of Sovereignty. The East Sea, located approximately 300 nautical miles east of the Zumida Islands, harbors an unnamed isle. A colossal beast, akin to a mountain, is recklessly galloping through the forest, stirring up clouds of dust in its wake. Trailing behind it is a youth, seemingly around 14 or 15 years of age, who appears to teleport with each step, covering distances of over 10 meters effortlessly, steadfastly pursuing the formidable creature. Although the air is thick with dust ahead, the youth remains untouched, as if separated by an invisible barrier. Alas, my mastery of the instant step is still woefully inadequate. 18 meters is my current limit, he laments. Hey, I merely intended to harvest a piece of leg meat to satiate my hunger. Why are you running away? He shouts in exasperation. Please stop. Surely, a brief pain is preferable to prolonged suffering? This scene has unfolded countless times over the past 3 years. The boy is named Xian Campbell, though this is not his true name, but rather the moniker of the previous owner of this body. Beyond this name, Shien possesses no memories, as there was no merging of consciousness. The name Xian Campbell was discovered stitched onto his garments. What manner of individual, at the age of 12, embroider their name onto their clothing? Shien finds this utterly bewildering. Minutes later, after the beast has expended considerable energy from its relentless sprint, its speed begins to diminish, allowing Shien to gradually close the gap. With a swift kick to its massive head, he sends the creature sprawling over 10 meters away. In the next moment, he stands beside the unconscious beast, gleefully brandishing a finely crafted stone tool from the Stone Age, and makes a precise incision on a hind leg, where the fur is just beginning to sprout. Fear not, I always harvest from this spot. It will regrow in no time, he reassures. You beasts truly possess remarkable regenerative capabilities. Such a large piece of meat can grow back. A vibrant green light emanates from his hands as the wound on the beast's leg rapidly ceases bleeding and begins to heal. However, given Xian's current level of skill, this is the extent of his capabilities. The restoration of the flesh will rely solely on the creature's inherent healing powers. System, open the attributes panel. Xian Campbell, slashing, LV.2 50,300. Fist, LV.3 200 1000. Movement, LV.3 400 1000. Ghost, LV.2 20,300. Spiritual energy, 1592. Zampakudo, none. He lets out a soft sigh. Despite possessing a system, he finds himself stranded on a desolate island, utterly unaware of his surroundings. Judging by the panel, he has evidently crossed over into the world of Bleach, as indicated by the Soul Reaper interface. Yet, it seems that such colossal beasts were never mentioned in the work. However, the portrayal of the real world within the narrative is limited to a single city, with no descriptions of the other areas. Thus, Shien does not dwell too deeply on the matter, merely assuming that he has traversed to a place outside Karkura town. As for the vast ocean surrounding him, it would be absurd to think there is no sea on Earth. Once his strength increases, he believes he will be able to depart using his own power. System, I wish to proceed with today's settlement. Host, please select settlement items. The piece of meat I just harvested, let's settle it by quantity. I need it to last until the large black beast's leg fully regrows. Settlement item confirmed. Determining random multiplier. Ding. Multiplier is 100. Settlement complete. In the next instant, Xian's vision blurs, and before him materializes a staggering 100 pieces of meat, identical in size, shape, and freshness. Although the scene is peculiarly surreal, Shien has grown accustomed to such occurrences. With his crossing into this world, a so-called settlement system had also been granted. Its functionality is bluntly straightforward. Each day, Shien is afforded a single opportunity to settle a certain yield from a designated time frame in whatever manner he desires. However, it must be a yield acquired through his own efforts. Moreover, during each settlement, the system assigns a random multiplier, ranging from 0.01 to 100, entirely at random. Yet, based on Xian's experiences over the past 3 years, while the system claims randomness, the range of 1 to 20 tends to appear most frequently. Once, Shien had similarly harvested a piece of flesh from the large black beast. However, during the settlement, a mishap occurred. 0.01 times. Not only did the meat fail to increase, but the original piece shrank to a mere 1% of its size, an utter calamity. Consequently, Shien was left with no choice but to grit his teeth and painfully harvest another piece from the beast's other hind leg. He even ended up letting out a few cries on behalf of the large black creature, which had been incapacitated at the time. Such cruelty. Of course, Xian's most significant settlements have been derived from his training results. Yet, Despite possessing a Soul Reaper interface, Xian lacks a Zanpakuto. Thus, he cannot train in that regard, and even the slashing aspect is practiced with a branch, yielding dismal results. TSK, 100 times, huh? I haven't seen such a multiplier in 3 months. It seems the large black beast can afford to rest for a few more months, he muses, genuinely pleased for the creature. However, his expression soon shifts to one of concern. While 100 times is indeed splendid, the processing will be. Indeed, processing such a vast quantity of meat, cooking it thoroughly, and drying it for storage is a monumental task. Initially, he had intended to process only a few pieces, perhaps a dozen or 20, but now, the thought of slacking off and only dealing with a portion begins to creep into his mind. The remainder could simply go to waste, with a large black beast bearing the brunt of the early sacrifice. Ah, surely the large black beast would understand his predicament. Shien nods thoughtfully, stroking his chin. The following day, after completing his morning practice of the instant step, Shien, as was his custom, ventured to the seaside to gaze into the distance. For 3 years, this ritual had become habitual. Unfortunately, the horizon still presented nothing but an endless expanse of ocean. After enjoying the sea breeze for a while, Shien turned to leave, preparing to resume his training for the day. However, just as he had turned halfway, his body suddenly froze, and he abruptly spun back to face the horizon. No, I do not missee it truly is. A ship, though still distant and diminutive, Shien is certain it is indeed a vessel. This marks the first time in 3 years that he has sighted a ship. What to do? Should I rely on my spiritual energy to run across the air, or perhaps glide across the water? No, that would startle them after all. The real world is filled with ordinary people. Signal a flare? Yes, a flare would work. But I have no wolf dung. How do I create a signal flare? Perhaps a keto spell, yes, the 33rd, Sanglase, would suffice to simulate a firework. After a brief internal struggle, Shien finally made up his mind. O Sovereign, the mask of flesh and blood, the myriad phenomena, soaring high, crowned with the name of humanity, truth and restraint. As he recited the incantation, Shien suddenly noticed. The ship seems to be changing course, heading in his direction. Another minute passed. Shien can now ascertain that the vessel is indeed approaching him. Could it be that someone on board has spotted him with a telescope? That would be fortuitous, as it would prevent his exposure. However, a hint of confusion crossed his face, for the ship appeared to be an old-fashioned wooden sailing vessel. No, the world of Bleach is set in a modern society. Surely, such antiquated relics would not exist upon the seas. Moreover, the seagull emblem emblazoned on the sail seems rather familiar. As the ship drew nearer, Shien was suddenly struck dumb. Good heavens, is that not the emblem of the Navy from One Piece? He had thought he was transported to the world of Bleach, daydreaming of leaving this wretched island and finding a way to infiltrate Soul Society. And then, what? You ask what he intends to do in Soul Society? Naturally, he plans to find a way to wield a Zanpakuto and, coincidentally, catch a glimpse of a few of his favorite female Soul Reapers from his previous life, such as Matsumoto Ranjaku and Uno Hanaretsu, among others. Yes, merely to observe. And as a side note, as for other ladies, alas, Shien professes disinterest in flat-chested girls or lolas. But now, all of that is gone. Wait, it seems that in the world of One Piece, there are even more female characters that meet my criteria than in Bleach. In a moment of anguish and indignation, Shien suddenly recalled something and began to mutter to himself while stroking his chin. After all, there seems to be an excessive number of airports in the realm of death. Conversely, in the world of pirates, nearly every female character is a tempestuous beauty. This is indeed the crux of the matter. The maritime technology within the world of One Piece is decidedly antiquated. Of course, certain specialized vessels may exhibit advancements in peculiar aspects. However, this certainly does not extend to the naval warships. These sailing ships can scarcely reach speeds of 7 or 8 knots, and it took a full half-hour before they finally arrived at the deserted island. Interestingly, the bow of the ship was adorned with the head of a dog holding a bone in its mouth. Such an eccentric figurehead exists on only one ship throughout the entire pirate world. Kid, what on earth is going on with you? Kapu, nonchalantly disembarking from the military vessel, glanced at Shien, who was bare-chested and modestly covered with a single leaf, and directly inquired. After all, it was purely by chance that Kapu had spotted what appeared to be a person on the beach of the deserted island while passing by, prompting him to command the ship to alter its course for closer inspection. One must admire the keen eyesight of the strong in the pirate world, able to discern details from over 10 kilometers away. I don't know, I have no recollection of the past 3 years. 3 years? Are you suggesting that you've been alone on this deserted island for 3 years? Indeed, Xian nodded affirmatively. Hiss. The naval soldiers accompanying Kapu collectively gasped in astonishment. Alone. Deserted island. 3 years. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Merely ensuring a source of sustenance for 3 years would pose a significant challenge. Moreover, such islands typically harbor large beasts, and even trained soldiers would not dare claim they could survive alone for 3 years. Kid, do you have a name? Shien Campbell. This is the name I found sewn onto my clothing when I awoke on the island, but whether it is truly my name remains uncertain. Shien Campbell. Bogart, doesn't that surname ring a bell? Kapu queried his aide with a hint of confusion. Beside him, Bogart, clad in a gray suit and sporting sunglasses, swiftly provided the answer. Admiral, 3 years ago, the prominent noble family of Campbell from the kingdom of Jumida went missing after setting sail, suspected to have perished at sea. However, it is said that the Campbell family's only son is somewhat. As he spoke, Bogart cast a puzzled glance at Xian. He had heard tales of the Campbell heir, who was notorious for being arrogant and foolish, but the young man before him did not seem to fit that description at all. No one of the names sounds so familiar. At that time, I happened to be returning to the East Blue to see Luffy, and that old fool Sengoku actually asked me to help look for him. Fortunately, I cleverly delegated the task to the rats of the 16th Division. Indeed, Admiral, in the end, you told Admiral Sengoku that you searched for a full month, using it as an excuse to request an additional month of leave, while in reality, you spent that entire month in Windmill Village without leaving. Pahaha, it seems that is indeed the case. My apologies, Xian. Observing Kapu's unrestrained laughter, Xian was left utterly speechless. Sengoku, how could he entrust such an important task to this unreliable fellow? Furthermore, it was even more outrageous that Kapu entrusted it to that rat. However, speaking of shipwrecks, this thought prompted Xian to recall the scene when he first traversed into this world. Admiral Kapu, are you suggesting that my family encountered a shipwreck? While I lost my memories upon waking on the island, I am quite certain that I bore several sword wounds and even gunshot injuries at that time. Indeed, this very bullet, without a doubt, had it not been for the existence of a system, and if Xian had not randomly received a 100-fold recovery effect for his injuries within an hour, he likely would have perished shortly after arriving. After all, he was in a severely injured state, and even if the island's beast did not consume him, he would hardly have lasted more than a few hours. With that, Xian removed the bullet that had hung around his neck for the past 3 years. It was a flintlock bullet. To be precise, it was a spherical projectile. Upon hearing this, Kapu's expression grew considerably serious. Bogart stepped forward, taking the bullet from Xian's hand. Although bullets in this world may appear similar, there are subtle differences. Admiral Kapu, this is a bullet manufactured by our Navy. Indeed, naval bullets bear distinct markings upon production, albeit not overtly visible. Yet, Bogart could easily recognize them. The implications of this were grave. The prominent noble family of Campbell from the kingdom of Jumida had vanished 3 years prior. Initially, everyone believed that the Campbells had perished at sea, but now. After all, the rats had reported that they only found a few pieces of debris imprinted with the Campbell family crest, without any trace of the individuals. Yet now, due to the bullet provided by Xian, there was an implicit connection to the Navy. Kid, this matter will be thoroughly investigated by our Navy, but what do you intend to do next? If you wish to return to the kingdom of Jumida, I can escort you there. Return to the kingdom of Jumida? Is there any meaning in that? While it seems from Kapu's words that the Campbell family was of great nobility in the kingdom of Jumida, 3 years have passed, and their unclaimed estates have likely been devoured by other nobles long ago, haven't they? Returning? Not to mention that other nobles would have no intention of relinquishing the properties they had consumed. They would likely go to great lengths to eliminate me. Moreover, having arrived in the pirate world, one must choose to align with one of the two major factions, either the pirates or the Navy. However, having been educated in my previous life, Xian holds steadfast moral principles and cannot fathom the idea of embracing a pirate's path, even if it is merely for the sake of adventure upon the seas. In fact, Xian even felt inclined to express his annoyance. Why must one label themselves a pirate simply for seeking adventure? Is there something wrong with their minds? Admiral Kapu, if I were to return to the kingdom of Jumida, I would likely not last 3 days. You little rascal, you possess a keen understanding. So what do you plan to do? Kapu was somewhat taken aback. Naturally, he had deduced the outcome from the very beginning. However, nobles. Kapu had no particular fondness for them, and thus had not thought to offer a word of caution. I wish to join the Navy. Oh, you wish to join the Navy. Then, young one, allow me to ask you, what is your notion of justice? This response genuinely surprised Kapu. For an ordinary person, he might not have pondered much and would have been more than willing to welcome them into the Navy. However, a noble, especially one from the previously ill-reputed Campbell family of the Kingdom of Jumada, posed a different scenario. Thus, he felt compelled to inquire. Justice, you say? To be honest, Xian had yet to contemplate this question. In the world of pirates, the concept of justice is manifold, with many interpretations bordering on the absurd. There exists the lethargic justice, the ambiguous justice, and even the strategic justice, all of which seem almost comical. The only semblance of normalcy might be represented by Akainu's absolute justice. However, such a doctrine is excessively extreme and far from infallible. Would he dare to confront the celestial dragons if they were to mercilessly execute innocents before him? Thus, how can this be deemed absolute? When discussing justice, it should unequivocally transcend all else, including the celestial dragons, the guerilla, and even Emu. Otherwise, the very notion of justice becomes utterly meaningless. Conversely, only by surpassing all can one truly claim the mantle of justice. Don Quixote da Flamingo once articulated a profound truth: justice must prevail. It is indeed the case that only the victors embody justice. Therefore, if one must articulate a perspective on justice, mine would be the justice of sovereign authority. 002 Departure. The justice of sovereign authority. Karp never anticipated that he would hear this phrase once more in his lifetime. In his days within the Navy, there was another who shared this same conviction of justice, even going so far as to create a plaque inscribed with these 7 words to adorn his office. Indeed, this individual is none other than the current fleet admiral, Sengoku. However, after Sengoku ascended to the rank of admiral, his thoughts began to evolve gradually. A significant factor contributing to this transformation was the differing heights from which they viewed the world, leading to a shift in ideology. From that moment onward, Sengoku increasingly approached all matters from the perspective of his faction, rather than adhering solely to a simplistic notion of justice. Ultimately, he removed the plaque from his office and replaced it with a new one, upon which was inscribed, Absolute Justice. This absolute justice, although seemingly akin to that within Akainu's office, embodies a distinct meaning. The 5 characters of Sengoku signify an unwavering obedience to one's superiors, specifically the celestial dragons. He believes that this is the justice he, as the fleet admiral, must acknowledge and uphold. Thus, throughout Sengoku's illustrious career as admiral, he has never once contravened the will of the world government. Reflecting on these thoughts, Garp's perception of Xian has notably improved. Sovereign justice, you say? Youngster, you are still far from it. Ha 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 ha. Though Garp outwardly displays mirth, he is inwardly taken aback, for when Xian proclaimed the notion of sovereign justice, a faint aura of intimidation emanated from him. This is an inadvertent release of spiritual pressure. However, in the perception of Karp, it takes on a different meaning. Although it feels somewhat peculiar, it must be the seed of conqueror's haki, right? Nevertheless, to articulate such a sense of justice, it is not surprising to possess the conqueror's haki. He nodded slightly. Indeed, generally speaking, it is quite unlikely for the Navy to exhibit conqueror's haki. Yet, there are exceptions, with the current fleet admiral Sengoku being one of them. After all, the so-called justice that reigns supreme essentially implies an authority that surpasses all in the world, including this. Karp, may I inquire what year it is now? Just as Karp pondered these thoughts, Xian suddenly posed the question. This is indeed a profoundly significant question. Although I am well acquainted with the narrative of One Piece, I find myself unaware of my current position within the timeline. It is the year 1515 of the Sea Circle calendar. 1515? Does that mean there are still 5 years remaining before the onset of the storyline? This is excellent. I still have ample time to enhance my abilities. After all, Xian's current strength is likely only at the level of a newly appointed seed officer in the squad. And even then, he occupies one of the lower-ranking positions. This is without taking into account the Zanpakuto. Otherwise, one would likely be at the bottom of the hierarchy among the officers. After all, within the ranks of Soul Reapers, aside from a few exceptional individuals, achieving the initial release of one's Zanpakuto is a prerequisite for becoming an officer. Those who do not meet this standard are merely ordinary members. However, this does not imply that all ordinary members are incapable of achieving the initial release. It is simply that the number of officers is limited. Therefore, with the current level of strength, attaining a high position within the Navy seems impossible, let alone participating in the series of significant events involving pirates. So, let us set a modest goal for now. Achieving the combat prowess of a vice admiral within 3 years. That seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Kid, what are you pondering? If you have nothing to take, we shall take our leave. Vice Admiral Garp, may I bring my little brother along? What? You have a little brother? Indeed, without him, I doubt I would have made it this far. I see. Then call him over quickly so we can depart. Garp frowned slightly as he spoke. The reason for his frown was that upon arriving on the island, he had utilized his observation haki and discovered that, aside from Shien, there were no other presences on the desolate island. So, where was this little brother? Nevertheless, since Shien had mentioned it, Garp was intrigued to see what he was up to. However, at that very moment, Shien took a deep breath and shouted, Dahe, come to the beach immediately. The immense shout nearly deafened the nearby ordinary sailors. Kid, what are you up to? Coming. What is coming? As the observation hockey was instantaneously activated, Garp's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the little brother Xian spoke of? Moments later, a fearsome beast, as large as a small mountain, limped out of the woods. Its pair of remarkably perceptive eyes watched Xian with keen vigilance. What kind of gaze is that? As the elder brother, it saddens me greatly, you know? Little one, so this is your younger brother? And it seems injured on its hind leg? Indeed, this is Dahe, my little brother. Its hind leg, well, I just carved a piece of meat from it yesterday for sustenance, and it hasn't healed yet. Xian, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. Upon hearing this, everyone's lips twitched. So, is this truly your little brother, or merely your source of meat? I say, little one, you haven't been carving off meat from it for 3 years, have you? Not at all. During the initial year, I was too weak to confront it, and it would only flee. Thus, I hunted smaller creatures in the woods for food. Can you contend with it now? Yes, I could 2 years ago. Although I couldn't defeat it back then, I could only rely on speed for sneak attacks, and then escape with a piece of meat. However, a year ago, I was able to easily knock it out. Indeed, there are other creatures on this island, quite a few, in fact. But Dahe's meat is imbued with richer energy and tastes far superior, doesn't it? At times, Xian wished to give Dahe a respite, yet his insatiable desire for delectable food would not allow it. Thus, aside from the first year, Xian ceased hunting other creatures thereafter. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Karp, cast sympathetic glances toward Dahe. How pitiful. For 2 whole years, it has been subjected to constant carving. Wait, did this little one just say he could easily handle this ferocious beast a year ago? Suddenly, Karp snapped to realization. Judging by his observation, this beast likely possesses strength approaching that of a Navy headquarters major. A year ago, is this little imp serious? Karp has already resolved to thoroughly test Xian's abilities on the journey back to the Navy headquarters. As for the suggestion of taking the ferocious beast along, Karp outright rejected it. On one hand, its size is too imposing, making it impractical to transport on a warship. On the other, this creature has endured 2 grueling years at your hands. Now that it has finally managed to escape your clutches, you wish to take it along to serve as a mere food extraction machine. Karp simply could not tolerate this. Half an hour later, the warship gradually departed from the island. Xian leaned over the ship's railing, waving toward the direction of the deserted island. Goodbye, Big Black. If the Navy's rations are subpar, I shall return to see you. On the beach, Big Black, finally free from its torment, joyfully made its way toward the woods when it stumbled. Should I learn how to swim and find another island to settle on? Big Black began to seriously question its existence. 003 Sorry, I am the Grim Reaper. In the windless zone, aboard Karp's dog-headed warship, 2 figures were continuously flashing and colliding on the deck, occasionally generating faint shockwaves. One of them was Xian, while the other was Bogart. As Karp's aide, Bogart's prowess was certainly formidable, although he had not consumed a devil fruit. Both his mastery of the Navy's 6 styles and swordsmanship were exceptionally refined. However, at this moment, he found himself somewhat astonished. It was not because Xian was overwhelmingly strong. After a bout of sparring, he had already assessed Xian's strength to be roughly equivalent to that of a Navy colonel. Indeed, comparable to some elite colonels. To achieve such prowess at the age of 15 is commendable, but in Bogart's eyes, it was still nothing extraordinary. With merely 3 or 4/10 of his own strength, he could effortlessly defeat Xian. What truly surprised Bogart were 2 aspects. First, Xian's swordsmanship was quite rudimentary, essentially a straightforward application of basic techniques devoid of any intricate sword moves. Second, even though Xian's techniques were primarily foundational, each strike possessed astonishing power. Bogart was certain this was not the result of brute force, nor was it due to the application of hockey. Most importantly, during their duel, Xian emanated a certain pressure that, to some extent, even affected Bogart, suppressing roughly 10% of his strength. This was neither a psychological intimidation nor a physical burden, but rather a unique and profound sense of oppression that Bogart had never experienced before. It felt as if it directly impacted his soul, sending tremors from a spiritual level, imparting an overwhelming sensation during their combat. Well, that so-called spiritual pressure is essentially an oppression of the soul. Bogart's analysis was indeed quite accurate. Xian, did you teach yourself that swordsmanship? After they separated once more, Bogart inquired. Yes, after all, I spent 3 years alone on a deserted island, just fiddling around with sticks. No wonder. Nodding in understanding, Bogart quickly completed his mental image. It was comprehensible that he had not received systematic instruction, given Xian's displayed uniqueness. If he were to engage in structured sword training, his future accomplishments would undoubtedly be remarkable. However, if Xian were to learn of Bogart's current analysis, he might very well enter a frenzied tirade of sarcasm. There's no helping it. After all, the swordsmanship of the Grim Reaper is precisely like this. Regardless of how one strikes, it is fundamentally various forms of cutting. Indeed, after all, the essence of the Grim Reaper's combat lies in spiritual pressure. More importantly, it combines spiritual pressure with swordsmanship. somewhat akin to the way Conqueror's hockey is intertwined with swordplay in the world of pirates. Zanpakuto, while every Grim Reaper learns it, well, except for Kinpachi Zaraki. However, for the majority of Grim Reapers, the most crucial elements remain the Zanpakuto and spiritual pressure. Only with sufficiently powerful spiritual pressure can these foundational four aspects of a Grim Reaper become more formidable. Hence, Grim Reapers do not concern themselves with elaborate techniques, but rather focus on the direct application of basic sword moves. Even though there are numerous styles, they ultimately differ only in their application methods. At least, among the prominent figures that have appeared, none have demonstrated the use of complex and ornate sword techniques. Aside from cutting, it is still cutting, remarkably straightforward and brutal. In contrast, swordsmen in the pirate world, once they ascend to the level of a sword master, can hardly be considered mere swordsmen. They resemble mages. They effortlessly conjure wind blades, or, like Zoro, unleash tornadoes. Well, wind mages. Thus, the two swordsmanship systems are entirely distinct. Yet, they are not without potential for mutual inspiration. For the swordsmanship of the Grim Reaper world does not incorporate the concept of ranged attacks. Even if it did, it would not stem from swordsmanship, but rather from the Zanpakuto. What would be the effect if spiritual power were to be harnessed as a foundation and infused into a sword master's flying slashes? This is also one of the directions that Xian needs to explore in the future. Traveling from the East Sea to the Navy headquarters typically requires about 20 days. Alas, the speed of sailing ships is notoriously sluggish. The formidable warship Karp can only reach a maximum speed of 10 knots, while its usual cruising speed is merely around 7 or 8 knots. During the return journey, Xian either practiced swordsmanship with Bogart or found himself on the receiving end of Karp's punches. Reflecting on this, Xian has begun to regret his decision to seek Karp's guidance in martial arts. Although this old fellow possesses remarkable physical skills, his teaching methods are undeniably unconventional. As a result, Xian has lost count of how many times he has been sent crashing into the sea by someone's fist. Fortunately, I am not a wielder of a devil fruit. Nonetheless, the overall benefits are quite substantial. Indeed, with guidance and practice partners, the pace of progress is incomparable to solitary training on a deserted island. System, please assess today's gains in swordsmanship qualitatively. The settlement items have been confirmed, and the random multiplier is being determined. Ding. Today's swordsmanship training yield is 2, with a multiplier of 5. Settlement complete. Opening the attributes panel, Sean Campbell / LV 3-0-1-0-0-0, Fist, LV 3-3-5-0-1-0-0-0, Movement, LV 3-4-0-0-1-0-0-0, Spirit, LV 2-2-0-3-0-0, Spiritual Energy, 1780 Zanpakuto, none adding 10 experience points. Swordsmanship has just leveled up. Instantly. Deeper insights into the way of the sword flooded Sean's mind. Do not underestimate the significance of 10 experience points gained in a single day. Previously, while on the deserted island, Sean would typically earn merely 0.1 experience points in an entire day, and sometimes even less. Without the occasional stroke of luck in achieving high multipliers, the growth rate was exceedingly slow. However, this is quite normal, is it not? After all, the Shinigami system is inherently slow in training. Well, with the exception of those blessed with protagonist halos. Interestingly, despite having learned swordsmanship and martial arts from the world of pirates, the attributes panel still reflects slash, fist, movement, and spirit. At this juncture, Sean could ascertain that the displayed slash, fist, movement, and spirit were not necessarily confined to the Shinigami system. Elements from other systems could be seamlessly integrated. In other words, this represents a fusion of two distinct world systems, creating a unique amalgamation of slash, fist, movement, and spirit that belongs solely to Sean. There is no need to adhere strictly to the Shinigami system for training. After completing the swordsmanship practice, the boisterous Karp approached, eager to teach Sean something new. Young Sean, pay attention. This is one of the Navy's 6 forms, shave. In an instant, Karp vanished, only to reappear over 10 meters away. Witnessing this spectacle, Sean couldn't help but admire Karp, the strongest martial artist in the Navy. Even with his spiritual energy enhancing his senses, he could not keep up with Karp's speed. Well, young lad, have you learned it? Vice Admiral Karp, could you explain the principle? The principle? What is that? Well, I should have anticipated this. Although I had watched One Piece and knew the principle of shave even without Karp's explanation, is this truly the best way to teach? Ha 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 ha. Young Sean, your talent in martial arts is lacking. Observing Sean's exasperated expression, Karp erupted into a fit of unrestrained laughter. At this moment, if he were not unable to confront Karp, Sean would have been tempted to rush forward and strike him down. No wonder that fellow Luffy remained so feeble even until the time he set sail. Sean, allow me to explain to you the principles of the shave technique and the methods of its cultivation shortly. At this moment, Bogart, standing nearby, could no longer bear to watch. He approached Sean and said, "No need. I believe I have already mastered it." As he spoke, Sean's figure vanished, and in the next instant, boom, a human-shaped hole appeared in the bulkhead of the battleship. Both Karp and Bogart's eyes widened in astonishment. Have you mastered this already? No, something seems amiss. This appears to be the technique known as shave, yet it possesses a certain uniqueness, particularly in the case of Karp, who has entirely discerned Xian's movements. When Xian executed the shave, he merely stepped on the ground 9 times. Logically, one would expect at least 20 steps or more to generate sufficient explosive reactive force, thereby achieving a high-speed motion effect. 9 times. This is utterly impossible and entirely unscientific. Meanwhile, within the cabin, Xian emerged from a heap of shattered debris. Indeed, by harnessing spiritual energy to initiate the shave technique, even a mere 10 steps upon the ground could yield sufficient reactive force. However, this explosive power proved somewhat unwieldy, indicating a need for further refinement. It is imperative to exercise more precise control over the spiritual energy. Should this be accomplished, perhaps the number of steps could be reduced to around 5 without sacrificing speed. Resting his chin on his hand, Xian pondered intently. At this moment, should those proficient in the shave technique within the Navy overhear Xian's musings, they might very well question their own existence. We toil relentlessly in our training solely to manage an extra step or 2 when executing the shave, yet here you are, contemplating a reduction in steps? Can you not be more reasonable? Xian, apologies, I am the Grim Reaper. 004 Is there something amiss with your Navy? In the first half of the Grand Line, at Marine Headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku furrowed his brows deeply when Tsuru arrived at his office, prompting her to inquire. What troubles you? It's that rascal, Garp. What has Garp done this time? Tsuru, well aware of Garp's penchant for stirring trouble, asked with ease. On his way back, he rescued a child who had been stranded on a deserted island for 3 years due to a shipwreck. He claims the child possesses considerable talent and a sense of justice, so he brought him back to headquarters. Isn't that a good thing? A talented child with a heart for justice is precisely what our Navy lacks, Tsuru remarked, perplexed by Sengoku's distress over the matter. It is known that the Navy is currently facing a generational gap. The 3 admirals are aging, while the next generation lacks individuals capable of shouldering the burden. Although Momonosuke and Shivanshi possess commendable strength, they still fall short of the admiral tier. Thus, the Navy is indeed yearning for new talent among the younger generation. The issue lies in, the child's name is Sean Campbell. Sean Campbell, Campbell? Sengoku, taken aback, exclaimed. Could it be the Campbell from 3 years ago? Upon hearing this, Tsuru was equally astonished. As the chief of staff at Marine Headquarters and overseer of the intelligence department, she was well aware of the situation. However, the Sean Campbell she had heard of was notorious for his arrogance, rivaling even the celestial dragons. No matter how one contemplated it, it was impossible to reconcile this with the noble-hearted youth Garp described. Indeed, it is the same Campbell from 3 years ago. According to Garp, Sean has no recollection of the past 3 years, only that he was cast upon that deserted island, bearing multiple severe sword and gunshot wounds. Moreover, Bogart recognized the bullet Sean retained as belonging to the Navy. Do you comprehend what this implies? It suggests that the events surrounding the Campbell family were far from simple and may even implicate our Navy. Indeed, this constituted a grave concern. Should it be confirmed that the perpetrators behind the Campbell family's plight were affiliated with the Navy, the ramifications could be dire. Just contemplating this left Sengoku with an overwhelming headache. What do you intend to do? Deny Sean entry into the Navy? No, that would not suffice. By doing so, we would merely signal to everyone that the Navy is guilty, Sengoku replied, shaking his head. Then let Sean enter the new recruit training camp, and we shall discreetly investigate the events of that year. If indeed there are traitors within the Navy, we can rectify the situation without alarming the outside world. Well, for now, that appears to be the only course of action. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku nodded in agreement. This may be regarded as the most effective course of action. By sending Sean to an elite training camp, the enclosed management will ensure that he remains isolated from the outside world for at least 3 years. During this time, arrangements can be made for discreet investigations into past incidents, rooting out and eliminating the insidious traitor. This approach not only prevents a scandal from tarnishing the Navy's reputation, but also provides Sean with a sense of closure. As for the events occurring at Navy headquarters, Sean remains blissfully unaware. At this moment, he is relentlessly testing the limits of everyone aboard the ship. Shave. Whoosh. 7 steps, quite impressive. 1 step reduced. Not only has the number of steps diminished, but Sean's control over the shave technique has also become significantly more adept. It is worth noting that during Sean's initial attempt at the shave, Karp had inquired, what is the principle behind this? How is it that you can execute the shave with only 9 steps, and at such speed? To which Sean simply replied, principle? What is that? He deftly returned Karp's words to him. Revenge is indeed a swift affair, and Karp was left gnashing his teeth in frustration. Undoubtedly, Sean relished the moment. However, what followed was a dark fist that sent him crashing into the depths of the sea. Moments later, someone on the deck erupted into uproarious laughter, devoid of any decorum. In response, Sean vowed that once his strength increased, he would inevitably bring this old fellow to heel. Before long, over 10 days had passed. After a protracted journey, The warship finally arrived at Marineford, the very island that serves as the naval headquarters. Admittedly, while the architecture of the pirate world may appear somewhat quaint through Xian's modern lens, one cannot deny the imposing grandeur of the naval headquarters. Upon disembarking, the orderlies awaited at the dock and rushed over. "Youngster, come with me." "All right, old man Karp." "You should address him as Vice Admiral Karp." "Understood, Vice Admiral Karp." Observing Xian's reaction, Karp shook his head, feeling a mix of exasperation and indifference. After all, Karp was not one to place much weight on titles. The reason he insisted Xian address him as Vice Admiral was merely to avoid any gossip upon their arrival at headquarters. Some Navy personnel, who held rank in high esteem, might even resort to verbal attacks over such matters. Of course, the term attack here refers solely to verbal exchanges. However, the power of words can often wield significant influence. Nevertheless, if Xian was unwilling to comply, then so be it. Karp did not foresee any substantial issues arising. Furthermore, despite his current misfortunes, the young lad still possesses the esteemed identity of a noble, a fact that remains unaltered. After a span of over 10 minutes, Xian, under the guidance of Karp, finally arrived at the door of the Admiral's office. One cannot help but remark on the sheer size of the Navy headquarters. In the next moment, Xian confirmed yet another revelation. Karp never knocks on the door of the Admiral's office, nor does he bother to open it with his hands. Bang! However, the door to the office seemed remarkably sturdy, not yielding to Karp's forceful kick. Observing the door intact, Xian's thoughts wandered. "Karp, how many times must I remind you to use your hands to open the door?" Karp, unfazed by Sengoku's furious outburst, casually plopped down onto a nearby sofa and retrieved a pack of senbei, crunching away as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "You rascal. Those are my senbei. Who told you to hide them in the same spot every time? If it weren't for your antics, would I need to hide them?" Despite the commotion, one individual had already succumbed to slumber, bubbles escaping from his nostrils. Witnessing this, Sengoku could only resign himself to sitting down, feeling that having such a troublesome old fool around might cost him dearly in years. "Ah, you must be Xian?" At last, Sengoku appeared to acknowledge him. Upon hearing Sengoku's inquiry, Xian couldn't help but mentally scoff. "Yes, Admiral Sengoku. I have heard from Karp about your aspirations to join the Navy." "Indeed. Then allow me to pose a question. What does justice mean to you? Is this a peculiar trait among you Navy folks? Why does everyone lead with this question? Can't we have something more original?" "My sense of justice." He glanced at the plaque in the office. "Absolute justice." Indeed, Sengoku had already removed the plaque that once adorned the wall. Yet, Xian recalled that in the original narrative, Sengoku had only replaced it before the Marineford War. But, never mind that for now. My justice is the kind that reigns supreme. In an instant, Sengoku's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized the 15-year-old boy before him. Was it Karp who informed him? No. While Karp may be unreliable and often let things slip, he was quite astute regarding what to disclose. The plaque he had replaced merely 6 months prior was likely not something he would share with Xian. So, was this perspective on justice merely a coincidence? "Considering you have spent 3 years on a deserted island without systematic training, I shall arrange for you to attend the elite training camp at headquarters. Is that acceptable?" Casting aside his thoughts, Sengoku promptly inquired. "Certainly, that is perfectly fine. But, Admiral Sengoku, what rank do we graduate with from the training camp?" "That depends on your performance in the graduation assessment. As long as you graduate, the worst you can achieve is the rank of ensign. And the best? The best? Over the years, some have graduated from the elite training camp with the rank of lieutenant colonel, though such individuals are exceedingly rare." Upon hearing this, Xian nodded. While they termed it a graduation assessment, it essentially measured one thing: raw strength. Ultimately, the rank one could obtain upon graduation hinged on their power at that moment. However, there were limitations. The highest initial rank awarded was colonel, and to ascend to the level of general, one would require not only strength, but also notable military accomplishments. This was an unavoidable truth, save for the world's grand conscription. Suddenly, a bubble erupted, startling Karp awake. "Where's Xian?" He sprang from the sofa, surveying the surroundings before turning to Sengoku. "He has already been taken to report to Zephyr." "Zephyr? I suspect he may be in for quite a shock." "Shock? What do you mean? Did I not mention that young Xian possesses the strength of a colonel at Navy headquarters? In fact, among all colonels, he is undoubtedly exceptional." "You old fool, why didn't you say so sooner? He just fell asleep upon entering. Ha ha ha. Someone, bring Xian to me." "Calm down, old friend." Upon learning of Xian's colonel-level strength, Sengoku was left utterly flabbergasted. Why bother attending the elite training camp? Isn't that merely an opportunity to bully the younger ones? He immediately contemplated summoning Xian back. However, in the next moment, he was halted by Karp. Although Xian possesses commendable strength, it is crucial to remember that he has spent 3 years isolated on a deserted island and lacks the memories from before that time. This implies that Xian has not undergone systematic training. This was something I and Bogart confirmed during our journey back. Indeed, it is the case. Therefore, it would be prudent for Zephyr to refine this young lad properly. Upon hearing this, Sengoku pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well. Let us proceed with this plan. Elite Training Camp. Office of the Chief Instructor. At this moment, Shien had been brought here and stood before Zephyr's desk. The documents in Zephyr's hand detailed the nobility of the kingdom of Jumida. He furrowed his brow slightly, as he harbored no fondness for nobility. Fine. Zephyr-sensei. Take him to the training camp and assess his capabilities. Should he fall short, return him to Sengoku. Yes, Zephyr-sensei. Despite his reservations, Zephyr could not outright reject the request since it was made by Sengoku. However, if Shien's abilities were indeed inadequate, it would only be logical to reassign him from the elite training camp to the standard recruit training camp, and no one could contest that decision. After all, do you truly understand what the elite training camp entails? This is the cradle specifically designed for future naval officers, not a playground for you nobles. Shien was not surprised by Zephyr's reaction. After a slight nod, he followed Ain out. After all, he himself held a strong disdain for the nobles in the world of pirates. This unexpected composure intrigued Zephyr, who had anticipated a more tumultuous response from him. Rising from his seat, Zephyr left his office. Minutes later, on the training grounds of the elite academy, the cadets who had been engaged in various drills had retreated to the sidelines. In their stead stood Ain and Shien, facing each other. Ain, who had been closely following Zephyr, was well aware of the purpose of this assessment, to compel this individual to leave the elite training camp. Thus, Ain resolved to hold nothing back. What weapon will you use? A weapon? A sword will suffice. There are standard naval swords over there. Feel free to choose any one you like. Ain stated coldly, gesturing towards the rack lined with more than a dozen standard naval swords. Shien nodded and approached to make his selection. To be frank, Shien had his reservations about the naval swords. They were all European swords, reminiscent of those wielded by Caribbean pirates. Truthfully, throughout history and across cultures, European swords were decidedly mediocre in various aspects. Moreover, wielding such a sword required exceptional skill to compensate for its lack of sharpness and flexibility. When faced with weapons and opponents that balanced power and technique, any European sword would find itself at a distinct disadvantage. After casually picking one up and swinging it a few times, Shien's face contorted into one of disdain. To Ain's eyes, this scene was met with profound dissatisfaction. Surely, as a noble, you harbor disdain for the humble sword of the navy? In Ain's perception, the swords wielded by nobles were always extravagant. Yet, a sword is merely a weapon. What purpose does such ostentation serve? Thus, Shien's earlier expression was clearly one of disdain. Under this misunderstanding, Ain developed a certain aversion towards Shien. However, upon hearing Ain's words, Shien recognized the source of the misunderstanding and neither intended nor prepared to offer an explanation. Instead, he resumed his position before Ain, declaring, "We may commence." Boom. A heavy pressure instantaneously enveloped the entire training ground. Even those cadets who had retreated to the periphery were affected, with several individuals collapsing directly to the ground. Zephyr, who had accompanied the two to this location, now squinted his eyes slightly. What is this? A conqueror's hockey? No, it is not the conqueror's hockey. Nor is it merely a display of presence. Is it a devil fruit that allows manipulation of gravity? Yet, the documents state that he has never consumed a devil fruit. Zephyr found himself perplexed. Meanwhile, standing directly opposite Shien, Ain was under an immense pressure far greater than that of the students at the edge of the training ground. She felt that if she relaxed even slightly, her knees would buckle under the weight of this overwhelming force. However, despite not knowing what type of devil fruit you have ingested, do not presume that this will secure your victory in this assessment. Teacher Zephyr has always emphasized that martial arts are the foundation of everything. Shave. In an instant, he vanished from his position with astonishing speed. Yet, when compared to Karp, he still fell woefully short. Not only Karp, but even Bogart was significantly faster than Ain. With a slight movement of his feet, Shien also disappeared. The next moment, the clash of blades echoed through the air. Clink, clink, clink. In mere moments, the two had exchanged several moves. Were it 5 years hence, Ain's prowess would be commendable, but for now, it is merely adequate. After all, it has only been 2 years since Zephyr lost his arm. And Shien graduated from the elite training camp just a year ago. At this moment, her strength could at best be likened to that of a mid-ranking officer in the headquarters, and even that was somewhat lacking. On the sidelines, Zephyr appeared somewhat taken aback. Although Shien displayed commendable swordsmanship, it was merely an application of basic sword techniques, aside from the speed, precision, and the unconventional angles of his strikes. There was little to astonish him. Yet, what had just transpired with his movements? It resembled the Navy's 6 styles, shave, but was distinctly different. For Zephyr had clearly observed that Shien had only taken 7 steps on the ground, yet his speed was not any slower than Ain's. In this encounter, Ain is likely to face defeat. Under the oppressive spiritual pressure exerted by Shien, Ain has been constrained to a minimum of 30% of his true potential. This rendered her exceedingly passive in her confrontation with Shien. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that Shien had never exerted his full strength throughout the encounter. In the next moment, Shien, who had been locked in a duel with Ain, inexplicably vanished. Stunned. Although she had come to realize through their recent skirmish that Shien was considerably faster than herself, she believed there was a limit to his speed, and she was capable of keeping pace with his movements. However, at that instant, he seemed to evaporate before her eyes. and she could not even comprehend the direction from which he had disappeared. Nevertheless, I soon discerned where Xian had fled. The blade of a standard naval saber was suddenly thrust from behind her, resting against her throat. The chilling sensation sent a shiver coursing through Ein. You have lost. No. I have not yet lost. A pink orb of light materialized instantaneously in Ein's left hand, which transformed into a flame-like form, enveloping her hand. But just as she pivoted to face Xian, preparing to strike with her hand, Ein, Zephyr-sensei, what are you doing right now? The expression of grievance on Xian's face was unmistakable, adorned with an air of exasperation. To the unknowing observer, one might think I had committed some egregious act against her. With a slight grimace, Xian sheathed his sword. At that moment, Zephyr approached. Who taught you the shave technique? It was that old coot Karp during our journey to the Navy headquarters. He can teach? Upon hearing this, Xian found Zephyr considerably more agreeable. Indeed. That old man had merely demonstrated the technique once before me, leaving me to decipher it on my own. When I inquired about the principles behind the shave, he audaciously replied, what principles? How utterly infuriating. Zephyr nodded in agreement with Xian's sentiment. Indeed, that's typical of Karp. Wait, are you saying you learned it in the brief time after Karp demonstrated it? Oh, no, that's not it. Not? So, was it Bogart who taught you later? What I mean is, after Karp used the shave, I experimented on my own and managed to learn it. It took me about a minute, perhaps. A minute? Are you serious? Zephyr nearly choked on his own incredulity. Even with his most gifted students, such a feat would be unfathomable. This fellow is undoubtedly boasting. However, at that moment, an unreliable voice from behind suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha, Zephyr, you mustn't doubt it. He truly took just a minute. Although on his first attempt he did crash straight into the wall. Karp, you aren't deceiving me, are you? What purpose would I have to deceive you? Wait a moment. Let me clarify. You demonstrated the technique in front of him without even explaining the principles, yet he mastered it in a minute? Indeed, that's precisely the case. A sharp intake of breath escaped Zephyr, who, at that moment, was taken aback. Is this truly an exaggeration? Xian, may I inquire about the method you employed to ultimately defeat Ein? That technique was something I stumbled upon while isolated on an island. I named it instant step. Instant step, yet it appears you merely took a regular step. What is the underlying principle? Principle? What do you mean by principle? How amusing. Just moments ago, you were criticizing Karp, and now you have unwittingly executed a move reminiscent of his? Zephyr could hardly contain his laughter. However, it is indeed true that many possess great talent for learning yet lack the ability to teach others. Those who can learn may not necessarily articulate their knowledge effectively. Karp is a master in this regard. Well then, we must now include Xian in this category. Zephyr chose not to dwell on this matter further, as this little rascal would soon become his student. The movement he just demonstrated would undoubtedly be observed frequently in the future. Gradually, the principles would reveal themselves. If only Xian knew Zephyr's thoughts at that moment, he would surely declare, no, you shall never grasp the principle. For instant step is initiated through spiritual energy. And within your bodies, such energy does not exist, hence you can never master instant step. By the way, what was that about the deserted island? Suddenly reminded of Xian's earlier words, Zephyr inquired once more. Well, the story goes like this. After several minutes of listening to Xian, Zephyr's gaze softened considerably. After all, Xian, like Zephyr, was the sole survivor of his family. Henceforth, you shall call me teacher, and I shall be your family. Patting Xian's shoulder, Zephyr declared. This moment, initially tender, was met with discontent from Karp. According to his plan, he intended to recognize Xian as his grandson, just as he did with Ace. Yet, Zephyr had preempted him. However, in the next instant, a daring idea sparked in Karp's mind. I say, young Xian, since Zephyr has proclaimed you family, why not consider him your godfather? Besides, you are of similar age to my eldest grandson. When we next journey to the East Blue, I shall introduce you. If you bond well, forming an oath of brotherhood would not be out of the question. Goodness gracious, Karp, you truly are something else. At first, Zephyr was unfazed, even subtly intrigued. Accepting Xian as a godson was entirely acceptable. Yet, Karp's subsequent remark darkened Zephyr's expression, to suggest that Xian should form a brotherly bond with your grandson. Would that not imply he would call you grandfather? Goodness, calling you grandfather while referring to me as father? You dare take advantage of me like this? Karp, you old rascal. With that, Zephyr hefted his hefty black hammer and swung it towards Karp. Half an hour later, Sengoku arrived at the elite training camp. The commotion here had become too significant for him to ignore, compelling him to investigate. However, what greeted his eyes was a training ground riddled with craters of varying sizes. Instantly, he was enraged. What on earth are you two up to? Don't ask me. It was Zephyr who initiated it. Humph. Do you think I would resort to violence if you were not trying to exploit me? Listening to their exchange, Sengoku felt a throbbing headache. Both of them were giving him no respite. Come here and explain what transpired. If I hear a single lie, you will be expelled from the Navy. Rubbing his forehead, Sengoku summoned a nearby cadet. This truly terrified the student. What a fellow, to suggest leaving the Navy. My apologies, Teacher Zephyr. My apologies, Admiral Karp. I must speak candidly. The frightened student recounted the events in vivid detail, even mimicking the intonations and expressions of both Karp and Zephyr with remarkable accuracy. It took a full 10 minutes to conclude the narration. So, you two have wreaked havoc on the elite training camp over such a trivial matter? Very well. It seems Sengoku's head is throbbing once again. Meanwhile, Xian's focus diverged from Sengoku's. He gazed in astonishment at the same student. You could have pursued a career in acting. Yet you chose to join the Navy. This has truly narrowed the path of life. Indeed, 007 ZFA, rest assured, if anything goes awry, I shall take the blame. Xian has been in the elite training camp for a month now. In the initial days, he was utterly bewildered. Each day, the instructor would commence with a single proclamation. Everyone, 2,000 push-ups for warm-up. Let us begin. This is far from an exaggeration. Such a scenario indeed appears in the original work. Although Xian possesses the strength of a lieutenant colonel, the reality is that when it comes to physical prowess without the aid of spiritual energy, he may even fall short compared to these trainees. After all, no one has ever claimed that a Shinigami possesses formidable physical strength. Alas, a Shinigami does not possess a physical form, does it? Without utilizing spiritual energy to activate a series of techniques such as Shuinpa, Xian gradually began to discern the underlying issues through a period of experimentation. Particularly regarding the application of Shuinpa driven by spiritual energy, he recognized that the prospects for further development in this area appear quite promising. While its agility may not match that of a Shinigami's instantaneous movement, with continued practice, this hybrid technique could ultimately surpass conventional speeds in a singular moment. However, employing this technique not only depletes spiritual energy but also consumes physical stamina. Should one's physical condition be inadequate, it would undoubtedly impose significant limitations in high-intensity combat. Furthermore, it is imperative for him to study the hockey system in the future. Otherwise, relying solely on techniques powered by spiritual energy raises doubts as to whether they could ever inflict damage upon natural-type entities. Xian is not entirely certain about this matter. If this proves ineffective, it would indeed be quite absurd. Moreover, in the pursuit of mastering the art of armament hockey, the physical conditioning phase is an indispensable hurdle. For this very reason, Xian's performance on the first day left everyone utterly astounded. Without utilizing any spiritual energy, he managed to complete approximately 150 push-ups before collapsing. Is this truly the same individual who overwhelmed Ian yesterday? It is utterly absurd. The ability to execute techniques faster than Ian, while seemingly possessing inferior physical attributes, defies logic. Upon witnessing this, a multitude of students began to question their very existence. Even Ian, upon observing this spectacle, found himself mired in doubt, contemplating whether it was not that Shien was exceedingly powerful, but rather that his own strength had significantly waned. Consequently, Zephyr summoned Shien to inquire about the situation at hand. The latter could only helplessly admit that he had never engaged in physical training. Of course, he refrained from divulging more. However, having taught numerous students, Zephyr was adept at discerning that Shien was concealing something. Furthermore, the pressure Shien emitted during combat was evidently not that of conqueror's hockey, but rather a distinctive energy that resembled armament hockey, capable of augmenting his offensive prowess. Thus, it appeared this young lad was withholding the source of his power. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it was entirely plausible whether he had fortuitously acquired another system of power or inadvertently developed it while stranded on a deserted island. Yet, should this matter come to light, it was likely that those from Mary Geos would be the first to target Shien. Therefore, his silence was entirely understandable. Shien, remember, regarding the power system you currently possess, you must refrain from disclosing it to anyone until you have thoroughly matured. Moreover, to compensate for your physical shortcomings, I shall provide you with additional training over the next year. Prepare yourself. Upon hearing this, Shien nodded in agreement. I understand. To receive such guidance, one must acknowledge that Zephyr is indeed a commendable individual. Whitebeard too, Edward Weevil, is it? Very well, make a note of it in your must-have notebook upon your return. Thus, for an entire month, Shien was under Zephyr's exclusive tutelage. Although Zephyr was the head instructor of the elite training camp, he bore a resemblance to the principals from Shien's past life. When inspired, he would emerge to conduct public lessons or, upon discovering promising talent, personally take them under his wing. The regular curriculum for the other students in the elite training camp was managed by different instructors, relieving Zephyr of that responsibility. His attention was primarily drawn during assessment periods. Since Shien began training under Zephyr to enhance his physical abilities, a new attribute appeared on his system panel. Unrelated to the world of Soul Reapers. Shien Campbell slashing, LV, 3-0-1-0-0-0, Fist, LV, 3-3-5-0-1-0-0-0, Movement, LV, 3-4-0-0-1-0-0-0, Spirit, LV, 2-2-0-3-0-0, Spiritual Energy, 1780 Physical Strength, 399 Zanpakudo. None indeed. A new attribute for physical strength had emerged. It was evident that this addition was due to the inability to integrate the physical attribute with any aspect of the Soul Reaper system, prompting the system to introduce a distinct attribute. However, Shien remained uncertain about the significance of the value 399. What level did it truly represent? Yet, he distinctly recalled that merely a month prior, this attribute had only registered at 5. Goodness, Shien's immediate reaction was, if he were to abandon the Soul Reaper system, according to the standards of the pirate world, he would likely be considered a mere combat novice. Although Zephyr had pledged to provide Xian with a full year of specialized training to enhance his physical prowess, Xian possessed a system of his own. Throughout this month, he had even fortuitously obtained 3 instances of returns exceeding 50 times the usual rate. If Xian were to undertake an additional 2,000 push-ups, he would undoubtedly express. This challenge seems rather trivial. Perhaps we should double the stakes and aim for 4,000 to warm up? System, I wish to settle. Let us commence based on the quality yield of today's physical training. The settlement items have been confirmed, and the random settlement multiplier is being determined. Ding. Today's host's physical growth yield is 0.5, with a multiplier of 80. Settlement complete. Ding. The host's physical attribute has increased by 40 points. A certain individual's eyes gleamed with excitement. Remarkable. The physical attribute surged from 399 to 439 in an instant, and one could distinctly perceive the enhancement in their physical prowess. Xian, let us test the fruits of this month's training. This is the device just delivered from the scientific division, known as the power measurement device. Now, concentrate all your strength into your fist and strike here. But refrain from utilizing the energy within you, understand? Zephyr instructed, pointing to a sleek black apparatus nearby. The power measurement device? Perfect. I too wish to ascertain what level I can achieve without employing spiritual energy. I understand. With a determined stride of his left leg, Xian's entire body tensed like a bowstring, ready to unleash its force. Then boom. Without invoking any spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical strength, Xian unleashed his most powerful strike to date. The device, robust and unyielding, withstood the blow. In the next moment, a series of numbers began to flicker on a screen of the device. 439. 439? That figure precisely mirrored his physical attribute value. Thus, is physical strength equivalent to power value? That seems implausible. Physical prowess cannot possibly equate to power value. After all, power value embodies attack potency, and one can augment it with hockey, devil fruit abilities, or various martial techniques to enhance this metric. Hence, physical prowess should not be synonymous with power value. Wait, suddenly, Xian seemed to grasp something. He had neither a devil fruit nor hockey, had not employed martial techniques, nor summoned spiritual energy, but merely delivered a strike with raw physical strength. Thus, in the absence of any enhancements, power value equaled physical strength. However, while Xian pondered these revelations, Zephyr stood in a state of bewilderment. A month prior, Xian's physical capability was inferior to an ordinary marine, yet now this was the outcome? A power value of 439, which far surpassed the capabilities of a colonel. It is noteworthy that among the CP9 agents in the original work, barring Luchi, Kaku, and Khalifa, the others had power values ranging from merely 600 to 800. In other words, within this month, Xian's physical prowess had nearly approached that of a CP9 agent. Xian, are you certain you did not utilize that energy within you? Zephyr inquired. No, old man Zephyr, do you not trust me? Xian replied. Such growth in a month is hard for anyone to believe. Zephyr thought to himself, momentarily incredulous. However, a sudden idea struck him. What if Xian were to harness that special energy within him and attempt once more? What level of power might he then achieve? Once this notion emerged, it became irrevocable. Zephyr was immensely curious about the true extent of Xian's current capabilities. Xian, try once more. This time, merge the results of your month-long physical training with the energy within you, and ascertain how much Dao power you can achieve. Zephyr, if something goes awry, you won't make me compensate for it, will you? Xian felt a twinge of apprehension. Although a Dao power value of 439 was quite stable for this apparatus, when combined with the activation of spiritual energy and the Death God's unique techniques, the resultant power might exceed 5 times his current capability. By the way, what is the maximum threshold for this device? Is there any documentation on it? Do not worry. The scientific division has assured that this Dao power meter can withstand up to 3,000 Dao power. Rest assured, if you truly break it, I will take responsibility. Zephyr declared with utmost confidence. I'm not practicing anymore. I'm going to forge a sword. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. A Dao power of 3,000 was beyond his current reach, and he was quite aware of his limitations. Moreover, even in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, Zephyr had assured him he would bear the consequences. What, then, was there to be concerned about? This time, Xian stood 10 meters away from the power measuring device. Having relinquished restraint, he resolved to unleash his full potential. In an instant, Xian's figure vanished. The next moment, he appeared before the power measuring device. A faint yet resplendent azure aura enveloping his right fist. Though the motion resembled the previous one, the essence was entirely transformed. With a single strike, Xian not only summoned the entirety of his strength but also channeled his spiritual energy to propel it. Boom. The tremendous noise stirred a cloud of dust, obscuring the scene from view. It was not until over 10 seconds later that the dust began to settle slightly, revealing Xian's figure. However, the Dao power meter that had been firmly anchored before him was now utterly dismantled. Zephyr's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. Although he could not ascertain the exact Dao power value Xian had just unleashed, it was undoubtedly above 3,000. The personnel from the scientific division had explicitly informed Zephyr that this device had a maximum capacity of 3,000 Dao power. and now it lay in ruins, reduced to scrap metal. Has this young man truly grown to such an extent in merely a month? Just as he was lost in contemplation, Zephyr suddenly sensed something amiss. He swiftly approached the wreckage of the device, seizing Xian and flinging him away. In the next instant, several figures arrived at the scene with haste. Zephyr, what was that commotion about? Inquired Sengoku, who had, after all, noticed the significant disturbance. Had it not been for the fact that he had dispatched Garp a few days prior, he might have suspected that the old rascal was up to his usual antics. Accompanying Sengoku were Kizaru and Akiji. As for Akainu, he was currently stationed at the G1 branch in the New World and was not present at headquarters. Didn't he, the scientific division, send a Dao power meter? Zephyr replied. I had intended to test it myself before letting the trainees use it, but I miscalculated my strength. And well, here we are. Zephyr, ever the straightforward one, took full responsibility without hesitation. Xian silently gave him a thumbs up in appreciation. Sengoku and the other two admirals found no reason to doubt Zephyr's explanation. After all, prior to becoming a Navy instructor, Zephyr had served as a fleet admiral at headquarters and was renowned for his formidable prowess, both in physical combat and hockey. Breaking a Dao power meter with a single punch was hardly surprising. Misjudging his strength was a plausible excuse. However, Zephyr, you rascal. Do you have any idea how much this device costs? A staggering 30 million berries. It's merely 30 million berries, he mused. After decades in the Navy, I've not spent much, and I can certainly manage that amount. To others, 30 million berries might seem considerable, but for Zephyr, it was hardly a burden. Reflecting on the villagers of Caucasia, each of whom had to pay 50,000 berries per month, totaling 600,000 berries per year, he felt the disparity keenly. This is merely a matter of common folk. As a former admiral of the Navy, could his salary truly be meager? If it were only a few tens of thousands of berries each month, even Kizaru might consider a change of profession. Therefore, 30 million berries is hardly a significant sum for Zephyr. Furthermore, he is a solitary figure without dependents to support, aside from leading his team into combat. He remains stationed at headquarters, incurring little to no expenses. Very well, I shall have someone come to you shortly to retrieve the funds. Honestly, if you wish to conduct a test, why not simply summon Xian? Since Zephyr is already reaching into his own pockets, Sengoku will naturally refrain from further remarks. However, he then pointed at Xian and offered a critique. At this moment, both Zephyr and Xian began to wear peculiar expressions. Time, unbeknownst to them, had silently slipped away. And 2 months had passed. At this juncture, Xian's physical attributes had ascended to an impressive 875 points. This is purely a measure of physical prowess, devoid of any supplementary attributes. Nevertheless, even without the utilization of spiritual energy, relying solely on physical strength and martial arts, Xian's Tao power has reached an impressive 1800. This is already comparable to an ordinary admiral, if one were to harness spiritual energy. In any case, the original year-long physical training regimen was abruptly halted by Zephyr 9 months in. Old man Zephyr, may I inquire about something? What is it? Are there any swordsmiths at the naval headquarters? Of course, there are. Otherwise, from where would the standard swords used by the Marines come? Why do you ask? Could I possibly be allowed to study for a while? What? Upon hearing this, Zephyr was momentarily taken aback. To learn the art of swordsmithing? This young man possesses such remarkable talent, yet he chooses to squander his time seeking to learn the art of sword forging. What could he possibly be thinking? However, little does he know that Xian is driven by a profound compulsion. All along, Xian's Zanpakuto attribute has remained at a dismal level of 0. After all, he does not possess a Zanpakuto, does he? Nonetheless, existence holds its rationale, since the system encompasses this attribute. There must surely be a means to acquire a Zanpakuto within this world. Therefore, if one were to enhance the quality of a sword, could it not yield delightful surprises? Xian remains uncertain. Yet, he is acutely aware of one fundamental principle. The core tenet of the profit multiplication system is, indeed, profit. Furthermore, it must be earned through one's own endeavors. Hence, if one merely receives a sword from another, the system cannot amplify its quality. For its worth is not derived from one's own efforts but rather from the skill of the individual who forged it. Thus, the only viable solution lies in the act of forging the sword himself. This encapsulates Xian's reasoning. Of course, this is merely Xian's endeavor and may not necessarily reflect the truth. After all, as stated in Bleach, while a Shinigami's blade is indeed forged, the process requires the infusion of a soul, which must be meticulously tempered into the weapon. However, where is Xian to procure a soul now? The world of pirates is hardly akin to the realm of the Shinigami. Is he to seek out Big Mom and procure a few souls for experimentation? Nonetheless, even if the aforementioned method were to fail, the multiplication of efforts cannot transform swords into a Shinigami's blade. It matters not. As long as I master the art of sword forging, coupled with the existence of a system that amplifies my gains, I might very well craft a blade of unparalleled excellence. Even if I do not achieve that pinnacle, producing 8 remarkable swords would suffice. After all, Xian currently lacks a worthy weapon in his possession. As for the standard issue sword of the Navy, he holds it in disdain. Why pursue sword forging if one does not diligently cultivate their strength? Zephyr, I have compelling reasons for this endeavor, and they are intrinsically linked to my own enhancement of power. That cannot be the case. Given your age, this is a golden opportunity for rapid advancement in strength. It must not be squandered. You can always learn later. 3 months. What? I require merely 3 months, regardless of success or failure. I shall return to the elite training camp to continue my cultivation. Sword forging. Does it truly assist in enhancing your power? Indeed, Zephyr. Do you not see the sincerity in my gaze? Zephyr fell silent for several minutes, and Xian did not press him, standing quietly in place. After 5 minutes had elapsed. Very well, I shall arrange it for you. But remember your words, it must only be for 3 months. 009 Escaping with the Blade. Navy Logistics Department. Sword Forging Division. This is a unique battalion, one that does not engage in combat but merely serves as blacksmiths. Perhaps there are no masters of sword forging here. The majority are rather ordinary blacksmiths. Yet, that is more than sufficient. The Navy has never anticipated this unit to forge renowned blades. Their sole responsibility is to manufacture the standard sabers used by regular Marines. This task, however, does not demand exquisite quality. What is truly required is quantity. It is essential to note that the number of Marines is considerable, even at the naval headquarters. The station troops amount to approximately 50,000. Thus, ensuring a steady supply of standard sabers is no trivial endeavor. Xian has been here for a month now. Through daily study and systematic assessment, he has elevated his skills above the majority of those around him. Even Colonel Antonio, who oversees the swordsmithing unit, has made a special trip to the new recruits training camp to inquire about the possibility of having Xian work under his command. Although Antonio has never disclosed to anyone how Zephyr responded to him, one fact has spread throughout the headquarters, becoming a source of amusement among countless Marines. That day, Antonio returned sporting a rather swollen visage, a testament to Zephyr's considerable ire. Nevertheless, Antonio has not given up. He believes that over the past month, he has witnessed Xian's progress firsthand. Therefore, he harbors no doubts that Xian will eventually evolve into a master blacksmith, capable of crafting blades that rival the legendary great swords, or even those of the highest caliber. Once this talent is thoroughly unleashed, it even captures the attention of the marshal with its potential. Thus, any opposition from Zephyr would prove futile. Consequently, Antonio issued a stringent order within the sword forging battalion, mandating that no one conceal their knowledge, treating Xian as if he were their own son during his tutelage. He was indeed quite serious about this. However, as a month elapsed, everyone was left astounded. They found themselves devoid of anything further to teach. Not only had Xian mastered all their most secret techniques, but he also wielded them with greater finesse. Remarkably, Xian synthesized a plethora of sword forging techniques from various schools, birthing an array of entirely novel methods. This is somewhat alarming. After spending 2 months here, Xian realized there was nothing more to learn, so he decided to pour all his efforts into crafting an exceptional sword, hoping to double his gains through the system and see how far he could go. The rhythmic sound of hammering resonated within the forge. A few meters away, over 30 blacksmiths formed a circle. Among them was Antonio. Just yesterday, Xian approached him unexpectedly, expressing his desire to wholeheartedly forge a sword and request some quality materials. Without a moment's hesitation, Antonio agreed. Not only did he consent, but he also produced a rare material he had long cherished, though it was not the finest material available. For someone like him, who earned a fixed salary in the Navy, it had cost him 30 years of savings to acquire it. At that moment, everyone remained silent, watching intently, fearful of disturbing Xian. Thus, 10 hours passed. Eventually, the sword Xian had forged was completed. Antonio's eyes now reflected a hint of disappointment, for the blade appeared rather ordinary. It could hardly be considered a fine sword, let alone a masterwork. Yet, upon reflection, he realized his expectations might have been too lofty. Although Xian's skills surpassed those of all the blacksmiths present, the craftsmen capable of forging standard naval swords were not particularly renowned. Moreover, the material he provided was hardly top tier, making it improbable to create a legendary blade. Antonio's perception of the sword as ordinary stemmed from his high expectations, as he directly compared it to renowned swords. Nevertheless, in the realm of ordinary blades, this one was certainly commendable. However, what they failed to notice was that a faint smile had crept onto Xian's lips. System. Proceed with today's assessment. My goal is the sword I have crafted by hand, with the evaluation based on quality. Let us begin. Ding. Command confirmed. Starting assessment. Ding. Assessment complete. The yield is based on quality, with a multiplier of 99 times. Remarkable. A significant multiplier had emerged once again. Over the past 2 months, Xian had experienced good fortune, with only 3 instances exceeding 10 times, most of the yields falling within the range of 20 to 50 times. However, he had not encountered a multiplier exceeding 50 in 2 months. 99 times splendid. He was eager to discover the quality tier of this sword. Meanwhile, Colonel Antonio's eyes widened in astonishment. Although the sword's appearance had not changed, the sensation it conveyed was entirely different. No, this was certainly not an ordinary sword. It was a fine blade. Yet, it exuded a sword aura even more potent than that of a fine sword. Could it be of the masterwork caliber? How many years has it been since anyone crafted a new broad blade in this world? Am I, perhaps, witnessing history? Xian, may I have a glimpse? Certainly. For the past 2 months, Antonio has been quite indulgent towards himself. Thus, Xian naturally could not decline this request. Moments later, Antonio, with his slightly trembling right hand, grasped the blade. Yet, in the next instant, a profound aura emanating from the sword enveloped him, causing a sharp, pervasive sensation of agony to spread throughout his body. This nearly caused him to lose his composure, prompting him to release his grip on the dagger. Quickly, find me a suitable sheath, hurry. Yes, Colonel. Shortly thereafter, a blacksmith presented a sheath, into which Antonio promptly inserted the blade. Instantly, the surrounding aura of the sword dissipated as if it had never existed. Phew. Witnessing this, Antonio couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, this was a blade that chose its master. Those who were unworthy would merely suffer the repercussions of its energy. After a moment's contemplation, Antonio made a decision. In an instant, everyone was once again taken aback. For Antonio dashed out of the forge, clutching the sword as if his life depended on it. Observing this scene, Xian's expression darkened. Could he possibly be fleeing with the weapon? The blacksmiths nearby were at a loss for words in response to Xian's unvoiced question. They wanted to dismiss the notion. But it was too evident. The earlier scene unmistakably resembled that of a thief making a hasty escape. A few minutes later, a breathless Antonio appeared in the marshal's office. Antonio, what is the meaning of this? Marshal, you must first take a look at this sword. A sword? The marshal, puzzled by Antonio's fervent presentation of the weapon, accepted it, drawing the blade from its sheath. Hiss. What is this? Suddenly, the air around the sword emanating from this blade astonished Sengoku. The great blade and the fine blade were already within his possession, and he had encountered several others before. Not to mention, he had even laid eyes upon the supreme great blade. This particular knife, although it had yet to reach the caliber of a supreme great blade, was undoubtedly among the finest of the great blades. However, it seemed that this knife did not acknowledge its own wielder. Its aggressive aura of sword energy was directed precisely at him. Of course, Sengoku was not daunted by such a level of sword energy. Yet it was sufficient to leave him astounded. It is known that a renowned blade that chooses its master is an exceedingly rare phenomenon, even among the supreme great blades. Antonio, from where did this knife originate? Reporting, Marshal, this was just forged by our swordsmithing division 10 minutes ago. Upon hearing Sengoku's inquiry, Antonio straightened his posture and spoke with pride. However, nonsense. Does your swordsmithing division have anyone capable of crafting a blade of this caliber? This remark, admittedly, was somewhat hurtful. Marshal, how lowly do you regard us? Marshal, this is indeed forged by our swordsmithing division. All the blacksmiths can attest to it. Is that so? Absolutely certain? Indeed. Then tell me, who forged it? Reporting, it was crafted by Xian, who just joined our swordsmithing division 2 months ago. His rank? He has no rank yet. As he spoke, Antonio himself fell silent. After all, Xian was still in the elite training camp and had yet to graduate, thus lacking any military rank. Wait, who did you say? Xian Campbell. He was transferred from the elite training camp to our swordsmithing division 2 months ago. Silence lingered for a good 10 seconds. Bring him in. Yes, Marshal. At this moment, Xian was entirely unaware of the events unfolding with Sengoku. He stood at the doorway of the forging chamber, gazing into the distance. Could it be that he truly fled with the sword? That seems unlikely. Probably not. Soon, Zephyr arrived at Sengoku's office. However, he was completely oblivious to the reason Sengoku summoned him. Zephyr, what is the situation with Xian? Upon hearing this and seeing Antonio's somewhat excited demeanor, Zephyr seemed to grasp something. So, this fellow directly sought Sengoku to demand a person? Had he known, he should have acted more decisively last time, leaving him incapacitated for an entire year. Indeed, he had been too merciful. Xian wishes to learn sword forging techniques and has applied for 3 months to study in the swordsmithing division. Learning sword forging techniques and then becoming a blacksmith for 3 months. What nonsense is this? Hurry and send him back. Do not squander such a remarkable talent. Sengoku was left speechless. With such incredible talent, particularly during his prime training years, he expressed a desire to become a blacksmith. And you actually permitted him to pursue that path? At this moment, the warring states had completely forgotten about the knife resting on his desk. Meanwhile, Antonio, who had been brimming with excitement, suddenly wore a dark expression. Even if you were a marshal, could you not consider my feelings? What does it mean to say that being a blacksmith is a waste of youth? Professions should not be judged by their status, should they? Warring states. I have less than a month left until the time I agreed upon with Xian. Since the difference is not substantial, let us adhere to our agreement. By doing so, he may find closure, right? Otherwise, if you forcibly take him back to the elite training camp now, it would not only breed discontent, but could also hinder his ability to focus on his training, which would be counterproductive. Shaking his head, Zephyr remarked, Indeed, let us proceed as you suggest, but when the time comes, he must return to the training camp without delay. No problem. I will personally go to retrieve the lad in a month. Zephyr nodded. Observing their conversation, Antonio could no longer contain himself. Marshal, that knife. That knife? Oh right, how could I forget about it? What knife are you talking about? Zephyr was somewhat bewildered, completely confused. Zephyr, look at this knife. Pointing at the knife on his desk, Warring States insisted. Though puzzled, Zephyr picked up the knife from the desk and drew it from its sheath. Hiss. What a fine blade. Which one of the great blades of the 21 is this? Having once been a naval admiral, Zephyr possessed some knowledge. Merely withdrawing the blade for a moment, he quickly assessed its caliber. However, although he had perused the catalog of renowned swords, he had no recollection of this particular blade. It seemed absent from the great blades, and it was also not found among the supreme great blades. Surely, it could not be from the good great blades? Yet, it appeared that it was not among them either. This blade must have just been forged by the swordsmith battalion. Impossible. With their mediocre skills. How could they produce such a blade? It's painful. More painful than what Warring States just said. What does he mean by calling us mediocre? This is too much. Hey, Antonio was once again struck down. Ahem, according to Antonio, this was crafted by Xian less than half an hour ago. Impossible. Xian has only been there for 2 months. How could he go from knowing nothing to becoming a master swordsmith? Moreover, it seems that none of the existing master swordsmiths could forge a blade of this caliber. Zephyr outright rejected Warring States' assertion. Such a notion is utterly implausible, entirely unscientific. However, considering Xian's innate talent for martial arts, it seems there exists a faint possibility, perhaps. Zephyr suddenly found himself engulfed in uncertainty. Just then, knock, knock, knock. Enter. Marshal, I have completed my mission and have come to report to you. As the office door swung open, a statuesque beauty strode in. Draped behind her was the coat of a vice admiral, unmistakably marking her as a woman of extraordinary stature within the Navy. She is a unique figure. A candidate for admiral in the naval headquarters, codenamed Peach Rabbit, and her true name is Xian. Xian, your timing is impeccable. Take a look at this sword and share your thoughts, for your expertise in this domain surpasses both mine and Zephyr's. Indeed, when it comes purely to swordsmanship, Peach Rabbit stands as the strongest within the entire Navy. Moreover, her understanding of renowned blades far exceeds that of Sengoku and Zephyr, although she still lags significantly behind Mihawk. She has nonetheless taken her initial steps into the realm of great swordsmen. Once, King Shiro remarked to Kuina that female swordsmen, due to their physical limitations, could never reach the pinnacle of the world's great swordsmen. To be frank, Peach Rabbit seems to exist solely to defy Kung Shiro's assertion. Despite her momentary confusion, the instant she grasped the sword from Zephyr, she was swiftly taken aback. This sensation, seemingly intertwined with one's very bloodline, is something even Jean Kunluo and Tao have never sensed in each other. A remarkable blade, it has nearly reached the pinnacle of supreme swords. Just as I returned, I entrusted Jean Kunluo to another for maintenance, and this blade now belongs to me. The room fell into a profound silence. Goodness, I merely intended for you to examine this sword and offer your insights. Yet, instead of providing any feedback, you have unceremoniously claimed it as your own? The most perplexing aspect is that after receiving the sword, Tao Tu displayed not a single furrowed brow throughout the entire encounter. Could it be? The blade did not launch an attack of sword energy against her. Rather, it chose a master. Could it truly be so? Marshal, surely no one in the Navy is more deserving of possessing such a sword than I. While this assertion holds true, it raises a concern. Since the Marshal concurs with this notion, I shall claim this sword for myself. With Colonel Antonio present, the scabbard is utterly unappealing. I shall sketch a design for you shortly, and I kindly request that you craft one for me with utmost haste. Very well, that shall not pose a problem. Ah, wait. To have so casually agreed without a second thought, Antonio could hardly contain his frustration. Major General Tatao, to be perfectly candid, this sword was forged by Sean Campbell, and it was only completed half an hour ago. It has yet to even receive a name. Therefore, even if the Major General desires it, Sean's consent is imperative. Sean Campbell? Who might that be? In this world, renowned swordsmiths are well known among the likes of Tao Tu, yet none bear the name mentioned. Tao Tu, known as Shien, was rescued by Karp from a deserted island a few months ago and is currently a 15-year-old disciple of Zephyr. Noticing the perplexity on Tao Tu's face, Sengoku provided an explanation. Ah, a 15-year-old apprentice with considerable sword-forging talent. Indeed, Tao Tu, it is impressive that Xian has achieved this level after merely 2 months of training. If he continues within the sword-forging division, our Navy may soon be capable of mass-producing great swords, perhaps even the supreme great swords. Upon hearing this, Antonio was elated. He initially praised Tao Tu and then inadvertently revealed his intentions. However, to suggest that Xian remain in the sword-forging division, was he intending to ruin the boy? Those half-hearted individuals would provide no assistance and only hinder his progress. After casting a sharp glare at Antonio, Tao Tu spoke with unrelenting candor. The 3 individuals before her were indeed fierce in their exchanges. Nevertheless, you have made a valid point. I should indeed seek Xian's consent. Colonel Antonio, would you kindly lead the way? After a brief contemplation, Tao Tu continued. If the sword was procured externally by Sengoku or seized from a pirate, then it would be simply a matter of possession for her. As she had stated earlier, no one in the Navy deserved it more than she did. Yet, if the blade were crafted by a swordsmith within the Navy, the circumstances would differ. Out of respect, should she wish to possess the sword, she would naturally need to obtain the creator's approval. Moments later, as they observed Antonio being led away by Tao Tu, both Sengoku and Zephyr were left somewhat bewildered. Wasn't the intention to have Tao Tu examine the sword and offer some professional insights? What had transpired now? On the path to the sword forging division, Tao Tu furrowed her brow deeply. Had she begun to experience auditory hallucinations? It felt as though someone was attempting to speak to her. Yet each instance was fragmented and intermittent. It was akin to an introduction, uttering her name, but just as the name was spoken, it would abruptly cease as if interrupted. Colonel Antonio, do you hear any voices? Voices? None at all. Is that so? Then let us proceed. Antonio was filled with confusion. While Tao Tu offered no explanation, 10 minutes later, they finally arrived at their destination. However, just outside the forge, they heard Xian's voice emanating from within. That scoundrel Antonio. I foolishly thought him decent, yet he has absconded with my sword. This is outrageous. I must report this to Old Man Sengoku and demand a warrant for his capture. Wait, this is Navy headquarters. He surely hasn't escaped yet. If I seal the port now, indeed, I shall inform Old Man Sengoku at once. Outside the forge, Antonio wore an expression of indignation, while Tao Tu shot him a curious glance. Did you not inform him when you took the sword? In my haste to find the marshal, I indeed forgot to mention it, but for him to claim that I absconded with the sword is rather excessive. At that moment, Shien stormed out in a fury, locking eyes with Antonio. However, upon realizing that Antonio did not possess the sword he had forged, You didn't sell my sword, did you? What nonsense are you spouting, boy? Your sword is right there. Antonio's face fell once more, marked by lines of exasperation. This fellow seems to have accurately deduced that I have fled with a knife, has he? At that moment, Xian finally noticed that there was indeed another person beside Antonio. Hiss. This should be. No, it is undoubtedly the Peach Bunny, isn't it? In this light, it appears far more captivating than the original text, particularly. Little ghost, where are your eyes wandering? Ahem. Major Tao Tu, I beseech you to return my sword. After concealing his embarrassment, Xian spoke with utmost seriousness. Yet, inexplicably, his gaze would inadvertently drift downward. Despite his earnest efforts to maintain control, Xian could swear that in this life and the previous one, he had never encountered a woman with such long legs. And with such a formidable presence above, it truly expanded his horizons. Although aim from the training camp was also commendable, she paled in comparison to Tao Tu's allure. I suspect you are entertaining some exceedingly impolite thoughts, though I possess no evidence. Setting that aside, whether Major Tao Tu can return my sword remains uncertain, especially since I have yet to lay my hands on it after its creation. Is this sword truly forged by you? Indeed. Very well, then I shall accept it. Oh, it seems Tao Tu is rather agreeable. Nodding, Xian took the sword and unsheathed it. Instantly, a powerful aura of blades surged forth, directed squarely at himself. This caused a slight furrow in his brow. A blade that chooses its master? How intriguing. The sword is now entrusted to me. Can I officially wield it? Just as Xian was captivatedly examining the weapon he had forged, Admiral Peach Rabbit nonchalantly remarked, Is there a problem? 3 colossal question marks materialized above Xian's head. Is there an issue? She continued. Surely no one in the Navy is more deserving of this sword than I am, right? Is there a problem? No. There is indeed a significant dilemma. Why must the sword I forged be handed over to you? Xian inquired. Admiral Peach Rabbit. May I ask, just casually, what if I were to relinquish this sword to someone else? Simple. Just engage in a duel. The one with superior swordsmanship shall claim it. Xian comprehended her implication. Peach Rabbit's assertion that no one in the Navy was more qualified to possess this sword was not entirely unfounded. The defeated would lose everything. Would they not? However, it seemed that this was a blade that chose its master, not merely one that could be wielded by anyone. After all, this rascal even attacked me, its creator. Admiral Peach Rabbit, when you wielded this sword, did you encounter any peculiar occurrences? Peculiar occurrences? I felt as if this sword was intertwined with my very essence. Why do you ask? Is that so? Upon hearing this, Xian fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that this individual was indeed chosen by the sword as its master? Was this its method of selecting a wielder? Casting another glance at Peach Rabbit's figure, Xian nodded and began to muse aloud. After all, this was merely an initial endeavor. If better materials and advanced forging techniques were available in the future, I could certainly create something superior. After all, I still have a month's time. Hence, if Peach Rabbit desired it, I might consider bestowing it upon her. However, Admiral Peach Rabbit, I can grant you this sword, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Since you are the preeminent swordsman in the Navy and I harbor a keen interest in swordsmanship, I hope that you can mentor me in my sword training over the next 3 months. Mentor your swordsmanship? What is a mere blacksmith who forges blades need with profound sword techniques? Would it not be better to concentrate on creating more renowned swords? Peach Rabbit, you must agree. Xian's aptitude for swordsmanship far surpasses yours. And within the Navy headquarters, few are worthy of knowing about his sword training. At that moment, Zephyr's voice resonated through the air. The onlookers turned to see Zephyr approaching alongside Sengoku. Vice Admiral Zephyr, do you truly believe that your swordsmanship surpasses mine by a considerable margin? Indeed. That is precisely what I assert. Zephyr replied confidently. How about we engage in a friendly duel? If your swordsmanship is as exceptional as Vice Admiral Zephyr claims, I shall accept your terms. After a brief moment of contemplation, Peach Bunny spoke. However, her pride prevented her from fully embracing Zephyr's words. Very well. But may I request a month's time? After all, I currently lack a suitable blade. Are you intending to forge a new renowned sword within this month? Indeed, she affirmed. Excellent, I shall await your readiness. Nodding in agreement, Peach Bunny readily accepted. As a great swordswoman, she was acutely aware of the profound impact that wielding a fitting renowned sword could have on a swordsman's prowess. Meanwhile, as the agreement was reached, Sengoku approached them. Xian, is that sword truly of your making? It is indeed, Xian confirmed. Splendid. Are you capable of crafting more blades of such caliber? Producing blades of good quality should pose no significant issue, but achieving the level of superior blades or even unparalleled blades will depend on materials and fortune. After a moment's reflection, Xian provided his response. Though the first sword he forged did not reach the standard of a good blade, the gap was not insurmountable. Therefore, even a 2- or 3-fold improvement in quality should suffice to elevate it to the level of a good blade. Furthermore, was he not lamenting his lack of quality materials? Look, have the materials not conveniently presented themselves? Upon hearing Xian's response, Sengoku felt a surge of excitement. If he could indeed mass-produce renowned swords, even if they were merely of good quality, it would greatly enhance the capabilities of the naval officers wielding swords. The naval forces, equipped with an abundance of renowned swords, could seize this opportunity to gather a multitude of formidable swordsmen from across the globe. There exist 50 exceptional blades of the good quicksword category, 21 of the great quicksword, and 12 of the supreme great quicksword. These are the only notable swords in the world, many of which remain unaccounted for. However, the number of swordsmen far exceeds these figures. The allure of a renowned sword to a swordsman is well understood by Sengoku. Very well. The naval treasury is entirely at your disposal. Select the materials you require, and simply provide me with a report afterward. Even if the Navy lacks certain items, I can arrange for someone to procure them or directly acquire them. With a grand gesture, Sengoku proclaimed. Indeed, you are quite generous, Sengoku. Shall I commence selecting the materials now? Certainly. But could you refrain from addressing me so informally? I am, after all, the Fleet Admiral of the Navy. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. Forget it. Just stick to the previous title. It at least feels more endearing. Sengoku sighed in frustration. Why is it that when Xian encounters Admiral Peach Rabbit, he respectfully calls her by her rank, yet when faced with me, Zephyr, or Garp, he simply refers to us as old men? On that very day, Xian accompanied Sengoku to the naval treasury. Within, a vast assortment of items seized by the Navy awaited, including a reserve of over a dozen devil fruits. However, Xian was utterly uninterested in these treasures. He made a beeline for the storage of rare materials and ultimately borrowed over 10 sailors from Sengoku to transport a significant portion of the assorted materials. Subsequently, he entered the forge and commenced his work with fervor. Weeks passed, and Xian remained sequestered in the forge. In the corner, over a dozen swords lay stacked, resembling the disarray found in shops selling blades. However, should a master of the sword art arrive, they would undoubtedly berate Xian for his treatment of these swords. All of them were of the good quicksword caliber, with several among them being exceptionally high quality, and one even reaching the level of the great quicksword. Yet, these 18 swords had been carelessly discarded by Xian as if they were mere refuse. After several hours, Xian gazed at the newly forged blade in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. This is the finest blade he has forged to date. Although it has not undergone a systematic enhancement of returns, it undoubtedly merits a place among the ranks of exceptional knives, even if it resides at the lower echelon of that category. The system initiated a settlement today. Targeting this blade, I have crafted, settling through the quality yield method. Ding, command confirmed, commencing settlement. Ding, settlement complete, yield item, quality, multiplier, 100 times. Hiss, 100 times? When was the last time I achieved 100-fold? It seems it was half a year ago when I carved flesh from the great black leg on that deserted island. Taking a sharp breath, Xian was momentarily stunned. But soon his excitement surged. This is undoubtedly the best blade he has crafted thus far. Coupled with the 100-fold quality yield, what kind of brilliance would emerge? Xian was immensely eager to find out. In the next moment, the blade on the forging table began to transform. Indeed, it was a transformation, albeit slight. Yet Xian was certain that the blade's form had undergone a subtle change. He picked up the blade for a closer inspection. Xian confirmed that this blade surpassed the one taken by the Peach Rabbit by a significant margin. Moreover, he sensed a trace of elemental power emanating from this blade. While it is true that a few blades in this world possess elemental powers, they are scarce, and each is ranked among the supreme 12 great knives. Could it be that he has genuinely forged a blade that could rival the supreme great knives? Most notably, this blade did not exhibit the same resistance as the previous one, which sought to retaliate against him with sword energy. From this blade, Xian felt the very sensation that Peach Rabbit had described earlier. Indeed, a bloodline connection. This was unmistakably the sensation. Just as Xian was absorbed in the feelings elicited by the blade, the door to the forge swung open. Xian furrowed his brow slightly. Did I not specify that no one should enter except to deliver meals? Have you ever conveyed that to me? A voice, cool yet laced with a hint of allure, resonated from behind him. Xian turned abruptly. Peach Rabbit, What brings you here? Admittedly, he had only mentioned this to Antonio and had not addressed it with Peach Rabbit. Who would have guessed she would suddenly seek him out? I have been troubled by something recently concerning this blade of yours. Peach Rabbit produced the knife she had previously received from Xian. Although Xian had indicated that since she possessed the blade, she could name it as she wished. For various reasons, Peach Rabbit had yet to bestow an official name upon it. What is the matter? Xian asked, momentarily taken aback. Was there an issue with the blade he had forged? That seemed implausible. Ever since I acquired this blade, I have consistently felt as though someone were whispering in my ear, repeatedly telling me its name. Yet, whenever the name is spoken, it feels as though I am being interfered with, preventing me from discerning what it is. Initially, I thought it was merely a figment of my imagination. But after more than half a month, the situation has shown no signs of alleviation. Rather, it has become increasingly frequent. Therefore, I thought perhaps, as the creator of this blade, you might comprehend and enlighten me on what exactly is transpiring. Upon hearing this, Xian was utterly bewildered. This sounds exceedingly familiar. Does it not? Could it be that I have truly forged his Ampicudo? Major Tao. Why not attempt the sword meditation and see if you can commune with the blade? After all, this is a sword that chooses its master. In other words, it possesses consciousness. Sword meditation? Tao is certainly aware of what it entails. She knows that many swordsmen dedicate time each day to practice it. However, Tao has always deemed sword meditation to be devoid of significance. Are you certain this will be beneficial? Why not give it a try, even if it proves futile? There is no loss in attempting, is there? Very well, I shall give it a go. No, you can always return to try again. Watching Tao settle down on the spot, Xian found himself at a loss for words. Yet, Tao disregarded him, focusing her mind to commence the sword meditation. With a slight sigh, Xian chose to remain silent, moving closer to her. From this vantage point, the scenery is truly. If only I had a camera, capturing a few photographs would undoubtedly result in cherished keepsakes, perhaps even passed down through generations. So he gazed. 10 minutes. 1 hour. 2 hours. Xian remained unconcerned with the passage of time, occasionally shifting his perspective to appreciate the rare beauty from different angles. Yet at that moment, he was unaware that Tao, immersed in her meditation, had long ceased to perceive the external world. As 10 hours elapsed, the clock struck midnight, and Tao remained in her unmoving posture. Suddenly, with a start, she opened her eyes wide and exclaimed, "Sleeve white snow." In the next instant, the previously unremarkable sword began to transform. A flash of pure white swiftly enveloped the blade, altering its entire hue to a pristine white. Even the shape of the sword underwent subtle changes. Ultimately, a breathtakingly beautiful white sword emerged. The initial dance, moon white. Halt. Upon hearing Tao's next command, Xian understood the gravity of the situation and shouted in alarm. Yet, it was too late. At this moment, everything stands still. Had it not been for Xian's swift reaction, who retreated over 10 meters in an instant, he might have been gravely injured or even met his demise. The woman is utterly losing her mind. Xian thought to himself as he gazed at the frozen forge. If Antonio were to discover this, he might very well consider confronting Tao in a fit of rage. After all, Antonio had once proudly informed Xian that this furnace had not been extinguished for over a century. Wait, was this my doing? What else could it be? If I hadn't fled so swiftly, I might have met the same fate as you. Tao finally regained her senses and, upon observing the scene before her, hesitantly inquired. However, what awaited her was a barrage of Xian's complaints. Indeed, Xian was rather perturbed at this moment. In the past, it had merely been a formidable blade, and he had been willing to bestow it upon Tao. But now, what is this, if not a magnificent blade? But rather a soul-reaping sword. Moreover, it is the one hailed as the most exquisite in the original work of Bleach. How absurd. The question of beauty is insignificant. The real concern lies in the potential exposure of the Soul Reaper system, which could indeed lead to considerable trouble. Xian, pray tell me honestly, what is the true nature of this sword? Not far away, the expression on Peach Rabbit's face was one of utmost seriousness. In the forge, the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. A man and a woman stood facing each other, their eyes locked in a silent yet intense exchange. This situation persisted for half a minute. So what? Will Admiral Peach Rabbit report my extraordinary abilities, leading to my abduction by the world government and ultimately relegating me to the status of a slave to the celestial dragons? Xian suddenly calmed down, his demeanor becoming unsettlingly serene. He addressed Peach Rabbit with a voice that held an icy edge. A blacksmith capable of forging blades that rival the Great Knife, and even the Supreme Great Knife. Instilling them with unique powers, what would be the consequence if the world government were to learn of this? Abduction would be inevitable. The 5 elders would never permit someone with such capabilities to remain within the Navy. What if Xian were to craft an abundance of such weapons, significantly enhancing the Navy's strength and rendering them insubordinate? This would certainly not bode well for the world government. Indeed, this outcome would be considered relatively favorable. There exists another possibility. For the celestial dragons, who relish collecting rare treasures to flaunt among themselves, Xian's existence might prove to be far more enticing than that of any other slave, even surpassing the allure of the devil fruits. Although Xian did not fear this potential outcome, it would undoubtedly complicate matters and deviate significantly from his original plans. At that moment, Peach Rabbit, upon hearing Xian's inquiry, was momentarily taken aback. No, I do not wish for this. It is not a matter of desire. The moment you report this, the outcome will inevitably shift in that direction. I will keep this matter confidential. If anyone inquires, I shall deflect with claims of my devil fruit abilities. Gritting her teeth, Peach Rabbit resolved to make a decision. This is likely her first time making such a decision. After all, such a choice equates to withholding vital information. Within the naval hierarchy, this is unequivocally intolerable. Sigh. Upon hearing Taotu's resolution, Xian felt a slight sense of relief. However, it was not long before he became troubled once more. It must be noted that he had acquired a multitude of materials from the warring states, and the swords forged from them, aside from his own, were also required to be surrendered. Initially, this posed no issue, but now, once these swords are handed over, if more individuals succeed in manifesting their Zanpakuto's Shurkai, how can he safeguard his secret? Xian does not believe that everyone can keep secrets as Taotu does. System, do you possess any solutions for this predicament? Ding. The swords crafted by the host will only transform into a shallow strike upon reaching a certain threshold. Ding. Swords that have already transformed into a shallow strike can be confirmed by the host through the infusion of spiritual energy. Is there truly a method to ascertain this? Ignoring the minor entanglements of the little Peach Rabbit nearby, Xian directly approached the corner, extracting one of the blades from the pile. Immediately, as the system had indicated, he infused it with his spiritual energy. No reaction. No response. Still no reaction. Out of the 18 blades, Xian had already attempted to channel energy through 17 of them, all yielding no result. Finally, he reached for the last one, the blade that had just recently ascended to the formidable level through a 48-fold enhancement. He infused it with his spiritual energy. Hiss. In that instant, Xian sensed that the energy he had channeled was being consumed by the blade itself. Thus, is this a shallow strike as well? Regardless of the method, what matters is its efficacy, allowing one to worry no more. These were all crafted by you? Unbeknownst to her, Taotu had arrived behind Xian, her eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, among these blades, the least impressive possess the quality of a fine swift blade, and yet you treat them like refuse? No, how I manage my own creations is my prerogative. Why do you fume over it? Xian retorted, observing the irate expression on Taotu's face. So, do these also carry special abilities? What are you thinking? Aside from the one in my grasp, the rest are all worthless junk. Worthless junk. 17 fine swift blades, and you dare to label them as such? However, when compared to blades of the great swift class that possess special abilities, it may not be entirely unfounded to deem them as inferior. Taotu found herself questioning her existence. Wait, what is the meaning of that blade? At that moment, she noticed an intriguing piece on the forging platform, and her expression shifted dramatically. Do not lay a hand on that blade. It is mine. In an instant, she teleported in front of the forging table, protecting it like a fierce beast guarding its young. Very well, I can forego this blade, but if you want me to keep your secret, you must fulfill one condition. What condition? Xian inquired, his lips twitching. I knew this woman would stir trouble. Reforge my Jin Kuan Luo. After all, this blade was a gift from Sister He. If possible, I understand your request, but I cannot guarantee the outcome. Even for me, creating a blade of the great swift class relies on fortune. If luck is not in your favor, your Jin Kuan Luo might even be downgraded to a fine swift blade. Would that be acceptable? Conversely, it could potentially become stronger than the sleeve white snow. May I interpret it thus? Indeed, it is possible. But I merely wish to caution you that there are risks involved. No worries. I trust you. Trust me. I do not even trust myself. What faith can you possibly have in me? I have already warned you of the risks. What if I reforge the Jin Kuan Luo and it turns out to be 0? 0-1 in quality? It wouldn't even be worthy of being categorized among ordinary swords. It would be utterly worthless. Do you understand, hey? Yet, Taotu did not grant Xian much time to elaborate. It's settled then. I await your good news. With that, she placed the Jin Kuan Luo on the forging table and swiftly vanished, leaving Xian in a state of disarray. Well, so be it. I shall do my utmost. I'll wait a few days, and after experiencing a few instances of low quality, I will proceed with the Jin Kuan Luo. To his surprise, the experience gained from playing online games in his past life proved useful even in this new world. In this world, for the next 5 days, Xian encountered no multiples exceeding 10. On the 5th day, he even faced a disheartening occurrence of 0. 7 times. This effectively transformed a fine blade into a fragile object that could shatter with the slightest touch, leaving Xian utterly speechless. However, such low multiples had only graced his presence twice in over 3 years. Now, with such a stroke of misfortune, could it be time to forge the Jin Kuan Luo? Thus, Xian summoned Tao Tuesday. After all, the Jin Kuan Luo is a substantial blade, and should he mismanage it, resulting in Taotu mistakenly believing he hoarded the Jin Kuan Luo and presenting her with a worthless piece. How could he possibly explain that? If Taotu were to ask how he could turn the materials of the Jin Kuan Luo into something that crumbles to dust with a mere touch, it would be a stain on his reputation that even the Yellow River could not wash away. Therefore, he decided to let her observe from the sidelines. After all, there was nothing objectionable about her witnessing the forging of swords. One must understand that the true secrets lie not in the process of forging. Taotu was indeed quite fascinated by Xian's sword-making endeavors and eagerly arrived to witness the birth of her brand new Jin Kuan Luo. Consequently, The door to the forge was closed, and although there was no fiery passion igniting, the flames within the furnace burned fiercely. As time passed, the sun began its descent. In the marshal's office, all of these were forged by Xian? Indeed, Marshal. Antonio presented over 20 blades. The warring states were somewhat exhilarated. Although none of them reached the caliber of a great blade, they were all quality blades, with several nearing the level of a great blade. It is worth noting that there are only 50 renowned blades of this caliber in the entire world. Furthermore, much like the devil fruits, they hold a value that is unattainable in the market. How many swordsmen on the seas have risked their lives for merely a quality blade? Therefore, one must never underestimate a quality blade, regarding it as worthless. Worthless, only to those who already possess supreme great blades or great blades. Well done. But where is Xian? In the forge, he and Tao had not emerged since they entered early in the morning. Tao, what are they up to? I shall take a look. Marshal, the door to the forge has been locked from the inside. Alone together. They had even complicated the door's locking mechanism. Between the two of them, could it be? No, that seems unlikely. The age difference is too great. Yet, with Tao's appearance, one would hardly guess she was over 30, making her presence with Xian appear more like that of siblings. Thus, there does seem to be a possibility. Moreover, Tao is a formidable swordswoman. If she were to develop feelings for someone, could it not be for Xian? Who possesses the talent to forge renowned blades? It seems more plausible, does it not? No, I must consult with Crane. At this moment, within the forge, the two were entirely unaware of the unfolding drama in the heart of the warring states. The man was working with utmost seriousness, while the woman observed from the side. Her cheeks faintly flushed. Let there be no misunderstanding. This is due to the excessive heat in the forging chamber. Of course. If it weren't for the subsequent soliloquy of Tao, this explanation would indeed hold merit. This little fellow, when diligently working, truly exhibits a rather handsome demeanor. Murmuring to himself in a voice only he could hear, a slight smile crept upon Tao's lips. Just at that moment. Completed. Can a rat named 014 truly be a good person? Ding. Today's designated project has achieved a remarkable 80-fold increase in yield. A flash of information coursed through Xian's mind. And he was suddenly enlightened. 80 times. The newly forged Jin Kuan Luo, due to its uniquely special materials, had already attained the quality of a fine blade after Xian's meticulous crafting. Compared to the one previously taken by Tao, its initial state was even superior. Although the multiplier was lower by 19, the base quality was significantly stronger. Jiang Xingchen could intuitively sense this. While it was somewhat inferior to his own blade, it far surpassed the one named Sleeve White Snow by Tao Tuesday. Even without being liberated, it had preliminarily reached the level of a supreme blade, albeit likely at the tail end of that category. With a mere thought, Xian infused the blade with his spiritual energy. It responded. Indeed, this was also a shallow strike. It seemed luck was on his side today. This was, After confirming the quality of the blade in his hand, Xian turned to speak. However, just as he began, he noticed Tao approaching. Then, she began to poke and prod at him, seemingly engaged in some peculiar activity. I say, Tao, what exactly are you doing? Just confirming whether you are truly human. Of course, I am human. That must wait until I finish my confirmation. Very well. Do as you wish. With arms spread wide, Xian simply reclined. At that moment, the door to the forging chamber swung open once more. This time revealing Zhang Guo, accompanied by Colonel Antonio. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned awkward. You all carry on. I will return shortly. Stepping back 2 paces, Zhang Guo firmly shut the door. Antonio. Yes, Marshal. You have seen nothing today. Understood. Excellent. Continue to wait here. When Xian emerges, inform him to visit my office tomorrow. Certainly. Hiss. It was only after Zhang Guo had walked away that Antonio recalled something significant. It seemed he had just witnessed some scenes he ought not to have seen. When Tao emerges, will he truly still be alive? Meanwhile, the already departed Zhang Guo wore a rather serious expression. No, I must seek out he for a discussion. Xian is merely 15 years old. And this is tantamount to a crime. If Tao were to overhear Zhang Guo's musings, she would likely go mad and draw her blade to chase after him. Though she would be unable to prevail. Within the forging chamber. Ha ha ha. After a minute of silence, Xian could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. This is truly. How do you still smile? Admiral Peach Rabbit, you cannot blame me. I did attempt to intervene, yet you refused to heed my warnings. Then why did you not intervene with greater resolve? Well, at that moment, it felt rather amusing, so. Moments later, outside the forge, Antonio trembled as he listened to Xian's anguished cries. Soon, it seemed that his turn would be next. The following day, it was unclear how the news spread, yet numerous sailors were discussing the events that transpired in the forge. However, the central figures were neither Xian nor Sengoku, but rather Admiral Peach Rabbit and Colonel Antonio. It was said that last night, Colonel Antonio had spied on Admiral Peach Rabbit, only to be subsequently beaten nearly to death by the furious Admiral, and was now lying in the medical bay. Indeed, rumors can be frightfully exaggerated. The reality was that after leaving the forge, Admiral Peach Rabbit cast a fierce glare at Antonio. Subsequently, perhaps out of sheer fright, he stumbled over a stone just a few steps into his return, failing to brace himself and suffered a considerable fall. Just moments ago, When Xian overheard other sailors discussing this incident, he nearly burst into laughter. A few minutes later, Xian arrived outside Sengoku's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Old Sengoku, do you require my presence? Yes, concerning these matters. Pointing to the side of the office, where over 20 meticulously arranged blades were displayed on a set of knife racks, Sengoku remarked, you could make the final decision on these, couldn't you? Originally, it was supposed to be that way, but I still wish to seek your counsel, as you are the one who crafted them. In that case, I believe you could utilize these swords to attract some swordsmen, thereby enhancing the Navy's strength. After all, weapons of such caliber would surely entice many masters of the blade. Upon hearing Xian's words, Sengoku's eyes lit up. This young lad, it seems, shares a mind remarkably akin to my own. Initially, Sengoku intended merely to inquire out of politeness. Regardless of Xian's response, he had already resolved to invest the majority of his efforts in cultivating alliances with formidable swordsmen. Now, given that Xian has spoken so candidly, it becomes all the more manageable. Very well, let us proceed according to your wishes. Nodding, Sengoku remarked, presenting himself in a manner wholly respectful towards Xian. However, the true nature of Sengoku's thoughts remained of little concern to Xian. After all, it was merely a matter of some decent swordsmanship. It might attract a modicum of attention. Yet it would not incite the guerilla or the celestial dragons to take action against him. There is another matter to discuss, one that pertains to you as well. What is it? It concerns the Campbell family. We have been conducting covert investigations for the past 6 months, and we have begun to piece together some leads. While not yet definitively confirmed, it appears there may be a connection to the Navy's 16th branch in the East Blue. Crane has uncovered some clues pointing towards the branch chief, Rat. Is that so? Were you already aware of this? Sengoku expressed his surprise. It took Hua half a year to painstakingly uncover this clue. Given the considerable passage of time, conducting the investigation in secrecy is indeed a formidable challenge. Yet, Xian's words suggest that he seems to possess knowledge of it already. How could he possibly know? I'm uncertain. I only recall hearing old Karp mention that he entrusted the task to him, but Xian, disinterested in the search, redirected the task to the mouse. What? Didn't that scoundrel Karp tell me that after searching for several months, he returned to headquarters empty-handed? However, Bogart mentioned that Karp had remained in Windmill Village throughout that period without departing. Xian's revelation has effectively betrayed Karp. That rascal, sigh. Let us set aside that scoundrel for the moment and discuss how you discern that there was an issue with the mouse. Is it not simple? Can a good person be named after a rodent? One glance at that name reveals it belongs to an individual of the utmost depravity. Very well. Sengoku admits he was genuinely taken aback by Xian's remark. So, your suspicion regarding the mouse is predicated solely on its name? Yet, there seems to be a kernel of truth in that reasoning. Could anyone good possibly bear the name of a mouse? Unbeknownst to him, Sengoku appears to have been subtly misled. 015 The unhuman Xian and Zephyr. To speak candidly, Xian has always harbored skepticism towards the Navy's intelligence system. At times, it can swiftly ascertain an individual's identity, including their origins and past experiences. Yet, there are instances where the most overt matters elude the Navy's grasp entirely. Take, for instance, the village of Kakaxia on the Zumida Islands, or the 20-odd neighboring villages that remained oblivious to being ruled by a malevolent dragon for such an extended duration. This is truly remarkable. Certainly, a significant portion of naval intelligence is derived from the CP organization rather than being entirely self-sourced. And this factor accounts for a substantial part of the situation. Therefore, once the officials of the world government collaborate with the rats, it becomes exceedingly easy to conceal everything. This is due to the fact that the very source of naval intelligence has already encountered issues. In such circumstances, what role can one expect the Navy's intelligence department to play? By the way, I overheard Karp mention that on the desolate island where you once resided, there exists a ferocious beast, possessing strength akin to that of a major or lieutenant colonel from headquarters. Sengoku, what are you scheming? The hind leg of that beast belongs to me, and me alone. Upon hearing Sengoku speak of the beast, Shien immediately became vigilant. While Sengoku's face bore a few lines of annoyance. What are you thinking, you rascal? The elite training camp is about to conduct its annual practical examination. And this time I intend for Zephyr to take all the cadets to the East Sea for assessment, specifically to the very island you once called home. Do you grasp my intentions? Sengoku spoke with a hint of profundity. Sengoku, are you suggesting that I take action to cleanse the Navy of its impurities? Shien raised an eyebrow. Do not let your imagination run wild. Such matters do not concern a mere cadet like you. However, if the Navy in East Sea Town engages in wrongdoing and harms civilians, then, regardless of your rank, it is your duty to eradicate such vermin, for you are, after all, a member of the Navy now. Yet, one thing you must remember, adequate evidence is imperative, otherwise, removing your naval uniform and facing trial on Judicial Island will be your only fate. Good heavens. Shien began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Sengoku was nearly certain that the rat posed a problem. Yet, he lacked substantial evidence. Moreover, the rat might very well be entangled with certain high-ranking officials within the world government, making it difficult for even Sengoku to act decisively. Thus, he entrusted this matter to Shien. On one hand, it presented him with an opportunity to avenge his adversary and bolster his own reputation. On the other hand, Despite Sengoku's dire warnings about the consequences, Xian's status would ensure that if he merely eliminated a rat, he would not be sent to Judicial Island for trial. The most probable outcome would simply be his expulsion from the Navy. Otherwise, would it not send a message to the world that nobility and commoners are equally culpable? Do not doubt it. In this world, the narrative that nobility's crimes differ from those of commoners has been the world government's long-standing propaganda. Ultimately, should the vermin within the Navy be exterminated, even in the worst-case scenario, Shien would merely face expulsion from the Navy. As for Sengoku, he would remain unscathed. This cunning old fellow truly possesses a remarkable knack for scheming, which is why he is dubbed a mastermind. However, it seems this intellect has been misapplied. Nevertheless, Xian would not refuse such an opportunity. 3 days later, Xian departed from the sword-forging battalion and returned to the elite training camp. Antonio, lying on the hospital bed, was weeping inconsolably. To the unknowing observer, it might appear as though Xian had inflicted some grievous harm upon him. In response, Xian affirmed that his sexual orientation was entirely normal and, to prevent any misunderstandings from deepening, even declined Antonio's invitation for a farewell party. Just a few days after returning to the elite training camp, Zephyr announced the year-end assessment plan. The target, BC. This cohort is the worst I have ever guided. In previous years, there were always 1 or 2 individuals who reached the rank of major by the end of the year. But you? You can scarcely count the number who have attained the rank of lieutenant. Is this acceptable? Listening to Zephyr's reprimands, all present bowed their heads in shame. However, there were exceptions. Xian vehemently disagreed with Zephyr's words 1,000 times over. Am I not human? Have I not reached the level of a major officer? Admittedly, I seem to not yet possess the rank of major officer. After all, my current strength is at least at the level of a brigadier general, if not very close to that of a major general. Thus, Zephyr's remarks, to some extent, hold some truth. Very well, I shall pardon that old man this time. Xian mused to himself. Now, let me elucidate the details of this assessment. On an unnamed island in the East Sea, there resides a ferocious beast. You must either defeat it and then enjoy a delightful bonfire feast with the exquisite meat of the beast, or become the beast's dinner. In the end, Xian would not participate in this assessment. He would serve as a temporary examiner. After all, should Xian participate, it is likely that you would not even lay eyes on the beast before he dealt with it. When Zephyr announced that Xian would serve as a temporary examiner, all the trainees were taken aback. After all, Xian had joined this training camp more recently than any of them. How could he be an examiner? However, upon hearing Zephyr's subsequent explanation, they felt somewhat relieved. They recalled how Xian had effortlessly crushed Xian, who had graduated a year prior and now held the position of assistant instructor. If one were to judge purely by strength, Xian indeed possessed the qualifications. The crucial point was that Zephyr had stated there was only one ferocious beast. If Xian were to participate, it was entirely possible that they would not even glimpse the beast before the assessment concluded. Ultimately, with the exception of Xian, all others would fail the assessment. Thus, they accepted this reality, whether they liked it or not. More than 10 days later, a military vessel carrying the instructor team and dozens of trainees successfully traversed the calm zone and entered the East Sea. Each individual wore a blissful smile. After all, the waters of the calm zone were teeming with sea kings. While they may not pose a challenge to the strong for these trainees, the sea kings were utterly terrifying, far beyond what mere humans could conquer. Hence, their joy upon successfully passing through the calm zone was entirely justified. However, on the deck, a conversation unfolded between Xian and Zephyr. Old Zephyr, upon our return, could you possibly dismantle the sea stone beneath the ship? What are you plotting this time? I have no ulterior motive. I merely heard that the meat of the sea kings is exceptionally delicious and rich in energy, which is highly beneficial for cultivation. Unfortunately, they avoid the vicinity due to the sea stone beneath the ship. You rascal. Zephyr was both amused and exasperated by Xian. To think he would wish to dismantle the sea stone just to taste the meat of the sea kings. Truly, he is remarkable. Fine. We shall remove the sea stone upon our return. Old Zephyr, you are indeed reliable. Xian felt quite pleased with this response. As for Zephyr, he remained indifferent. Sea kings, unless they were the royal varieties lurking in the depths of the ocean, posed little threat. Xian was correct in stating that the meat of sea kings was indeed rich in nutrients and energy, which would be advantageous for cultivation. Should their assessment results be satisfactory, perhaps they could reward them with a feast. The dialogue between the two left no room for discretion regarding the presence of others. Consequently, the trainees, who had just been celebrating their safe passage through the calm zone, suddenly felt their spirits plummet. These two individuals are hardly human. Who desires to consume sea kings? We merely wish for a safe return to our headquarters. As for what was said earlier, let us pretend it was never uttered. On a desolate island in the East Sea, a sudden roar erupted from the depths of the forest, startling all the birds into flight. A monstrous beast, akin to a small mountain, rampaged through the underbrush, pursuing several wild creatures ahead. Ever since Xian's departure 6 months ago, Dahe had completely liberated itself, reveling in a life of leisure. Each day unfolded in a blissful cycle of feasting and slumber. Such is the essence of existence. An hour later, having indulged in a hearty meal, it was preparing to enjoy a comfortable afternoon nap. However, at that moment, Dahe abruptly sensed something amiss. its expression shifting to one of genuine alarm. Damn it. Could it be that familiar human presence once more? Impossible. It must not succumb to fear. That individual has departed. Yes, gone for good, never to return. Continuously reassuring its formidable yet paradoxically vulnerable spirit, Dahei ultimately resolved to venture to the beach to ascertain whether its intuition was misguided. Meanwhile, a naval vessel had docked at the shore. Dozens of sailors disembarked, questioning whether this was indeed their assessment location. An uninhabited island, indeed. Who knows what lurks within that forest? It feels even more daunting than pirates. Speaking of which, where is the assessment target? Are you foolish? The beasts possess acute senses. With instructor Zephyr present, they would naturally hesitate to emerge from the woods. Upon hearing this, the surrounding cadets nodded in agreement. It is worth noting that many wild creatures are endowed with remarkable perceptive abilities, some rivaling the prowess of observation hockey. Moreover, instructor Zephyr, a former admiral of the Navy, is undeniably formidable. If I were the beast and sensed Zephyr's presence, I too would hesitate to reveal myself. This was the prevailing sentiment among the students. In truth, their understanding was not misplaced. Dahei, which had intended to confirm its suspicions at the beach, had now come to a halt, trembling uncontrollably. Besides sensing Xian, it had also detected another human presence, one that was far more potent than the Xian it remembered, exceedingly so. This evokes memories of the terror once dominated by Xian. Indeed, humanity can be quite intimidating. Should I then learn to swim and escape to other islands? At that moment, a voice resonated deep within his soul. Dahei, come out this instant. That familiar tone echoed as if etched into his very being. That fellow has truly returned. What should I do? Perhaps I should proactively step out and allow him to knock me unconscious, thus alleviating some of the pain when the time for sacrifice arrives. On the beach, Xian, does your shouting truly serve a purpose? Of course. Dahei is my subordinate. Oh, now I understand. Zephyr nodded, continuing to gaze towards the forest. Minutes later, as the sound of heavy footsteps approached, all the trainees behind them grew tense. Goodness, what magnitude and weight must that beast possess to produce such a sound? Is this truly a foe we can conquer? A sense of trepidation pervaded the hearts of the trainees. Moments later, a creature resembling a small mountain emerged from the thicket. The trainees felt their hearts leap into their throats. Yet, in the next instant, as the formidable beast revealed its full form, they were momentarily taken aback. Why were its four limbs trembling? Why did its eyes reflect an intense fear? There were far too many questions. Even Zephyr cast a questioning glance towards Xian. With a mere smirk, Xian succinctly explained to Zephyr the source of his sustenance on the island. Upon hearing this, Zephyr and all the trainees were rendered speechless. Xian, truly a figure more malevolent and terrifying than any pirate. Unavoidably, all gazes turned towards the great black beast, revealing a glimmer of sympathy in their eyes. Do not worry. Even if we pass the assessment shortly, we shall not feast upon you. Great Black, it has been 6 months since we last met. Have you missed me? I have certainly missed you. Upon reuniting with Great Black, Xian was overwhelmed with joy, advancing with a cheerful demeanor while speaking. Yet, for reasons unknown, his gaze repeatedly drifted towards its hind legs. This startled the large black dog, causing it to quickly retreat a few steps while keeping a vigilant gaze fixed on Xian. Oh dear, your reaction saddens me, Xian remarked. But let us return to the matter at hand. Do you see that group of trainees? He gestured towards the assembly of students. In a moment, I shall allow them to venture into the woods to hunt you, of course. You may also choose to hunt them in return. There is but one stipulation. You must not kill them, though injuries such as missing limbs are permissible. If you manage to knock all the trainees unconscious, I shall spare you from having to offer your flesh today. However, should you be defeated by them, well, do you understand? If so, give me a nod. In the next instant, the large black dog nodded fervently, as if pecking at grains. This scene left everyone in awe. For a creature of such immense size that can comprehend human language is indeed a rarity, even in the world of pirates. However, witnessing the response of the great beast, the trainees felt a wave of relief wash over them. Such a timid beast, it seems. This assessment is assured. Yet, how could they fathom that Dahei's timidity was merely in the presence of Xian? In the next moment, Dahei glanced toward the trainees and suddenly erupted with an extraordinarily fierce aura. Who just claimed that this ferocious beast was cowardly? Step forward, and I guarantee I shall not strike you down. I shall simply dispatch you myself. In this episode, the sole trainee who has attained the rank of a junior officer is utterly exasperated. Meanwhile, Xian continues to relay important considerations to Dahei. A minute later, he says, "All right. You may return now. The other trainees will depart in 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Dahei nods and turns to enter the woods. Old Zephyr, it's all set. Are you certain that beast won't simply eliminate or devour these trainees? Rest assured, Dahei consumes his meals whole and digests them slowly. Should any unforeseen incident arise, we can swiftly extract the individuals from his belly. Would you truly be willing to relinquish him? Surely, you cannot bear to do so. As Dahei's worth far surpasses that of a mere trainee. Perhaps, you might disregard what I just said? Just moments ago, Xian's words had alleviated the trainees' fears significantly. Yet the last statement left them puzzled. What did he mean by disregarding his previous remarks? Was he suggesting that if someone were to be swallowed, he would not release the beast to rescue them? How many times has this happened? Can you and Instructor Zephyr not behave like reasonable individuals? Could you kindly pretend you did not hear those earlier comments? Turning around, Xian noticed all the trainees were gazing at him and Zephyr, which made him feel rather embarrassed. The words he had uttered were indeed not suitable for the ears of these trainees. Therefore, with a smile, Xian intended to discuss the matter with the trainees, hoping they would act as though they had not heard his previous statements. This operation is utterly exasperating. In the forest, dozens of elite training camp participants were divided into numerous small groups. Some consisted of merely 2 individuals, while others formed clusters of 7 or 8. Accompanying each group was a quietly observant instructor, all of whom were naval officers of colonel rank, imperceptible to the current capabilities of these trainees. On the beach, Xian. How many of them do you truly believe will pass the assessment? Well, I fear none, Xian replied after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, Zephyr let out a slight sigh. After all, if Xian could perceive such a conclusion, it was evident that Zephyr had anticipated the outcome long before. In days gone by, the Navy was teeming with talent, and nearly every cohort in the elite training camp showcased numerous promising candidates. However, in recent years, apart from a select few, there has been a noticeable dearth of capable individuals. The Navy is experiencing a troubling generational gap. Even the youngest of the 3 admirals, Akiji, is now in his 40s. As for Kizaru, he has already surpassed 50. Once the 3 great admirals of this generation step down, there will be no one in the Navy capable of stepping up and sustaining the grandeur. Even the 2 current candidates for admiral still exhibit a significant gap in strength compared to their predecessors. At this moment, Zephyr, unaware of the impending events surrounding the warlords of the sea, remained deeply concerned about the future of the Navy. Fear not, old Zephyr, for I am here, he reassured. The Navy of the future will undoubtedly surpass the strength of the present. Furthermore, he recalled Xian, a young prodigy whose talents he had momentarily overlooked. After hearing Xian's words, Zephyr's spirits lifted considerably. With such extraordinary aptitude, Xian's future achievements might well eclipse those of the current 3 admirals. Indeed, during their first year at the elite training camp, the present admirals were far less formidable than Xian. As for talent, it was incomparable. He could learn and innovate upon observing Garp's technique just once. In the realm of swordsmanship, he also possessed the highest caliber of talent. Additionally, Xian emanated a mysterious energy that Zephyr himself struggled to comprehend. Indeed, as long as Xian remained in the Navy, there was no cause for concern regarding its future. Young man, I do not require your comfort, Zephyr retorted. Moreover, it is time for you to attend to your duties, is it not? In response, Xian nodded, recognizing the truth in those words. He had not come merely to participate in assessments. The ship for extraction should have arrived by now, correct? He recalled their earlier communication, confirming that it awaited him 30 nautical miles away, and that the vessel, Xian, was prepared for departure. Very well, I shall change my attire and set forth. However, old Zephyr, do not indulge in any mischief in my absence. He nodded, but soon adopted a serious demeanor. Mischief? What do you mean? Zephyr paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. Is this fellow afraid of carving the flesh of that fierce beast to consume? Is he truly such a person? Surely not. However, the fact that this lad is so preoccupied with it raises the question of how delectable the meat from that beast's legs must be. Given the rarity of this opportunity, perhaps it would not be so bad to give it a try? Little does Xian know that Zephyr initially had no such intention, but now, with his words, the situation has become uncertain. A few minutes later, a small boat was lowered from the warship, and under the guidance of Xian and Xian, it gradually set sail. At this moment, the 2 were clad in ordinary attire, indistinguishable from common folk. Meanwhile, 30 nautical miles away, a merchant vessel, specially arranged by the warring states, lay in wait. This matter, aside from Sengoku, Crane, and Zephyr, is known only to Xian and Xian, the 2 participants in this operation. 2 days later, Captain, what island is that? Xian inquired, spotting a faint landmass on the horizon. That is a small island on the outskirts of the Jomada archipelago, home to a village called Cocoa, renowned for its abundant oranges. However, Sai, is there an issue with Cocoa? I cannot say, I cannot. The captain waved his hand, indicating he would not elaborate further. It is worth mentioning that the reason they managed to evade the gaze of the world government is that Sengoku did not utilize the Navy's channels to orchestrate this mission. This merchant ship was, in fact, a smuggler vessel from the East Blue, arranged through Crane's connections, who were compensated with 1 million berries to retrieve 2 individuals. Therefore, the captain remained unaware of Xian and Xian's naval affiliations. As for further inquiries, he chose not to press. In their line of work, the less one knows, the safer one remains. After all, they were being paid handsomely. Why ask too many questions? Xian, I sense something amiss, that Cocoa Village might pose a problem. Indeed. But let us not rush. If we continue to inquire or demand to be disembarked, it may raise suspicions. All right, I trust your judgment. I nodded in agreement. Their mission was clandestine, and any potential issues with Cocoa could be investigated later. There was no need to incite suspicion at this juncture. Half a day later, the merchant ship docked at a trading island within the Jomada archipelago, a mere few dozen kilometers from the Navy's 16th Division. After greeting the captain, the 2 disembarked and departed. In any case, their priority was intelligence gathering. Xian, look over there. After wandering through the market for a while, and suddenly pointed in a certain direction. Following Ein's gesture, Xian noticed a stall selling oranges. At first glance, it appeared quite ordinary. However, nearby, several sailors were stationed, guarding the orange vendor. Sailors protecting an orange stall? What is this operation? No matter how one looks at it, it seems exceedingly strange. Wait a moment. Could it be that? Soon, Xian conceived a possibility. There is but one island in the vicinity renowned for its abundance of oranges. Although a ferocious dragon has claimed dominion over it, sealing it off entirely from entry and exit, one must ponder, to whom would the villagers sell their oranges? If they are unable to find buyers, how will they procure the monthly sum of 50,000 berries to secure their lives? Surely, they cannot conjure berries out of thin air? However, if there are 16 naval officers accompanying them, permitting a few villagers to sell on behalf of the entire populace, that could certainly explain the situation. Thus, these orange vendors are, in fact, the villagers of Cocoa Beach? No wonder they all appear so unwell. After all, the meager earnings they toil for each month are nearly all surrendered, leaving little for better sustenance. It is entirely understandable that their health has deteriorated over time. Let us approach and probe further. Excellent. Soon, the two arrived at several orange stalls and feigned interest in examining the quality of the fruit. Brother, these oranges look splendid. Indeed, our oranges from Cocoa Beach are renowned throughout the East Sea. Ah, so they hail from Cocoa Beach. I have heard from my elders that the oranges from your region are unparalleled in the East Sea. Precisely, I am not exaggerating, once. The villager seemed animated. Yet his expression swiftly dimmed. Now, alas, Xian understood his thoughts all too well. Indeed, the quality is undeniable, but how to sell them? 300 berries per pound, though we can offer a discount for larger purchases. Very well, then I shall take 20 pounds. Splendid. The villager beamed with joy. At 300 berries per pound, 20 pounds would amount to 6,000 berries. Even with a discount, he would surely garner at least 5,000. Just this single transaction would cover a tenth of his living expenses for the month. To be candid, brother, I am also in the orange trade. Might you be able to handle larger orders and provide a steady supply? Yes, of course. Then I must first visit Cocoa Beach to inspect the scale of the orchards and their management. Can you arrange that? Had it been a few years prior, he would have unhesitatingly agreed to such a favorable proposition. Yet now, he hesitated. What is the matter? Is there an issue with these oranges? No, there is absolutely no problem with our oranges from Cocoa Beach. It's just what? The villager fell silent, reluctant to continue. After all, several naval officers were currently watching them closely. Enough chatter, buy or leave. One of the naval officers approached, speaking with an air of arrogance. This scene caused the yet-to-be-born Ain, who had been lingering nearby, to furrow his brow in an instant. Never mind, if they won't even allow a glimpse of the plantation. These oranges must be dubious. Let us depart. With that, Xian grasped Ain and made to leave. However, the Marine seemed unwilling to let the matter conclude so easily. Young man, you just informed this merchant of your intention to purchase 20 pounds of oranges. Since you have made such a declaration, you must adhere to it. Otherwise, be wary of being taken into custody. Is the Navy attempting to engage in coercive commerce? So what if they are? In this territory, our words constitute the law, and all must abide by it. The law. By your assertion, it does indeed seem rather inconvenient. Thus, we shall take those 20 pounds of oranges. 20 pounds? Given your earlier deceit against these merchants, you are now fined and required to purchase 200 pounds as compensation for the merchant. Should you refuse, you may find yourself in jail, awaiting someone to bail you out. 200 pounds? No problem, absolutely no problem. Surprisingly, Xian replied with a smile, without a moment's hesitation. This also left the Marine filled with regret. Was this fellow truly so timid? Why did he not claim 2,000 pounds instead? However, 200 pounds of oranges, you say? I shall take them, but I never mentioned a willingness to pay for them, did I? In the next instant, Xian's form vanished without a trace. In mere seconds, all 8 Marines present lay incapacitated. You lot, take the oranges and follow me. I do not wish to repeat myself. The fierce glint in his eyes sent an inexplicable shiver through the hearts of several villagers from Caucasia. This is natural for Xian. In addition to his fierce gaze, also exuded a hint of spiritual pressure, which proved to be remarkably effective. Soon, the villagers, laden with carts full of oranges, followed Xian to the port. Although many passers-by witnessed their journey from the market to this point, none dared to intervene. After all, the spiritual pressure emanating from Xian, albeit faint, was sufficient to intimidate all ordinary individuals. Xian, what exactly do you intend to do? I inquired in a hushed tone. I trust you have noticed that Caucasia village is in severe trouble, correct? Of course. But what does that have to do with your current actions? To call you a foolish girl is an understatement. Am I supposed to declare myself as a Navy officer right here and interrogate these villagers? Wouldn't that be akin to alerting the snake in the grass? Xian replied, exasperated. Ain, who had been referred to as a foolish girl, felt a surge of irritation but managed to suppress her anger. So, you intend to feign the abduction of these villagers, even seizing their ship, only to reveal your identity and inquire about the situation once we are out of sight? Well, you are partially correct. The crux of the matter is that we have no ship, all right? At this, I was momentarily taken aback. So, finding a ship is your primary objective? In fact, securing a vessel was indeed Xian's principal aim. After all, having watched various pirate tales in his past life, did he truly need to seek information from others regarding the affairs of Kokoxia village? If there were any ulterior motives beyond finding a ship, it would be to render everything more plausible. Otherwise, how could he explain his familiarity with the situation in Kokoxia village? You claim to be Navy officers. Or from the Navy headquarters. 30 kilometers from the island, aboard a small sailing vessel, several villagers from Kokoxia village stared wide-eyed. Initially believing they were to perish at the hands of pirates, their despair turned to astonishment as two ruthless pirates suddenly transformed their demeanor. They untied the villagers and sincerely apologized. Ultimately, they even declared themselves as Navy officers. Excuse me, Navy Commander. I find myself perplexed. If you are indeed Navy, then why did you just attack other Navy personnel and abduct us? Regarding that, we are acting under the orders of Admiral Sengoku to covertly investigate the 16th Division in the East Sea. Thus, until we have ascertained the situation, we cannot disclose our identities. So, the Navy has finally uncovered the collusion between the 16th Division and the Dragon Pirates? Indeed, when you mention collusion, are you referring to the Fishman Dragon? Please elaborate, Xian exclaimed, feigning surprise. Of course, it's an act. However, I was genuinely concerned. The alliance between the Navy's division and the Dragon Pirates, what was the truth behind it? She turned to the speaking villager, eager for clarification. 3 years ago, the Dragon Pirates arrived at Kokoxia village, demanding a ransom for our lives. Regardless of gender or age, every individual was required to pay 50,000 berries each month or face execution. In the span of 3 years, over 20 villagers have been brutally slain for failing to meet this demand. 50,000 per person, per month? And this applies regardless of age or gender. While 50,000 may not seem excessive in the pirate world, for ordinary villagers, it was a considerable sum. Especially when they needed to set aside money for daily sustenance, it was an insurmountable burden. These despicable pirates, did you not seek help from the 16th Division? Seek help from the 16th Division? We certainly did, the villager replied with a bitter smile. However, everyone who attempted to leave the island to reach the Navy's 16th Division was returned without exception, and those Navy personnel even delivered them straight to the Dragon. How could this be? Did you not consider approaching other divisions? Of course we did, but all our larger vessels were destroyed by the Dragon. Attempting to navigate a small raft across hundreds of nautical miles would be tantamount to suicide. I see. In his previous life, Xian had contemplated this. If the 16th Division was ineffective, why not approach other divisions? At worst, they could go directly to Logtown. Surely Smoker would not conspire with these Navy scoundrels. But hearing this now, he understood. With all ships destroyed, while it was possible to discreetly fell trees to construct a makeshift raft, how could such a fragile vessel withstand the tumultuous sea? A single wave could easily capsize it. Thus, aside from the nearby 16th Division, they had no means to reach other Navy branches. Xian, what do you plan to do? At this moment, Ein's eyes blazed with determination. Clearly, she was infuriated. The Dragon Pirates, you say? Ein, are you interested in visiting Kokoxia village? Just the two of us? We need not notify Instructor Zephyr? Not necessary. Their examination lasts a week, and it would be unwarranted to disrupt the process for these inept fishmen. True. I nodded in agreement. To those on this side of the East Sea, the Dragon might appear formidable, almost beyond human comprehension. However, those from the headquarters viewed the Dragon as relatively insignificant, a mere minor player in the grand narrative of the Grand Line. At the 16th Division of the Navy. What did you say? You were attacked, and the people of Kokoxia village, along with their ship, were seized? Incompetent fools, a bunch of worthless imbeciles. Do you have any images of the assailants? What? None? You brainless idiots. What else can you do? Oh, you can at least sketch a rough image? Get it done and send over immediately. Bang. After shouting into the transponder snail for quite some time, Mouse, enraged, slammed down the receiver. About an hour later, the sketches arrived. Mouse examined them and nodded in satisfaction. Had Xian been present, he would undoubtedly have unleashed a torrent of criticism regarding the Navy's artistic capabilities. Is this me? Goodness, I have finally come to understand why Sanji was depicted in such a manner in the original work. It appears this is the style of the Navy. The image in the Mouse's hand is utterly more outrageous than Sanji's portrayal in the original narrative. Colonel, should we truly report this to the headquarters for a bounty? I believe it would be better to handle this matter privately. Did you not hear that group of fools? One person single-handedly dispatched all 8 of them in an instant, to the extent that they couldn't even perceive how the attack was executed. Handle it privately? Do you think you can manage that? Upon hearing the Mouse's words, the adjutant was also filled with trepidation. To eliminate 8 Marines from the 16th Division in a mere heartbeat, while they stood at different positions, leaving them no time to react at all. Even the formidable pirates of the East Sea, each with bounties exceeding 10 million, would likely find this task insurmountable, wouldn't they? As the lieutenant pondered these thoughts, the Mouse had already seized the transponder snail to establish communication with headquarters. This is the Navy headquarters. I am the head of the 16th Division, Mouse, and I bear urgent news that necessitates reporting. Colonel Mouse, please proceed. 2 exceptionally heinous criminals have emerged in the East Sea. They have aggressively assaulted our patrol vessel from the 16th Division, resulting in numerous injuries. Ultimately, they even kidnapped a significant number of civilians. I am requesting an immediate bounty of no less than 30 million berries. As he spoke into the transponder snail, Mouse could hardly contain his fervor. Understood, Colonel Mouse. Your request has been duly noted and will be processed shortly. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Indeed. Due to extensive damage inflicted on the warship, coupled with the loss of weaponry, the 16th Division requires an extraordinary expenditure of approximately 3 million berries. Understood. I shall include this request in the report. Lastly, please send the photographs of the 2 pirates at your earliest convenience. Certainly, I will transmit them immediately. Meanwhile, the lieutenant, who had been a silent witness to Mouse's entire conversation, was left in a state of astonishment. Goodness. Not only is our colonel seeking a bounty of 30 million on those 2, but he also claims the warship has sustained severe damage and that there has been a loss of weaponry, warranting an application for an extraordinary allocation of 3 million berries. One wonders how the 3 million berries will be utilized once it is granted. Is there even a need to ask? Naturally. We shall proceed to directly line the pockets of the rat. However, the lieutenant has severely underestimated his superior. Listen closely. Once the bounty notice is issued, inform the dragon to eliminate him, and thereafter we shall arrange for someone to collect the bounty in his stead, taking a service fee of 10 million berries. Do you comprehend? Hiss. Upon hearing this, the lieutenant could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The colonel truly spares no opportunity to profit. 2 hours later, Naval Headquarters, Conference Room. Today marks the weekly routine meeting, with the agenda centered on assessing newly emerged pirates. Of course, not all newly discovered pirates warrant a thorough evaluation. The fleet admiral and other high-ranking officials are not so readily available. The meeting focuses solely on those with bounties exceeding 10 million. After discussing the other 3 seas and finalizing the bounty amounts for those pirates, it is finally time to address the East Sea. However, the senior officials present in the conference room displayed a palpable lack of interest. The East Sea, once glorious, now stands as the weakest of the seas, while the other 3 seas are rife with pirates boasting bounties in the millions. A pirate with a bounty of 10 million here could be considered a titan of the East Sea. Soon, the colonel responsible for presenting the pirate intelligence produced 2 portraits. Fleet Admiral, this is the information just received from the East Sea. Due to unsuccessful photography, we only have these images. According to Colonel Rat from the 16th Division, this male-female duo has just appeared today, launching an inexplicable assault on a naval vessel, resulting in numerous injuries among the sailors, some critically, and causing significant damage to the ship. Following the attack, they further invaded the island, abducting a multitude of civilians. The Rat Colonel suggested a bounty of 30 million berries for both. As the Colonel continued his presentation, pointing at the 2 images, the expressions of the other attendees shifted to one of incredulity. Crane, is that not Xian? It must be him, and the other is unmistakably Xian. Thus, we are deliberating the appropriateness of the bounty for Xian and Xian? That seems to be the case. Crane nodded earnestly. Fortunately, Xian remained oblivious to this scene. Otherwise, he would surely be incensed. How on earth did you recognize me from that portrait? This is utterly ridiculous. 019 Mooring States old man. Are you all insane? The atmosphere in the conference room grew somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, the colonel remained oblivious, continuing to detail the circumstances surrounding Xian and Xian. Until, how terrifying. Xian and Xian have actually become pirates? Admiral Kizaru, do you know the identities of these 2? Upon hearing Kizaru's sudden interjection, the colonel paused momentarily in his presentation. After all, based on Rat's report, he was unaware of their names. If Admiral Kizaru were indeed informed, that would be splendid. After all, lacking names renders the bounty notice rather awkward, does it not? Well, the male is called Xian, and the female is Xian. Is that so? Upon hearing this, the colonel hastily jotted down their names. Subsequently, based on Colonel Rat's description, we have assigned fitting monikers for these 2, the Bloody Butcher Xian and the Blue-Haired Witch Xian. What do you think, esteemed officials? In the entire conference room, aside from the still ignorant colonel, the remaining individuals visibly twitched at the corners of their mouths. Good heavens. Bloody Butcher Xian? Blue-Haired Witch Xian? Whose name is this? Fortunately, Zephyr is leading a team to the East Sea for an assessment, so he is not present here. Otherwise, it seems that the headquarters would incur additional expenses for redecorating the conference room and purchasing new furniture. Well, I have placed the files of these 2 individuals here. We need to deliberate on this matter. As for the other pirates, let us issue the bounty notices as previously discussed. You may leave now. Yes, Marshal. Although it struck him as odd that the Marshal requested the bounty notices for Shien and Xian, the colonel refrained from inquiring further. After saluting, he departed with a large stack of documents. A moment later, only Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, Akiji, and Kizaru remained in the conference room. What are your thoughts? Sengoku inquired, surveying everyone present. Marshal, I sense there may be some misunderstanding. Setting Shien aside, I would never betray the Navy, unless... There is no unless. Sengoku shot Akiji a glare. He was well aware of what Akiji's unless implied. It suggested that only if Zephyr defected from the Navy would Xian consider doing the same. However, such matters should remain unspoken, hence Sengoku's abrupt interruption. Very well, I misspoke, but aside from that possibility, this situation is undeniably peculiar. They have no reason to attack the Navy, let alone abduct civilians. Given that only Sengoku and Tsuru were privy to Shien's recent actions, Akiji felt somewhat perplexed due to the lack of information. After a brief contemplation, Sengoku turned to Garp. Unfortunately, Garp had been dozing off since the meeting commenced. Watching the bubble fluctuating from Garp's nostrils, Sengoku's frustration mounted. The meeting is over, so I shall take my leave. Just then, Garp suddenly awakened. But, Garp, you rascal, sit down. Has the meeting concluded? Is there anything else? It is Xian you brought back who has encountered trouble in the East Sea. What happened to that kid Xian? It was a rare moment when Garp displayed a somewhat serious expression. Subsequently, Sengoku recounted the earlier events to him, and the response was, "This is the issue? Yes, indeed. Why complicate matters? We could simply contact them and inquire directly. Contact them and ask?" The conference room fell silent once more. Such a straightforward solution, and none of you thought of it? Haha. Be quiet. By the way, is Xian's transponder snail functioning well? Do you have it? If not, I can provide you with the information. Of course, I have it. After giving Garp a glare, Sengoku retrieved the transponder snail. Moments later, brew. Given the shape, it must be the old man Sengoku, right? When the call connected, Xian's voice emerged. Clearly. Upon the call's connection, he had already seen the simulated visage of Sengoku through the transponder snail. Xian, where are you currently? In the East Sea, old man Sengoku. You haven't forgotten the mission you assigned to me, have you? Upon this remark, everyone, save for the crane, turned their gazes towards Sengoku. Goodness. Was this task assigned by you? Why does this matter feel so peculiar? So, it was you, the schemer, who orchestrated this. Well, the last statement was a reflection of Karp's innermost thoughts. Setting aside this affair for the moment, what exactly have you done? Now, the bounty applications for both you and I lie before me. What? I've been bounty hunted? And I too. Indeed. The individuals below have even dubbed you the Bloody Butcher Shien and the Blue-Haired Sorcerer sign. Sengoku, are you all out of your minds? Ahem. How dare you speak in such a manner? Let us clarify exactly what is going on here. Very well, the situation is as follows. A few minutes later, the expressions of everyone in the conference room were exceedingly grim. That rat has not only been implicated in events from over 3 years ago, but is now even colluding with the dragon pirates, enslaving the civilians of over 20 villages? Has the Navy of the East Blue fallen to such depths? Shien, can the two of you handle the dragon pirates? It should be manageable. He is not particularly formidable. Indeed, then I shall entrust this to you. As for the rat from the 16th Division, bring him back for interrogation before any sentencing is determined. Sengoku, did you not say that if there is irrefutable evidence, I could handle it directly? Shien scoffed. You insolent brat, do you not understand? I am protecting you. If it were merely the previous situation, once it was confirmed that the rat was responsible, handling it directly would pose no issue. And the world government would not trouble you for it. However, given the current circumstances, this matter likely involves a vast network of interests, within which there are probably officials of the world government as well. Should you act impulsively, even with your noble title, you would likely encounter complications. Furthermore, merely eliminating a rat holds little significance. We need to extract more information from him. Do you comprehend? Sengoku spoke with utmost seriousness. This made Shien realize that his thoughts had been rather simplistic. Indeed, relying solely on the rat's words would not suffice to conceal such matters for an extended period. To the point where the Navy's intelligence department had received no information whatsoever. It was evident that someone was shielding the rat. Thus, the individual capable of providing cover for the rat and severing the Navy's intelligence channels is certainly not an ordinary person. It is highly probable that they are an official of the world government, one of considerable rank, who can significantly command or influence the CP organization. Spandam? No. At this time, he had yet to amount to anything, not even having ascended to the rank of the highest officer of CP9. Therefore, could it be Spandam? This is indeed highly probable. In a fleeting moment, Xian entertained countless speculations, among which the most likely was Spanda. Gazing at the faint outline of the coastline ahead, Xian shook his head to dispel his thoughts. For Asia village was imminent. 020 Navy, aren't they the villains? Brother Evil Dragon. News has reached us from the mouse that those who went to Sika Island to sell oranges from Asia village have encountered trouble. What kind of trouble? It is said that 2 individuals incapacitated all the Marines keeping watch over them, then made off with both the people and the oranges, leaving even the ship behind. Humans are indeed worthless. Somewhere on the island, a ship had already docked. 2 mermen at the harbor showed no excessive reaction upon witnessing this. They merely approached to account for the number of people and to escort them back to the village. After all, this vessel was not unfamiliar to them. And at that moment, they were unaware of the events transpiring within the Evil Dragon Park. However, as they reached the side of the ship, they were met with a swift figure. So rapid was the movement that before they could react, 2 crimson streaks appeared upon their necks. The assailant was Ein. And at that moment, the vibrant red blood dripped from the 2 short swords she wielded. The scene unfolded like a flash of lightning, leaving several villagers from Kokoxia village utterly stunned. In their worldview, fishmen inherently possess strength at least tenfold that of humans, a race that was deemed insurmountable by mankind. While such a notion might elicit laughter in the Grand Line, for these unsophisticated villagers who had never ventured beyond their confines, it was an undeniable reality. Wow, That female Navy officer is incredibly strong. Perhaps they might indeed defeat the dragon? The villagers felt a surge of hope. After 3 years of hardship, salvation might be at hand today. However, Ein, your speed is rather slow. You ought to practice more. Mind your own business. Ein shot a glare at Xian, clearly displeased. Such indifference. It saddens me. Then you can wallow in your sorrow here. I'm leaving. Ein sheathed her short sword and turned away. It's just a dragon. I can handle it alone. Seeing this, Xian shook his head slightly. If it were 7 years hence, as a member of the Inyo Navy, Ein would indeed possess the prowess to easily subdue a dragon. Yet, the current Ein was still too inexperienced. While a mere tussle with the dragon would present little challenge, defeating it would require the dragon to underestimate her, allowing Ein to unleash her fruit abilities upon contact. After all, at this moment, Ein's strength was merely on par with a lieutenant commander at best. Xian chose not to comment further and simply followed Ein. After all, with his presence, there was little to fear. Moments later, the duo had walked far, leaving behind villagers who were left questioning their existence. Have they forgotten us? No. They are heading to confront the dragon. Surely they wouldn't take us along into such danger? Indeed, I think so too. Soon, the villagers completed their conjectures. After all, Xian and Ein were there as the righteous navy to rescue them, not the scoundrels from the 16th Division. Such noble and valiant sailors could not possibly overlook their plight. Thus, it must be that the impending danger was too great for them to bring the villagers along. Regardless, this was undoubtedly a significant event. We must hurry back to the village and inform everyone. After a brief moment of agreement, the group dashed toward the village. Half an hour later, Ein came to a halt. It was not out of fear, but rather, she had lost her way. In fact, she had completely forgotten to ask the villagers where the dragon was located. Xian, where's the dragon? What? You don't know? Then why have you been walking ahead? Quit being tedious and just tell me whether you know or not. Of course, I don't know. Otherwise, why would I be following you? They exchanged bewildered glances, both momentarily at a loss. But it didn't matter. While they were clueless, the villagers certainly knew. Wait. Where are the villagers? Oh no, it seems we left them behind at the port. Could it be that we, like Zaro, are to wander aimlessly? Xian's face fell at the thought. By the way, Ein, you must have awakened your observation haki by now, right? Indeed, what of it? Then quickly use it to sense where the dragon is. I've only just awakened it. I can barely sense around 10 meters. Ein retorted with irritation. This individual, in the future, aspires to become a formidable leader, effortlessly capable of employing observation haki to cover several kilometers or even farther. Truly ineffectual. Shall I offer you an opportunity to rephrase your thoughts? Miss Ein possesses remarkable talent, having awakened her observation haki before the age of 20, a rare phenomenon indeed. Without a moment's contemplation, a certain someone shamelessly remarked. However, what should be done now? Although I can perceive using spiritual energy, my range remains rather limited. After all, spiritual perception primarily targets spiritual particles. In the realm of soul society, both Shinigami and Hollows are composed of such particles, making perception quite intuitive. Yet, when placed in the world of pirates, the situation becomes rather urgent. While it can be utilized during combat, its range is still significantly restricted. Who are you? Just as both individuals found themselves in a quandary, a sudden voice echoed. Following the sound, they spotted a young girl not far away, gazing at them with a wary expression. Indeed, it was a little girl, appearing considerably younger than Shien. Wait a moment, that orange hair, and that face. Hiss. Is this Nami? Nami at the age of 13? How astonishing. One could easily stumble upon Nami while wandering aimlessly. Little sister, we are not villains. Typically, those who profess they are not bad people are often the very ones who are. We are part of the Navy, truly not malevolent. The Navy. Isn't that synonymous with villainy? After this exchange, Ein found himself somewhat speechless. What theory suggests that one becomes a villain simply by being part of the Navy? Well, let us blame that rascal Mouse. As I reflect on the words of the villagers during our journey, it dawns on me why the girl before me would consider me a villain upon learning of my naval affiliation. Ultimately, it all traces back to that naval pest, Mouse. Very well, allow me to take charge. Xian patted Ein on the shoulder, signaling her to step aside. Nami, is it? How do you know my name? We find ourselves here because we encountered several villagers from Kokoja Island pleading for help. Along the way, they spoke quite a bit about you. Ein furrowed her brow slightly. Did those villagers truly mention me? How could I not recall? However, if Xian knows this young girl's name, it must be true. Really? Of course. It is true. For instance, your sister's name is Nojiko, and your adoptive mother is named Belmir, am I correct? Upon hearing the name Belmir, Nami's eyes immediately glistened with tears. I apologize. I did not intend to bring up your sorrowful memories. So, are you truly here to defeat the dragon? Indeed. Can you now tell us where the dragon is? At this, Nami nodded earnestly. That way, if you walk for about 10 minutes, you shall arrive. Well then, let us return to the village. The nightmare will soon come to an end. Xian gently ruffled Nami's hair. However, he was met with the girl's unwavering gaze. No. I want to see the dragon defeated with my own eyes. In the dragon park, the elder dragon pondered. There is something that has long eluded my understanding. Is it about Nami? Upon hearing Chu's words, the dragon immediately grasped the subject at hand. After all, ever since I made that decision a few days ago, I have felt a lingering discontent. Why did I accept her, even granting her the chance to redeem her village? She is merely a lowly human woman. You do not understand. We will inevitably return to the Grand Line to exact our vengeance upon those people, and to achieve that, an exceptional navigator is absolutely indispensable. A navigator? Does Nami possess such talent? Initially, I did not realize it until recently when I saw the nautical charts she had drawn. At the tender age of 13, she was able to accomplish this without any guidance. Her talent is undoubtedly among the finest in this world. The dragon chuckled. In the days of the Sun Pirates, they suffered significantly at sea due to a lack of navigators. After all, fishermen have never excelled in sailing the surface waters. Having experienced this in the past, the dragon now places immense value on navigators. If that is the case, why not simply keep Nami under our control? Why grant her the opportunity to redeem her village? Well, if we were to forcefully take her away, what if she leads us into a trap? Moreover, she is still quite young and inexperienced. But what if, in that time, she manages to earn 100 million berries? I merely stated that if she can provide me with 100 million berries, I would sell Kakoja village to her. However, if before she can pay, others steal or seize it, that is no longer my concern. I see now. The dragon intends to subject Nami to utter despair, thereby ensuring her willingness to join the dragon pirates. Upon hearing this, Chu nodded in agreement. At this moment, Nami's status in his eyes had slightly risen, transforming from a lowly human woman to, albeit still lowly, a human woman with some potential for utility. Just then, Nami? Observing the girl entering through the gates of Dragon Park, the dragon rose from his reclined position. Nami, have you given it some thought? She will undoubtedly refuse. Though spoken in a feminine tone, it was evident that these three words did not originate from Nami, but rather from someone outside Dragon Park. In the next moment, a man and a woman came into view before all the fishmen. You are not from Kakoja village. Who are you? We are the Navy. Two unsheathed swords were firmly grasped in Ain's hands. Upon witnessing this, the dragon's expression turned icy. Ain had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with the dragon and charged directly at him. Yet, three figures swiftly appeared before the dragon, blocking Ain's advance. The three key officers of the dragon pirates, Kirby, Chu, and Shachi. Having read the original story, Xian instantly recognized them. Ain, do you require assistance? Enough chatter. I can handle this alone. Without looking back, Ain firmly declined. During the assessment battle, she had previously lost to this individual. To reclaim her honor, she had diligently trained for 3 months. At this moment, seeking his assistance would surely invite his disdain. One individual is remarkably obstinate. In truth, although Ain harbored some emotions regarding her defeat during the last evaluation, she bore no animosity towards Xian. However, subsequent events have left a lingering discomfort in her heart. Having regarded Zephyr as a father figure, she was astonished to learn that he wished to adopt Xian as his son. The most crucial aspect was that Xian ultimately declined the offer. The opportunity she had long desired was rejected by this fellow. Yet, Zephyr seemed unfazed, even treating Xian as a cherished disciple to mentor. Eventually, Zephyr and Xian frequently engaged in private discussions about matters unknown to her. This stirred a tinge of jealousy within Ain. Indeed, it was jealousy, for even she had never been treated by Zephyr in such a manner. Perhaps it was her inferiority to Shien that led to Zephyr's disappointment? Consequently, she immersed herself in rigorous training, vowing to surpass Shien and reclaim her standing in Zephyr's heart. With such sentiments, how could she ever allow Shien to assist her? She was determined to demonstrate that whatever Shien could accomplish, she too could achieve. Is Ain's sister all right? Though Shien harbored no immediate concerns for Ain, at least in the short term, and even if problems arose later, he could intervene. However, Nami, on the other hand, was exceedingly anxious. After all, they were facing the formidable dragon and the three powerful commanders of the dragon pirate crew, each a force to be reckoned with. Merely judging by their appearances, Nami found it difficult to believe that Shien could triumph over these four. Well, one might argue that Ain might not emerge victorious, but they would require a considerable amount of time to defeat her. Moreover, if Ain truly faltered, I would still be here. Gently patting Nami's small head, Shien replied with a smile. Then why don't you assist Ain's sister right now, Shien brother? Because this battle is beneficial for Ain. Engaging in a full-scale confrontation with someone slightly stronger than herself is the best way to enhance her abilities. And the dragon and his crew just happen to serve as Ain's sharpening stone. I don't understand. Well, perhaps it is a bit early for you to grasp this. But just remember, I can effortlessly handle everyone here, so there is no need to worry. Nodding earnestly, Nami agreed. Although she didn't understand why. She instinctively felt that Xian's words were trustworthy. The dragon's crew did not attack all at once. It was only the swordsman, Xiaba, who engaged. Despite Ain wielding a short sword, Xiaba was keen to have a go. However, it quickly became apparent that Xiaba was no match for Ain and soon found himself at a disadvantage. Consequently, Kurobi and Ju, recognizing that this woman was no ordinary opponent, joined the fray. Faced with a 1-against-3 scenario, Ain had no choice but to give her all. Of course, she refrained from employing her devil fruit powers. Ain's sister is remarkable. Indeed, although Ain is not stronger than the dragon, she is certainly not someone that those commanders can defeat. Once more ruffling Nami's hair, Xian's expression suddenly turned cold. Impudent fools. With a flash of cold light, by the time others noticed, Xian's sword had already returned to its sheath. Just a short distance away from Shien and Nami, several fishmen lay lifeless on the ground, each with a distinct mark of blood upon their necks. They were beyond dead. It turned out that while Xian was entangled with the three commanders, a few fishmen had stealthily approached from the side, intending to seize Shien and Nami, who were hiding behind. After all, Xian appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years of age, and Nami was even more familiar, being only 13. Seemingly devoid of combat prowess. In their eyes, Xian and Nami were nothing but soft targets. Yet, how could they have known that Xian was the strongest among them? Meanwhile, upon witnessing the slaughter of the fishmen, the dragon's eyes turned crimson. Although he was a villain, he genuinely cared for the fishmen and his crew, treating them as family. He often referred to them as brothers or comrades, and the other fishmen called him Brother Dragon. In that moment, he yearned to rush forward and rend Xian asunder. However, even he could not discern how Xian had struck so swiftly. His gaze was fraught with hatred and caution, a tumultuous struggle within. Xian's initial release, Thunderclap, the intense battle, lasting several minutes, left the three fishmen commanders gasping for breath. They bore numerous sword wounds upon their bodies, although none had sustained fatal injuries. It was evident to anyone that continuing would yield a dire outcome. As for Xian, she too was somewhat breathless, yet fared significantly better than the three fishmen commanders. Seizing the opportunity, she prepared to swiftly eliminate these three adversaries. However, clang, a tremendous force struck her left hand, rendering her unable to grip the sword's hilt, and her short sword was sent flying. The sudden turn of events heightened her alertness, prompting her to retreat several steps. Subsequently, she raised her right hand, positioning the short sword defensively in front of herself. At this moment, Xian finally confirmed that it was indeed the malevolent dragon who had made the first move, wielding a colossal, serrated blade that effortlessly knocked aside his short sword. Although he had been ambushed moments earlier, he assessed the situation and concluded that the dragon was formidable, perhaps even slightly stronger than himself. Dragon brother. The faces of the three mermen were etched with guilt. You should retreat and receive treatment. This woman is beyond your capacity to handle. As the dragon spoke, he cast a cautious glance in the direction of Xian. He had discerned the prowess of the woman before him, and considering her significant energy expenditure, he believed it would not be too difficult to subdue her. The critical factor, however, was that man. Meanwhile, Xian, noticing the dragon's gaze upon him, offered a slight smile. Dragon, I suggest you unleash your full strength. Xian's true capabilities are far beyond what you perceive. What do you mean? Are you being cryptic? The dragon inquired, glancing over at Xian. At that moment, the woman was repeatedly clenching her left fist, indicating that his earlier strike had likely caused some numbness in that hand. This is. Yet soon, the malevolent dragon's eyes widened in astonishment. On Xian's left hand, a peculiar pink hue emerged, reminiscent of flames. A wielder of a devil fruit ability? No wonder that young man would say such a thing. However, what powers does this woman possess? Although the dragon was unaware of Xian's capabilities, the blue flames emanating from her left hand appeared undeniably perilous. His instincts incessantly cautioned him to remain vigilant, to avoid contact with that treacherous pink fire. In the next moment, their forms continued to intertwine, producing a symphony of metallic clashes. Xian's speed was slightly superior, yet the dragon's strength far exceeded hers by several folds. With each collision of blades, even as Xian exerted himself to the fullest, he still felt a tingling numbness in his right hand. As for the ability of his left hand, Xian had made several attempts, but the dragon seemed exceedingly wary, consistently preventing him from making contact with her body. If one were to articulate what Xian might say, it would be, the intentions of this young woman are glaringly evident. Moreover, the development of the devil fruit proves inadequate, as its offensive capabilities remain excessively singular and constrained. After several swift exchanges, Xian began to feel a growing sense of agitation. Her movements became increasingly erratic, approaching a chaotic flailing. This caused Xian to furrow his brow slightly. In the midst of battle, particularly when facing an adversary of superior strength, impatience is undoubtedly a cardinal sin. Originally, Xian had anticipated that she would at least be able to contend with the malevolent dragon for a duration of 10 minutes before the tide turned against her. However, to his astonishment, it took merely 2 minutes. Indeed, it appears that, in comparison to sheer power, what Xian truly requires at present is a fortification of her mental fortitude. Upon returning, he must have a serious discussion with Zephyr. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the blade that hung at his waist and advanced slowly. In the next moment, his figure had vanished. This is Xuanpa. Unlike Xuanpa, which relies on explosive reactive force, it employs spiritual energy, allowing for silent movement during execution. At this moment, Xian's right hand was numb from clashing swords with the malevolent dragon several times, and she could barely withstand 2 or 3 more of such heavy blows. However, the dragon would not grant Xian any respite. Seizing the opportunity, it raised its serrated blade and swung it down fiercely. In response, Xian hastily lifted her short dagger in defense. Yet, a catastrophic event unfolded. Having endured too many of the dragon's powerful strikes and wielding an ordinary dagger, not a renowned blade, Xian's weapon could no longer withstand the force. Even before the dragon's serrated blade had fully descended, it suddenly snapped, leaving Xian with nothing but the hilt in her hand. This was disastrous. How could she counter the impending strike with merely a hilt? Would she truly perish at the hands of a mere fishman pirate in the East Sea? Ultimately, she felt inferior to that person. A wave of indignation washed over her. Ding! In the next moment, the anticipated serrated blade did not descend. Instead, a figure appeared before her. Looking up, she saw that the dragon's serrated blade had also broken. It's half spinning like a top in the air before plunging into the ground several dozen meters away. Subsequently, the figure before her moved again, delivering a swift kick that sent the dragon flying. Nami, take care of your sister Rhine. I will handle the rest. Okay. The 13-year-old Nami hurriedly ran over to support the swaying Ein. Meanwhile, Xian continued to walk forward without looking back, seemingly unwilling to spare her a glance. Was he utterly disappointed in her? No. Xian had said that this battle would serve as a valuable lesson for Ein, helping her to recognize her shortcomings rather than merely practicing in silence. Upon hearing Ein's despondent mutterings, Nami quickly interjected. Her shortcomings. Yet, before Ein could ponder further, her exhaustion caught up with her, and she fainted. Brother Dragon! The fishman, witnessing the dragon being kicked into the second floor of Dragon Park, cried out anxiously. The 3 officers rushed over to rescue him. However, Xian's footsteps echoed ominously, amplifying a sense of dread that struck like a hammer to the heart of every fishman present. Finally, one fishman could no longer contain himself. Everyone, attack! Take him down! Kill him! With a leader emerging, others quickly followed suit, until nearly 50 fishmen charged towards Xian, leaving only the 3 officers to check on the dragon. Had Ein already succumbed to unconsciousness? Perhaps this was an opportune moment to test his newly acquired strength. Thunderclap! A brilliant azure hue enveloped the blade in Xian's hand, transforming what once appeared ordinary into something extraordinary. Indeed, this was the Zanpakuto Xian had forged, imbued with elemental power, now in its initial release form. When he had initially achieved this release, Xian had felt a twinge of confusion. After all, following the incident with Tao Rabbit, he had believed that the Zanpakuto he created would ultimately mirror those that appeared in the original narrative. Yet, it seemed that this was not the case. At least, the blade in his hand had not existed in the original work. Why was that? For a moment, Xian could not discern the pattern. Perhaps the world of soul reapers, like that of pirates, was indeed a reality. The original narrative merely focused on a select few protagonists and significant side characters, leaving countless others unrepresented in the manga. Was this the source of his current misunderstanding? Well, that was inconsequential. As he observed the throngs of fishmen closing in on him, Xian raised Thunderclap towards the heavens. Roar! Let the thunder descend! Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying energy churned in the sky. In the next moment, bolts of azure lightning, as thick as a bowl, began to strike the ground relentlessly. The chaotic scene resembled a natural disaster, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Notably, during the onslaught, every bolt of lightning seemed to possess awareness, deliberately avoiding Xian, Ein, and Nami's location. When all was said and done, Nami's eyes widened in disbelief. The once fierce fishmen charging forward now lay scattered, their bodies charred and lifeless on the ground. Oh no, she had forgotten about Nami. This scene was not conducive to her growth. Annihilate everything, Thunderflame. With a flourish of Thunderclap, a flame like lightning engulfed the corpses of the fishmen. Perhaps the temperature of this lightning did not rival the exaggerated heat of Yamamoto's Ri-Jin Jaka, and perhaps Xian could not yet wield lightning at thousands of degrees. However, even a sustained output of several thousand degrees was sufficient to obliterate these fishmen's remains. Indeed, his spiritual pressure still felt somewhat lacking. Merely 2 strikes had consumed about 30% of his energy, though the system allowed for continuous recovery of spiritual pressure even in this world. The rate of restoration was finite. Unlike Tao Rabbit, who expended physical stamina, Xian was forced to expend spiritual energy. Well, that was a matter for later consideration. Once everything was settled, Xian turned to gaze at the second floor of Dragon Park. Brother Dragon, are you all right? The 3 officers pulled the dragon from the rubble, concern etched on their faces. What is happening now? Our brothers are holding him down, but we heard a series of deafening booms. What could that mean? No. Quickly tell all our kin to cease their attack. Against that man, they stand no chance. They would merely be sending themselves to their deaths. Hurry. The dragon, having sustained Xian's blade and a kick, understood all too well. Even if his fishmen surged forth in droves, even if their numbers were multiplied tenfold, they were no match for Xian. Often, when the gap in power is vast, sheer numbers cannot compensate. These ordinary fishmen, perhaps considered formidable in the East Sea, would barely rank as elite marines in the naval headquarters, insufficient even to attain the status of a junior officer. Even the fearsome dragon would likely only possess the capabilities of a naval commander at best. However, just as the 3 officers were engulfed in confusion, there is no need to search. They have already vanished. In an instant, Xian appeared, his toes delicately touching the ground, making not a sound, like a masterful assassin. Upon hearing this, the dragon quivered in trepidation. Does this not imply that all your fellow fishmen have perished? Over the past 3 years, many have succumbed at your hands in Kakoja village alone, and if we account for the other 20 or so villages, the number of victims must surely exceed 100. Given this, should there be any grievances regarding your demise here today? The thunderous blade in hand unleashed a surge of lightning, coiling around its edge and shimmering with energy. The crackling sound of electricity served as a harbinger of doom for the dragon and his companions. From the very outset, Xian had no intention of sparing anyone, including the likes of Jinbei. Some matters cannot simply be resolved with an apology. The thunderous blade was slowly raised. Wait, if you kill me here, it would jeopardize Jinbei's collaboration with the Navy and even disrupt the fragile peace established between Fishman Island and humanity. Why not we all take a step back? We shall withdraw from the East Blue, and you let us go. If possible, the dragon was reluctant to mention Jinbei, as he viewed him as a traitor. Despite Jinbei's motives for becoming a warlord of the sea being largely to rescue the dragon and his comrades, the dragon found himself in a desperate situation. Yet, would Xian truly let the dragon go simply because of Jinbei? Clearly, that was an impossibility. Not only would he not seek trouble with the Navy over such matters, but even if he did, what could Jinbei accomplish? As for the peace between Fishman Island and humanity, such a hypocritical peace held no significance. And you are not of such importance. In that moment, the dragon was at a loss for words, realizing that Xian was impervious to reason. However, he quickly recalled something. Since Jinbei lacked sufficient weight in this matter, perhaps he could summon someone of greater stature. What about the pirate king Rayleigh? Jinbei had once saved Rayleigh's life. If he learned of our demise, he would undoubtedly cause you trouble. Though you are formidable now, you are still far from being Rayleigh's match, aren't you? Listening to this, Xian remained unfazed. Having read the original work, he was well aware of the relationship between the dragon and Jinbei, as well as the connection between Jinbei and Rayleigh. No. Xian was acutely aware. But what of it? The Ray's thunderous blade descended in an instant. The furious lightning engulfed the entire second floor in a violent tempest. At the entrance of Dragon Park, Nami stood beside the unconscious Xian, her gaze fixed intently on the second floor of Dragon Park. Just then, a chorus of footsteps echoed from behind. Nami, what are you doing here? HM? Is that not the female Navy officer from before? Have they already failed? Alas, even the Navy from headquarters cannot defeat the dragon? The leading figures were those whom Xian had brought back from Sika Island, yet they seemed to have misconstrued the situation. However, one could hardly blame them. There were no fishmen corpses in sight, only the dazed Nami and the comatose Xian. Naturally, they filled in the blanks with their own conclusions. But before Nami could gather her thoughts and clarify, a figure wielding a blade leaped gracefully down from the second floor, landing softly before her. Who else could it be but Xian? Little Nami, your nightmare has come to an end. The words struck like a thunderclap, instantly reverberating in Nami's mind. A glance at the bloodstains that lingered on Shien Island made her comprehend the meaning behind Xian's words. At merely 13 years of age, she burst into tears, overwhelmed as 3 years' worth of pent-up emotions were finally released in that moment. That evening, in celebration of the demise of the evil dragon pirate crew, the village of Cocoa West erupted into a bonfire feast. Not only the villagers of Cocoa West participated, but residents from neighboring villages also gathered spontaneously to join in the festivities upon hearing the news. Altogether, more than 20 villages brought nearly 2,000 people together. Had it not been for the contributions of food and drink from the visitors, the beleaguered village of Cocoa West, which had suffered under the evil dragon's rule for 3 years, would have struggled to provide enough sustenance for the celebration. In essence, that night was filled with joy for all, except for one. On the beach, the recently awakened Xian stared vacantly at the sea. Was he still reeling from the earlier shock? Shouldn't he be reveling in the festivities at the village instead of wandering here? Yet, abandoning him was not an option. Who asked you to care? Xian retorted. Hearing his words, Shien felt a sense of relief. His ability to express himself indicated that the issue was manageable. As long as Xian could come to terms with his feelings, his character would undoubtedly experience significant growth, leading to a swifter enhancement of his abilities in the future. Perhaps this was what was meant in previous lives by the clarity of thought and enlightenment. Shien. Yes, what is it? When we return, could you assist me in enhancing my strength? Of course. Thus, the two sat side by side on the beach, gazing out at the expanse of the sea, remaining in silence thereafter. The following day, 3 villagers from Cocoa West were preparing to set sail. After all, Shien and Xian lacked a vessel. And even if they had one, neither possessed the skills of a navigator. They could manage near the shore, but would likely lose their way on the open sea. Therefore, Shien needed to borrow this boat and enlist the villagers' help in steering it. Shien, are you really leaving? Nami asked, her face etched with reluctance. After all, she was not yet the cunning little thief she would become in 5 years. A trace of innocence still lingered within her. In contrast, Norki, being 2 years older, had matured considerably. Reflecting on Shien's prowess, she felt a mix of awe and admiration for someone her own age who could effortlessly defeat the evil dragon. Were all members of the Navy so formidable? Living in Cocoa West, her understanding of the Navy was limited to Melbell and those from the 16th Division. She lacked insight into the Navy of the Grand Line or even the headquarters forces. Of course, the headquarters Navy was not as exaggerated as she imagined, and regarding Shien, his existence was indeed exceptional. Even the current 3 admirals, at Shien's age, had not yet attained such remarkable strength. At this moment, Xian approached Nami and instinctively ruffled her hair. Nami, what do you wish to become when you grow up? I aspire to be a navigator and chart all the seas of the world. A navigator, indeed. That sounds splendid. However, there is one thing. Whether you choose to be an adventurer or join a trading fleet, you must never become a pirate. Do you understand? I detest pirates the most. I would never aspire to be one. Xian, when I grow up, can I join the Navy at your base? Of course. If you wish to join the Navy at 16, you can seek out Smoker in Logtown. He can get in touch with me. Nami exclaimed, nodding excitedly. Deep within her heart, she resolved that once she turned 16, she would seek out that person named Smoker in Logtown. 1 hour later, the ship had set sail, and the island of Kokoyashi village was no longer in sight. Before returning to the deserted island where the training camp assessments were held, Xian and Ein had one more destination to reach, the Navy's 16th branch in the East Blue. This is a third-class naval branch. While it may not be the smallest base within the naval hierarchy, it ranks second to last in terms of scale. After all, aside from Rog Town, all branches in the East China Sea are merely third class. Such is the nature of the weakest sea, and the Navy's budget is limited. The standard staffing for a third-class branch is 120 personnel, equipped with a single small warship. However, fully staffed branches are scarce in the East China Sea, with most operating with a complement of 50 to 80 personnel. Currently, the 16th branch has a nominal strength of 80 individuals. Of course, this figure is merely a report submitted by the mouse. In reality, there are just over 50 personnel, with the remainder being fictitious positions. This discrepancy is a significant source of income for the mouse. It is worth noting that even the Marines of the 4 Seas, according to naval standards, receive a monthly salary of 100,000 berries each. Furthermore, if they perish in combat against pirates, the compensation amounts to 1 million berries. Thus, even though the 16th branch has long been in collusion with pirates to avoid casualties, it still annually reports personnel and equipment losses to headquarters. Naturally, the mouse is quite meticulous about these figures. If the numbers are too high, headquarters might send someone to investigate. Conversely, if the numbers are too low, headquarters might suspect the 16th branch of cowardice. Hence, determining the annual report of personnel and equipment losses is a matter of considerable importance. The reported equipment losses are directly sold by the mouse to the underground black market. What? The bounty notice hasn't been confirmed yet? Incomplete information? Impossible. I've provided ample details. A photo is required instead of a sketch? Wasn't it acceptable before? New regulations? Very well. I will find a way to obtain it promptly. Inside the branch chief's office, the mouse clutched a communication device, incessantly conversing in his lecherous voice with the other party. From his words alone, it was clear that headquarters had not approved his submitted bounty request, citing incomplete information. Even more absurdly, the so-called incompleteness referred to the mouse providing a sketch rather than a photograph. After hanging up, the mouse's expression darkened. Damn it. Why change the rules now of all times? Is headquarters targeting me? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Colonel. A report from the port. A vessel is approaching our branch. Pirates? No, it is a civilian ship. What is there to report? Just handle it as per usual. The mouse's reference to the usual method implied. If it were a ship arriving with bribes, they would be treated lavishly. If it were those seeking help after being plundered by pirates, they would be given a perfunctory response. However, if it were individuals escaping from islands controlled by cooperating pirate crews, they would be detained and subsequently returned to the pirates for their own handling. This fleet has been in operation for many years, and they are exceedingly proficient. Colonel. The key point is that the ship is indeed the one that was seized from Sika Island. Sika Island? The vessel taken by those 2 rascals? Yes, indeed. So why are you still standing there? Immediately assemble all the Marines at the port, fully armed, and instruct the port personnel to prepare the cannons to sink them. But they can eliminate 8 Marines in an instant on Sika Island. Can we withstand that? If they reach the island, hurry. Ensure they are sunk at sea. Yes, Colonel. At the 16th Division's port, a naval lieutenant is presently directing over a dozen Marines to maneuver the division's mere 3 cannons into position. Lieutenant, the enemy is still 3 kilometers away. Should we open fire now? Open fire. My foot. With those words, the lieutenant swiftly approached and delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. 3 kilometers. The most formidable cannon in our fleet can only reach a little over a kilometer. And our small cannons, well, even disregarding accuracy, they can barely manage 300 to 500 meters. After all, the cannons in the world of pirates are as antiquated as the sailing ships they employ. Muzzle-loading smoothbore cannons, and paired with equally ancient spherical projectiles. To be honest, beyond 200 to 300 meters, hitting the target is merely a matter of luck. Before long, Mouse arrived with over 30 Marines. What is going on? Why haven't we opened fire yet? Colonel, the enemy has not yet entered the effective range. Very well, everyone focus. Once they are within range, immediately sink them. Yes, Colonel. Speaking of which, sailing ships are indeed quite slow, and this civilian vessel is even slower compared to naval warships. After a considerable time, Xian's ship finally entered within a 500-meter range. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. Quickly. Reload the cannons. Yes, Lieutenant. Approximately 500 meters from the 16th Division, aboard the vessel from Koko Village, Xian and I stood at the bow. Oh, we're firing already. Sengoku, what are your thoughts? Meanwhile, I was holding a visual transponder, transmitting all that transpired directly to the naval headquarters. That detestable mouse, attacking civilian vessels with direct gunfire, is simply a malignancy within the Navy. TSK, Sengoku, I must say, the Navy's cannons are quite inadequate, at a distance of 500 meters. The projectiles are landing 100 meters off target. Observing the distant splashes from the cannonballs striking the water, Xian couldn't help but critique. At this moment, the telephone bug exhibited a remarkable degree of human-like empathy, vividly simulating the profound displeasure etched upon Sengoku's face. Indeed, the range of the breech-loading cannon was lamentably deficient, and its accuracy left much to be desired. However, at a distance of 500 meters, one would not anticipate a deviation of over 100 meters. It can only be concluded that the Marines of the 16th branch are woefully inadequate. They display a complete lack of professionalism, suggesting that they have likely not undergone any substantial training. Sengoku had previously commissioned a thorough review of the funding application submitted by the 16th branch over the past several years. Each report contains a record of training expenditures, with an average monthly requirement of no less than 300 live rounds for artillery training. At first glance, it appears to be a branch fervently committed to rigorous training. However, upon closer inspection, as the second wave of bombardment approached, Xian was astonished to discover that one of the shells was hurtling directly toward him. Is this a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? One must admit, being subjected to relentless bombardment can be quite vexing. Wouldn't you agree? In the next moment, Xian leapt over 10 meters into the air, effortlessly securing the dark cannonball with the back of his foot as if he were merely stopping a ball. This shot was rather commendable, and I graciously return it to you. After dissipating most of its impact, he skillfully flicked the cannonball back with a swift kick. Moments later, boom! A thunderous explosion abruptly erupted. However, it did not occur on the ship but rather at the harbor, over 400 meters away. Witnessing the scene from the transmitted footage, Sengoku's lips twitched slightly. Generally speaking, intercepting cannonballs during naval warfare is not an uncommon occurrence. In fact, it could be deemed quite ordinary. There are tales of blades cleaving through cannonballs, martial prowess redirecting their trajectory, or various abilities shattering them in midair, among other remarkable feats. All is well. However, in the manner of Xian, first dissipate the original impact of the shell, and then return it with force. This is indeed a rare occurrence. It not only requires immense strength, but also demands a high level of martial prowess. It is akin to a second coming of Garp. After all, it is Garp in the Navy who relishes the act of hurling cannonballs with his bare hands. Although Xian employs his feet, fundamentally, there is little distinction, is there? Even if the speed of the cannonballs he flings pales in comparison to Garp's, at the port of the 16th Division, chaos reigns. 3 sailors lie on the ground, their fates uncertain, while the cannon they operated has been rendered inoperable. This truly terrified the mouse, who kept murmuring, "A monster. That fellow is a monster. Ein, do you know non-judicial punishment? Fire the cannons, quickly fire the cannons. Sink that ship, or we shall all perish, none shall survive." At the port, the mouse, having barely recovered, incessantly shouted at the dazed sailors. However, his words fell on deaf ears. It is important to note that Xian's actions were far beyond the comprehension of these sailors, who usually thrived on bullying civilians. Witnessing this, the mouse disregarded everything else and rushed to a cannon. Yet, he suddenly realized he had no idea how to operate it. After all, his rank of colonel was not earned through merit or strength. In fact, one could argue that the mouse was likely the weakest among the 16 divisions. Even more so than his subordinates. Right? First, I need to load the powder. Recalling what he had seen before, the mouse began to fumble. However, he completely forgot the initial step, to clean the barrel. The next moment, boom, the cannon exploded, launching the mouse into the air. This scene was witnessed by both Xian and Ein, and of course, Sengoku also saw it. After all, they were less than 200 meters away, which, in the world of pirates, was within clear sight. Ein, do you think this could be considered a case of suicide due to guilt? Perhaps, after all, even a novice sailor wouldn't make such a blunder. True enough, one cannot reach the rank of colonel without some competence, so it is likely a case of guilt-induced suicide. Indeed, that must be the reality. The two engaged in their serious conversation, causing Sengoku, on the other end of the line, to grow increasingly irate. Is this not a form of irony? How could someone as powerless as a mere rat, who is even inferior to an ordinary sailor, ascend to the rank of colonel? Even if it is merely a colonel of the 4 Seas branch, could it be that there are issues within the Navy? After all, even for a branch of the 4 Seas, the appointment of a branch chief requires a signed order from Sengoku. It almost feels as though one could accuse Sengoku directly, questioning whether he has been bribed. How could one not feel a sense of indignation? Soon, as the ship docked, Xian and Ein arrived at the port. At this moment, aside from a few sailors lying on the ground, their fates uncertain, and the severely wounded rat, the remaining sailors were trembling in fear, showing no inclination to resist. The infamous butcher? The blue-haired witch? You wish to hunt us down and label us with such titles? Colonel Rat? Xian taunted as he approached the rat. No, it was Timmy, I swear. Those nicknames were given by headquarters, not by me. Then it was you who requested the bounty on us from the Navy headquarters, was it? No, that was my aide's doing. I had no knowledge of it. Yet, My informants within the Navy claim that you were the one who personally reached out and made the request. This left the rat utterly stunned. An informant? Does Xian truly have informants within the Navy? Indeed, he does. It was none other than Sengoku who revealed to Xian that the rat had requested the bounty and the accompanying nicknames. The statement is valid, however, upon hearing it. The mouse trembled all over. How could these two individuals infiltrate the Navy headquarters so thoroughly? Who on earth are they? Pleading for mercy is futile. Thus, I shall resort to a different approach. Xian, you cannot terminate my life, for it would enrage powerful figures. Oh, powerful figures? You mean the high-ranking officers within the Navy? No, even if it were the fleet admiral, he is merely a dog. I serve the grand authorities of the world government. So, you expect me to simply let this go? Why not we both take a step back? Spare my life, and I shall assist you in revoking the bounty. Surely, you do not wish to be relentlessly pursued by the Navy and the elite of the world government, do you? That proposition sounds rather appealing, does it not, Sengoku? What? Sengoku? At this moment, the mouse noticed that Xian was holding a visual dual-function communication device. The simulated face on the device was one that the mouse recognized all too well. Goodness, is that not the commander of the warring states? Instantly, the mouse felt a shiver run down its spine. Had the commander just overheard everything it had said? Mouse, you have done well. The next moment, the commander's gritted voice emanated from the device, unmistakably filled with rage. Xian, Smoker will arrive in 3 hours. Hand the individual over to him. And then you may proceed to rendezvous with Zephyr. Old man, I can deliver him alive to Senior Smoker, but you must promise me one thing. What is it? I do not wish to see this fellow escape justice in a few days. You should comprehend my meaning. Rest assured, he will not evade capture. I can guarantee that. Very well, speaking of which, I still have 3 hours, correct? Xian, what do you intend to do? Nothing much. Merely engaging in a cordial conversation with Colonel Mouse about events that transpired 3.5 years ago. With that, Xian instructed Xian to terminate the communication. Xian, the interrogation should proceed without issue, but please do not resort to lethal means. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain to the commander. Xian expressed her concerns. She feared that Xian, in his eagerness to complete the interrogation within 3 hours, might resort to torture. After all, the mouse was already in a fragile state. A miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. It was essential for Commander Sengoku to extract information regarding the intricate web of interests involving various individuals once the mouse was brought back. Even if the world government's personnel could not act immediately, at the very least, they could cleanse the Navy from within. It was precisely for this reason that Xian ultimately agreed with Sengoku not to kill the mouse. Do not worry, I disdain such barbaric methods. Xian, have you ever heard of non-lethal interrogation? Recalling a television series from a previous life, Xian produced a pair of chopsticks from seemingly nowhere. A mischievous grin spreading across his face as he approached the mouse. Xian looked on in confusion. What could a pair of chopsticks accomplish? But soon, her eyes widened in horror. Xian thrust the chopsticks into the mouse's nostrils, twisting them with increasing fervor. Before long, the mouse emitted a series of bizarre sounds. Its expression shifting rapidly. In merely 2 minutes, the mouse, unable to endure any longer, entered a mode of utter confession, revealing everything without reservation. It even divulged the identities of those within the world government and the Navy headquarters who had facilitated its endeavors, prompting Xian to fill over 10 pages in her notebook. Indeed, the mouse's support within the world government was none other than Spandam, and even the events surrounding the Campbell family from over 3 years ago were intricately connected to him. The subsequent distribution of benefits had seen Spandam claim a substantial portion of the Campbell family's assets, while the remainder was shared among various other individuals and some nobles from the Kingdom of Jamaica. What astonished both individuals even more was the revelation that within the entire network of interests, the Navy headquarters harbored over 30 individuals, with ranks commencing from major and astonishingly peaking at the level of rear admiral, with 3 individuals holding such esteemed positions. This is somewhat exaggerated. After all, the rank of rear admiral signifies the elite forces of the Navy. Nowadays, even this level has succumbed to corruption. Xian, keep this list safe. I wish to observe how the final results from the headquarters compare with this list. All right, a few suggestions for Smoker. 3 hours later, as a medium-sized warship docked at the 16th Division's pier, Xian encountered a distinctly recognizable figure from the original work, Smoker. However, for some reason, Xian felt a peculiar discomfort upon seeing Smoker. It seemed as though something was amiss compared to the original narrative. Are you Xian, the new disciple of Teacher Zephyr? Yes, Brother Smoker. To be honest, Xian does not smoke and finds the scent of tobacco quite unpleasant. At this moment, he stood merely half a meter away from Smoker, the intense aroma of cigars causing him to frown deeply. Smoker, on the other hand, was unfazed. Such occurrences were hardly new to him. In the past, Teacher Zephyr had often chastised him for his incessant cigar smoking, a habit he could not abandon due to the nature of his devil fruit powers. However, after years of indulging in cigars, even without that ability, Smoker found himself increasingly reliant on them. After all, no matter how distasteful a task may be, if one engages in it daily, it ceases to be loathsome. At that moment, Xian realized why he felt that sense of incongruity upon seeing Smoker. It was indeed the cigars that were the issue. Apologies, Xian, due to the peculiarity of my abilities. No, brother smoker, you misunderstand. I was merely contemplating that there are far too many individuals who enjoy holding a cigar. I believe you could express a greater sense of individuality. Oh, how might one achieve a greater sense of individuality? For instance, by smoking 2 cigars simultaneously? Boom. Xian's suggestion resonated like thunder in Smoker's mind. Why had he never considered smoking 2 cigars at once? This would not only enhance his individuality, but also allow him to maintain a larger supply of tobacco. Instinctively, he drew another cigar from his left arm, placed it in his mouth, and lit it, taking a deep drag. Nice. Double the smoke quantity. Moreover, it set him apart from others, showcasing ample personality. This certainly enhances the opportunity to display one's superiority. Smoker was immensely satisfied, to the point of momentarily forgetting the presence of Xian before him. Ahem, Smoker, I entrust this individual to your care. However, do remember to convey a message to Admiral Sengoku upon your return to headquarters. Oh, what message shall I deliver? I shall certainly relay it. Coming back to his senses, Smoker confidently patted his chest in assurance. Following the earlier encounter, Smoker's fondness for Xian had significantly increased. Simply state that I have already interrogated the rat, and I hope the final results from headquarters will not diverge too greatly from my findings. This, Smoker, you need only pass on the message. Very well. I understand. 5 minutes later, the rat and all the Marines from the 16th Division were securely aboard the warship. Meanwhile, Xian and I had requested the assistance of 3 villagers from Caucasia, urging them to endure once more and transport them to the desolate island where the training camp was located. 2 days later, under the cover of night, the 2 returned to the island. However, upon disembarking, they were taken aback. They beheld dozens of trainees, each adorned with varying degrees of bandages. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. After all, given the trainees' capabilities, it was inconceivable for them to challenge Black. Their survival was solely due to Xian's prior admonition to Black not to harm these trainees. The real surprise lay in the fact that they were currently engaged in a bonfire celebration, and astonishingly, Black was participating as well. Several trainees had even climbed onto Black's back to indulge in feasting and revelry. This is utterly absurd. What on earth has transpired here during the 5 days that I and Ein were away? Xian, have matters been settled? Yes, everything has been taken care of. Please recount the events. Very well, 3 days ago. Soon, Xian succinctly recounted the series of events, even presenting the list compiled by Ein for Zephyr's inspection. Upon seeing the names of the naval officers from both headquarters and various branches, Zephyr was immediately incensed. Damn it, a bunch of naval parasites. Xian, you have done nothing wrong. I'm also eager to see how the results from Sengoku's interrogation of the rat will compare with your list. How much of a discrepancy can there be? I fear you may be driven to fury. Xian could easily deduce that most of those from the world government would likely let the matter slide. As for those at naval headquarters, they would probably only address the officers of the rank of captain and below. As for the brigadiers, majors, and vice admirals, there are as many as 12 individuals on the list. Would Sengoku truly muster the resolve to cleanse his ranks? Unlikely. At most, he would issue only a slight reprimand. After all, for Sengoku, these individuals represent vital naval strength. As long as they do not betray the Navy to become pirates, they may well be selectively spared. Does Sengoku lack a sense of justice? No, that is certainly not the case. However, since ascending to the position of Fleet Admiral, the interests of his faction have eclipsed that sense of justice. While he will indeed act according to principles of justice as long as it does not conflict with factional interests, should it impede those interests, even justice must yield. This is precisely the reason why he removed the plaque inscribed with Supreme Justice from his office and replaced it with one proclaiming absolute justice. In truth, the majority of individuals embody this very phenomenon. Prior to attaining power, they are often filled with fervor and righteousness. However, once they ascend to positions of authority, that conviction swiftly becomes corrupted. Would you assert that the Warring States period was characterized by malevolence? This is certainly a matter that cannot be easily articulated. To label him merely as a righteous individual would also fail to capture the full essence. As for Zephyr, let us set that aside for the moment. What is transpiring over there? Xian inquired, gesturing towards the students engaged in a ruckus with the imposing figure of Dehei. This situation has seemingly evolved since the 3rd day. Now, during the daylight hours, they engage in a life-and-death struggle within the woods, but once night falls, it transforms into this. The root of this predicament traces back to the 3rd day of the assessment. At that time, several students were besieging Dehei, but due to its vigorous movements, it inadvertently collided with a massive tree. By sheer coincidence, as this great tree toppled, it landed upon one of the students, pinning him beneath its weight. In that instant, Dehei was thrown into a state of panic. It recalled Xian's admonition to refrain from harming the students. Thus, in a moment of distress, Dehei swiftly moved the fallen figure off the injured student and dashed towards the beach, ultimately presenting him before Zephyr. Once this incident spread, the dynamics between the students and Dehei transformed into what we witness now. Even Zephyr found himself in a state of bemusement, exclaiming, "Goodness! Who would have thought that amidst the chaos, bonds would form?" After hearing this, Xian found himself at a loss for words. You two didn't even think to call me? In the final 2 days, Xian and Ain rejoined their original duties as special examiners. These 2 days further illuminated a stark reality for him. The naval forces were facing a dire transitional phase. As a cradle for naval officers, the caliber of the students within was alarmingly deficient. Those familiar with the original narrative are aware that aside from the admirals and a select few vice-admirals, the Navy lacks formidable combat prowess. To put it bluntly, the upper echelon possesses an abundance of strength, the mid-tier is merely adequate, and the lower ranks are woefully weak. This reflects the current state of the Navy. It seems as though, following the 3 admirals, the Navy has been severed from its fortune, with no remarkable talents emerging since then. Moreover, the ages of the 3 admirals are no longer youthful. If this situation remains unresolved, the future of the Navy indeed appears grim. It seems that the only recourse may be to resort to an incessant global conscription, disregarding individual merit and accomplishments, and conferring ranks solely based on sheer strength. This course of action presents both advantages and disadvantages. The benefits lie in the ability to recruit a multitude of formidable individuals to address the Navy's pressing issues, thereby sustaining its combat effectiveness. Conversely, one must ponder the sentiments of those beneath them. A cadre devoid of any military achievements suddenly ascends to positions of authority. How does this differ from the parachuting of personnel by the world government? Furthermore, it is likely that among these recruits, there will be those who harbor no noble intentions, and the emergence of nefarious characters is a distinct possibility. In the short term, the benefits may indeed outweigh the drawbacks. However, from a long-term perspective, it is evident that only pitfalls await. This elucidates why the Navy has refrained from such actions until now. It was only after the War of the Summit, which resulted in significant casualties among the mid-ranking officers and left 2 admiral positions vacant, that they found themselves compelled to resort to this strategy. What are you contemplating so intently? Xian inquired. I am merely reflecting on the Navy's uncertain future, replied Xian. Regarding this matter, Xian shared a profound resonance with Xian, as the current state of the Navy's leadership is apparent to any discerning observer. This predicament is unavoidable. The Navy has simply suffered from a streak of misfortune, lacking formidable figures akin to the 3 admirals throughout the years. Misfortune, indeed. If it were merely a matter of bad luck, that would be a relief. What do you mean? Never mind, let us not dwell on that. The assessment is about to conclude, so allow me to treat you to something delightful. Something delightful? Upon noticing the slight upward curve of Xian's lips, Xian inexplicably felt a surge of compassion. Yet, he could not quite comprehend why this sentiment had arisen. However, after the conclusion of the assessment, witnessing Xian deliver a swift kick that rendered the large figure unconscious, left him with more questions than answers. At that moment, Ain seemed to comprehend the source of the pity he had felt earlier. The following day, everyone boarded the ship, preparing to return to the naval headquarters. Meanwhile, Dahe arrived at the beach to bid farewell, with all the trainees waving goodbye. However, when Dahe glanced at Xian, a distinctly human-like expression of sorrow appeared in its eyes. Xian, it seemed Dahe's hind leg was injured. Could it be that you? You took Ain out for a splendid meal last night. Upon hearing this, Zephyr was rendered speechless, and it took a considerable amount of time before he spoke again. You too. How could you not call for me? Half a month later, at the naval headquarters, due to Smoker's elite training camp arriving a few days ahead of schedule, Mouse and several members of the 16th Division had already been detained and interrogated. Unlike the previous encounter with Xian, Mouse now denied all accusations. His stubbornness was uncharacteristic of a mouse. He understood that someone would undoubtedly protect him, and within the naval headquarters, he had no need to fear that madman Xian. As long as he remained silent, that person would surely find a way to safeguard him. There was even a possibility that, under that person's influence, he could continue as the division leader, albeit the odds were slim. Thus, after 2 days, the Navy had failed to extract a confession from Mouse. Meanwhile, in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, a special guest arrived. Rob Luchi, I presume? I am aware of your reputation. You are said to be the strongest of CP9 in a millennium. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the Navy today? Sengoku asked, observing the young man in his 20s dressed in a black suit. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Even CP9 could produce such a young powerhouse. Barely in his 20s, nearing the strength of a vice admiral. As for the Navy, it was a complex situation. But wait, the Navy still had Xian, who, at merely 15, was not far behind Luchi in capability. Therefore, the Navy still had a promising future. Contemplating Xian brought some comfort to Sengoku. However, he was unaware that if Xian truly fought with all his might, he might surpass Luchi. After all, neither Sengoku nor Zephyr had witnessed Xian's full potential, including the release of his battle spirit or his mastery of the demon arts. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I have been dispatched to the naval headquarters to escort Mouse and the other members of the 16th Division. What? You wish to take Mouse and those sailors? Does CP9 intend to interfere with our naval affairs? I have stated, I am here on orders. As for the reasons, I am not privy to them. If Fleet Admiral Sengoku has inquiries, you may contact our CP9 commander for clarification. Spandam, is it? No, Commander Spandam has just been reassigned to CP5. The newly appointed commander of CP9 is Spandam. Spandam? That incompetent fool has become the commander of CP9? Sengoku's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. He recalled when Spandam had visited the naval headquarters, accompanied by his son, whose incompetence was unforgettable. The idea that such a fool had risen to become the commander of CP9 was utterly absurd. I cannot comment on the commander's affairs. But if Fleet Admiral Sengoku wishes to obstruct my mission, I hope you may contact Commander Spandam to alter the orders. Luchi, while agreeing with Sengoku's view of Spandam as a fool, held an unwavering loyalty to the world government. Since Spandam was appointed by the world government, his orders embodied the will of the government, a will that Luchi felt compelled to obey. This encapsulates Luchi's thought process. Thus, I will have someone escort you to rest. We shall discuss this matter further after I have conferred with Spandam. Very well. Nodding in acknowledgement, Luchi exited the office. Meanwhile, Sengoku's expression darkened significantly. In terms of strength, CP9 lacks even the qualification to shine the Navy's shoes. Yet, this organization is directly affiliated with the world government and, in certain matters, holds a higher precedence than the Navy. It is undeniably absurd. Indeed, is Spandam the rat behind this? That presents quite a dilemma. In the office, Sengoku began to mutter to himself. As for Spandam, he had scarcely contemplated such an issue. After all, that incompetent fool lacked the capacity to weave such an extensive web of interests, keeping the Navy in the dark for so many years. After a moment of reflection, Sengoku picked up the Den Mushi and dialed a number. However, he did not call Justice Island to reach Spandam. Rather, the next day, the warship carrying the elite training camp arrived at Navy headquarters. Why are there so few people at the port? Upon docking, Zephyr furrowed his brow. It is not that there are no sailors on duty. Rather, their numbers seem to be less than half of what is customary. This is quite unusual. Admiral Zephyr, welcome back to headquarters. May I inquire why there are so few Marines at the naval base today? Well, is it something you cannot disclose? No. It is simply because the members of CP9 have come to challenge us. Aside from essential personnel, everyone else has gone to the training ground to spectate. As he spoke, a hint of envy flickered across the Marine's face. If it were possible, he too would wish to witness this event. After all, it is not an everyday occurrence for an intelligence organization to come to the Navy headquarters and issue a challenge. Moreover, it is said that the challenger is regarded as the strongest of CP9 in 8 centuries. How I long to see it, how I yearn to attend. Upon learning the reason, Zephyr also felt somewhat bewildered. Since when did CP9 dare to enter Navy territory to issue a challenge? Do you know who the challenger is? At this moment, Xian approached as well. He had heard that it was Rob Luchi. If that were the case, it seemed that no one from the same generation in the Navy could possibly match him. Nodding, Xian remarked. This statement caused the Marine before him to change color in disbelief. Surely, no matter how formidable the opponent, he was merely an intelligence organization. How could it be that there was no one in the Navy's generation capable of challenging him? However, Zephyr concurred with Xian's assertion. Unless the Navy shamelessly dispatched a vice admiral, or even an admiral, it was unlikely that even the brigadier or colonel ranks would stand a chance. After all, recent rumors suggested that Luchi's combat prowess had surpassed 2,500, indicating an extremely profound mastery of the Navy's 6 styles. He had even fully comprehended the ultimate techniques of the 6 styles. Such strength at just over 20 years of age was indeed unparalleled within the Navy headquarters. Xian, let us proceed to observe. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, it will be your duty to uphold the Navy's honor. No problem. Zephyr swiftly led Xian toward the training ground. Meanwhile, Ein and the other instructors and cadets hurried to follow suit. Only after everyone had departed did the station Marine at the port regain his composure. Zephyr, the chief instructor, had just stated that if anything were to happen, that young boy would be responsible for maintaining the Navy's dignity. He appeared to be no more than 15 or 16 years old. What a disaster. Why did he have to be on duty today? He wished he could go and watch. Navy headquarters. Training ground. At this moment, over 10,000 Marines surrounded the area. In the center of the crowd, a large space had been cleared. Luchi stood expressionless at the center, while before him lay a Navy brigadier, seemingly in his 30s, unconscious on the ground. After Sengoku had contacted Spandam yesterday, the latter had dismissed his concerns, asserting that the CP organization could draw upon personnel below the rank of brigadier from the Navy as needed without Sengoku's consent. He claimed that this was a privilege granted to the CP by the elders, and as long as the number of personnel requested was not excessive, Sengoku had no authority to obstruct it. Yet, Sengoku was acutely aware that once a mouse was taken by them, it would likely be silenced immediately. As for explanation, a mere mention of death during a mission would suffice. Even the content of the mission was beyond Sengoku's jurisdiction to question. Nevertheless, Sengoku did not acquiesce to Spandam's demands, subtly indicating to him not to overreach. The two sides remained obstinate, and ultimately, Spandam proposed a suggestion. He suggested that Luchi engage in a duel with Marines from the same generation, specifically those under 30 years of age. If no one within the Navy could defeat Luchi, then the mouse and the 16 Marines from the branch would be taken by Luchi. Conversely, if Luchi were to fail, Spandam would cancel the order. Sengoku hesitated at this proposal. He had heard the rumors surrounding Luchi, and it was indeed challenging to find anyone under 30 in the Navy who could stand against him. Is the Navy's strength so lacking that we cannot even match up to your intelligence division? If so, I see the necessity to inform the elders to reconsider allocating such significant funds to incompetence rather than to us. Amidst a barrage of mockery, what could they possibly recognize? Thus, the current situation at the training ground unfolded. Sengoku's face was dark with anger. This was the 7th match, and not a single Marine had managed to defeat Luchi. Most had been easily vanquished, not even serving as a warm-up for Luchi. Had the younger generation of the Navy deteriorated to such a degree? Marshal, allow me to intervene. At this moment, Smoker approached Sengoku, who immediately brightened at the sight of him. Indeed, there was Smoker, now 29 years of age, perfectly within the desired range, and a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. His strength was quite commendable, if it weren't for his overly straightforward nature. Sengoku would not have had to exile him to the East Blue for honing. Rather, he would have nurtured him as a core pillar of the Navy's future. Furthermore, it seemed that Luchi had yet to awaken his haki, so I concurred. Go ahead. Yes, Marshal. As Smoker made his way to the training grounds, Zephyr and Xian also arrived. Sengoku, Zephyr, and Xian, you have returned? What is the current situation? CP, under the guise of a special mission, has requested that all rats and the soldiers from Division 16 be transferred from the Navy. How outrageous. What special mission? I suspect they have ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Zephyr quickly grasped the nefarious intentions of CP and was instantly incensed. I understand, but CP indeed possesses that authority, and I cannot obstruct it. Thus, I made a wager with Spandam, allowing Luchi to spar with the younger generation of the Navy. If none from the Navy can defeat Luchi, he may take the rats and others away. However, if the Navy triumphs, the rats shall remain. Zephyr nodded, finally comprehending the current predicament, though it was rather frustrating. There appeared to be no better recourse. After all, CP possessed such authority, no matter how unreasonable the situation seemed. Nevertheless, with Smoker stepping up, the issue should not be insurmountable. It seemed Luchi had not mastered haki. Indeed, as long as Smoker emerges victorious, both the dignity of the Navy and the fate of the rats will be safeguarded. Sengoku wholeheartedly agreed with Zephyr's sentiment. Smoker, after all, was a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Provided the opponent lacked haki, he was naturally in an invincible position. However, Xian did not share this optimistic view. I must say, Sengoku and Zephyr, you are overly optimistic. To my knowledge, Smoker's martial arts are not particularly strong. Should his elemental transformation be sealed, he could be swiftly defeated. After all, the means to counter elemental transformations are not limited to haki. Do you truly believe that CP lacks Sea Prism Stone? At these words, both men's expressions abruptly shifted. CP does not possess Sea Prism Stone. This is certainly impossible. As for Smoker's martial arts, well, in Zephyr's mind, he and Kizaru are of similar caliber, both overly reliant on their devil fruit abilities while neglecting physical strength and martial prowess. Now, one can only hope that the opponent does not carry sea stone weapons. However, not long after, is it Smoker, the user of the smoke fruit? Since it is you. While speaking, Luchi retrieved a pair of glove-like objects from his pocket and donned them. There was no need for confirmation. From Luchi's words alone, Sengoku and Zephyr could ascertain the nature of the gloves. Sea stone gloves. Do you mind engaging in another battle? The dark, armor-like gloves were entirely crafted from sea stone. Upon witnessing Luchi put on these gloves, Smoker's expression abruptly changed. As a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, he fears 3 things. First, water. Specifically, a substantial amount capable of submerging him halfway. Second, sea stone. Third, Busashoka haki. For individuals endowed with natural abilities, these 3 elements are akin to formidable adversaries. Naturally, possessing weapons made of Hailu stone is contingent upon one's own strength. If the wielder is too weak, they are rendered ineffective. However, it is evident that after the previous 7 encounters, Smoker is acutely aware that his opponent's martial prowess and combat experience far exceed his own. His decision to volunteer for this confrontation stemmed from his innate confidence as a natural user, believing himself to be in an invulnerable position. Yet, the moment the Hailu stone gloves were introduced, that invincibility was shattered. Shaking off his trepidation, Smoker forced himself to regain composure and then executed a swift maneuver, shave, white blow. With his previous advantage now nullified, he resolved to strike first, seizing every opportunity that arose, convinced he would find a way to prevail. In the next instant, Smoker unleashed a not-so-refined version of the Marine 6 styles, maneuvering behind Luchi. He immediately unleashed his most skilled technique. Success. Observing Luchi, seemingly unresponsive before him, Smoker felt a surge of elation. Had his opponent underestimated him? Regardless, with no reaction thus far, victory seemed within his grasp. However, Luchi, who should have been unable to evade, abruptly vanished from Smoker's sight. His disappearance was so swift that several vice admirals present failed to comprehend it, let alone the others. In the following moment, Smoker's punch met only air, and at that very instant, he sensed a hand resting upon his shoulder. Instantly, a wave of weakness cascaded throughout his body. With the grace of a sword master, Luchi executed a whip-like kick, generating a slicing wave that instantaneously formed. Unable to elementalize due to Luchi's grip with the high stone gloves, Smoker was sent hurtling away, crashing to the ground after being propelled over 100 meters, raising a cloud of dust. The six styles originated from the Marines, yet it is indeed lamentable that none among them could master its application effectively. Regardless of the conversation, Luchi maintained an impassive expression. This demeanor rendered his earlier words even more insulting. Although the others wore grim faces, they found themselves unable to refute him. After all, this was the 8th defeat, and irrespective of rank, be it colonel or brigadier, none under 30 had proven a match for Luchi. It is worth noting that Luchi is merely 23 years old. Most disheartening was that the longest any of the 8 had lasted was less than 2 minutes. A truly humiliating outcome. Should this be the conclusion, the Marines would struggle to hold their heads high before the CP organization for a considerable time to come. Admiral Sengoku, are there any others who wish to challenge? If not, I shall take them away as per orders. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression darkened significantly. Yet, before he could voice a response, wait, who permitted you to conclude this? I have not yet lost. Turning in the direction of the voice, everyone finally noticed that Smoker had risen. He knelt on one knee, his right hand bracing himself, while his left hand wiped a smear of blood from his mouth. You are not my match. Determining whether one is a match or not can only be discerned after the fight concludes. White Gale. Boom. His entire form transformed into smoke and erupted, enveloping the entire combat zone in mere seconds, obscuring all visibility. Clever. Although Luchi could compensate for his lack of awakened hockey with the high stone gloves to strike Smoker physically, at this moment, Smoker enveloped the area with his ability, completely obstructing sight. He could even manipulate the smoke to create a certain degree of interference with Luchi's perception. Consequently, Luchi would find it challenging to accurately sense Smoker's location and movements. Observing Smoker's actions, Sengoku's eyes lit up. His analysis was entirely correct. Smoker had indeed come with this objective in mind. Though visibility was hindered, Luchi's paper drawings remained potent and could still detect Smoker's presence and actions. The principle behind the paper drawings relied on the airflow changes produced by the opponent's movements to achieve perception and evasion. The crux of the matter lies in the air currents. However, Smoker enveloped the entire area in smoke. While the smoke may not completely obstruct airflow, it could certainly cause enough interference to render Luchi's paper drawings ineffective. Moreover, since the smoke was a manifestation of Smoker's own body, he could discern Luchi's position with clarity. This is a remarkably clever tactic. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. Although the actual combat process remains obscured, the onlooking Marines can still hear the sounds of the fierce struggle emanating from within, suggesting a considerable intensity. However, they remain oblivious to the expressions of concern among the high-ranking Navy officials, including Sengoku and several other vice admirals, whose faces betray their unease. For they possess the ability to perceive the battle through their observation hockey. And the reality is far from what the other Marines believe, a fierce exchange of blows between the two sides. In truth, after an initial strike that Smoker managed to land on Luchi, he has been on the receiving end of punishment. The reason? That single hit was deliberately taken by Luchi, who, seizing the fleeting moment, firmly grasped Smoker's arm with his C-prism, stone-encased glove. What followed was a relentless assault, including several point-blank jabs that left multiple wounds on Smoker's body. In the next instant, boom, with a thunderous roar, the smoke enveloping the area erupted, revealing the scene within. At this moment, a trace of blood stained Luchi's lips, but before the Marines could erupt in cheers, they were met with the sight of Smoker lying on the ground, unconscious and uncertain of his fate. Admiral Sengoku, I've shown restraint. Can this farce come to an end? Sengoku, at this juncture, found himself at a loss for words. Even if he sent more Marines into the fray, the outcome would remain unchanged, merely adding to the Navy's humiliation. After all, the 8 who had already fought were the strongest among those present at headquarters and under 30 years of age. If even the Logia-type Smoker could not prevail, sending anyone else would yield the same result. Given that 8 had already fallen, surely you wouldn't mind taking the time to face a 9th? Just as Sengoku was about to concede defeat, a voice suddenly emerged from beside him. Moments later, a youth, appearing no older than 14 or 15 and lacking any military rank, began to walk deliberately towards Luchi. This individual is not Xian. Who else could it be? The 030 lightning-type devil fruit? Xian, return, you are not his match at present. Upon witnessing Xian's actions, Sengoku became anxious. In 2 or 3 years, he was certain that Xian could effortlessly defeat Luchi, even without exerting his full strength. But at this moment, it was not the case. Allowing Xian's confidence to suffer a significant blow here would be rather unwise. By contrast, Sengoku would prefer to relinquish the rat. Yeah, Sengoku, let Xian go. You bastard Zephyr, have you doomed Xian? Rest assured, Xian is far stronger than you imagine. Zephyr paid no heed to Sengoku's fury, confidently declaring instead. At this juncture, Xian had already approached Luchi, while several Navy recruits were in the process of transferring Smoker onto a stretcher. Without any rank, these were trainees from the Navy training camp who had yet to graduate. Luchi furrowed his brow. Xian, at this moment, wore merely a standard Navy uniform and bore no insignia, leading Luchi to arrive at this conclusion. To be precise, Luchi's assessment was correct. Xian was indeed an elite trainee yet to graduate. Kid, step aside, this is not your place. Boom. Before Luchi could finish his sentence, a tremendous pressure descended. Even he felt a certain heaviness in his body. Gravity? No, it didn't quite resemble that. Could it be Conqueror's Haki? Yet, that too seemed unlikely, as it felt entirely different from mere intimidation. What exactly is this? Xian, you need to rein it in. At that moment, Zephyr bellowed from the sidelines. In the next instant, Xian also noticed that the range of his spiritual pressure seemed to have expanded. At that moment, the majority of the nearby Marines were pressed down to the ground. After a brief moment of reflection, Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Dismissing the ordinary Marines from his mind, he swiftly took control and confined the extent of his spiritual pressure to the immediate area. This left everyone outside feeling as though a great weight had been lifted from their bodies. Upon rising once more, they retreated significantly, with only the higher echelons of the Navy and those of Vice Admiral rank remaining in their previous positions. The ordinary sailors were truly frightened. After all, spiritual pressure is an oppression of the soul. Those lacking sufficient strength and resilience within their spirits experience a far greater terror than when confronted with the Conqueror's Haki. What exactly were Zephyr and Xian employing? It did not seem to be the Conqueror's Haki, did it? Or could there be some other force capable of eliciting such a response? Zephyr spoke with irritation. Although Sengoku remained somewhat perplexed, he nodded, choosing not to delve too deeply into the matter. As for the peculiar energy within Xian that did not belong to any known power system, Zephyr would not divulge this to Sengoku. At this moment, Luchi also adopted a serious demeanor. Xian's recent display had made it abundantly clear that one could not gauge the strength of this youth based solely on his age. Perhaps he was even stronger than the previous Navy members, maybe even surpassing Luchi himself, though this comparison was made with reference to his 15-year-old self. Yet now, you are still no match for me. Shave. Finger pistol, Yellow Lotus. This is one of the advanced techniques of the Navy's 6th style, and it marks the first time Luchi has employed such an advanced move today. From this, one can discern the significance he places on Shien. Thunderous roar. Wall of thunder. Boom. As the thunderous strike was unleashed, it resembled a tempest compressed to its utmost limits, released in a single breath. In an instant, brilliant flashes of lightning erupted. The next moment, a barrier composed entirely of thunder stood resolutely before Shien. Concurrently, Luchi's hundreds of phantasmal finger strikes surged forth almost simultaneously. However, with the presence of the wall of thunder, every strike Luchi attempted was met with the crackling energy, leaving him with a tingling sensation. Reluctantly, he was compelled to retract his assault, his form swiftly retreating. After unleashing countless strikes, his finger had grown numb, nearly devoid of sensation. Since close combat was no longer viable, he resolved to execute. Gale Foot, Stormbird. Unlike the ordinary Gale Foot, this too is an advanced technique of the 6th style, transforming into a great azure bird that soared towards Shien. This maneuver, in terms of both speed and offensive power, far surpasses the ordinary Gale Foot. Even some vice admirals witnessing this spectacle couldn't help but express their admiration. It is no wonder that Luchi is hailed as the strongest in CP9 and 8 centuries. When it comes to the application of the 6 forms, even these vice admirals cannot match Luchi's proficiency. However, in the face of the oncoming azure bird, Xian did not raise his sword to block or evade. Instead, he simply lifted a hand and extended a finger. Despite his own Keto level only being at LV3, he could still forsake the 8th path for those below 20 and unleash at least 80% of its attacking power. Keto number 4, White Thunder. A cascade of white lightning erupted from Xian's fingertip, surging forward with tremendous force. Boom. In the next moment, the azure bird collided with the white lightning, resulting in a massive explosion. The ground at the point of impact even formed a crater. From the moment Luchi initiated his attack until now, only about 3 seconds had elapsed. Yet within that brief interval, both sides engaged in 2 rounds of fierce offense and defense, leaving the vast majority of onlookers utterly bewildered. Sengoku was even more perplexed. Did Xian consume a devil fruit? I don't know. This is my first time witnessing such a thing. Zephyr shook his head, genuinely at a loss. Could it be a thunder-type fruit? That seems unlikely. If it were, Xian could have elementalized against Luchi's 2 attacks without needing to block. Indeed, even if it is not a thunder fruit, it is certainly not an ordinary devil fruit. After all, the lightning Xian summoned earlier was white. At this moment, Sengoku was relentlessly recalling, attempting to ascertain which devil fruit from the catalog matched Xian's abilities. Unfortunately, none seemed to fit. The Navy's catalog of devil fruits is inherently incomplete, with many powerful fruits having long been concealed by the world government, never appearing in the catalog provided to the Navy. Moreover, to Sengoku's knowledge, even the catalog in the hands of the world government is not exhaustive. Numerous formidable fruits have eluded their grasp for a full 8 centuries, as if they have been evading the world government. Even when they have briefly acquired some, they soon lose them for various reasons. The fruit that Luffy consumed serves as a prime example. Thus, he merely assumed that Xian had ingested an undocumented devil fruit, without considering other possibilities. However, he was unaware that White Thunder is merely the most fundamental technique within Kido, arguably one of the simplest. In the world of Soul Reapers, it is a technique that all students must learn during their foundational training in Kido. The reason Xian chose to employ this technique was simply that he believed it would make future explanations easier. After all, as a lightning-type devil fruit ability, White Thunder could certainly be included, right? As for which fruit it is, if you, Sengoku, do not know, how could I possibly know? In any case, since no one knows, it is best to maintain the air of mystery, isn't it? Otherwise, Xian would have directly utilized the Kido from the higher tiers. It is worth mentioning that although he currently cannot use advanced Kido, he has mastered all techniques below the 40th. On the battlefield, Xian has now retracted the thunder and subsequently pressed his right hand against the ground, reminiscent of Aokiji unleashing the Ice Age. Even several hundred meters away, someone in a training equipment room lifted their blindfold to take a look. Kido number 11. Chain lightning. Zzzzz. Countless golden bolts of lightning erupted from his palm, spreading outwards through the ground as a conductor. In an instant, it enveloped the entire combat zone. Why not switch careers and join the Navy? In midair, Luchi, stepping lightly through the air, felt a sense of trepidation. Had he not reacted swiftly and leapt into the air, he would have undoubtedly been struck. His expression grew significantly more serious. The lightning on the ground did not persist for long. It dissipated after approximately 10 seconds. At this moment, Luchi descended once more. After all, maintaining the moonwalk in midair was quite taxing on his stamina. Although the exertion was not particularly significant for Luchi, the presence of the young boy before him instilled a profound sense of crisis. Thus, conserving energy, even if only slightly, was paramount. Moreover, while the moonwalk allowed for temporary suspension in the air, it was evidently ill-suited for intense combat. It is essential to recognize that navigating through the air with the moonwalk is neither convenient nor precise. Originally, Luchi had no intention of harnessing this newfound power, especially since he had only recently acquired it. Yet now, his gaze fixed on Xian, and as Luchi spoke, his body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. His physique expanded, and a pattern resembling leopard spots emerged on his skin. Ultimately, even his head was largely transformed into that of a leopard, with only the area below his nose retaining a human shape. This was the Zoan-type cat fruit, leopard form, his hybrid form. To speak candidly, Luchi's devil fruit was neither extraordinary nor particularly formidable. However, this ability was exceptionally suited to him. After all, Luchi specialized in the Marine 6 styles, and this fruit significantly enhanced his physique, strength, and speed, amplifying the potency of his techniques. Particularly in terms of speed, this fruit undeniably provided Luchi with greater advantages than most others. Now fully transformed into his hybrid form, he exuded an overwhelming sense of power. With a swift motion, he unleashed the finger pistol technique, despite the considerable distance separating him from Xian. This left many onlookers somewhat bewildered. How could the technique of finger gun, typically a close-range maneuver, be executed as a long-range attack? Similarly, Sengoku was also taken aback. Unlike others, he possessed a deeper understanding of the 6 styles, as they were originally conceived by Garp. Indeed, the finger gun can be employed for ranged assaults, but it demands extraordinary physical prowess and exceptional skill to achieve such a feat even among the elite forces of the Marines, aside from Garp. No one else could accomplish this. Yet, unexpectedly, the mere 23-year-old Luffy had already mastered it. In other words, Luffy's command of the 6 styles had reached a truly formidable level. As he unleashed 3 finger guns, Luffy did not pause to assess the outcome. He immediately sprang into action. Chafe. His speed had increased significantly compared to before, so much so that some vice admirals could scarcely keep up with his rapidity. In the face of the approaching finger guns, Xian deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the attacks. However, a shadow suddenly materialized behind him. Got you. Storm foot, leopard tail. A spiral-shaped vacuum slash erupted in an instant, mere meters away from Xian. To anyone observing, it appeared utterly unavoidable. Yet, Luffy's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw Xian. With his back turned, employing an unusual grip and angle with his sword, bracing the thunderclap behind him to withstand the oncoming storm foot attack. Of course, even though he managed to block it, the tremendous force still sent Xian flying several meters away. However, he sustained no injury. This was merely a tactic employed by Xian to mitigate the impact by allowing himself to be propelled backward. Without affording Xian any opportunity to regain his composure, Luffy activated Shave once more, intent on pursuing him relentlessly, denying him any chance to adjust his position. Finger gun spot. With both hands moving like phantoms, he unleashed a torrent of finger guns, akin to a machine gun firing in rapid succession. Relentless in his pursuit, he aimed to subdue Xian completely with this flurry of attacks. Yet, just as he was on the verge of catching Xian, his body suddenly stumbled, and he crashed to the ground. What was happening? He was on the brink of victory. Was this some sort of performance? The watching Marines were left perplexed. Although Xian had narrowly escaped defeat and remained unscathed, they were nonetheless pleased. However, the unfolding scene left them utterly baffled. Just as the Marines pondered the situation, Xian, regaining his stance, spoke up, binding path number 4, the rope. At this moment, all the Marines noticed a golden energy, resembling a rope, binding Luchi's feet. It was no wonder he stumbled and fell to the ground when his legs were unexpectedly restrained during a full-speed pursuit. Was this also a manifestation of thunder, transforming into a tangible force to ensnare an opponent? Sengoku couldn't help but exclaim. It was easy to misunderstand, given that the rope was golden in color and bore an electric-like appearance. Mistaking it for a form of lightning was indeed reasonable. Unfortunately, Shien was unable to discard incantations exceeding the 20th level of binding arts. Otherwise, if he had executed a 30-level mouthful flash, it would have been perfection. As for chanting, apologies, but in real combat, one could hardly afford the time to recite such lengthy incantations. If someone were to restrain or ambush, it might be feasible. But in a one-on-one scenario, it was simply impossible. Speaking of which, he hadn't practiced his Kido for half a year and needed to dedicate time to it. Simply relying on the non-chanting techniques below the 20th level of destructive and binding arts was insufficient when facing a formidable opponent. With a resounding thud, the golden energy rope binding Luchi's legs shattered into shimmering starlight. Indeed, this rope alone was insufficient to contain him. Thus, he resolved to unleash judgment. Thunder. Boom. In the sky, a thunderbolt over a meter in diameter descended with a deafening roar. There was no warning, not even a hint of buildup. This terrifying lightning appeared abruptly. It bore some resemblance to Enel's divine punishment from the original story. An iron block. Steel. An iron block, Luchi. Are you serious? If he had chosen to evade, it might have been possible, but to confront it with an iron block? Was he being overly optimistic? According to Enel's calculations, this thunderbolt surely surpassed a lethal voltage. Was he truly convinced an iron block could withstand it? Moreover, wasn't an iron block meant for physical attacks? Was this even a physical assault? Clearly not. The next moment, the lightning bolt engulfed Luchi, and after several seconds, it finally dissipated, leaving a deep crater on the ground. Just when everyone believed victory was assured, a slicing sound suddenly pierced the air. A leopardess tail coiled around Xian's waist, lifting him effortlessly. 6-Style's secret technique. Maximum wheel, 6 King's gun. With fists thrust forward, he pressed against Xian's back. A formidable shockwave was about to be unleashed. If this strike connected, even Shien would likely be severely injured. After all, he lacked the protagonist's template like Luffy, who grew stronger with greater injuries. However, Luchi's earlier actions deceived most of the Navy, but certainly did not fool the high-ranking officers. Nor did it escape Xian's notice. Thunder. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning erupted from beneath Luchi's feet, instantly consuming him. Moments later, the leopardess tail that had ensnared Shien slowly loosened, revealing Luchi, his eyes glazed over, and smoke billowing from his mouth. Utilizing the commotion caused by the descending lightning, he had evaded at the last possible second, cleverly concealing his actions. He had even assumed the posture of an iron block to mislead his opponent. Subsequently, while everyone's attention was fixated on the crater left by the thunder strike, he had moved at lightning speed to launch a counterattack from behind. Well done. To be honest, it felt somewhat regrettable to serve under Spandam observing Luchi, who still maintained the stance of the 6 King's gun, but had lost consciousness, Shien remarked. 032. Trading 3 vice admirals for Luchi. Indeed, although Shien lacked Kenbunchika haki, he could still sense within a certain range due to his spiritual pressure. Consequently, Luchi's previous maneuvers were captured by him. Thus, after the thunder struck, Shien used the lightning to control him and maneuvered him to his rear. Awaiting the moment when Luchi positioned himself to unleash his final strike, knowing that even if he reacted, he would have no chance to evade. In this encounter, strategy outweighed raw power. Otherwise, even if Shien could defeat Luchi, it would take a considerable amount of time, unless he resorted to revealing all his capabilities, such as other destructive and binding arts that could not be explained by lightning. Outside the battlefield, thousands of Marines exchanged glances. Each face bore a mixture of excitement and trepidation, uncertainty clouding their expressions. Until, after a brief pause, one enthusiastic cheer erupted, followed by a wave of cheers engulfing the entire training ground. A mere 15-year-old, still an elite training camp student. Initially, no one had noticed Xian, mistaking him for just another passionate young Marine who entered the fray out of frustration. Yet, he had indeed triumphed. In his strength, it was likely that the 3 admirals had not been this formidable at his age. Xian, well done. Sengoku appeared on the scene, patting Xian's shoulder, his smile unable to be concealed. After all, the Navy was on the brink of humiliation, but Xian's intervention had completely reversed the situation. Sengoku was elated. Old man Sengoku. Luchi is impressive. Can't we recruit him into the Navy? This might be difficult. Sengoku paused, then shook his head. He was well aware of Luchi's capabilities, especially in this time when the Navy was lacking in talent. If Luchi could be brought into the Navy, he would welcome it with open arms. However, that was simply not feasible. After all, Luchi belonged to CP9, an intelligence agency directly under the world government. Even Sengoku, as fleet admiral, had no authority to request personnel from there. Old man, can't you think a bit more? What do you mean? A trade. Don't tell me you haven't gotten a list from the mouse after all these days. It was better not to mention it, once it was brought up. Sengoku felt embarrassed. He genuinely had not obtained the list. The mouse had been incredibly tight-lipped over the past few days. Then I'll give you 3 names. You can discuss with Spandam. The Navy will trade 3 for 1 weight. Let us discuss this matter in my office later. Hearing half of it, Sengoku immediately interrupted Xian, as there were too many people around, making it an unsuitable place for such discussions. Half an hour later, after arranging matters at the training ground, Xian followed Sengoku to the Admiral's office. Xian, you may speak now. Luffy Vice Admiral, Single Vice Admiral, and Sanders Vice Admiral. So it was those 3 old man Sengoku. Did you suspect this long ago? Xian was somewhat surprised. Yes, the strength of these 3 has not genuinely reached the level of Vice Admiral. They might barely qualify as Rear Admirals. What? Barely qualifying as Rear Admirals, and yet you promoted them to Vice Admirals? Because their military achievements are exceedingly numerous. With that remark, Xian comprehended the situation. Originally, relying on Spandam to leverage the CP organization for greater military achievements was a rather straightforward endeavor. Intelligence was readily available. And should combat assistance be required, Spandam could discreetly arrange for personnel to aid or even eliminate targets directly, allowing these 3 individuals to return with the spoils without lifting a finger. After all, assassination was a domain in which CP excelled. Consequently, the trio, having ascended to the rank of Vice Admiral, could utilize their positions to procure further benefits for Spandam. Particularly, Vice Admiral Sanders, who oversaw intelligence across various branches, had a plethora of possibilities at his disposal. Otherwise, could it truly be conceivable that the rat had caused chaos in the East China Sea for so many years without the upper echelons being aware? Clearly, Sanders had suppressed a multitude of pertinent information, leading to this outcome. Were it any other Vice Admiral, Sengoku would have hesitated, even if it were to exchange for a remarkably talented and youthful prodigy. However, with these 3, Sengoku did not waver in the slightest. Their capabilities were lacking, barely qualifying for the rank of Rear Admiral, and they were but parasites within the Navy. To exchange them for Luchi? What a bargain. The most crucial aspect was that, given the rank of these 3 individuals, they undoubtedly possessed substantial knowledge regarding Spandam. Should such information come to light, even if Spandam managed to deflect blame before the elders, he would certainly face severe repercussions. Thus, this exchange. Spandam had no choice but to agree. Yet, Xian, would you be willing to exchange Luchi for these 3? Sengoku had not forgotten Xian's insistence on having Smoker involved. He understood that all implicated Navy personnel must be eradicated. That was Xian's bottom line. However, if the exchange were to occur, then the greater good must prevail. I comprehend. Upon hearing this, Sengoku regarded Xian with newfound respect. He had anticipated that Xian possessed such a broad perspective, a talent indeed. Nevertheless, Sengoku was oblivious to Xian's true thoughts. They must survive to reach Spandam. Indeed, that was Xian's genuine sentiment. The exchange must happen, but the Navy's parasites must also be purged. None could escape. After Xian's departure, Sengoku picked up the transponder snail and called Spandam. How is it, Admiral Sengoku? Can Luchi be brought over? I'm afraid Luchi lost, so that isn't possible. Impossible. No one from your Navy's generation could possibly defeat Luchi. You may inquire with Luchi himself. Our Navy is not so dishonorable. Luchi actually lost. And to someone from the same generation within the Navy? Spandam was utterly flabbergasted. Rest assured, the rat will not have the chance to speak before his demise, just as previously arranged. I hope Admiral Sengoku will keep his word. Though Luchi's defeat surprised Spandam, the final outcome was not entirely unacceptable. As long as Sengoku fulfilled his promise to silence the rat permanently, it was manageable. However, by the way, I would like to request a person from your CP9. Whom do you seek? Rob Luchi. He would undoubtedly be well suited for the Navy. Impossible. You want Rob Luchi? Have you had too much to drink, Sengoku? What if I were to exchange 3 Navy Vice Admirals? Vice Admiral Luffy, Vice Admiral Single, and Vice Admiral Sanders. As Sengoku's words fell, the transponder snail simulated Spandam's eyes widening in disbelief. More than 10 minutes later, having concluded the conversation with Spandam, Sengoku wore a contented expression, even humming a cheerful tune. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sea, within a clandestine base, Spandam was in his room, wreaking havoc. 033 8,000-meter chasm the following day. Navy Headquarters Hospital. In his hospital bed, Luchi found himself questioning his existence. It was not due to his defeat by Xian. He was not one to falter under such circumstances. However, just half an hour prior, upon awakening, he had seen Admiral Sengoku grinning at his bedside, who then declared, Luchi, as of today, you are a member of the Navy. Here is your transfer order. As for your rank, well, let us start from Colonel. Since you lack military achievements, but given your capabilities, I believe you will soon attain the ranks of Rear Admiral, Commodore, and even Vice Admiral. Without granting Luchi any time for inquiries, Sengoku swiftly departed. At that moment, Luchi was utterly bewildered. He had adhered to the principle of dark justice, and yet, he was being ushered into the light. This is utterly absurd. Saint Mary Joa? In the realm of power. You mean Rob Luchi from CP9 has been transferred to the Navy? Indeed. The man clad in a white suit and donning a mask nodded. He is the second in command of CP0, and Rob Luchi is designated as one of the reserve members of CP0 under his command. If all goes according to plan, once Luchi reaches the age of 30 and attains the requisite strength to meet CP0 standards, he would facilitate Luchi's induction into CP0. Yet, this very morning, his subordinate informed him that Luchi has been reassigned to the Navy. What is this? Thus, he hurriedly sought an audience with the 5 Elder Stars. The reason? According to intelligence relayed from the Navy headquarters, it appears that Sengoku has unearthed some clandestine dealings involving Spandam, subsequently trading 3 Vice Admirals for Rob Luchi, leaving Spandam with no choice but to acquiesce. 3 Vice Admirals. Sengoku holds Rob Luchi in such high regard. Upon hearing this, the 5 Elder Stars were taken aback. Trading 3 Vice Admirals for Luchi is indeed a considerable gamble. Based on my investigations, these 3 Vice Admirals are in collusion with Spandam, leveraging their positions within the Navy to amass various forms of wealth for him. Well, this clarifies matters for the 5 Elder Stars. No wonder Sengoku was so extravagant. Even though Luchi possesses commendable talent, he hardly warrants the exchange of 3 Vice Admirals. It seems this is the crux of the issue. On one hand, he is purging the Navy of its internal parasites, while on the other, he is snatching Luchi from CP9. What a masterful play. Shall we veto this transfer order? No, there is no need for a veto. Let Luchi join the Navy. Is this not prudent? You must reconsider this situation. The Navy is facing a severe generational gap. Once the current 3 admirals retire, there will be no one capable of filling their shoes, and Luchi, although he still has much to learn, I believe he can meet the admiral's standards within a decade. Moreover, his loyalty to the world government is reassuring. Indeed, allowing Luchi to enter the Navy, with the potential to rise to the rank of admiral or even marshal, would render the Navy more compliant. Agreed. Soon, the 5 Elder Stars reached a consensus. They would exploit the prevailing generational gap within the Navy to facilitate Luchi's entry and gradual ascent to higher ranks. However, the CP0 operative was left somewhat dumbfounded. He had come to thwart the transfer order, only to find, had he known this would be the outcome, he would have gone directly to the Navy headquarters to negotiate with Sengoku. Now that you have made this decision, how can he possibly negotiate? Truly, he felt like slapping himself. A month later, elite training camp. 2 figures intertwined amidst the clash of blades, their movements a continuous dance of combat. In this scene, the instructors and trainees within the training camp have long grown accustomed to the occurrences before them. Ever since the enigmatic Peach Rabbit returned to the headquarters a fortnight ago after completing a clandestine mission, she has been imparting the art of swordsmanship to Xian on a daily basis. However, after these 2 weeks of instruction, Peach Rabbit finds herself at a loss for words. No matter the perspective, Xian's swordsmanship has far surpassed that of an ordinary swordsman. Techniques such as cutting through steel have become mere trifles for him. In terms of practical combat prowess, he even exceeds many renowned sword masters. Yet, paradoxically, this individual simply cannot execute the soaring slash. And Peach Rabbit is at a loss as to where the issue truly lies. In recent days, I have found myself engaged in repeated combat, attempting to guide him towards the natural realization of the soaring slash. It has been emphasized that the key lies in concentrating the sword's aura into a singular point, and then instantaneously releasing it upon the execution of the strike. After forcing Xian back several meters with a single stroke, Tao Tu reiterated this notion. However, Xian merely scoffed in response. Sword aura. But what am I to do if I lack any? After all, in the realm of the Grim Reaper's swordsmanship, it is not merely technique that prevails, but rather the synergy of spiritual pressure, devoid of any sword aura. In recent days, I have repeatedly endeavored to unleash even a hint of sword energy, yet my efforts have been in vain. Is it possible that I am destined to engage solely in close combat, much like the Grim Reaper? A sense of existential doubt began to creep into Xian's mind. Wait. Suddenly, he recalled that the Grim Reaper is not exclusively a master of melee. Certain Zanpakuto, upon their Shurkai or Bankai releases, can indeed perform ranged attacks reminiscent of the aerial slashes found in the world of pirates. For instance, Ichigo Kurosaki's Zangetsu, with its Shurkai form, unleashes the Getsuga Tensho, and in its Bankai form, the Black Getsuga Tensho. The distinction lies in the use of spiritual pressure rather than sword energy. Thus, it seems feasible to utilize pure spiritual pressure as a substitute to execute long-range slashes. By compressing spiritual pressure to its utmost limits and concentrating this high-density energy upon the blade, I could. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Xian unconsciously raised his weapon, Thunderclap, as the azure-hued, high-density spiritual pressure began to coalesce at the tip of the sword. Flash. As Thunderclap descended, A crescent-shaped azure slash was instantaneously unleashed. The overwhelming force sent a tremor through Momotaro's heart, prompting her to swiftly evade. With no intention of attempting to withstand such a strike. Boom. At this moment, the other trainees in the camp came to a halt, gazing in astonishment at Xian and the Peach Bunny. Before them lay a chasm, several meters deep, etched into the ground. Most astonishingly, this fissure extended all the way to an equipment room situated over 1,000 meters away at the edge of the training ground. That very equipment room had been cleaved in two and was now in the throes of collapse. Xian, what on earth are you doing? In a swift motion, Zephyr had already arrived at Xian's side. Originally, he had intended to observe the sparring session between Xian and the Peach Bunny, curious to see if any progress had been made. However, as he reached the periphery of the training ground, a terrifying wave of energy surged towards him. Fortunately, Zephyr's reflexes were sharp, allowing him to evade the onslaught. Yet, upon glancing back, he was met with the sight of the training camp's equipment room, now severed in two and crumbling. Enraged, Zephyr could hardly contain his fury. Who was responsible for this unfortunate incident? It is important to note that the elite training camp was already operating under tight financial constraints, and not only has the equipment room been destroyed, but many of the devices within it have also been irreparably damaged due to the collapse of the facility. The loss is immense. It is likely to amount to at least 100 million Bailey. Following the trench on the ground, I hastily pursued, only to discover the source of this chasm turns out to be Xian. How outrageous. I truly had no idea. I merely followed the teachings of Major General Tao Rabbit and swung my blade. Who could have predicted it would lead to this? The not yet 16-year-old Xian exclaimed innocently. Anyone observing would agree that Xian appeared genuinely innocent, with the real issue lying with Tao Rabbit. Zephyr momentarily froze, then turned to glare at Tao Rabbit. Under Zephyr's fierce gaze, Tao Rabbit nearly lost her temper. Pitiful. Can't you see this fellow is merely putting on an act? How infuriating, to pass the blame onto me. At that moment, a vivid image flashed in Tao Rabbit's mind. Xian, bare and suspended, while she wielded a whip, striking repeatedly. Due to the commotion, it wasn't long before Sengoku arrived. After grasping the situation, Sengoku did not explode in anger as he usually would. Instead, he gazed thoughtfully at the chasm, which lay over 1,000 meters away. Zephyr, submit the damages report shortly. I shall approve a special allocation of funds for you. With that, Sengoku departed, leaving a bewildered Zephyr in his wake. Has Sengoku undergone a transformation? Even before I could voice my concerns, he decided to reimburse the expenses. As for Xian, his condition was far from favorable. Despite his spiritual energy having reached over 3,200, that one maneuver had instantly depleted 1,800 points. In essence, for Xian at this moment, it was merely a one-time technique. Although powerful, it could not be unleashed repetitively like the sword masters or grand sword masters could. Indeed, there is truth in the saying, the essence of combat for a Shinigami lies in spiritual pressure. Whether it be the Zanpakuto or the Shuinpa, the foundation is rooted in spiritual pressure. Therefore, the cultivation of spiritual energy must never be neglected. Even in the upcoming months dedicated to swordsmanship, at least 2 days a week should be reserved for practicing spiritual pressure, striving to reach the coveted threshold of 10,000 points, the standard for an ordinary captain level, as the system refers to it. Moreover, one must invest considerable effort into the area of spiritual pressure strikes. On one hand, by honing more refined control of spiritual pressure, one can minimize energy consumption while maintaining equal power. On the other hand, it is essential to develop several strikes of lesser force that can be utilized in regular combat. If each engagement relies solely on high-powered techniques, even a captain-level spiritual energy would not endure for long. Ideally, one should aspire to achieve a level akin to Hawkeye, where every strike is effortless, with the finesse of a basic attack. Before long, Xian had mapped out a plan for his future training. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly felt an ominous aura locking onto him from behind. Damn it, I completely forgot about that woman, Tao Rabbit. I must make a quick escape. Who knows what she might do to me after I laid such a significant blame on her. Major General Tao Rabbit, I am grateful for your swordsmanship guidance today. I have gained considerable insights, so I shall return to seclusion now. No need for that. I have a dedicated training chamber for swordsmanship. Come with me. Just as Xian contemplated fleeing, Tao Rabbit had already darted in front of him, placing her right hand on him. To others, it appeared as though she merely rested her hand lightly. However, in truth, at that moment, Xian was grimacing in pain. In the next instant, he was dragged away by Tao Rabbit. Oh, he was taken away, at the Navy headquarters, in the officer's villa area, within Tao Rabbit's standalone villa. Now, tell me, what was that strike of yours all about? Tao Rabbit inquired, seated on the sofa, gazing at Xian standing before her, reminiscent of a superior interrogating a subordinate. Isn't that what you taught me? Focus the sword's energy into a single point, then release it explosively as you strike. Xian, have you forgotten my identity? Identity. Major General, or rather, the candidate for Admiral, I am aware. Is that what I meant? All right, Major General Tao Rabbit, you are the only Grand Sword Master in the Navy. With a slight sigh, Xian replied. Indeed, a Grand Sword Master. Although I have only recently attained this status, it signifies that my understanding of swordsmanship surpasses that of Fleet Admiral Sengoku or Chief Instructor Zephyr. Therefore, you may deceive them, but you cannot deceive me. That previous strike was not merely sword energy, but rather the ability of your devil fruit, correct? What? I thought Tao Rabbit had seen through my secret. Is that all it is? Instantly, Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. At this moment, Tao Rabbit continued to speak. Do you think that if you do not rely solely on swordsmanship to unleash your flying slashes, I would look down upon you? I am not so narrow-minded. True strength is what matters, regardless of its origin, even if it is derived from the fusion of devil fruit powers and swordsmanship. The ability to execute such formidable slashes is truly commendable. Goodness, there is no need for me to clarify anything. This woman has already concocted her own narrative. Well, I admit it was my mistake. I did indeed utilize external forces to deliver that slash. You see, it could have been stated plainly without any qualms. It's not as if I committed a wrongdoing that necessitates concealment. You were right. You were absolutely correct. I find myself somewhat at a loss for words. However, this is ultimately an external force. If you aspire to become a grand swordsman, you must learn how to project your sword energy outward. Thus, starting today, you shall reside with me, and I will undertake a rigorous 3-month training regimen to ensure you master the art of externalizing your sword energy. Tao Rabbit, where's your composure? Just a moment ago, you asserted that utilizing the powers of the devil fruit to unleash flying slashes is nothing to be ashamed of. How brief a time has it been? Must I truly master the art of projecting sword energy? I do not even possess any sword energy within me. Furthermore, you expect me to reside here for 3 months? Is it not evident that you are merely coveting my presence, seeking an excuse to cohabitate? Alas, it appears that a young man traversing to a fantastical realm must indeed learn the ways of self-defense. Despite the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Xian's mind, his body proved to be quite honest. Merely a few minutes later, he found himself carrying 2 large bags, having moved from the training camp dormitory to the villa of the lovely rabbit. In pursuit of efficiency, he even employed the technique of instantaneous movement along the way. Thus, when he entered the villa bearing his 2 hefty bags, the rabbit was left utterly astonished. So soon? Could it be that I have invited trouble into my home? New World, Marine G1 branch. Ring, ring, ring. This is T-Pig, Vice Admiral T-Pig. I am Eric from headquarters. Oh, Eric, what brings you here? Eric, a lieutenant colonel from the Marine headquarters, is indeed one of T-Pig's loyal followers. Vice Admiral T-Pig, your home has been compromised. Compromised? What do you mean? T-Pig, bewildered by the words emanating from the transponder snail, could not comprehend how his home had been compromised. You may not be aware of the recent events at headquarters while you are in the G1 branch. Recently, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit has grown quite close to a new recruit in the training camp. In fact, that recruit has even moved in with Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, and they are officially cohabiting. Could you repeat that? Who is living together? T-Pig thought he must have misheard. This matter was simply too outrageous. However, it is indeed Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit and the new recruit named Sean Campbell from the training camp. They are now living together. Are you sure there is no mistake? Vice Admiral T-Pig, why do you find it hard to believe? Many people at headquarters have witnessed this, and even the lower-ranking Marines are discussing their cohabitation. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. T-Pig was on the verge of madness. Here I am, fighting on the front lines of the New World. And my home is being invaded? No, I must return to headquarters immediately. I cannot afford to wait another moment. Hanging up the transponder snail, T-Pig dashed towards Admiral Akainu's office. Marine headquarters, Admiral's office. Crane, you ought to speak to Peach Rabbit. After all, the situation is rather concerning. And even the lower-ranking Marines are gossiping about her and Sean. That child is quite resolute. It's pointless. Besides, they are not doing anything inappropriate. Peach Rabbit is merely instructing Sean in swordsmanship. Shaking her head, Crane remarked, ring, ring, ring. Just as Sengoku was saying something, the transponder snail on the desk suddenly rang. This is Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, this is Akainu. Has there been an issue at G1 branch? No, G1 branch is fine. But just now T-Pig contacted me, claiming he had some health issues and wished to return to headquarters for a period of recuperation. I'm here to report this matter to you. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression darkened. Health issues. He must have heard the rumors from headquarters and can no longer remain calm. No, refuse T-Pig's request. Instruct him to stay at G1 branch. It might be too late. I haven't even agreed, and he left right after he spoke. Now, T-Pig's ship has already departed from G1 branch. Then use the transponder snail to contact him and tell him to return to G1 branch. I actually sensed something was amiss earlier, but when I attempted to reach out to him, I found that his transponder snail was unreachable. It's not just him. His aide and several subordinates are also uncontactable. Never mind. You don't need to concern yourself with the remaining matters. I will handle it. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. So be it. Hanging up the transponder snail, Sengoku felt a headache coming on. 035 The sycophant ends up with nothing. A full 10 days passed. Peach Rabbit attempted various methods to teach Xian swordsmanship. She taught with utmost seriousness, a level of dedication she had never exhibited before. Yet the outcome. Peach Rabbit ultimately found herself at a standstill. She realized that Xian was not incapable of controlling sword energy. Rather, the truth was, he simply possessed no sword energy whatsoever. How utterly bizarre. Yet, unbeknownst to her, during these 10 days, Xian had indeed made progress. He discovered that although he could not cultivate sword energy using Peach Rabbit's methods, his spiritual power surged remarkably. He even began to suspect that the true reason for his inability to cultivate sword energy was, has all this sword energy been automatically converted into spiritual power? As a result, after 10 days, when Xian gazed upon his attributes, Xian Campbell, /LV, 4, 1, 750, 2000, Fist, LV, 3, 750, 1000, Movement, LV, 4, 880, 2000, Ghost, LV, 3, 150, 1000, Spiritual Power, 5980 Physique, 1247 Zanpakuto, Thunderclap, Initial Release. Although these past days have yielded 2 substantial increases in rewards, if this trend continues, within a month, he could reach a spiritual power of 10,000 points. Spiritual power is not solely utilized for unleashing the ultimate moves of the Zanpakuto. Even the fundamental 4 abilities of a Soul Reaper, Fist, Movement, and Ghost, rely on spiritual power for their execution. With equal levels of proficiency, the magnitude of spiritual power and the intensity of spiritual pressure determine the potency of these foundational abilities. Crucially, once the Zanpakuto is released, it can amplify the Soul Reaper's spiritual pressure by 2 to 3 times, varying according to the nature of the Zanpakuto. In other words, during combat, when Xian completes the initial release of his Zanpakuto, the effectiveness of his Fist, Movement, and Ghost will experience further enhancement. If he can achieve the Bankai in the future, he could potentially amplify his spiritual pressure by at least tenfold. Thus, the power system of a Soul Reaper is supported by 2 principal pillars, one being the foundation, consisting of Fist, Movement, and Ghost, and the other being the liberation of the Zanpakuto, which significantly enhances the Soul Reaper's spiritual pressure through initial release and Bankai. Moreover, upon the release of the Zanpakuto, in addition to augmenting the Soul Reaper's spiritual pressure, it also confers a multitude of other abilities. This bears a striking resemblance to the devil fruits in the world of pirates. In their regular state, devil fruits are akin to the initial release of a Zanpakuto, whereas in their awakened state, they resemble the Bankai. If I were to consume the thunder fruit, what would be the outcome? Would 1 plus 1 exceed 2? Or would 1 plus 1 remain equal to 1? Xian was unaware of the answer. However, pondering such matters now seemed rather tardy, for by the calculation of time, it had been over 2 years since Enel had ingested the thunder fruit. Even if he were to confront and defeat Enel, the likelihood of obtaining the thunder fruit would still be exceedingly slim. Alas, having spent 3 years on this deserted island, he could have considered intercepting Enel. Alternatively, he might devise a strategy to extract the method of seizing the fruit from Blackbeard in the future, and then give it a try. Propping his chin on his hand, Xian was deep in thought. What was he contemplating? He quickly stood up to resume his activities. I propose, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, that we abandon the training of sword energy. I feel as though I shall never master it in this lifetime. Is this not a noble pursuit? She retorted, bemused. Of course not. I am merely reflecting that since I do not rely on sword energy, I can still unleash equally formidable flying slashes. It seems unnecessary. Very well, do as you wish. Now, return to the training camp dormitory. With a wave of her hand, Peach Rabbit expressed her exasperation. This individual is truly eccentric. He finds himself utterly at a loss. Wait, move back? The conditions there are not only rudimentary, but how could it possibly compare to the comfort of this place, where every morning one is greeted by the sight of the enchanting Peach Rabbit? No way, that is utterly inconceivable in this lifetime. Major General Peach Rabbit, I believe that as a swordsman, lacking sword energy is simply unacceptable. I kindly request your continued guidance. Haha. Major General Peach Rabbit responded with a cold sneer. What is this fellow contemplating? Surely, he is not oblivious to it. In the past 10 days, had I not exercised sufficient caution, I would have long since lost count of the numerous instances in which Xian, due to those unforeseen circumstances, intruded upon the bathroom or bedroom. If you wish to continue lingering here, do not even entertain the thought. Will you move? If not, I shall never budge. Then go meet your demise. Clang. Hiss. The woman unexpectedly drew her blade, displaying an astonishing ferocity. Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, Xian, what are you up to? Sister Crane. They both exclaimed. Upon hearing the voice, Tauta swiftly sheathed her knife. Xian also took a couple of steps forward. After all, Sister Crane visited every 2 or 3 days, and Xian had become quite familiar with her, even daring to call her Sister Crane alongside Taudu. As for the reason behind such a form of address, Xian had confidently asserted that with Sister Crane's youthful beauty, how could one possibly refer to her as old lady? The words spoken by Tautu were indeed difficult to refute. It wouldn't be appropriate to simply declare that Crane's age has advanced and her beauty has waned, would it? Thus, over the past few days, Xian had rather readily adopted this manner of speaking. You, little one, are undoubtedly the sweetest tongued here. Hee, I am but an honest person, merely stating the truth. Ah, if you're honest, then there must be no dishonest individuals left in this world. Upon hearing Xian's remark, Tao shot him a glare. Enough of your banter, you two. Ji Yuan, there is something I neglected to inform you earlier. Crane, what is it? Recently, there have been quite a few rumors circulating about the two of you at the Navy headquarters. You should be aware of this, right? Let them say what they wish. It has no bearing on me. Tao replied nonchalantly. Very well, I anticipated you would respond thusly. But it appears someone has informed Rear Admiral Chafan at the G1 branch, and this fellow didn't even wait for Akanu's approval before making a hasty exit, refusing to take any calls. However, word just arrived that the G8 branch has confirmed the presence of Rear Admiral Chafan's warship by calculating the distance. It should arrive at headquarters in approximately 7 to 8 days. As she spoke, Crane cast a glance at Xian. Xian, while Chafan's return may not affect Ji Yuan, for you, Rear Admiral Chafan, is he not the notorious sycophant of the Navy, forever trailing behind Rear Admiral Tao Tu? The room fell silent in an instant, the stillness lingering for over 10 seconds. Tao Tu could guarantee that had she been drinking water at that moment, she would have sprayed Xian with it. A sycophant? And to even use such a term to describe Chafan? You truly are something else. However, I must admit, I find this description quite amusing. After all, that fellow is rather distasteful. Xian, Chafan is still a Rear Admiral in the Navy, and like Ji Yuan, a candidate for Admiral, your words. Crane, he will never become an Admiral. Oh, and why do you say that? Because, you see, a sycophant ends up with nothing in the end. As Crane stood there momentarily stunned by Xian's words, Tao Tu erupted into laughter. It was the first time she had encountered such a phrase. Indeed, Xian was rather peculiar, often voicing thoughts she had never before encountered. While these expressions were strange, upon reflection, they were surprisingly apparent. Perhaps, Xian, you could stay here a bit longer, until that sycophant departs. Absolutely. Hiss. What a delightful turn of events. Vice Admiral Shaitan, thank you. Well, have it your way. Suru shook her head, somewhat speechless. Yet this might not be a bad outcome, considering how thoroughly annoyed Xian had been by Shaitan's antics. If through Xian, Shaitan could be permanently deterred from pursuing Xian, it might just be the perfect solution. 7 days later, the main gate of the elite training camp. A man draped in a vice admiral's coat, clattering in wooden sandals with an air of sleaziness, strode in with hands stuffed in his pockets. The marine sentries at the gate immediately snapped to attention with a crisp salute. Vice Admiral Shaitan. Is Xian Campbell inside? Yes, Vice Admiral. Very well. Carry on with your duties. I'll find my own way in. Aye, sir. As Shaitan disappeared into the compound, the expressions of the two Marines gradually twisted into something peculiar. You think Vice Admiral Shaitan is here because of that whole Xian and Xian situation? Most likely. Though he returned surprisingly fast, wasn't he supposed to be stationed at G1? Someone at HQ must have tipped him off. Shame we're stuck here on guard duty. The showdown inside is bound to be explosive. Don't worry, I've got a plan. The other Marine's eyes gleamed with mischief as he pulled out a den mushy. BRR. Captain. It's Isaac. What? Aren't you on guard duty? Did something happen at the training grounds? No, sir, nothing is wrong. But I think I ate something bad. Could you send a replacement for an hour? Fine. Stay put until relief arrives. Wait, Captain. What now? Send 2 people. Leon's stomach is acting up too. Must ve been breakfast. Leon too? Understood. I'll arrange it. Hanging up, the Marine smirked triumphantly. See, handled. Brilliant. Ein, you're doing it wrong. Speed and power aren't everything. You must master the rhythm of each step. Yes, that is better. Refining your technique enhances efficiency while conserving stamina. Keep practicing like this. Within days, your Sara will show marked improvement. On the training field, Xian, as promised, periodically guided Ein. His insights often left even Zephyr astonished. For Xian's interpretation of the Rokushiki techniques diverged sharply from conventional wisdom. Take Soru, for instance. Marines typically obsessed over foot speed and force, never considering nuances like cadence. Then, who here is Xian Campbell? A booming, yet distinctly slimy voice echoed across the grounds. All eyes turned to Shaitan. Instructors and trainees alike fell silent before shifting their gazes to Xian. The rumors about Xian and Xian had spread like wildfire through headquarters. Everyone could guess why Shaitan had come. I'm Xian Campbell. And you are? Vice Admiral Shaitan. Ah, so you're the lapdog Tsurune mentioned the other day? The word slipped out before Xian could reconsider. Of course, Tsuru had never used the term lapdog, but embellishing the narrative was part of his mission. Tsurune? Lapdog? At that moment, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. No one had anticipated that Xian would make such a sensational statement upon his arrival. The mention of Sister Crane by Xian likely referred to General Crane. After all, when General Peach Rabbit addressed General Crane as Sister Crane, it was not unexpected that Xian, who had rumors circulating with General Peach Rabbit, would follow suit. Everyone silently acknowledged this. However, the subsequent remark was rather, did General Crane just imply that General T. Pig is a sycophant? Hiss. To be fair, General T. Pig's demeanor towards General Peach Rabbit was indeed quite reminiscent of that. But was it truly appropriate to voice such sentiments in front of everyone? As anticipated, the very next moment, General T. Pig's expression shifted dramatically. On this occasion, his face no longer bore the lewdness of yesteryears. Instead, it was overshadowed by a brooding demeanor. Although he had never encountered the term licking dog, a moment's contemplation would suffice for him to grasp its essence. Setting aside whether it was indeed General he who uttered it, the audacity of this young scoundrel to address himself with such a term in the presence of so many was truly remarkable. Isn't this akin to defecating on one's own head? T-Pig, what are you up to? In a swift motion, two figures suddenly appeared in the training grounds. One was Zephyr, and the other was Peach Rabbit. The voice that had just called out belonged to Peach Rabbit. Gun, this fellow is saying that I am. Are you referring to yourself as a sycophant? Indeed, a sycophant, Momentarily caught off guard, T-Pig found himself momentarily stunned, wishing he could slap himself. Am I truly admitting to being a sycophant? Setting aside everything else, the entire Navy is now gossiping about your cohabitation with him. You must make him move out, or your reputation will be utterly tarnished. Xian is currently residing in my home, and if sharing a dwelling with a member of the opposite sex is deemed cohabitation, then I indeed find myself in such a situation. Boom. In that moment, the entire training camp erupted in chaos. Although there had been rumors of the two cohabiting, most of the camp's inhabitants were aware that Admiral Taudu had brought Xian back to teach him swordsmanship. Thus, they merely assumed it was a misunderstanding. However, now that Taudu had explicitly uttered the words cohabitation, the situation had taken a rather surprising turn. Instantly, numerous male sailors cast envious and resentful glances at Xian. Meanwhile, Chibuta was rendered utterly speechless. Xian, you must be speaking out of anger, right? It has to be that way. Without further ado, she snapped, Xian, we are leaving. Paying no heed to Chibuta, Taudu waved at Xian, and together they strode out of the training camp side by side, leaving behind a completely dazed Chibuta. Yet, no one noticed Xian's discreet actions or the hushed words he spoke. I think I performed rather well, didn't I? Don't say a word, keep quiet. That fellow has quite the observation skills. Oh, right. Simultaneously, within the training camp's grounds, Zephyr approached the bewildered Chibuta and said, rather than concerning yourself with Tautu's affairs, you ought to think about how to explain to Sengoku about your desertion from the front lines. You must understand, your actions could be classified as cowardice, and this matter carries significant weight. What? Desertion? I had merely requested a leave from Admiral Akainu. Chibuta stammered. Wait a moment. It seems that in my haste, I mentioned my departure to Admiral Akainu without waiting for his approval. Hiss. So, am I now a coward who has fled the battlefield? Chibuta was utterly flabbergasted. Just then, a squad of sailors entered the training room, led by a weasel. These are not ordinary Marines, but rather those tasked with upholding battlefield discipline, as evidenced by the armbands they wear. Admiral T. Pig, in accordance with the orders of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, is now to detain you. Do you have anything to say? I will accompany you, but I would prefer not to wear the sea stone handcuffs, considering the large number of personnel present. Fleet Admiral Sengoku insists that they must be worn. Otherwise, you will not comprehend the gravity of this mistake. Countless Marines responded with utmost seriousness. This, very well. Although this farce did not last long, the details of the incident were disseminated among many Marines. Naturally, as it circulated, the tale became increasingly absurd. Some versions even claimed that the two engaged in a fierce battle over the lovely rabbit, resulting in Xian being grievously injured by T-Pig, who was subsequently ordered to be detained by Fleet Admiral Sengoku for injuring a fellow officer. Moreover, Admiral Peach Bunny publicly declared that if Xian were to die, she would follow suit in death. In short, the outrageousness of the situation caused the corners of Sengoku's mouth to twitch uncontrollably. Ultimately, he had no choice but to issue a gag order, forbidding all Marines within the headquarters from discussing Xian, Peach Bunny, and T-Pig. It was only then that the headquarters finally fell silent. T-Pig endured a rather grim experience. He was confined for 3 long days before Sengoku finally released him. Of course, Sengoku would not genuinely treat him as a deserter. After all, T-Pig is considered a significant force within the Navy. The aim was merely to instill a lesson in him, to divert his mind from being solely occupied with thoughts of Peach Bunny. Furthermore, upon his release, Sengoku ordered him to return immediately to the G1 branch, forbidding him from lingering at headquarters. He even personally ensured that T-Pig boarded the warship before he could relax. Time spent in training invariably passes swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, Xian had been at Navy headquarters for a year, and he had resided at Peach Bunny's villa for over 3 months. Simultaneously, due to Xian's prowess far exceeding that of the other recruits in the training camp, even the instructors, barring the exceptional translator, were no match for him. Thus, he resolved to graduate early. However, Sengoku had arranged a special assessment for him. On one hand, it was not yet time for the graduation assessment at the training camp. On the other, the graduation assessment held no significance for Xian whatsoever. I said, Old man Sengoku, what is the point of an assessment? Just grant me the rank of colonel directly. You fool, can you be awarded a rank without an evaluation? TSK. Even if I were to defeat a vice admiral, you could only promote me to colonel. Wouldn't it be better to avoid unnecessary complications? Enough of your prattle. I have arranged your opponent. Win, and you graduate. Lose, and you shall return to the training camp to wait 2 years to graduate alongside the other recruits. On the training ground, Sengoku declared as he waved his hand. Soon, a vice admiral approached. An elite vice admiral of the Navy, the Flying Squirrel. I said, old man, you really have set me up against a vice admiral. Don't say I'm not giving you an opportunity. If you can defeat the Flying Squirrel, I shall make an exception and directly grant you the rank of Brigadier General. Hey, now that you mention it, I feel invigorated. Meanwhile, the Flying Squirrel looked at Xian with a hint of displeasure. Do you consider this as having me at your mercy? I am an elite general. Not just an ordinary one. Xian, although you are my junior, I shall not show any leniency in this assessment. Wait, are you afraid? No. There's something I wish to inquire of you, old man Sengoku. Standing before the Flying Squirrel, Xian turned his gaze towards Sengoku outside the arena. What is it? If the destruction here becomes too severe, you won't make me pay for it, will you? Take it easy on me. That kind of tactic is forbidden. Old man Sengoku. Is it too much to ask that I don't have to restrain my power? Xian lamented furiously. Meanwhile, the Flying Squirrel's expression began to sour. What does the commander mean? Does he truly believe that without restricting Xian's abilities, he would inevitably lose? He opened his mouth in displeasure. No matter how much damage you cause, I shall cover the repair costs. Outside the arena, Sengoku let out a slight sigh. You, Flying Squirrel, have yet to witness the slashes Xian unleashed during his training camp. Now, months have passed. Who knows how much he has improved that particular move? If this were to be truly executed, you might find yourself confined to your bed for several months, wouldn't you? Nevertheless, let us set that aside. With the weasel having made his statement, there is little left for Sengoku to contest. So let us commence. With a soft sigh, Sengoku issued the command to begin. In the next instant, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire training ground. Even the weasel felt his knees bend slightly, a mere 1 or 2 degrees, though it was hardly perceptible. Oh, young Xian is indeed formidable. Has his conqueror's haki already manifested to such an extent? At some point, Kizaru had also arrived at the training ground, standing beside Sengoku and commenting in a rather nonchalant tone. However, is something amiss with Admiral Sengoku? Indeed, there seems to be an inconsistency. I had previously inquired with Peach Rabbit, who stated that Xian had not yet awakened his conqueror's haki. This aura appears to be an application of sword energy, seemingly referred to as sword pressure. Alas, I had heard that young Xian was incapable of wielding sword energy. Well, Peach Rabbit mentioned that although he cannot extrude sword energy, he can convert it into sword pressure, and the resulting effect is quite similar to that of Conqueror's haki. With the explanation from Peach Rabbit, the sole great swordsman of the Navy, Sengoku naturally harbored no doubts. The fact that the swordsmanship system could be utilized in such a manner is truly astounding. Now, let us maintain silence and observe the assessment. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this duel will soon conclude, and Xian will become the youngest brigadier general in the history of the Navy. The weasel's eyes were grave. What is this, truly? It bears no resemblance to the conqueror's haki. Rather, it feels like a profound oppression emanating from the very depths of the soul. Were Xian to discern the thoughts occupying Kizaru's mind at this moment, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Congratulations, you were correct." After all, the essence of spiritual pressure lies in its ability to impose upon the soul. The Flying Squirrel understands that he can no longer afford to wait idly. Decisive action is imperative. In the next instant, the blade in his hand is raised, gripped firmly in both hands, revealing the seriousness with which he regards Xian. Cut. One sword style, horizontal slash. Employing the technique of cut, he closes the distance, and then swings his blade. Binding art number 8. Strike. A cerulean orb of light materializes to Xian's right, precisely in the trajectory of the Flying Squirrel's slash. In the following moment, the force of the strike is thwarted. The blade fails to penetrate even a fraction. Though strike is merely a fundamental binding technique, it proves remarkably effective against purely physical assaults. The simplicity with which the attack is deflected leaves the Flying Squirrel astounded. He swiftly retreats, creating a distance of more than 20 meters. Subsequently, he tightens his grip on the great sword and assumes a stance for a decisive strike. Flash. As the great sword descends, a streak of azure energy is instantaneously unleashed. This represents the combat techniques available upon reaching the realm of the swordmaster and mastering the outward projection of sword energy. Within the world of pirates, various appellations exist for this phenomenon, such as the soaring slash or the cutting wave, among others. Thunderclap. Boom. The initial release, followed by a direct assault, enveloped in thunder. The thunderclap was immediately cleaved by the weasel's soaring slash. In the next moment, the weasel's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. For upon the collision of the cutting wave with the thunderclap, there was no contest. It shattered as effortlessly as glass. Although this was merely a standard soaring slash, the ease with which it was obliterated seemed somewhat beyond the realm of expectation. However, Xian's intention was not solely to block the attack. Instead, by leveraging the slashing motion generated by the cutting wave, he retaliated with a crescent-shaped azure slash. The weasel, undeterred, firmly grasped his sword with both hands, emulating Xian's earlier maneuver and countering the cutting wave with a slash of his own. While he was not capable of shattering the cutting wave as Xian did, he was confident that, provided Xian was not a grand sword master, he would certainly be able to withstand this strike. This confidence surged within the weasel. Yet, at that moment, Sengoku's booming voice resonated throughout the training ground. "Weasel, evade." Startled by this command, the weasel's heart raced. Was there something different about this slash? But it was already too late to retract his sword. With no choice left, he braced himself to confront the attack head-on. As the two forces met, the weasel's expression shifted dramatically at the first instant. What is the source of this overwhelming sensation? It is unbearable. How could it be so formidable? In the next moment, the entire body of the flying squirrel was forcefully propelled away, leaving behind a long trail of crimson in the air. 038, you scoundrel. Did I not instruct you to refrain from employing that technique? I did not utilize that technique. It was merely a standard aerial slash. What? You did not use it? Indeed, the power of this strike is only about 30% of that technique, with the flying squirrel's dual-colored dominance. Such an outcome should not have occurred. Upon this realization, the weasel comprehended the situation. Indeed, from the commencement to the conclusion of the battle, the weasel refrained from employing its formidable aura. Perhaps it was a matter of wounded pride. Regardless, Xian is merely 16 years old and has yet to master such power. It is likely for this reason that the weasel chose not to unleash its might. If it were to be myself in such a situation, I might feel too ashamed to exhibit such dominance, for it would indeed verge on bullying. However, regarding the outcome, how is the situation with the dormouse? Sengoku turned to the two medical officers and inquired. Aside from external injuries, there are also some internal damages. While they won't leave any lasting repercussions, it is likely that he will need to remain in the naval hospital for a month. Nodding in acknowledgement, Sengoku felt a sense of relief. As long as there are no lasting effects, a month of recuperation is a minor inconvenience. After all, the Navy is a perilous profession. It is not uncommon for one to spend 2 or 3 months in recovery. The following day, with the release of the latest edition of the World Economic Journal, a piece of news swiftly spread across the globe. The Navy's new generation prodigy, having graduated early from the training camp at the tender age of 16, remarkably defeated a rear admiral during the graduation assessment. Due to his extraordinary talent and prowess, he was promptly awarded the rank of naval brigadier by Marshal Sengoku. Consequently, the youngest brigadier in 8 years within the Navy has emerged. This news has profoundly shocked the entire world. Although the report did not specify which Vice Admiral Xian had defeated, the mere fact that he, at the tender age of 16, could accomplish such a feat is remarkable. However, all this fervent discussion does not pertain to Xian himself. At this moment, he finds himself within the office of Admiral Sengoku. You suggest that Luchi should serve as my aide-de-camp? Indeed. Is there a problem? No issue, but does he consent to this arrangement? This was his own suggestion. Very well. While I am uncertain of Luchi's motivations, Xian would never decline such an offer. What could be unsatisfactory about having a person with the potential of a fleet admiral as one's aide? As for loyalty, that has never been a concern for Xian. As long as he remains significantly stronger than Luchi, that suffices. It is only the weak who ponder the loyalty of others. The strong command respect through their power. Since you have no objections, let us finalize this decision. I now entrust you with a task. What task? Escort Vice Admirals Lo Fei, Single, and Sanders to Judicial Island, where they will be handed over to Commander Spandam of CP9. Oh, so Spandam is finally willing to take them away? Xian's expression turned peculiar. These 3 should have been transferred months ago. However, the agreement reached between Spandam and Sengoku stipulated that they would remain at headquarters for a few additional months until Spandam had made the necessary arrangements. Although Sengoku had acquiesced, he continuously monitored the trio. Essentially, these 3 men had been occupied with shifting previous interests during this time. Well, they have completed their affairs there. And now that we have recruited Luchi, Spandam intends to incorporate these 3 into CP9 as subordinates for his son. Very well, I shall accept this task. With that, Xian promptly turned to leave. Just as he was about to step through the door, Xian, whatever you choose to do, ensure that no evidence remains. Otherwise, not even I can assist you. What could Xian say in response? He could only think to himself. Truly, Sengoku is impressive. Without looking back, Xian simply raised his right hand in a wave and stepped out of the Admiral's office. Commodore, the warship has been arranged. At the port, Luchi saluted crisply and called out to Xian. To be honest, this scene felt rather awkward. However, Xian held a deep admiration for Luchi, regardless of his surroundings. He executed his duties impeccably, as if he were born for the task. Thus, while he admired him, Xian also felt a tinge of pity. Luchi, you need not accompany me this time. But, since you are now my aide, take this opportunity to select some quality subordinates for me. If necessary, you may even visit the elite training camp. Old Zephyr will surely accommodate me. Understood. Nodding, Luchi ceased further discussion. The distance from headquarters to Judicial Island is relatively short, taking just over an hour to reach. In the original narrative, when Spandam activated the slaughter order, the fleet arrived swiftly, indicating the proximity. Throughout the journey, nothing out of the ordinary transpired. everything remained exceedingly stable. Even the transfer of the three individuals proceeded without complication. The warship departed from Judicial Island without incident. I will rest in my cabin. Call for me upon our arrival at headquarters. Yes, Vice Admiral. A minute later, Xian had disembarked from the warship, utilizing his spiritual energy to traverse the air swiftly toward Judicial Island. His spiritual energy had now exceeded 15,000, allowing him to traverse the distance from Judicial Island to the naval headquarters without difficulty. How did he manage to slip away unnoticed from the warship? Through the application of binding technique number 26, curve light. While this technique lacks offensive or defensive capabilities, it employs the refraction of light to render a designated target invisible. Hence, as long as no one possessing observation haki is present, he has little to fear from being seen. As for whether anyone on Judicial Island has awakened observation haki, the answer is, of course, no. This also explains why Xian had not permitted Luchi to accompany him after these past few months. Luchi appeared to be showing signs of awakening his own observation haki. Should he accompany him, it might indeed disrupt his plans. Moments later, Xian's figure appeared atop the courthouse's rooftop, where a suspension bridge lay ahead, leading directly to the Justice Tower beyond. At this moment, Xian could discern that within a certain chamber of the opposing judicial tower, 3 lieutenant generals were ingratiatingly speaking to Spandam. Oh, Sovereign, the mask of flesh and blood. The myriad manifestations, soaring aloft, crowned with the name of humanity. Scorching heat and turmoil, surging across the sea toward the south, step forth. The 31st of the destruction arts, Crimson Fire Cannon. To ensure success, Xian meticulously recited all the incantations, infusing half of his spiritual energy into the spell, guaranteeing that the shot of Crimson Fire Cannon possessed ample might. Simultaneously, he calculated the angle of attack with great precision. Perhaps this power would fall short against the true lieutenant generals of the headquarters, yet it was more than sufficient for these 3 barely competent rear admirals. A colossal fireball, imbued with the overwhelming force of annihilation, surged directly toward a chamber in the judicial tower. In the next instant, boom. The tremendous force not only obliterated the room but also blasted away several upper levels of Judicial Island. Having accomplished this, Xian simply turned and departed. Within 10 minutes, he had caught up with the warship and returned to his quarters as if nothing had transpired. The reason he employed the Crimson Fire Cannon was that within the Navy, it was well known that Xian was a wielder of the Thunder system, entirely unrelated to the fire element. Thus, no one would suspect him. After all, given his prowess, it was not yet the opportune moment for him to reveal himself. As Xian sat aboard the warship returning to headquarters, a multitude of Marines surged into the judicial tower to commence rescue operations. Thanks to Xian's adept control over his powers, although immensely potent, the damage inflicted on areas beyond the intended targets was minimal. Even in instances of collateral damage, only a few Marines sustained injuries, with no fatalities reported. After all, the lower ranks were primarily occupied by CP9 operatives and Spandam himself, while the Marines were predominantly stationed on the lower floors. When the Marines finally cleared a path leading directly to Spandam's office, they discovered that 3 former vice admirals lay lifeless, utterly beyond revival. However, the question loomed, where was Admiral Spandam? Had he perished in the explosion? Yet, soon enough, an observant Marine detected something amiss. Over there. Look over there. In the corner. Amidst a pile of debris, a slight tremor was evident. The Marines hurriedly rushed over to remove the rubble. Indeed, Spandam was trapped beneath it. The considerable accumulation of debris had fortuitously formed a hollow space within, just large enough to shelter a person, allowing Spandam to survive against all odds. One could only speculate whether Xian ever anticipated that this individual would endure. Quick, medical personnel, come here. At Marine headquarters, Marineford, within the marshal's office, Karp exclaimed. I feel as though I've been deceived. Sengoku, did you truly expect Xian to deliver those 3 without fear of him eliminating them outright? Karp shouted at Sengoku, fully aware of the nature of Xian. This is someone who, in that era, could boldly proclaim the words ruling the world with justice before their own eyes. Would he, in his compliance, willingly surrender those 3 miscreants to CP9? It is not that Garp believes the trio deserves death. Rather, should Shien take such action, he would likely face immediate expulsion from the Navy under orders from the Holy Land, or even be subjected to a bounty. Ultimately, this could drive a potential powerhouse into the arms of the Navy's adversaries. It is this very prospect that fuels his ire. Sengoku, renowned as a strategist, surely comprehends this nuance. If he understands, then why permit Shien to undertake this task? Silence, Garp. Allow Shien to proceed. I have my reasons. If he were to recklessly pursue his sense of justice, it would be unacceptable. Often, to safeguard justice to the utmost extent, we must make certain compromises. This holds true for both you and me, without exception. Thus, this will serve as a test for Shien, presenting him with 3 choices. First, to restrain himself and continue to amass strength. Second, to act yet leave no incriminating evidence. Third, to disregard all consequences and strike, without hesitation. Should he choose either the first or second option, he would successfully pass my final assessment. However, if he opts for the third, it would signify his inability to bear responsibility. Even with a heart full of righteousness, he would not warrant further trust. Surely, you comprehend this, don't you? Garp. How could you not understand? In other words, as long as the Navy continues to serve the world government, they will be permitted to engage in their semblance of justice within certain bounds. Yet, once this notion of justice oversteps its limits, the world government will not hesitate to eliminate the Navy, possibly even establishing a new, more compliant force in its stead. By then, it is likely that even the limited semblance of justice will cease to exist. It is precisely for this reason that even when Garp witnesses the celestial dragon slaughtering innocents before him, he compels himself to endure. He understands this reality. Sengoku is no different. He has replaced the plaque that once proclaimed justice with one that espouses absolute justice. This rationale applies equally to both. Essentially, Sengoku and Garp lack the formidable power that Shien possesses, which could sway the entirety of the world. Judging them against this standard does not render them unequivocally erroneous. At the very least, they have preserved a fragment of justice in this world, albeit a severely constrained one. I am aware, of course, but this matter can unfold gradually. There is no need to press Shien into action just yet. Enough, do not display that expression. News has already returned indicating that the transfer has been successfully completed, and Shien is en route back, having encountered no incidents. Upon hearing this, Garp felt a measure of relief. Thus, it appears Shien is capable of discerning priorities. With that in mind, I can confidently nurture him as a future admiral. Perhaps even a fleet admiral. Sengoku's mood was equally buoyant. Yet, at that moment, BRR, BRR, BRR. This is Sengoku. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I am Major General Harlan stationed at Eni's lobby. There has been an incident. Listening to the panicked voice of Harlan through the transponder snail, Sengoku's heart sank. Not only him, Garp shared the same sentiment. Both were consumed by a singular thought. Was it possible that Shien had covertly ventured to Eni's lobby on his way back? Report. Fleet Admiral. Approximately 10 minutes ago, a mysterious assailant attacked Eni's lobby, resulting in the deaths of over 100 ordinary CP-9 agents and the serious injury of CP-9's commander, Spandam. Furthermore, 3 newly arrived vice admirals also perished in this assault. As for our station forces at Eni's lobby, due to the limited personnel within the judicial tower, most of whom were on lower levels, only a few sustained light injuries from the violent tremors. Upon hearing this, the expressions of both Zhang Guo and Karp shifted dramatically. Could it be that this young lad, Xian, has truly taken such drastic measures? The demise of all 3 admirals cannot possibly be the doing of anyone other than Xian. As for the ordinary CP-9 agents in Spandam, they were merely collateral damage, were they not? Who, then, was the assailant? The answer remains elusive. No one has caught a glimpse of the attacker. However, what is it? There have been eyewitness accounts of the method of assault, leading to a nearly certain deduction that it was the capability of the Logia-type Nami. What? The Logia-type Nami? Are you certain? Based on the testimonies of several witnesses, there is over a 90% certainty. At this moment, both Sengoku and Garp found themselves utterly bewildered. After all, the entire Navy was aware that Shien possessed the power of the Thunder type. Thus, the emergence of this Fire type ability, which could be reasonably deduced to be the Nami based on its offensive nature, seemed entirely disconnected from Shien. After ending the call with the transponder snail, Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances, momentarily lost in confusion. However, Sengoku quickly took the initiative to dial out again. Moments later, the call connected, revealing a junior officer aboard Shien's ship. Sengoku directly inquired about the events that transpired post the handover at Eni's lobby. The officer reported faithfully, affirming, "So, your implication is that after the handover, you all departed immediately, and Shien returned to his quarters to rest, with no sightings of him afterward?" "Indeed, Admiral. I stationed a messenger outside the Colonel's quarters to relay any commands, thus I can confirm that Colonel Shien did not leave." "Understood. Proceed swiftly back to headquarters." "Yes, Admiral." After hanging up the transponder snail, Sengoku turned to Garp. "What is your perspective? What else is there to consider? No matter how one looks at it, it has nothing to do with that brat Shien. But what? But I have an unsettling feeling of having been duped, even though I cannot ascertain why." "What on earth? Feeling duped? Does this matter concern you in the slightest?" The expressions during the Warring States period were utterly speechless. Yet, if Xian were present, he would undoubtedly comprehend the reason behind Karp's sentiments. After all, there remains less than a year until Ace sets sail. However, once Ace harnesses the powers of the flame fruit upon the open sea, TSK, that scene. At that juncture, it is likely that Ace, having accomplished nothing, would be directly marked with a bounty of hundreds of millions of berries by the world government, subsequently becoming a target of relentless pursuit worldwide. Isn't this Karp just being taken advantage of? 040 Improve the provisions, Sengoku's office. "Xian, did you really have nothing to do with the matter on Judicial Island?" "I must caution you, Sengoku. Do not utter such baseless accusations, lest I accuse you of slander." Upon hearing this, Sengoku's lips twitched slightly. "Accuse me of slander? Who would you even report it to? The 5 elders? Enough of this matter for now. I have 2 options for your forthcoming arrangements." "What are the 2? "One is to serve as a branch chief in the 4 Seas, honing your skills for 2 to 3 years while accumulating military merit before returning to headquarters. And the other? The other option is to take a position in the Sabaody archipelago. Consider it carefully. No need for deliberation. I will choose the 4 seas. I will head to the Sabaody archipelago when I have strengthened my capabilities. With your current strength, dealing with those supernovas should pose little challenge. Is it truly necessary to be so cautious? It is not merely due to the supernovas. It primarily concerns the celestial dragons. I fear that I might lose my composure and throw a punch, but after that, I would be unable to withstand the admirals arriving. So it is wiser to first hone my skills in the 4 seas. The words left Sengoku momentarily bewildered. It seemed that his concern was not about being unable to contend with those supernovae, but rather about the possibility of failing to fend off the admirals who would come to apprehend him after dealing with the celestial dragons. Thus, it was best to heed his own counsel and first send him to the seas to hone his skills. Otherwise, there was indeed a risk of causing calamity. After a span of 2 to 3 years, when he had matured further, he could be recalled. Soon, Sengoku reached a resolution within his heart. Then off to the East Sea you shall go. No problem. Which branch in the East Sea? Let it be the 16th branch. Since the incident with the mouse, the 16th branch has been in a state of semi-neglect. I can permit you to select 100 sailors from the headquarters and provide you with a medium-sized warship. I have no objections. I shall depart tomorrow. Very well, you may leave now. Boom. Ha ha ha. Young Xian. I heard from Sengoku that you have been assigned to the 16th branch in the East Sea. That evening, Karp burst through the door of Peach Rabbit's villa with his usual exuberance. Fortunately, Peach Rabbit was out on a mission. Otherwise, she would have surely taken a few swings at Karp. I say, old man Karp, must you kick the door down every time you enter? Apologies. It's a habit. Never mind. By the way, what brings you here? Oh right, I nearly forgot the important matter. Once you arrive in the East Sea, could you keep an eye on my grandson for me? What? You want me to take care of your grandson? ISNT your grandson around the same age as me? Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. He was 1 year younger than Ace and 2 years older than Luffy. How am I supposed to care for your grandson? Should I just knock them both out and shove baby bottles in their mouths? This situation is quite absurd, isn't it? To be honest, my 2 grandsons are truly giving me a headache. They incessantly shout about wanting to become pirates. I have scolded them. I have even resorted to physical reprimands. Yet nothing seems to work. So, you wish for me to devise a means to steer them away from their mischief and guide them toward becoming respectable Marines? Indeed. That is precisely the intention. After all, you are of similar age. Perhaps they would heed your words. Xian was left speechless. Are your grandsons truly so easily persuaded? Are you not placing me in a difficult position? Xian, if you can accomplish this task, I promise you one favor in the future, provided it does not contravene justice. Anything else is fair game. Anything? Yes, anything, as long as it upholds justice. Very well. I shall accept this challenge, but let me be clear, do not harbor overly optimistic expectations. Rest assured, I understand. After Garp departed, Xian began to ponder seriously. Could he possibly persuade Luffy and Ace to abandon their pirate aspirations? It is indeed a possibility, for nothing is absolute, is it not? However, the likelihood is far less than 1%. Nevertheless, the promise Garp had made was of utmost importance in the future. Xian could leverage this commitment to secure Garp's allegiance at pivotal moments. Thus, even if the task seemed insurmountable, he had to contemplate a solution. The assault on Judicial Island had stirred a considerable uproar worldwide. Particularly noteworthy was the fact that 3 admirals of the Navy had perished in this attack, which drew significant attention. Yet, the Navy exhibited no reaction whatsoever, as though those 3 admirals were not part of their ranks. However, under the directive of the world government, the Navy ultimately issued a bounty notice. Name, unknown alias, fire demon description, possessor of the Mara no Mi, a natural type devil fruit. Known for his exceedingly brutal temperament photo, not available bounty, 550,000,000 bears no regard for life or death. It remains uncertain whether this is an inevitable consequence of history. In the original narrative, Ace's bounty was indeed 550 million berries. However, this matter had no bearing on Xian. At this moment, he, accompanied by Luchi and 100 selected Marines, was traversing the calm expanse of the doldrums aboard a naval vessel. Luchi had the sea stone removed from the ship's bottom. But Commander, if we remove the sea stone, we will be unable to evade the Sea Kings. It is precisely because we need to evade the Sea Kings that I wish to remove it. With this hindrance in place, how can we possibly improve our rations? Xian lamented, gazing at the tranquil sea around them. For heaven's sake, they had been in the doldrums for nearly a day. And yet not a single shadow of a Sea King had been seen. Was the sea stone's effect truly that potent? Very well, I shall make arrangements immediately. Without further deliberation, Luchi set about his task. Perhaps, for ordinary Marines, the Sea Kings were a terrifying prospect. Yet for Luchi, unless it was a colossal deep-sea Sea King, it was merely a pet. Colonel, are we truly going to remove it? We are in the doldrums. Indeed, if we do so, we may face numerous Sea Kings attacking us. The 2 Marines, already equipped with ropes for underwater work, hesitated. The Sea Kings, they were indeed formidable creatures. Execute the order. The commander has stated we must hunt a Sea King to enhance our provisions. Hiss. The reason for removing the sea stone was that the commander intended to hunt a Sea King, and the purpose was to improve their rations? Hiss. Such a notion seemed to have only been whispered among the Marines who once served aboard Garp's dog-headed warship. It was said that the meat of the Sea King was exceptionally nutritious and greatly beneficial to one's health. Could it be that we might also enjoy such treatment as they did aboard Garp's vessel? After all, Xian was the man capable of defeating Admiral Mongoose. Slaying a Sea King should not pose much difficulty. Instantly, all the Marines became invigorated, even urging the two responsible for securing the ropes to hasten their efforts. As it turned out, a medium-sized warship's sea stone consisted of merely 2 pieces, and they were not large. In less than a few minutes, it was removed by the 2 Marines. Then, the others collectively pulled the ropes, hoisting both the men and the sea stone up. "Commander, the sea stone has been removed." "Understood." Nodding, Xian lightly stepped onto the prow of the ship. The sea lay still, without a single ripple. This is certainly the case, for this is the doldrums. Xian stood motionless, remaining in place for half an hour. Suddenly, the surface of the sea erupted, and a colossal creature leapt forth, towering as high as a 10-story building. Before him loomed a colossal sea creature, measuring over 100 meters, if one were to estimate based on the portion visible above the water's surface. Its total length would likely reach around 300 meters. Remarkably, it was even longer than his own warship. In the next moment, the beast bared its teeth and opened its cavernous maw, lunging towards him with intent to bite. How peculiar, thought Xian, despite being a sea creature. It bears an uncanny resemblance to a goat. I wonder if it will taste as gamey as it looks. Observing the fearsome visage of the creature charging towards him, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. The nature of sea monsters was indeed bizarre, as if each one belonged to a distinct species. In terms of external characteristics, it was nearly impossible to categorize these sea monsters as belonging to a single species. With a slow draw of his weapon, the thunderclap, Xian felt little inclination to engage in lengthy preparations. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed a series of azure arcs. In an instant, the massive form of the sea creature, which had been surging forward, came to an abrupt halt, and the vitality in its eyes began to fade. Mere seconds later, the portion of its body that had been towering above the surface crashed down, sending up towering plumes of water. It appeared to have grown even more formidable than before. This was Luchi's initial sensation after witnessing the previous scene. Although he could effortlessly vanquish such a Sea King, he could not attain the same lightness of spirit as Xian. Luchi, instruct the navigator to deactivate the ship's auxiliary power turbine and simultaneously send a team to stow away the Sea Prism Stone. Hurry, or we shall soon be besieged by more Sea Kings, and that would spell trouble. Nodding in acknowledgement, Luchi promptly dispatched the sailors to execute the task. However, he soon found himself perplexed. "Commodore, even if numerous Sea Kings were to surround us, it would not pose a significant issue. You could easily manage it." "Could you?" In response, Luchi nodded. Observing Xian's urgency, he felt somewhat bewildered. After all, what difference would it make if a few more Sea Kings appeared? Even if Xian refrained from intervening, he could effortlessly handle them, ensuring that they would not have the opportunity to harm the ship or the sailors aboard. "Luchi, indeed you can resolve the situation with ease, but once dealt with, we cannot carry away the flesh of these Sea Kings. Even with this one, we can only transport a fraction. Thus, an intriguing question arises. What will become of those we cannot take with us?" This question is one that Luchi has never contemplated. However, the answer is not difficult to surmise. It is likely that they would be consumed by other Sea Kings, is it not? Thus, the population of Sea Kings is not infinite. I am planning to frequently hunt some Sea Kings in the future, bringing them back to the branch to improve the provisions for all the sailors. After all, the meat of these creatures is highly nutritious, especially for those engaged in cultivation. It undoubtedly serves as an excellent supplement. The implication of the Rear Admiral is to avoid waste, correct? Indeed, while it is not difficult to slay a few Sea Kings, if one cannot transport them afterward, they ultimately benefit other Sea Kings. Therefore, one must ask, what is the purpose of such slaughter? Upon reflection, it seems there is merit to this notion. Roosh nodded, beginning to grasp Xian's perspective. At that moment, Xian's attention shifted back to the Sea King, which lingered just offshore from the warship. System, initiate today's settlement, targeting the Sea King I just defeated. Enhance the quality of multiplier selections. Let us commence. The confirmation of the settlement project was received, and the random multiplier was being determined. Ding. The multiplier is 68. Settlement complete. Though not an extraordinarily high multiplier, it was certainly commendable. It appeared that the flesh of the Sea King would yield remarkable benefits. Report. The sea floor stone has been successfully reinstalled. Just as Xian concluded the settlement through the system, a lieutenant hurried to the foredeck to deliver the news. Gather everyone to assist in dismembering the Sea King. Take as much as possible without waste. Yes, Brigadier. The lieutenant replied excitedly. Finally, they could savor the flesh of the Sea King, and upon returning to headquarters, he could boast to his colleagues for years to come. Dismembering a Sea King of 300 meters in length was undoubtedly a laborious task, even for those in a pirate world. Over 100 sailors leaped onto the Sea King's body, laboring for 3 full hours before finally pausing, not because they had completed the task, but because the ship could hold no more. The deck was piled high, bordering on absurdity. At that moment, if another vessel were to pass by, the first impression would hardly be that of a warship, but rather that of a cargo ship. Yet, Xian's heart ached at the sight of the considerable excess remaining. He wondered to whom this meat would ultimately belong. Unbeknownst to him, by leaving behind this surplus, a dominant Sea King would emerge in the future windless zone. But that was a matter for another time. Presently, the warship was filled with laughter and mirth. Under Xian's orders, the two chefs exerted their utmost efforts, presenting an array of appetizers, including various sashimi. Following that, there were numerous dishes featuring the Sea King's flesh, each more enticing than the last. Although the variety was plentiful, the flavors were somewhat mundane. Fortunately, the exquisite taste of the Sea King's meat mitigated many shortcomings in culinary skill. It seemed imperative to prioritize finding a skilled chef soon. Nonetheless, everyone enjoyed the feast greatly. However, after the meal, Rush identified a potential issue. Brigadier, there seems to be something unusual about the Sea King's flesh? What do you mean? After this meal, I feel my spiritual power has increased by at least 10 points. Are you certain? Indeed, I am quite sensitive to my own power levels. Xian pondered. Although he understood that the quality had been enhanced by a factor of 68, such a drastic increase seemed exaggerated. A single meal resulting in a 10-point rise in spiritual power? Was it akin to an elixir? Rush, you should know the technique 6 styles. Shave, correct? While I am not as proficient as my former colleague, I do indeed know this technique, albeit with a potential margin of error of 1 point in either direction. Very well, gather your companions. Nodding, Xian called over several sailors lounging on the deck with their round bellies. Yes, Brigadier. Please tell me your last recorded power levels before leaving headquarters. 14, 18, 15, 49, 17, they reported in quick succession. Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Generally, the average power level among ordinary sailors in the Navy is around 10, while the elite sailors at headquarters typically range from 10 to 20. The individual with a power level of 49 was one of those Rush had recruited from the elite training camp. Rush, the next task is yours. Understood. Rush was well aware of Xian's intentions. 6 styles, shave. He swiftly assumed the posture, transforming into a tool for measuring spiritual power. You may use Rush as a gauge for your power levels. Take turns testing your current abilities. But no need for hesitation. Rush employs a special technique from the Navy's 6 styles, specifically designed for measuring power levels. Before the Navy had power measuring devices, this was the method employed. Yes, Brigadier. Soon, the 5 sailors took turns stepping forward. The results astonished Xian. While not as pronounced as Rush's increase, each individual indeed experienced a rise in their power levels, some by 2 or 3 points, while others surged by 5 or 6 points. This is merely a single meal. Is it not absurd? Luchi, I entrust you with a most significant task. What task? Upon hearing the mention of an important assignment, Luchi immediately adopted a serious demeanor. He places an extraordinary emphasis on the concept of duty. Upon our arrival at the 16th branch, I shall request a power testing device from the old man Sengoku. However, before that, you are responsible for conducting power tests on all sailors and maintaining meticulous records. Remember, each meal must be followed by a round of testing. I need to ascertain whether the remarkable effects are solely attributable to the initial consumption or if they can be sustained over time. Furthermore, while the abundance of meat is sufficient to sustain our 16th branch for 2 months, due to storage concerns, the majority must be converted into jerky. Consequently, you must also document the effects of consuming jerky and determine if there is any distinction from consuming it fresh. Do you understand? Although the role of power testing operator and data recorder took Luchi by surprise, he regarded the assignment as paramount, believing that no matter the content, it must be executed to the best of his ability. Yes, Commander. Report from Luchi, 1 week later. The journey from the doldrums to the 16th branch spanned approximately 8 days. Throughout this period, the 100 sailors aboard the warship were exceedingly busy, as they collaborated with the chef to produce Sea King jerky. Otherwise, it was likely that by the time they reached the 16th branch, the majority of the meat would have spoiled. Simultaneously, adhering rigorously to the tasks assigned by Shien, Luchi meticulously executed his duties and ultimately confirmed several findings. First, the meat from this peculiar Sea King exhibited remarkably pronounced effects only during the initial consumption. Subsequent meals, while still yielding some sustained benefits, did not match the initial impact. According to his records over the 8 days, beginning with the second consumption, each subsequent increase was only about 10 to 20 of the initial effect, varying by individual constitution. Nevertheless, due to its characteristic of sustained growth, it still holds significant strategic value. As for the likelihood of encountering more of this unique Sea King within the doldrums, Luchi's report indicated a minimal probability. After all, there are not few who have slain and consumed Sea Kings in this world, yet such occurrences have never been reported. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. That is, the Sea King creatures in question were not born of nature. Secondly, consuming multiple meals in a single day does not yield any additional benefits. It appears that the energy one can digest and absorb daily is limited. Typically, the first meal suffices to meet an individual's digestive capacity for the day. It is not the case that eating 100 meals will enhance one's abilities 100-fold. Thus, Luchi recommended in his report that each Marine should be allocated only 1 substantial meal per day, while the other 2 should consist of ordinary fare. This strategy ensures that these precious ingredients are not squandered. And the current supply of Sea King jerky is sufficient to sustain the 16 divisions of Marines for half a year. Lastly, Luchi estimated that, relying on this Sea King jerky, all Marines in the 16 divisions would surpass a power level of 100 within 6 months. Moreover, those with naturally higher power levels and superior physical attributes might even breach the 200 mark. Do not underestimate a power level of 200. That essentially equates to the strength of a major within the division. In other words, by 6 months' time, all 100 Marines in hand will attain the rank of lieutenant, with many reaching the prowess of a captain. Importantly, this report merely outlined the effects of this batch of Sea King flesh and did not account for the Marines' training outcomes over the 6-month period. Consequently, the ultimate comprehensive effect is likely to be even more potent than indicated in the report. As for whether it will enhance one's innate physical constitution, thereby facilitating future martial training, remains to be seen. This matter requires further observation. The report from Luchi concludes here. Goodness, indeed, that is quite remarkable. After reading it, Xian couldn't help but exclaim. At present, within the entire 16th branch, apart from a contingent of Marines dispatched from Smoker's team, there are no others remaining. After all, both the branch chief and the Marines under his command have been taken to headquarters for investigation and trial. Once Xian completed the handover with the station Marines, he instructed everyone to commence their activities. Although this small group of Marines is stationed here, it is impossible for them to conduct a thorough cleaning of the entire branch on a daily basis. Consequently, over the past 6 months, most areas of the 16th branch have become entirely ensnared in cobwebs. In this manner, it appears that without dedicating several days to a thorough cleaning, recovery may prove to be quite challenging. Nevertheless, the utmost priority remains to clear out a suitably conditioned warehouse for the storage of marine delicacies. This matter weighs heavily on the hearts of every sailor, who have rolled up their sleeves and set to work diligently. All of this is orchestrated by Luchi. While Xian is preoccupied with another matter, I remarked, "Old man Sengoku, there is nothing in this 16th division, not even a morsel to eat." "Do you intend to starve us?" The impudent lad retorted. "What nonsense are you spewing? I have already arranged for the supply of resources, which should arrive by tomorrow. The provisions on your warship should last for a few more days. As for the funding, you must find a way to manage that yourself." "What? You are not providing a single berry and expect me to figure it out?" Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Old man Sengoku, this is too much." "Xian, let me share a truth with you. The annual allocation from the world government covers only about 30% of the Navy's expenses. So, how do you suppose the remaining 70% is sourced?" Upon hearing this, Xian was momentarily taken aback. The annual funding from the world government constitutes merely 30% of the Navy's expenditures? This matter seems to be unmentioned in the original text. However, the appearance of the warring states does not suggest deceit. Thus, how could such a significant gap of 70% be filled? The answer appears to lie in a singular possibility: pirates. Indeed, the Navy eliminates countless pirate crews each year, and every crew eradicated yields substantial treasures from their ships or bases. Particularly on the Grand Line, these pirate crews possess fortunes ranging from millions to even billions of berries. Therefore, the wealth amassed through confiscations alone over the course of a year is undoubtedly vast. Yet, simultaneously, Shien pondered another issue. If the Navy's efforts to eradicate pirates become excessively relentless, leading to a drastic reduction in their numbers, or if they entirely suppress this great era of piracy, would the Navy then face self-destruction due to financial constraints? After all, the world government does not provide adequate funding, and a decrease in pirates would deprive the Navy of sufficient additional income. In this manner, even if it does not collapse, it is likely that half of the personnel, naval vessels, and bases must be dismantled to maintain a balance between income and expenditure. Could it be that this matter was intentionally orchestrated by the world government from the very beginning, as articulated by the 5 elders in the original work? The equilibrium among the 3 great powers serves as the cornerstone of the world government's dominion. By exercising control over military expenditures, the world government can, on one hand, prevent the Navy from becoming overly powerful, while on the other, when the strength of pirates wanes, the Navy is also restrained from inflicting self-harm and diminishing its own power. This strategy not only preserves the existence of pirates, compelling various nations to align with the world government, but also allows for the regulation of the Navy's strength. What a masterful hand has been played! To unravel this situation, there are indeed feasible methods. The simplest approach would be to venture directly to the empty island and seize the treasures of Gold City, where the gold reserves could sustain the Navy for several decades, if not centuries. Did you not observe in the original narrative how Luffy and his companions casually gathered a few trinkets and sold them for 300 million berries? As for just a single pillar of that golden bell, depicted in the original work with immense grandeur, it must surely be valued in the tens of billions of berries. The entirety of Gold City's treasures would likely be quantified in trillions of berries. After terminating the call with the snail, Xian summoned Luchi. "Luchi, please make arrangements. Leave half of our team at the branch to manage a thorough cleanup and necessary repairs. The remaining members shall accompany me to sea tomorrow morning." "Commander, are you suggesting? As members of the Navy, our duty is to combat pirates. What else could we possibly do?" "Understood," Luchi nodded, trusting the command. Meanwhile, Xian pondered which affluent pirates resided in the East Blue. Additionally, perhaps it was time for him to visit the kingdom of Jumeirah. Although the Campbell family was, strictly speaking, unrelated to him, being a traveler from another world, he could not allow the vast wealth that rightfully belonged to him to be squandered by those unworthy. Even if this matter draws the attention of the 5 elders, there is no need for concern on my part. After all, the identity of this body is quite apparent. Is it not? In the Navy's branch system, there are a total of 5 tiers. Among these, 3 tiers constitute the regular branches, ranging from the 1st to the 3rd tier. In addition to the conventional tiers, there exist 2 unconventional forms. One is the outpost, typically comprising a small squad of 12 sailors, which, strictly speaking, does not qualify as a branch, but rather resembles a sentry. The other is the military stronghold type of branch, known as the G-series branches. The G-series branches are typically established along the first half of the Grand Line or within the New World, strategically positioned to guard crucial locations. For instance, there is the G8 branch commanded by Admiral Jonathan, as well as the G1 and G5 branches in the New World. Each of these establishments is fortified like a bastion, distinctly superior to ordinary naval branches. Some significant G-series branches are even garrisoned by thousands of sailors year-round. Among these branches, with the exception of G1, which is unique due to its frontline engagement against the 4 emperors and is thus manned by rotating admirals, all other G-series branches are commanded by distinguished vice-admirals. Consequently, one could assert that these G-series branches constitute the very backbone of the Navy. However, the situation with the 16 branches is quite different. As the warship slowly departed the port, Xian cast a glance back at the branch, letting out a faint sigh. A 3rd-class branch, the lowest tier among naval branches. Well, there is still a lookout station below it, so perhaps it isn't the absolute bottom. That offers a slight consolation. Nevertheless, Xian has his own aspirations. And to realize these ambitions, he requires a platform that allows him to unleash his full potential. The East Blue is insufficient, and the headquarters are equally unfit. The most viable course of action is to seize or establish a G-series branch, ideally located in the New World. Of course, this goal is currently unattainable. On one hand, Xian lacks military achievements within the Navy and does not possess the requisite experience to attain such aspirations. He is yet to form a solid foundation for himself. Moreover, his current strength does not suffice to contend with the challenges of the New World. Thus, Xian needs time and a stepping stone. As a stepping stone, it is evident that the branch in the Sabaody archipelago is not a feasible option, although it is relatively easier to gain merit there. It is also regarded as the best platform for promotion within the Navy. However, it is unsuitable for Xian. To thrive in Sabaody, one must first learn how to be subservient. This is something Xian cannot achieve. In contrast, remaining in the East Sea seems comparatively more suitable. As for the scarcity of pirates in the East Sea, particularly those with genuine strength, this results in fewer opportunities for accomplishments. However, this does not concern Xian. He believes that occasionally leading troops for training and perhaps inadvertently traversing a calm belt will not provoke the old man Sengoku too much. Furthermore, there exists a legendary pirate in the East Sea whose prominence, from certain perspectives, rivals that of the 4 emperors. Thus, these factors were significant in Xian's decision to choose the East Sea branch. Commodore, we anticipate reaching our target position in approximately half a day. On the deck of the warship, Luchi approached Xian to report. They had been at sea for 2 days, and aside from encountering a newly emerged pirate crew, they had seen no other pirates. The density of pirates in the East Sea is, even among the 4 seas, the lowest by a considerable margin. However, Xian's purpose for this journey is crystal clear. The target is the wealthiest pirate crew in the East Sea, the Krieg pirates. Why label them as the wealthiest? Just look at the original story, where Krieg commanded 50 large pirate ships, and one can comprehend the extent of his riches. The mere equipment he possesses would likely cost over 100 million berries to replicate. And those 50 large pirate ships? One would need several billion berries to even consider acquiring them. Not to mention the size of his flagship, which dwarfed the Mary, resembling an ant alongside a colossal Navy super warship. Xian even suspects that this man possesses assets exceeding 100 billion. After all, how else could he maintain such an immense fleet and a following of thousands? Certainly, merely relying on plunder to amass such wealth would necessitate a multitude of sensational exploits. However, if that were the case, the headquarters would have dispatched high-ranking forces to eliminate him long ago. Where then would be the subsequent arrival of 50 pirate ships into the Grand Line? I recall someone in my previous life stating that in terms of wealth, Krieg could rival the 4 emperors of the New World. At least they have vast territories to tax, but what grounds does Krieg have? The origin of such immense wealth remains an enigma. It is highly probable that Oda, during the initial creation of the Krieg pirates, did not contemplate these intricate matters. At this moment, over 3 years prior to the commencement of the original work, Krieg had yet to assemble his formidable fleet. According to Navy intelligence, Krieg currently has a bounty of 12 million berries, commanding 5 pirate ships and approximately 600 subordinates, a stark contrast to the narrative in the original text. Interestingly, the intelligence reveals that Krieg has attacked 2 villages and plundered several merchant vessels. However, upon closer inspection, The cumulative loss from these two villages and the merchant ships amounts to merely 80 million berries. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that when Krieg first appeared, he already boasted a fleet of 5 pirate ships. Thus, the question arises, whence does this bounty originate? Either he had amassed considerable wealth prior to becoming a pirate, or he has unearthed a treasure of monumental proportions worth tens or even hundreds of billions of berries. Regardless, after acquiring that intelligence from the Navy headquarters yesterday, Xian concluded one undeniable fact. Krieg is now wealthy, and quite significantly so. Brigadier, at the 1 o'clock position, 7 nautical miles away, we have detected a Navy warship engaged in combat with pirates. At that moment, a sailor from the warship's lookout tower called out to Xian on the deck. Can you confirm which branch it is? I am verifying. The sailor, peering through his telescope, soon reported, Brigadier, it is the 153rd branch from Shell's town. The pirate flag indicates it is the Black Cap Pirates. The Black Cap Pirates? Xian paused momentarily, while his companion, Luchi, immediately interjected. The captain of the Black Cap Pirates is the cunning Kuro, reputed to possess a remarkably high intellect. His current bounty stands at 16 million berries, making him one of the highest rewarded pirates in the East Blue. You truly are impressive, Luchi. Indeed. Luchi appeared to be thoroughly knowledgeable about all the pirate data in the East Blue. Luchi, instruct the navigator to head over, since we have encountered them. We cannot turn a blind eye. Understood, Brigadier. 7 nautical miles away, a pirate ship and a Navy warship were now locked in a fierce encounter. The air was thick with the sounds of battle cries and occasional screams, heightening the tension for all involved. From the perspective of the battlefield, the Navy found themselves in dire straits, with over 80 of their sailors fallen in pools of blood. The remaining few, led by a major, cowered in a corner, desperately resisting against a vastly superior number of pirates. The terrifying figure commanding the pirates had yet to engage in the fray, merely observing while seemingly dissatisfied with the efficiency of his crew. This is precisely what instills the most profound fear in the major. Captain, a warship is approaching. Is it the support from the 153rd Division? No, judging by the flag, it appears to be the 16th Division. The 16th Division? How fortuitous. Zilaba village is in close proximity to this division. It would not be amiss to leave an additional covert operative behind. Are you implying we should handle it in the same manner as we did with the 153rd Division? Understood. Upon hearing this, Zhang nodded. The distance of 044 Baijike is approximately 13 kilometers, or 7 nautical miles. In the annals of Xian's previous life, the distance was not significant. Even by ship, it would not consume much time. However, in the present context, fortuitously, the warship at Xian's command was brought from headquarters, equipped not only with sail power but also with an auxiliary wheel system. This power mechanism was, of course, designed for navigation through windless zones where sails would serve no purpose. Yet, when necessary, this apparatus could be harnessed in conjunction with the sails to attain greater speed. Nevertheless, it still required nearly half an hour to finally draw alongside. On both vessels, the scene was one of carnage, with pools of blood strewn about, a truly harrowing sight. The bodies of over 200 sailors and pirates lay scattered in disarray. At a glance, only one naval major remained, propped up by a knife, and judging by his appearance, he too was on the brink of collapse. What are we waiting for? We must rush to his aid. Upon witnessing this harrowing tableau, the captain of Xian's first squadron, with eyes aflame, turned to bellow at his subordinates. Yet, as he pivoted to lead the charge, Xian's right hand had already interposed itself before him. Brigadier General? Everyone, form a battle line and fire at the vital points of all pirates as we advance steadily. Is such caution truly necessary? This is the foremost thought in the hearts of all Marines. The second thought is that the major over there appears to be on the brink of collapse and requires immediate medical attention. Any further delay could prove disastrous. Did you not hear my command? Boom. Observing the hesitation among his subordinates, Xian unleashed an aura of spiritual pressure, sending a shiver down the spines of all Marines. Yes, Brigadier. Dozens of Marines swiftly formed a battle array, steadily advancing step by step. As they approached the first pirate's corpse, 2 Marines raised their rifles, aiming at the forehead and heart. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots resounded. However, the anticipated splatter of blood did not materialize for the pirate's body, to the astonishment of the Marines. Rolled away, evading the gunfire. Although this scene shocked them, as elite Marines of the headquarters, they were far from being comparable to the rabble of the Four Seas branches. Immediately, several Marines in the ranks took aim as well. Bang, 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 bang. After a flurry of gunfire, the pirate, who had narrowly escaped the first attack, was ultimately riddled with bullets. No wonder the Brigadier issued such an order. It all makes sense now. At this moment, the Marine finally comprehended that Xian would issue such an order, indicating that these pirates were merely feigning death. If his men were to charge in naively, unaware, only to be ambushed by the seemingly lifeless pirates launching a sudden and ferocious attack, the consequences would be unimaginably dire. At that moment, the numerous pirates who had been lying on the ground rose to their feet. Behind these ruffians, a round of applause resonated. In the next instant, the pirates instinctively parted, revealing the source of the applause. It was a slender man, impeccably attired in a black suit. By all appearances, he appeared far from the archetype of a merciless pirate. Indeed, it was remarkable that among the Navy of the East Sea, there existed a figure such as you, capable of easily discerning my scheme. However, I am intrigued. How did you manage to uncover it? After all, during the half hour you approached, my subordinates were diligently performing, and logically, they should not have recognized their feigned demise. Cease the applause and lower your hands, Crocodile said as he stepped forward, a hint of admiration flickering in his gaze towards Xian. Indeed, the performance was commendable. One might even assert that your subordinates could each claim the title of a leading actor. Well, it is quite simple. When I initially encountered you, I lost only a few men, yet the soldiers of the 153rd Unit were reduced to a mere handful. Yet you claim that these injured soldiers managed to retaliate against nearly 100 of your men. Are you attempting to insult my intelligence? Ah, so that is how it is. I must admit, this was indeed my oversight. Crocodile nodded in acknowledgement, but in the next moment, his calm demeanor vanished, replaced by a visage of ferocity and cruelty. However, the outcome shall remain unchanged, merely a trifle more troublesome. With that, Crocodile raised his hand, preparing to strike down. Meanwhile, among the ranks of the soldiers, Luchi, keep an eye on the other soldiers. Leave Crocodile to me. Yes, Commander. Keep an eye on the soldiers? How inefficient is this method of combat? Moreover, even if a few Marines perish in battle, what of it? Weakness is inherently a sin. If it were the old Lucy, his thought process would likely align with such reasoning. However, now, as Xian's first officer, and having served in the Navy for some time, such thoughts appear to have considerably faded. Character is not solely determined at birth, but is shaped by one's environment. Although Lucy has not changed much yet, merely a fraction, it is Xian's confidence that, as long as Lucy continues to serve under him, he will ultimately forsake the notions of dark justice. For the sake of righteousness, eradicate the pirates. Annihilate the Navy. In the next moment, both sides erupted in a simultaneous battle cry. Bang, bang, clang, clang. The sounds of gunfire and clashing blades reverberated incessantly. The two factions engaged in fierce combat. In terms of numbers, the Black Cat pirate crew boasted nearly 100 pirates, while Xian's side consisted of only about 50. After all, he had only brought half of his men. Thus, all the pirates, including Crow, believed they could swiftly dispatch these Marines. Yet the reality was entirely contrary. The pirates found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. It was truly, this group of Marines is exceptionally formidable. Among them, several individuals possess strength that rivals the elite officers of the Black Cat pirates. It is noteworthy that Xian's subordinates already included a few individuals from the elite training camp. And after consuming the specialized Sea King meat for 10 consecutive days, their prowess has significantly increased. In fact, 2 of them have already surpassed a combat power of 100. Even the ordinary Marines now boast a minimum combat power of around 20. How could this possibly compare to the naval forces of the Four Seas? Perhaps the ordinary pirates of the Black Cat pirates are somewhat stronger than the soldiers of the Four Seas branch. Yet when it comes to the elite soldiers of the headquarters, they are merely on par. Not to mention, these are enhanced elite soldiers, augmented with the flesh and blood of special Sea Kings for 10 days. It evokes a sense of a wolf amongst sheep. Outside the battle circle, there stood 2 individuals who had yet to engage, Xian and Crow. At this moment, Crow's expression was rather grim. He had meticulously orchestrated everything. And just as he was on the brink of success, poised to escape the relentless pursuit of the Navy, such an unforeseen circumstance arose. This made him feel as if his intellect had been insulted. However, he was equally aware that this was certainly not the Navy of the East Sea branch. Moreover, the situation did not permit him to continue being a mere spectator. In the next instant, the 10 blades claws had been donned with precision, and then, with a swift whoosh, he vanished without a trace. There was a Marine engaged in combat with a pirate, completely oblivious to the ominous black figure that had silently materialized behind him, exuding a palpable aura of menace. In this scene, even Luchi found himself momentarily taken aback. After all, he had never anticipated that Kuro's speed could reach such heights. It is worth noting that Oda himself has remarked that Kuro's Shikushi speed is nearly on par with Saru. Furthermore, at this moment, Luchi is not the formidable figure he would become 3 years hence. He is still preoccupied with overseeing all the Marines. Thus, his delayed reaction is entirely understandable. However, while Luchi was caught off guard, another individual was not. Ding! A white figure appeared directly behind the Marines, wielding a blade to intercept Kuro's 10 blades. 4 years ago. Ding ding ding. Utilizing the silent step, Kuro transformed into a fleeting shadow, launching attacks from various directions. If the Marine Saru exemplifies instantaneous explosive power, Kuro's silent step leans more towards a display of technique. For instance, if one were to traverse the 20 meters between points A and B using Saru versus silent step, the execution would be markedly different. Saru resembles a forceful propulsion from point A to point B, with no ability to alter direction or halt mid-course. Most critically, it travels solely in a straight line. Conversely, silent step operates differently. It resembles a series of small, calculated steps, emphasizing skill over brute force. When moving from point A to point B, silent step allows for non-linear paths, including arcs, mid-course direction changes, or even complete stops. In terms of versatility, Silent Step undoubtedly surpasses Sara, though its speed cannot match that of the latter. Each technique possesses its own merits. Of course, this discussion pertains solely to Silent Step. Kuro's advanced application of it, the Shikushi, introduces a different dimension altogether. Retaining the diverse movements of Silent Step, it can elevate its speed to rival that of Sara. However, the Shikushi is not without its drawbacks. The rapidity and unpredictable movements can overwhelm even the user, making precise control during execution a challenge. The inevitable outcome is that once the Shikushi is initiated, it results in indiscriminate attacks, affecting both allies and foes alike. After several fruitless assaults, Kuro withdrew. To be candid, he had not placed much importance on the boy who, despite bearing the title of Rear Admiral, appeared to be no older than 15 or 16. Instead, it was the boy's colonel aide who exuded a formidable sense of threat. The fact that such a powerful individual served as an aide suggested that this youth was likely a scion of a significant figure, dispatched to the East Blue for a gilded experience. Yet at this moment, Kuro realized that his earlier assessment had been profoundly flawed. At such a tender age, with such remarkable prowess, this youth is certainly not a mere fool seeking to embellish his reputation. Who exactly are you? I am Xian Campbell, the newly appointed leader of the 16th branch of the East Sea. Campbell? So it is you. Upon hearing this, Chloe's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, from the very beginning, Chloe had always felt that Xian's visage bore a certain familiarity, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Considering Xian's youthful appearance, he dismissed the thought, attributing it to a misperception. However, at this moment, he comprehended why that face seemed so recognizable. It belonged to the little fellow from 4 years ago. At this moment, the scene from 4 years ago surfaced in Crow's mind. 4 years ago, the Black Cat pirates encountered a seemingly luxurious yacht approximately 300 nautical miles east of the Jimida Islands. At first glance, it was evidently a vessel of nobility, and given its opulence, it could hardly belong to an ordinary aristocrat. At that moment, Chloe experienced a sudden flash of inspiration, conceiving a brilliant plan. To put it succinctly, this was the inaugural version of the redemption scheme, whereas the one depicted in the original narrative was an advanced iteration. However, before Chloe could take any action, the yacht unexpectedly opened fire on the Black Cat pirate crew. This unforeseen turn of events left everyone somewhat bewildered. Ultimately, the outcome remained unchanged, apart from the Campbell family. The entire crew and security personnel aboard the yacht were mercilessly slaughtered by the Black Cat pirates. The guards, who often boasted of their valor, were nothing more than cowards when confronted with the ruthless pirates. It was also the first occasion for Crow to encounter Xian, a mere 12 years of age, yet exuding an arrogance that surpassed all the nobles Crow had ever seen, rivaling even that of the celestial dragons. Notably, it was this young lad who had ordered the bombardment against the Black Cat pirates, ostensibly because their ship appeared quite unkempt. Truly, he embodied the essence of a celestial dragon. However, such details were trivial. What truly mattered was Crow's intention to leverage this family to cleanse his own reputation. The process was straightforward. He would employ Zango to perform hypnosis. The 25-year-old Crow was to be rewritten in the memories of the 42-year-old Ross Campbell as an illegitimate son, while erasing all recollections of the Black Cat pirates from the minds of the three individuals. After disposing of the yacht's corpses and erasing all traces of the conflict, Crow even had Ross Campbell contact the 16th Division of the Navy, informing them of a maritime disaster and requesting immediate assistance. Subsequently, Crow merely needed to wait for Ross Campbell to seek him out as per the plan. After all, during Zango's hypnosis, he had implanted the notion of the so-called illegitimate son's residence. Should this scheme succeed, Crow would shed his identity as a pirate and seamlessly step into the ranks of true nobility, and not just any nobility, but that of the highest echelon. However, the plan encountered an unexpected setback. After residing in a village for several months, Ross Campbell had yet to make an appearance. Logically, this was inconceivable, as Zango had suggested during the hypnosis that Ross held a deep affection for his illegitimate son, even desiring to elevate his status to replace the original Xian Campbell. Reluctantly, Crow dispatched Zango and his associates to investigate. The results of the inquiry reached Crow swiftly. The 16th Division had indeed arrived, yet upon reaching the relevant maritime area, they discovered only remnants of the yacht, fragments of wood and debris, while the Campbell family was nowhere to be found. It seemed they had all been consumed by the creatures of the ocean. This is utterly infuriating. After painstakingly orchestrating everything, it appears to have been in vain. What angers him the most is that subsequent, more detailed investigations revealed that even the statements from the 16th branch were likely fabricated. Ultimately, the Campbell family's assets were divided among a consortium of nobles and various other factions. In other words, all of his meticulous planning has merely benefited a group of scoundrels. He cast a penetrating glance at Xian before him. What, then, is the nature of this individual? Is this truly the same insolent child from years ago, who was utterly incapable yet audacious? How did you manage to survive back then? Could it be that the incident from 4 years ago is somehow connected to you? Ah, this fellow does not recall his past. This indicates that the hypnosis employed by Zhang Ao still exerts its influence. Observing Xian's reactions, Chloe subtly nodded. Little did he know, although the man before him bore the name Xian Campbell, he was not the same Xian Campbell he had encountered years prior. At this moment, Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. According to naval intelligence, the number of naval officers who had perished at his hands over the years amounted to several hundred. Initially, Xian had intended to eliminate him here and now, but he found himself reconsidering. After all, this individual appears to possess a wealth of knowledge. 046, Thunderous Chess Path. Perish, Navy. The two officers of the Black Cat Pirates, Boozy and Sam, stealthily approached behind Luchi at an unknown moment and launched a sudden assault. However, the outcome was evidently clear. Utilizing his paper drawing technique, Luchi merely shifted his body slightly, evading their attacks with minimal movement. Both of their strikes missed entirely, and due to their earlier misalignment, they found themselves directly before Luchi. Finger pistol. With both hands, he simultaneously thrust his fingers, striking precisely at their cardiac regions. Blood erupted forth like a fountain, and by all appearances, there was no hope for survival. At this moment, Luchi surveyed his surroundings. Most of the pirates had fallen, and the remaining 20 or so were gradually succumbing to the onslaught of the Marines. After all, they had struggled against two opponents previously, and now facing one against two was an even greater challenge. The only troublesome adversary was Zango, the vice captain of the Black Cat Pirates, who, even with 5 Marines joining forces, remained unyielding. Just as Luchi was preparing to strike, he heard Xian's command, "Luchi, spare Zango." Understanding the order, Luchi slowly lowered his leg, which he had just lifted to launch an attack. Initially, he had intended to dispatch Zango with a single blow of his gale kick. But since Xian indicated that Zango was still of use, he would refrain from delivering a fatal strike. Nonetheless, it would require little effort on Luchi's part. In an instant, he appeared before Zango, executing a series of precise thrusts with his fingers. He afforded Zango no time to react. The next moment, Zango's shoulder, arm, and legs were riddled with bloody punctures. Staunch the bleeding. Do not allow him to perish. He is to be interrogated shortly. Yes, Colonel Luchi. 2 Marines promptly retrieved handcuffs and rushed forward, while a medic hurried over with a medical kit. Witnessing the complete annihilation of his crew, Kuro furrowed his brow deeply. In total, it had taken merely 3 or 4 minutes, and yet nearly 100 of his subordinates, including the vice-captain, had been utterly vanquished. The prowess of these Marines surpasses even that of those at Rog Town, doesn't it? However, with all our own forces fallen, it conveniently alleviates some of the troubles. In a fleeting moment, CLO vanished without a whisper, leaving only 2 individuals, Xian and Luch, capable of perceiving his movements. At this juncture, even Luch had to concede that while his technique allowed for swifter motion than CLOS, it lacked the same agility. After all, his movement was linear, whereas CLOS was utterly erratic, darting in straight lines one moment and curving unexpectedly the next. Of course, if Luch truly desired to apprehend CLO, it would not require an excessive amount of effort. Nonetheless, since Xian had claimed responsibility for CLO, Luch had no intention of intervening. He would simply adhere to Xian's orders and ensure the Marine's safety. Thunderous roar. The thunder chessboard. Boom. An abundance of lightning surged forth from the blade of thunder, radiating outward. Soon, a chessboard of lightning, hovering approximately half a meter above the ground, materialized before all. This is a thunder network composed of 38 intersecting bolts, resembling a vast go-board. Each square on the board measures 1 meter in length and width, encompassing an extensive area. This technique was inadvertently developed by Xian. The emphasis is not on power. After all, it is impossible to maintain a high output over an extensive area for an extended period. However, despite the low output, it serves other purposes, particularly when facing opponents with remarkable speed, where its efficacy is enhanced. No matter how one maneuvers, one cannot escape the contact with the lines of thunder that form a checkered pattern. Perhaps the force of these thunders is minimal, insufficient to inflict injury. Yet each encounter induces a sense of numbness, which intensifies with each successive touch. The sole drawback is its inability to affect aerial targets. Nevertheless, it remains remarkably effective against Klo, as his lethal strikes must be executed from the ground. The lines of thunder across the board continuously bend and stretch, evidently a result of Klo's rapid movements as he collides with these electric patterns. Before long, Klo's speed begins to diminish, to the point where even some Marines can barely keep pace with him visually. This is partly due to Klo's legs having made contact with the thunder too many times, causing a slight numbness. Additionally, these thunders possess a degree of pulling effect. Each time Klo steps on a line of thunder on the board, he is subtly tugged, thereby slowing his velocity. At that moment, Xian raised his right hand, pointing towards the now significantly slowed CLO. Binding technique number 4, rope. With a loud thud, CLO's legs were abruptly ensnared, resulting in him tumbling to the ground. Yet, this was not the end. Binding technique number 30, mouth flash. 3 pointed beams of light materialized in the direction of Xian's finger, striking CLO's waist and arms, effectively immobilizing him on the deck. Secure him, Xian commanded, dismissing the thunder chessboard as he called to the nearby sailors. Aye, Commander. CLO was indeed remarkably swift, even outpacing many pirates from the New World. However, once his speed was curtailed, he found himself devoid of any means of escape. Several sailors rushed forward, not only placing handcuffs on CLO but also affixing shackles to his feet. Once the sailors had completed their task, Xian dispelled the rope in the mouth flash. Luchi. Ascertain how many survivors remain from the 153rd Division. Understood. Soon, the results were in. Among the 105 personnel aboard the warship of the 153rd Division, only 2 had survived. One was the major CLO had previously used as bait, who was now gravely injured and unconscious, receiving medical attention. The other was an ordinary sailor, seemingly unharmed but visibly shaken, cowering in a corner and trembling. Upon observing the face of this individual, Xian felt a sense of familiarity. Could this fellow be Monka? In other words, did I just coincidentally encounter the moment when Crocodile implements his plan? This is over 3 years prior to the beginning of the original narrative. Goodness, is it not occurring right now? Navigator. Yes, Brigadier. How far is Branch 153 from our current position? Approximately 32 nautical miles. Do we have enough personnel to simultaneously operate 3 ships? At most, we can manage 2 ships. Brigadier. Very well, we shall proceed with 2. The third will be towed. We will first head to Branch 153 and return these comrades. Understood, Brigadier. Ultimately, after recovering all the bodies of the naval soldiers and dealing with the pirates, Xian allocated some of his men to the warships at Branch 153. He also deployed ropes, with 2 warships towing the Black Cat pirates' vessel towards Branch 153. Pirate ships are indeed a delightful asset that cannot be discarded lightly. After all, they represent one of the sources of funding for the Navy. Although they cannot be utilized as warships, they can be sold to the civilian market. It is well known that in the world of pirates, ships are akin to hard currency. Furthermore, the Navy's sales of pirate vessels typically come at a relatively low price, making them quite popular. A medium-sized pirate ship like that of the Black Cat pirates could easily fetch over 20 million berries. That poses no issue whatsoever. As Xian gazed at Crocodile within the iron cage, a sense of curiosity enveloped him. Even before commencing the interrogation, merely asking a question led this individual to divulge every detail. Is Crocodile truly so loose-lipped? Clearly, that cannot be the case. After hearing Crocodile's words, Xian began to comprehend why this man was so forthcoming with his confessions. On one hand, he harbors resentment due to the disruption of his plans, while on the other, he desires for me to confront them directly, engaging in a life-or-death struggle, correct? It is indeed fitting that he is known as Cunning Crocodile, even when captured. He seeks to employ schemes to manipulate. Even if you discern the truth, what of it? If you are afraid, you can simply pretend you did not hear. An uninteresting provocation, provide him with paper and pen, allowing him to write down everything he knows. Yes, Brigadier. The nearby sailor promptly followed the command and delivered the items into the iron cage. After more than 10 minutes, 3 large sheets of paper filled with writing were presented to Xian. As expected, it was indeed him, although the majority of names inscribed were unfamiliar to Xian. As they were not mentioned in the original narrative, there was one name he recognized all too well, Spandam. Luchi, during your time with CP9, you should have had a means of contacting Morgans, correct? Yes, but that channel is also available within the Navy. No, let us not inform Admiral Sengoku of this matter just yet. Use your channel to help me reach out to Morgans, stating that I have explosive news to share with him. Brigadier, are you implying? For the world government, the nobility is the cornerstone of everything. Any actions opposing the nobility are utterly intolerable. This principle is not solely applicable to the celestial dragons. It equally pertains to the other noble classes beneath them. Thus, a high-ranking official of the world government conspiring with others to murder a noble and usurp their wealth is a grave transgression. Should one pursue conventional avenues, the outcome would likely prioritize preserving appearances, ultimately leading to the suppression of this incident. However, if this matter were to be revealed by the World Economic Journal, Xian found himself somewhat intrigued as to how the world government would respond. Therefore, in addressing this issue, Morgan was indeed the most appropriate channel. Yes, Brigadier. I will reach out immediately. Understood. Report. At that moment, a Marine's voice was heard from outside the door. Come in, Brigadier. We have spotted a merchant ship approaching us in a straight line. A merchant ship? Indeed. Let us go and take a look. Before long, Xian and Luchi arrived on the deck. As anticipated, a merchant vessel was indeed making its way toward their temporary fleet. Can you identify the origin of the ship? According to the flag, it should belong to the Eastern Sea Rolling Company, the largest freight company in the Eastern Sea. Before the Marine could finish, Luchi had already provided the answer. Xian couldn't help but admire Luchi's dedication to the task. Ever since he became Xian's adjutant and took up his position in the Eastern Sea Branch, he had diligently memorized all the relevant intelligence before departing from headquarters. Nowadays, Luchi was akin to an encyclopedia of the Eastern Sea. With such a commendable attitude toward his duties, there were indeed few in the Navy who could compare. Order the fleet to lower the sails and wait for their arrival. Yes, Brigadier. Approximately 20 minutes later, a man in his 30s boarded Xian's warship. Upon catching his first glimpse of Xian, his eyes narrowed slightly. A brigadier? One would typically only encounter a colonel in these waters. The sudden appearance of a brigadier accompanied by a colonel adjutant, suggested that they were indeed from headquarters. This brigadier, I am Karang, the shipping manager of the Eastern Sea Rolling Company. May I inquire as to your name? I am Xian Campbell, the newly appointed branch leader of the 16th Department in the Eastern Sea. What brings you here? Brigadier Xian. I noticed you were towing a pirate ship and wished to inquire if you were willing to sell it. Xian began to understand the purpose of this visitor. As a shipping company, the most crucial assets are indeed the vessels. However, ships from the pirate world do not come cheaply. A medium-sized sailing ship akin to that of the Black Cat pirates would cost tens of millions of berries, even when constructed from ordinary materials. If crafted from superior materials, the price could soar to hundreds of millions or even billions. Therefore, relying solely on purchasing new ships would be a financial burden even for a shipping giant like Roland Company. In fact, almost all companies prefer to buy second-hand ships, especially used pirate ships, as they are more affordable. Only those with immense wealth, such as nobles, or the Navy would purchase brand new ships. After all, naval vessels are standardized and cannot be modified by acquiring second-hand ships. 30 million berries. Isn't that a bit excessive? Typically, pirate ships of this caliber are priced at a maximum of 25 million berries. How about this? All pirate ships confiscated by my 16th Department will be prioritized for sale to you at market price, in addition to this condition. Is this the ship of the Black Cat pirates? Now, upon closer inspection, he realized it indeed belonged to that pirate crew. Indeed, it is the ship of the Black Cat pirates, and we are on our way to Lava Island. Lava Island? Karang's eyes widened in surprise. As the shipping manager of Roland, he was well aware of Lava Island's significance. It was the stronghold of the Krieg pirates, boasting not only 5 medium-sized pirate ships, but also a colossal pirate vessel rivaling the Navy's super warships, with a crew of nearly 1,000 and countless cannons. This formidable power could effortlessly annihilate any naval branch in the East China Sea, save for Log Town. However, envisioning this brigadier general easily subduing the Black Cat pirates raises a question. What I previously articulated remains valid. I represent the Roland Company and have consented. Nodding in agreement, I acknowledge that acquiring this pirate vessel would necessitate an expenditure exceeding the market price by 5 million berries. Nonetheless, this investment is undoubtedly worthwhile. After all, pirates are scarce in the East China Sea, resulting in the naval forces seizing only a handful of pirate ships annually. Furthermore, the majority of these confiscated vessels belong to feeble pirates, with many being dilapidated and barely seaworthy small crafts. Rarely does a commendable pirate ship come into possession, leading those branches to contact multiple companies for auctions. Thus, striking a clandestine agreement with a branch capable of annihilating formidable pirate crews to directly obtain a ship would be exceedingly advantageous for the Roland Company. This arrangement would provide a continuous influx of second-hand pirate vessels. Most crucially, should these naval forces indeed eradicate the Krieg pirates, 5 medium-sized ships and 1 oversized vessel, the acquisition of such assets would undoubtedly facilitate rapid expansion of our shipping business. Additionally, Brigadier Xian, might I inquire if you possess any pirate contraband in need of disposal? Oh, your company oversees such matters? Naturally. As our shipping enterprise spans the entirety of the East China Sea, we have access to certain underground channels. Should the Brigadier wish to dispose of any contraband, I assure you that my valuation will be exceedingly reasonable, with merely a 3% service fee. Indeed, the spoils aboard a pirate ship encompass more than just berries. They may also include gold, silver, weaponry, and a variety of other items. These matters must be addressed through specialized channels before they can be converted into berries for use. Correct? Very well, Luchi, please take him to assess the goods of the Black Cat pirates and estimate their value. If deemed appropriate, let them handle it directly. Understood, Commander. Nodding in affirmation, Luchi promptly departed with Karen. At that moment, Xian began to ponder a particular question. His system was a multiplication system, capable of amplifying any benefit that pertained to him as a target for multiplication. Hence, did selling the pirate ship and its associated treasures qualify as a gain? Could this also be subjected to multiplication? Perhaps he could experiment. Shortly after subduing the Black Cat pirates, the Marine soldiers discovered 18,370,000 berries in cash aboard their ship, along with various other items. Ultimately, those goods were sold to Kaido for 4,750,000 berries. In addition, the pirate ship fetched 30,000,000 berries. Xian thus acquired a total of 53,120,000 berries, a bountiful harvest. However, upon attempting multiplication, he found it impossible. These berries were not his personal gains, but rather the collective earnings of all members of the 16th Division, public revenue. There was a twinge of regret. Nonetheless, financial resources had finally been secured. Otherwise, the dilapidated areas within the 16th Division would remain unrepairable, let alone procure daily training equipment for the Marines, a situation too embarrassing to contemplate. With the pirate ship removed, the speed of the 2 warships significantly increased, as they were no longer burdened by such a cumbersome weight. 2 hours later, After delivering the surviving Navy personnel and ships to the 153rd Division, Xian set forth once more with the Marines of the 16th Division. Their destination was Lava Island, the stronghold of Creek. In truth, the fact that Creek's lair was located on Lava Island was no secret. However, the Navy in the East Sea had yet to launch an offensive against him. One reason was the sheer number of Creek's followers, reportedly nearing 1,000. Another reason was Creek's profound dual phobia of inadequate firepower and defense. He had invested substantial funds into both his artillery and personal defensive equipment. In terms of firepower, apart from Log Town, no other East Sea division could possibly contend with him, even if they all mobilized their forces. Moreover, several divisions covertly maintained ties with Creek. That rat was hardly the sole parasite within the East Sea Navy. Several hours later, on an island located west of Shell's Town, near the Red Line, 9 warships were anchored at the port, the smallest being of medium battleship caliber. At present, this constitutes the entirety of Captain Creek's forces. Most crucially, this power surpasses the Navy's intelligence by an additional 3 vessels. Originally, according to naval reports, Creek was expected to possess 1 flagship along with 5 medium-sized warships. However, the count of medium warships has now escalated to 8. In terms of fleet strength, Creek's armada undoubtedly ranks as the most formidable in the East China Sea, far surpassing even that of Rogue Town. Yet, it remains insufficient. It is still woefully inadequate. At the very least, a flotilla of 50 warships must be assembled. Inform them to expedite the process. I desire that all requisite vessels be delivered within a maximum of 3 years. Gazing at the 3 newly arrived warships, Creek remained unsatisfied. With fewer than 10 vessels, he was still a considerable distance from his envisioned absolute combat power. Chief, each of these warships, along with their accompanying artillery and ammunition, costs 100 million berries. For 50 warships, do not concern yourself with the financial aspect. Before his subordinate could finish, Creek waved his hand dismissively. Just then, a pirate rushed forward. Chief, Navy ships are approaching. How many vessels? 1 medium-sized warship. What? A single warship dares to come here? Let us go and investigate. Yes, Chief. Soon, Creek arrived at the island, at the sole, somewhat dilapidated port. He picked up his telescope to observe. Indeed, it was a ship, and an idea struck him. You lot, board the ships immediately. Let these oblivious Navy men witness what true firepower suppression entails. Yes, Chief. On the deck of the warship, Xian and Luchi were also using telescopes to survey the port of Lava Island, over 10 kilometers away. Brigadier, Creek possesses more warships than indicated in the intelligence. It matters not. Numbers hold little significance. Even if it were just you could likely handle the situation, correct? Is assistance required? No. Let us maintain our usual approach, focusing on training the Marines. Understood. Just as Luchi stated, he alone could easily manage the entire Creek pirate crew. Of course, Xian could as well. However, such an approach would deprive his Marines of any training opportunity. Brigadier, it seems Creek intends to set sail and engage us in naval combat. 2 minutes later, Luchi, still peering through his telescope, furrowed his brow slightly. Not surprising. This fellow is an extreme proponent of weaponry. In terms of naval combat capability, his fleet far exceeds his personal prowess. But, Brigadier, our ship has only 4 cannons. While training the Marines is indeed important, look at Creek's vessels. They are brimming with cannons. If the disparity is too great, it will not yield any effective training. No matter, let them bring their cannons forward. We shall intercept their cannon fire, allowing the Marines to practice their aim. Understood. More than 10 minutes later, Creek's flagship anchored at the rear, while the 8 medium-sized warships arrayed themselves in a fan formation, closing in. This undeniably appears to be an exceedingly unjust naval battle, both in terms of the quantity and quality of the warships involved. However, in the realm of piracy, naval conflicts transcend mere numbers of vessels or the sheer volume of artillery. Otherwise, the protagonist ship in the original narrative would have been sunk countless times. This remains an era where power reigns supreme. A pirate aboard the flagship of the Creek, situated a kilometer away, has already signaled with flags. In the next moment, 8 warships unleash their cannon fire. Boom, 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 boom. On these medium-sized warships, each is equipped with more than a dozen artillery pieces. While they may not possess the specialized large-caliber naval guns found on larger military vessels, their firepower is nonetheless considerable. Moreover, the pirates exhibit a commendable proficiency in the use of these cannons, though perhaps not on par with the elite Marine troops from the headquarters. Their skills are certainly comparable to the average soldiers of the East Sea. As the first probing attack was launched, Xian and Luchi discerned that 2 cannonballs posed a threat to the warship. In the next moment, without a word exchanged, both sprang into action. Xian leapt onto the side of the ship, employing the same technique he had used against the 16th Division, ensnaring the incoming cannonball with his ankle. After dissipating its momentum, he deftly sent it hurtling back with a powerful kick. Meanwhile, Luchi unleashed a whirlwind kick, obliterating the other cannonball midair. Do not fear the pirates' cannon fire. Return fire. Yes, Commander. As Xian and Luchi effortlessly intercepted the cannonballs, the crew aboard the warship erupted in cheers. Subsequently, the gunners commenced their counterattack. Whoosh, boom, whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the sounds of cannonballs slicing through, and the sea erupted in massive splashes as projectiles struck the surface. After several minutes, the warship remained unscathed, while 3 of Krieg's vessels had each sustained a hit, though the damage was not severe. Navigator, advance towards Krieg's flagship. Commander, there are pirate vessels obstructing our path. We cannot charge directly through. Leave those blocking ships to me. You focus on pushing forward. Understood, Commander. At the bow of the ship, Xian unsheathed his thunderclap. He assumed a stance for a decisive strike. Cut through the warship. Captain, the Navy is charging directly at us. What are you afraid of? We're all medium vessels, and besides, our ship is equipped with a formidable ram. Let them collide if they dare. Yes, Captain. Nodding. The pirates rallied the others and turned their ship to face the advancing Navy. Just as the pirate captain had asserted, their bow was armed with a terrifying ram. A direct collision would undoubtedly cripple the Navy vessel. Can you intercept cannonballs? Let us see you try to withstand the impact of a warship. Something SMS, Captain. Just as the pirate leader was filled with bravado, a crewmate, peering through a telescope, shouted, "What's wrong? Captain, there's a figure standing at the bow of the Navy's ship, and he's holding a sword. Wait, is he waving it at us? What nonsense is this? We're still 700 or 800 meters away, and he's waving a sword at us? Either that Navy fellow is foolish, or you are. After all, this is utterly preposterous. Is it possible that a single swing of a blade could reach me from 700 or 800 meters away?" The pirate captain scoffed. Yet, when he cast his gaze toward the naval ship, he was rendered utterly speechless. A spectacular azure crescent slash, gliding just above the surface of the sea, approached him at an astonishing speed. Wherever the slash traversed, the ocean was cleaved asunder. The pirates had no time to react before the azure crescent strike arrived, slicing right between the pirate captain and his subordinate, who was peering through a telescope. The massive warship was effortlessly severed, as if it were mere tofu, failing to impede the onslaught in the slightest. In the next moment, the pirate captain felt his subordinate's body suddenly tilt precariously. Not only his subordinate, but he himself began to lean as well. 4. The pirate captain realized he could no longer maintain his balance. Looking down, he discovered a smooth fissure had formed between him and his subordinate, extending from the bow to the stern of the ship. The entire vessel was cleaved in twain. Navy, you have no sense of honor. As the section of the ship where the pirate captain stood continued to tilt, he could no longer steady himself. He managed only to unleash a final, defiant cry before plummeting into the depths of the sea. You said blades could only be used at close quarters. You promised we would only wield tangible weapons. Yet you swiftly drew an energy weapon. If that is not a breach of honor, what is? Meanwhile, on the warship several hundred meters away, the path ahead had opened, allowing them to draw closer to Captain Krieg's flagship. Yes, Commander. As long as we get close, Krieg's other ships will not dare to fire upon us. After all, the pirate world is still entrenched in the age of muzzle-loading cannons utilizing spherical projectiles. Their range is limited, and their accuracy is lamentable. Therefore, if our ship directly aligns with Krieg's warship, the others cannot fire without risking their own. Next time, if a situation like this arises, just let me handle it. I can eliminate the pirates aboard and redirect the ship with the same effect. There is no need for such theatrics. After a moment's thought, Luchi spoke up. It's fine. A single slash incurs minimal expenditure. This is not merely a matter of expenditure. What then? Commander, the warship you just severed was quite new. Constructed from quality materials. If sold to the Roland Company, it could fetch around 40 to 50 million berries. Suddenly, Xian was left dumbfounded. He was genuinely taken aback. He had attempted to impress, only to lose several million berries in the process. His heart ached with regret. Luchi, why didn't you warn me sooner? You acted too swiftly, and I assumed you merely wanted the slash to skim the side of that warship, using the resulting wave to push it aside. All right. What more could Xian say at this moment? He truly wished to slap himself. This is impossible. Even the most formidable weapon could not yield such an effect. Watching the warship cleaved in half, Krieg was momentarily stunned. Krieg believed in strength, yet his understanding of it diverged significantly from others. In his view, human strength is limited. Thus, true power emerges only when one wields the most formidable weapon. It was this mindset that hindered his comprehension of the spectacle before him. Ultimately, it stemmed from his sheltered existence in the East Blue, resulting in a severely restricted worldview. Captain, what should we do? A pirate beside him trembled, his legs quaking. After all, witnessing Xian sever a medium-sized warship in two was beyond their comprehension. Do not panic. Since they wish for close combat, we shall engage in close combat. Raise the flag and summon the other ships to converge. They number but a few, while we have hundreds. Surely, we cannot be outmatched. Upon hearing this, the pirates quieted somewhat. Indeed, there were only a few Navy personnel, while they numbered around 800. How could they possibly be defeated? Moreover, the officers of Krieg's pirate crew were not to be trifled with. More than 10 minutes later, although Creek's remaining ships continued to fire, they failed to pose any threat to Xian's vessel. As the distance between them narrowed to 200 or 300 meters, all cannon fire ceased. After all, at this point in time, such proximity was perilous, and avoiding friendly fire was paramount. Finally, with a resounding crash, the warship slammed against Creek's flagship. However, upon looking up, Xian furrowed his brow. Goodness, is Creek's ship not excessively large? Previously, he had seen the Mary go alongside it, appearing as insignificant as an ant. Xian had always assumed this was a result of Oda's exaggerated artistry. Yet, at this moment, as the two vessels rested side by side, Xian realized, this is truly immense. To speak of its height, the medium-sized naval warship stands at barely half the height of the flagship of the Creek pirates. To board that vessel, one would need to ascend significantly. This is quite excessive. Just then, a series of resounding explosions shook the air, causing the entire warship to tremble violently. Meanwhile, several ships from the Creek pirate crew drew near, effectively sandwiching Xian's vessel between them, rendering it immobile. Every warship brimmed with pirates brandishing an array of weapons, with the odds heavily favoring the adversaries at approximately 1 to 17. This quantity is still rather challenging for the Marines under my command. After all, those Marines have yet to reach the level of superhumans. Superhumans. This is a theory articulated by Roki in the original work. The average combat prowess of a standard Marine is approximately 10, while an individual whose prowess reaches 500 can be deemed as superhuman. Once one attains this level, no matter how numerous the ordinary minions may be, they become ineffective. Contemplating this, Xian's gaze sharpened. He began to release his spiritual pressure. Yet this time, Xian exercised meticulous control over the additional release. It was calibrated just enough to diminish the fighting spirit of a portion without incapacitating them entirely. Ultimately, this would leave a fraction of the pirates behind, providing his Marines with valuable experience. It must be noted that achieving such a balance among a throng of pirate minions, while ensuring some remain, is no small feat. This is indeed quite challenging. What was it that Aizen said? To tread upon an ant without striking it down, such power is exceedingly difficult to wield. The swiftly defeated Akin, thud, thud, thud. One pirate after another collapsed onto the ground. Some lay prostrate, straining with their arms in a desperate attempt to lift their bodies, while others succumb to unconsciousness without a moment's notice. This scene unfolds aboard every pirate vessel. Even Creek finds himself with slightly bent knees. A look of bewilderment etched upon his face. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he experiences an eerie tremor resonating from the depths of his very soul, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure, as if his body were burdened by several-fold its usual weight. What is this, after all? He did not know. Yet, there was one thing he was certain of. If this continued, it would not be long before his men succumbed, even before engaging in close combat with the Navy. He could feel that strange pressure intensifying gradually. As this process unfolded, more and more of his subordinates succumbed to the oppressive force, ultimately losing consciousness. But in the next moment, Creek suddenly felt an unexpected lightness throughout his body. Yes, that pressure had vanished, disappearing abruptly as if it had never existed. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that nearly half of the 200 crew members aboard the flagship were now sprawled on the ground. At this moment, he remained unaware that even more pirates had collapsed on the other warships. After all, the pirates on the flagship were the most elite among his ranks. And when Xian unleashed his spiritual pressure, it was deliberately controlled to gradually intensify. Essentially, this was a form of selection, naturally toppling the weakest first. At this juncture, Xian commenced his actions. The first and second squads initiated their assault on the flagship, with Luchi providing cover, while the third and fourth squads dealt with the pirates on the surrounding warships. Action commenced. In the next instant, everyone sprang into action. Luchi leaped over 10 meters high, landing directly on Creek's flagship, followed by the sailors from the two squads who began to ascend the rope ladder along the side of the ship. After all, this flagship was immense. In terms of sheer size, Xian even felt it surpassed that of Garp's dog-headed warship. It is worth noting that Garp's vessel was one of the Navy's super warships, typically reserved for admirals. Garp was an exception, possessing such a ship despite his rank as a vice-admiral. The Navy began its assault. All of you charge. Eliminate them. Yes, Captain Creek. Immediately, a throng of pirates brandished their firearms and blades, preparing to ambush the sailors climbing the side of the ship. However, before they could reach the side, a figure clad in a black suit and draped in a white justice coat suddenly sprang up from below the ship's railing, landing firmly on the deck and blocking the pirate's path. Just one man, and he is unarmed. Take him down. Kill him. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, no one even witnessed how Luchi launched his attack. The three foremost pirates were sent flying, hurtling outward from the opposite side of the ship's railing. Do not fear. Use your guns and turn him into a porcupine. In the next moment, at least 20 pirates raised their firearms, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at Luchi. Clang, 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 clang. The pirates were left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? Could it be that this fellow has concealed steel plates within his garments? Otherwise, how could the bullets produce the sound of metal clashing upon impact? Everyone, step aside. Upon hearing the noise, the pirates hastily cleared a path. Before them stood a seemingly frail man, advancing deliberately with a pair of peculiar weapons, two canes connected by massive iron balls. Intriguing. Are you the infamous demon, Xian, spoken of by the brigadier? Upon sighting the man before him, Luchi was suddenly reminded of a conversation he had with Xian prior to their departure from the 16th Division. Luchi, are you certain that these are the only members of the Creek Pirates with bounties? Xian had expressed his astonishment after Luchi had outlined the principal bounty holders within the Creek pirate crew. Aside from Creek himself, the highest bounty among the crew was merely 1.8 million. However, this was not the crux of the matter. After all, there remained over 3 years until the original narrative commenced, and at this moment, even Creek's bounty had only just reached 12 million. The essential point was that one notable individual was missing from the list of those with bounties, the man whose bounty ranked second only to Creek's in the original tale. Demon, Xian, or perhaps, due to the premature timing, Xian had yet to join the Creek Pirates, or he had recently affiliated himself and had yet to establish his notoriety. Luchi, should you encounter a man wielding those distinctive dual canes during your expedition against the Creek Pirates, make every effort to capture him alive. Brigadier, what makes this individual so exceptional? This man possesses commendable martial arts aptitude. If he were to systematically study the Navy's 6 styles, he would likely be on par with your former CP9 colleagues. Is the brigadier intending to recruit this individual as a sailor? Luchi furrowed his brow, for regardless of the circumstances, he remained a pirate. While that notion lingered, it would ultimately depend on whether he had stained his hands with the blood of innocents or Navy personnel. If not, perhaps he could be granted a chance for redemption. Such talent is indeed rare. Is that so? I comprehend now. This is the dialogue between Xian and Luchi before their departure. Xian, go. Take him down. Indeed. Just 2 days prior, he had single-handedly defeated several individuals, and I have high hopes for you. Let the damned Navy witness the might of our Creek pirate crew. Upon seeing Xian, all the pirates aboard the main ship erupted with excitement, their shouts echoing in the air. Although Xian had only joined the Creek pirate crew 3 days ago, he had already managed to topple 10 pirates upon his arrival, one of whom was even a core member under Creek, the martial arts instructor, Haslo. Creek immediately remarked that if Xian could achieve sufficient merits thereafter, he could even be appointed as the captain of the Creek pirate crew. Navy, you seem quite formidable. I should be able to savor this moment a little longer. Though aware of the man's strength before him, the 23-year-old Xian felt no fear whatsoever. He possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. With a swift step, he surged forward at an astonishing speed. Seeing that Luchi appeared unresponsive, he swung the twin hooks in his hands. In the next instant, the 2 dark iron balls connected to the ends of the hooks were hurtling towards Luchi's chest. It should be noted that in the original text, Xian had a penchant for striking one's chest. Whether this was due to some peculiar habit, one could only speculate. However, aiming for Luchi was a mere overestimation. The iron block. Boom. It can only be said that he was still a tad too immature at this moment. He could not breach Luchi's ironclad defenses, and instead, the recoil left his hands feeling slightly numb. This rendered his gaze considerably more solemn. Strength and speed are commendable. Do you really need to mention it? After staggering back 2 steps from the recoil, Xian steadied himself and charged forward once more, a hint of madness appearing on his face. Observing this, Luchi shook his head slightly. Although the major had given specific instructions, he was not one to engage in a prolonged battle unnecessarily. With a swift motion, he struck. Boom. The sheer velocity rendered Xian incapable of responding. The last thing he registered was a sharp pain at the nape of his neck, and then there was nothing more. It was a decisive defeat. Maintaining a forward leap, his body began to tilt gradually before crashing down onto the deck. The pirates, who had been shouting incessantly just moments before, fell into a shocked silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, the marine soldiers who had followed Luchi finally managed to ascend to the deck. Leave Creek to me. You handle the other pirates. Yes, Captain Luchi. The sounds of battle cries and anguished screams echoed within Creek's flagship. However, the Navy held a definitive advantage. Although the Creek pirates were numerous, they had been significantly weakened from the outset by Xian's actions. Additionally, while they were numerous, their strength was not formidable in terms of ordinary pirates. They were even inferior to the Black Cat pirates. With Luchi's presence, who adeptly dealt with the officers, the soldiers of the 16th Division found the situation relatively manageable. In less than a minute after Xian's defeat, Fleet Officer Eddieman and martial arts instructor Haslu also fell victim to Luchi's relentless assault, meeting their end without any hesitation. As for the other minor officers, their strength was so lacking that they were no match for the elite trainees. Luchi did not need to intervene. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. Creek trembled with rage at the scene before him. However, before he could take any action, a figure suddenly appeared before him, none other than Luchi, who had just dispatched 2 of his subordinates. Finger pistol. Without a moment's delay, Luchi pointed directly at Creek's heart. Yet, the scene froze momentarily. Luchi maintained his poised stance, while Creek lowered his head, observing the finger poised upon his armor. Kid, what are you doing? My armor is forged from the finest steel. Are you jesting? Creek was genuinely incensed. However, he failed to notice the subtle damage that had already manifested beneath the surface of his armor. Although it appeared intact, the next moment, Luchi disregarded Creek's words and advanced without retreating. Finger pistol, Yellow Lotus. An array of rapid strikes erupted, bombarding Creek's chest with relentless precision. Useless. You're wasting your efforts. Even if your weapon were a firearm. But before he could finish, a sense of foreboding washed over him, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His chest armor was punctured with over 20 holes, blood oozing from the gaping wounds. This is impossible. How could this happen? Cough, cough. What kind of weapon did you use to ambush me? Weapon. Luchi found himself somewhat at a loss for words, but had no intention of explaining anything to Creek. Storm leg. Within a mere 2 meters, a vacuum slash was unleashed with Luchi's whip-like kick, striking Creek's chest and sending him hurtling away. The once golden armor, now riddled with holes, could no longer withstand the force, shattering into countless fragments that scattered through the air. Creek's chest now bore not only numerous bloody punctures, but also a horrific wound that extended from his right shoulder down to his waist, exposing bone. He crashed heavily against the ship's railing more than 10 meters away. At this rate, if he did not receive immediate medical attention, he would likely succumb within minutes. This scene caused all the remaining pirates, who were still putting up a fight, to cease their resistance. It was no jest. All the commanders had been vanquished. Now, even the esteemed Captain Creek had been effortlessly subdued. This group of Marines is nothing short of monstrous. As for that naval colonel, he is truly a beast among beasts. Even pirates fear for their lives, and soon enough, weapons began to clatter to the ground. Once the first individual surrendered their arms, the second and third soon followed suit. Before long, every pirate had discarded their weapons. Observing this, Luchi prepared to issue orders to restrain all the pirates. However, at that moment, a brilliant blue lightning bolt descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Creek, striking him at the side of the ship. It seared a charred hole through his back, obliterating his heart and bringing his nefarious existence to an end. A lieutenant commander? Luchi pondered, somewhat perplexed. Creek had already been vanquished by him. Even if left unattended, he would scarcely survive a few minutes. Was there truly any need for this final blow? Luchi, you have let your guard down. Look at Creek's left arm. Xian exclaimed from a short distance away. Upon hearing this, Luchi swiftly turned to investigate, initially failing to discern any issue. Creek remained sprawled in a pool of blood. Yet, in the next moment, he noticed a hole had appeared in the center of Creek's shield. Luchi was certain that this hole had not been present before. Lieutenant Commander, what is this? Within Creek's shield lay not only a concealed blade, but also a gas canister. He had been preparing to muster his last ounce of strength to unleash that canister before succumbing. A gas canister? Luchi inquired. Indeed, this gas canister is highly toxic. Once discharged, it could spell doom for anyone within the battlefield, even if they merely inhaled a single breath. Upon this realization, Luchi immediately recognized the gravity of his error. Had it not been for Xian's intervention, and if Creek had deployed the gas bomb, he might have relied on his reflexes and speed to evade the toxic cloud in an instant. However, the other Marines, it seemed unlikely that any would survive. After all, they were not equipped with gas masks or similar gear. My apologies, Brigadier, it is my fault. Luchi displayed a rare expression of shame. In the eyes of this task-driven individual, this was undoubtedly his greatest oversight. Had Xian not intervened, his mission would have been a complete failure. Yet, he was perplexed about how Xian had acquired such knowledge. After all, even information from the Clique pirate crew had required his own reporting. How had Xian suddenly become so well informed about Clique? Nevertheless, Luchi refrained from inquiring. We lack sufficient handcuffs. Gather all the surviving pirates in one area for close supervision. Luchi, please contact Roguetown and inquire about the current location of the East Blue prison ship. If feasible, arrange for them to come and take custody of the pirates. Then reach out to Kalen and ask if the Roland Company can accommodate this batch of Clique ships all at once. East Blue, Roguetown. Report. What is it? The office was filled with swirling smoke. Smoker, with 2 cigars clenched between his lips, perpetually exhaled clouds of smoke. Ever since Xian had advised him previously, Smoker had grown increasingly fond of this cigar-smoking ritual. It was distinctive, sophisticated, and doubled the smoke output. Simply perfect. Colonel, the 16th Division is calling, inquiring about the location of our prison ship. The 16th Division? Isn't that the division Xian just joined a few days ago? What do they want with the prison ship? According to them, they are currently at Lava Island, with nearly 1,000 pirates needing to be dealt with, including those from the Clique and Black Cat pirate crews. What? Both the Clique and Black Cat crews have been eradicated? Smoker was taken aback. His junior, having just arrived in the East Blue, had already dismantled these 2 pirate crews? Indeed. Where is our prison ship located now? It is en route to various divisions to receive prisoners, according to the original plan. It was set to head to Impel Down in 3 days. Currently, it should be near Division 117, approximately 2 days sailing distance from Lava Island. Immediately instruct the prison ship to change course towards Lava Island. Yes, Colonel, but The major standing before Smoker suddenly recalled something. What is it? Colonel, our prison ship is merely a medium-sized vessel, capable of holding a maximum of about 500 individuals at a time, and there are already nearly 100 pirates on board, so. Good heavens. This implies that there are too many pirates for the prison ship to accommodate? I shall urgently request a prison ship from headquarters for support and simultaneously instruct the nearby branch at Lava Island to mobilize warships and marines to assist the 16th branch in detaining the pirates. Understood, Colonel. 052 Shocking news from Lava Island. Brigadier General, the prison ship from Rogtown is on its way and is expected to arrive in 2 days. However, according to their report, this vessel can only accommodate approximately 400 more pirates. Nevertheless, Colonel Smoker has urgently requested the headquarters to arrange for another prison ship, which may arrive in 20 days. In the meantime, to prevent any issues here, several nearby branches have already dispatched warships and marines, who will assist us in overseeing these pirates until the second prison ship arrives. As he approached Xian, Luchi reported, "Well then, what about Karen?" They appear quite enthusiastic, claiming they will bring enough berries within 3 days, urging us not to engage with other companies. Very well, additionally dispatch a team of marines to thoroughly search Lava Island. There must be hidden treasures belonging to Creek here. We need to uncover them all. Understood. Just as Luchi departed, Xian's transponder snail rang. This is Xian. Brigadier General Xian. This is Morgan's. I hear you possess explosive news? Indeed, it is undeniably sensational, but do you dare to publish it? Upon hearing Xian's remark, Morgan's erupted into laughter. I am the king of world news. Even if the 5 elders were to conspire with Big Mom under the moonlight, I would still dare to publish it. So, worry not about my courage. The only question is whether your information is explosive enough for me to report. As the king of news in the pirate world, Morgan's exuded confidence. Is the news of the world government's massacre of the aristocracy from the Primata Kingdom, seizing their vast wealth, explosive enough? Is it true? Absolutely true. Quickly. Tell me, this is monumental news, undeniably explosive. For years ago, after half an hour of discussion, Xian recounted everything to Morgan's, including the findings from Kuro and the names of all key figures he provided. Hiss. The prominent figure before the 5 elders conspired with the Navy and other aristocrats 4 years ago to assassinate Campbell and his wife, subsequently dividing their assets worth billions of berries. All details and individuals meticulously documented. This is indeed monumental news. Within the transponder snail, Morgan's excited voice echoed, accompanied by the sound of writing. Clearly, he could barely contain himself and had begun to draft the article. Morgan's, I wish to remain uninvolved in this matter. Do you understand? Rest assured, this is my area of expertise. Very well, I shall leave this matter to you. I await tomorrow's newspaper. As Xian set down the transponder snail, he felt quite elated. The 5 elders. Once this matter is revealed, how will you manage it? Within the secret headquarters of the World Economic Journal, Morgan's was fervently writing. Campbell. Xian Campbell. No wonder they haven't mentioned the reporting fee. It all makes sense now. The youngest brigadier general in Navy history. TSK, you will likely continue to generate even more sensational news in the future. Never mind, consider it an investment. I shall embellish this story further. With a sinister chuckle, Morgan's immersed himself back into his writing. The following day, the World Economic Journal printed double its usual quantity. Countless newsbirds carried the latest edition of the newspaper, dispersing to all corners of the world. The events that transpired over 4 years ago in the East Sea caused a global uproar. The world government's wanton slaughter of aristocrats in allied nations, solely for the sake of seizing their wealth, has left citizens in a state of panic. The stability of the world government system is now in jeopardy. Spandam's madness. Is it the result of the 5 elders' indulgence, or were they complicit from the start? The Navy's supernova, the youngest brigadier general in history, has a past that is equally astonishing. Exaggerated headlines dominated the most eye-catching sections of the newspaper. To ensure sufficient intrigue, Morgan's even dared to include claims of the world government's potential collapse. As more individuals acquired the newspaper, the situation began to spiral out of control. In Marineford, the seat of power, that scoundrel Morgan's has the audacity to spread such rumors. What is he attempting to achieve? Does he seek to undermine our dominion over the world government? We shall address Morgan's later. The pressing matter at hand is how to manage this situation. Numerous allied nations have already contacted us, seeking confirmation of the event's veracity, fearful that we might turn against them next. Categorically deny it. You speak lightly. Morgan's has provided far too many specifics in his article, even naming all involved. Can we simply suppress it with a denial? What then? Shall we allow Morgan's to slander us without consequence? At this moment, the 5 elders were seething with anger. They regarded the entire situation as Morgan's fabrication. After all, that fellow did have a penchant for sensationalizing his reports. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door swung open, revealing a man clad in a white suit and wearing a mask. What have you discovered? While we have yet to reach a final confirmation, the current findings align closely with what Morgan's has revealed. What? Are you saying this matter is true? The golden-haired elder's eyes widened in disbelief. I had thought Morgan's was fabricating this. Are you telling me it is indeed true? Yes, and according to Morgan's report, the source of this information stems from a diary left behind by Spandam's former subordinate. We have confirmed that shortly after the incident, Spandam's trusted aide met a rather suspicious demise. Most importantly, we have discovered that Spandam hoarded a vast fortune, amounting to at least over 1 billion berries. Upon hearing this, the 5 elders fell silent, their expressions grave. After a full minute's pause, Elder 3 immediately apprehend him, and likewise, detain all those implicated in Morgan's revelations. Understood. Nodding. The masked man exited the room. What shall we do now? We must manage the individuals involved, but we cannot admit to this matter. Indeed. Each allied nation is governed by aristocrats. If it is confirmed that high-ranking officials within the world government have murdered nobility and seized their assets, it will undoubtedly trigger a violent upheaval among the allied nations. In the worst-case scenario, some nations may even withdraw from the world government. Such events cannot be permitted. And what of the sole heir of the Campbell family? How shall we handle him? Primarily seeking to placate. It may be considered to relinquish a portion of assets back to Spandam after his capture, on the condition that he vows to remain silent regarding this matter. Agreed. I too, HM. At that moment, the 5 were momentarily taken aback, for a singular voice resonated in their minds simultaneously. Come before me at once. A few minutes later, within the forbidden depths of Panga City, the 5 elders entered a grand hall. Towering steps led to a throne perched at the summit, upon which sat an individual shrouded in shadow, obscured by the lighting, rendering their features indistinguishable. The only discernible trait were the peculiar, ripple-patterned eyes. Approaching the steps, the 5 elders knelt before the throne. Should this scene be witnessed by others within the pirate world, it would undoubtedly evoke astonishment. These 5, wielders of the highest authority within the world government, were found kneeling before another, their bodies quivering ever so slightly. Lordum, 053 M's command. What are your plans regarding the matter in East Blue, Campbell? The voice was frigid and devoid of emotion. Yet, it was precisely this tone that instilled a profound sense of fear within the 5 elders, for the reason. This voice emanates from the king of the celestial dragons, M. In an effort to preserve the dignity of the world government, while simultaneously suppressing this incident, we have decided to eliminate Spandam and his cohorts on one hand, while on the other, we shall not acknowledge this matter publicly. As for the sole heir of the Campbell family in the East Blue, a portion of the wealth seized from Spandam and his associates will be allocated to him as a gesture of appeasement, with the stipulation that he remains silent regarding this affair. The curly-haired elder stars reported the conclusions reached during their clandestine discussions of power. However, in the next moment, a wave of terrifying pressure suddenly descended, causing even the ground to emit distressing sounds under the strain. M is furious. As members of the elder stars, they are acutely aware of this fact. Were it not for their formidable strengths, they would likely find themselves prostrated before the ground. Thus, did their proposed course of action contain flaws that incited Lord M's wrath? Fear was etched across the faces of the 5, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. What is the extent of the Campbell family's assets? According to the findings of number 3, it should be between 18 to 20 billion berries. Then, how much wealth can be extracted from Spandam and his ilk? This remains uncertain, but it should not be less than 20 billion. You truly are remarkable. To reach this juncture and still contemplate withholding a portion of this sum rather than returning it entirely to the sole heir of the Campbell family. No wonder Spandam's subordinates behaved as they did. In an instant, the oppressive pressure intensified once more. This time, even the 5 elders appeared to be somewhat overwhelmed, their heads bowed significantly, nearly grazing the ground. Upon the restitution of the Campbell family's assets, valued at 20 billion berries, an additional compensation of 50 shall be granted, totaling 30 billion berries. Simultaneously, all truths shall be publicly disclosed, and this resolution shall be communicated to all allied nations. Have you 5 comprehended this? The voice remained cold and devoid of emotion. Yet this command left the 5 elders utterly bewildered. Even if I were dissatisfied with the proposed resolution, one would expect that the full restitution of the Campbell family's assets would suffice. Why an additional 10 billion? The most critical point being, this sum would likely have to be extracted from the coffers of the world government to make up the difference, which felt decidedly amiss. Furthermore, the demand for complete transparency? Lord M, with such a course of action, the world government's reputation would be compromised. Can one truly govern the world on the basis of reputation alone? It seems you have occupied your positions for so long that your judgment has begun to falter. This is understood, Lord M. Depart now, but remember, should you mishandle this matter again, I would not hesitate to replace you with 5 others in these seats. This statement undoubtedly instilled a profound fear within the 5 elders. No one understands better than they what these 5 positions signify. Power? No, it transcends mere power. For within these 5 positions lies something far more precious. Something that one cannot easily relinquish. Once the 5 departed, and let out a slight sigh. Number 1, I do not wish for such an incident to recur. Yes, I comprehend. From the shadows emerged a man clad in a white suit, adorned with a mask. He respectfully knelt on one knee. He is the shield of the celestial dragons, the most unique individual within CP0. Even the 5 elders cannot command him. Moreover, you are tasked with re-examining the entire matter in detail, leaving no stone unturned. What if a celestial dragon is involved? I said, leave no one unexamined. His chilling voice carried a palpable aura of menace. This was the first time that number 1 had perceived emotion in Im's voice, causing his heart to tremble profoundly. Indeed, I understand. In the next moment, number 1 retreated 2 steps and once again melded into the shadows. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, significant events unfolded within the Great Hall. The 5 elders were now utterly terrified, refraining from any ulterior motives and meticulously executing Im's commands. Once the vast and intricate machinery of the world government commenced its full operation, the results were nothing short of astonishing. Within a mere day, utilizing the names from Morgan's report, they uncovered the truth behind events that transpired over 4 years ago with remarkable clarity. They even unearthed numerous individuals not mentioned in Morgan's report. As the scope of what Kuro could investigate over the years had been rather limited, soon, an extensive purge took place within the world government. Over 300 individuals were apprehended, including several high-ranking officials, with the highest ranking among them being Spandam. Naturally, due to Spandam's involvement in this affair, the 5 elders nearly lost their position, and their wrath was vented upon many others. The first to bear the brunt of their fury was the newly appointed commander-in-chief of CP9, Spandam. Although he had no part in the events of over 4 years ago, his lineage as Spandam's son rendered him vulnerable. Originally, this matter could have concluded here, with the remaining task being the compensation of 30 billion berries to Sean Campbell, thus bringing everything to a close. However, another incident arose within the Holy Land, one that left the 5 elders in disarray. Why had the Holy Hedowedo been attacked and abducted in the sacred grounds? And what was the CP0 unit stationed in the Celestial Dragon area doing? This situation required immediate resolution. Otherwise, we could not bear the wrath of Lord M. Indeed, summon numbers 2 and 3 back at once. This matter must take precedence. As for the final disposition of Spandam and the others, it can be postponed for a few days. I trust that Lord M will understand. Agreed. Agreed. Yet, in the next moment, the door to power was thrust open. How dare you enter without prior notice? The words were left unspoken, for upon seeing the figure that entered along with the patterns on their mask, the 5 elders found their voices caught in their throats. Number 1, what brings you here? I come to convey Lord M's orders. Hedowedo has been discreetly dealt with due to involvement in the Campbell incident. You need only be aware of this. Hiss. The 5 elders were already aware of Hedowedo's connection to this matter. However, they had taken no action, as the decree against harming the celestial dragons was an unyielding law established by Lord M. Even though Lord M had instructed that all participants in this incident must be dealt with, it should never supersede this ironclad rule. This is the understanding of the 5 elders. However, they did not anticipate that Lord M would indeed eliminate a celestial dragon over this matter. At this moment, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Have we learned if Lord M has any further instructions? Lord M stated that since the commander of CP9 has encountered issues and has been captured by you, the agents under his command can no longer be deemed trustworthy. Understood. We will deal with those agents as well, nodded the curly-haired elder. No, what Lord M means is that although they can no longer be completely trusted, they still possess some degree of capability. To dispose of them directly would be a waste. Let us send them to the Navy to confront the pirates. As for their specific destination, Lord M has decided that they will all be sent to the Navy's 16th Division. Upon hearing this, the 5 were left in stunned silence. What is this situation? I am utterly perplexed. Although numerous questions linger, they remain unvoiced, shrouded in silence. Indeed, we shall make immediate arrangements. Unit 054 is dispatched to the Windmill Village to detain a few individuals. The following day, the World Economic Journal is released once more. Today's content is, once again, profoundly shocking. Over 300 individuals within the world government have been apprehended, including many high-ranking officials. Sean Campbell, the sole heir of the Campbell family and the youngest brigadier general in the Navy, is set to receive a compensation of 30 billion berries. The 5 elders publicly extend their apologies and declare their commitment to enhancing oversight to prevent such occurrences in the future. The world government's unprecedented actions stem from Sean Campbell's ascension to the top 10 of the East China Sea's wealthiest individuals has left the warring states general drooling. Upon perusing today's edition of the World Economic Journal, everyone is left in a state of bewilderment, as the world government's response has utterly defied all expectations. Each individual exclaims in astonishment, "This is inconceivable, utterly impossible." Yet, this seemingly unattainable event has indeed transpired. Even Sean, at this moment, finds himself somewhat bewildered. The outcome diverges significantly from my expectations. Brigadier General, Headquarters has conveyed that in a month's time, 6 individuals will report to the 16th Division, all of whom are school-level officers. What? That old man Zhonghua has assigned me 6 school-level officers. This seems rather unusual, does it not? It is worth noting that in the Eastern Sea region, with very few exceptions, there is typically only one lieutenant colonel or colonel serving as the division head. Even in a second-rate division like Rogtown, there exists merely one colonel, one lieutenant colonel, and 2 majors. Here, we are already equipped with an extraordinary configuration of a brigadier general and a colonel, and yet Jean-Gouin intends to send 6 school-level officers our way. This appears rather abnormal, does it not? The most perplexing aspect is why I sensed a hint of excitement in Luchi's voice when he reported this matter. Luchi, has headquarters provided the details of these 6 individuals? They have already been faxed over. Saying this, Luchi handed me a dossier. This was just transmitted via telephone fax from headquarters. I must say, the telephone fax is indeed a remarkable invention. Upon receiving the materials, Xian was momentarily taken aback. Do you truly believe that I have not read the original work? Is this a naval officer? Clearly, they are agents from CP9. Just look at these 6 names. Captain Kaku, Colonel Gabra, Major Khalifa, Major Fukaru, Major Bruno. I must say, Luchi, your voice carries a hint of excitement. Luchi, are you certain they are naval officers? Indeed, the 6 of them, having been implicated in the Spandam incident, are no longer employed by CP9. But it seems the world government does not wish to squander their combat prowess, thus integrating them into the Navy. So, these individuals were once your colleagues? Yes, Brigadier General. I can vouch for their capabilities. They are all of superhuman caliber. Well, this situation is becoming increasingly perplexing. What scheme is the world government concocting? None of this aligns with the style of the elders. Brigadier General, there is one more matter. What is it? Previously, you instructed a team of Marines to search the entirety of Lava Island, correct? Yes, that is indeed the case. Have they made any discoveries? Yes. We have just received word that they have located a remarkably concealed cave, within which lies a steel-constructed chamber, although they are still cataloging its contents. It can be preliminarily assessed that the treasures within the chamber amount to no less than 10 billion berries. Goodness, that fellow Creek truly possesses a grand treasure. No wonder he was able to assemble a fleet of 50 ships in the original narrative, sustaining thousands of pirates. So, we can estimate it to be around 10 billion. The world government has also mentioned compensating me with 40 billion, and combined with the assets from the Black Cat pirates and the Creek pirates ships, I would have over 400 billion berries. For my initial development, that suffices. I shall procure a Den Mushi and dial it directly. Beep, beep, beep. This is Sengoku. Old man Sengoku, it's me. Xian, I am already aware of your undertakings in the East Blue. Well done. That is not the crux of the matter. What is imperative is that I need to request certain items from headquarters. Oh, what items? Well, I require equipment of the same specifications as the elite training camp, along with 3 medium-sized warships, 1 large warship, and additionally, please send me 500 sets of the Navy's latest standard equipment. Are you intending to establish a training camp at the 16th branch? And you demand 4 warships, including 1 large vessel? Do you have any idea how much these items cost? Sengoku was instantly enraged. This young man is oblivious to the high cost of living. A large warship alone costs a staggering 200 million Bailey, not accounting for the artillery and ammunition on board. When all is considered, the total may well soar to 300 million. Even the naval headquarters possesses only a handful of vessels of this caliber. The bulk of the naval fleet is primarily composed of medium-sized warships. Admittedly, Xian has indeed requested 3 medium-sized warships. While they are not as exorbitant as the large ones, a fully equipped medium-sized warship still commands a price exceeding 100 million Bailey. Not to mention, Xian is also seeking equipment of the same specifications as that used in elite training camps. When all is tallied, could one possibly manage with less than 3 billion? Yet, Xian's response to the warring states was a mere 3 words, which rendered them utterly speechless. I have money. At this moment, Sengoku suddenly recalled that Shien had indeed amassed considerable wealth. In fact, it surpassed even the reserve funds available to the Navy headquarters, a staggering 300 billion berries. For him, allocating 30 billion for some leisure activities seemed hardly extravagant. Furthermore, old Sengoku, I intend to invest an additional 20 billion berries to completely reconstruct the 16th branch. Given my unwavering support for the Navy, does it not seem rather inappropriate for the 16th branch to remain a tertiary division? I believe a secondary division would be more fitting, don't you think, old man? A comprehensive training camp, 1 brigadier general, 1 colonel, 2 lieutenant colonels, and 4 majors, accompanied by 1 large warship and 4 medium-sized vessels. Not to mention that with 20 billion, the 16th branch could very well be transformed into a small fortress. Thus, when Shien asserts that the status of the tertiary division is no longer suitable, it appears he has a valid point. Ah, but wait. I have yet to consent to any of this. Sengoku, realizing he nearly fell into Shien's trap, admonished himself to adopt a more long-term perspective. It is implausible for me to remain at the 16th branch indefinitely, is it? In the future. Even if I depart from the East Blue for the Grand Line or venture into the New World, the 16th branch will not simply relocate with me. Ultimately, all that I establish will still belong to you. What do you mean by mine? It belongs to the Navy. All right. It belongs to the Navy. Therefore, regardless of how extravagant my plans may seem, am I not ultimately contributing to the Navy's costs? This statement seems to hold some merit. After all, I never intended to keep Xian in the EC for long, at most a couple of years. Although Sengoku's words stirred some temptation within me, I cannot simply acquiesce. Otherwise, how would I preserve my dignity as a commander? I cannot provide an immediate response. This matter requires internal deliberation. Very well, but I urge you to expedite your decision. Perhaps in a few days, my enthusiasm may wane, and I may no longer wish to pursue this. You impudent rascal. Just wait. After hanging up the phone, Xian felt quite elated. He was untroubled by the possibility of Sengoku declining, for, in any case, this situation would ultimately benefit the Navy. Moreover, the revitalized 16th Division would serve as an exceptional venue for nurturing a solid foundation before he stepped onto a new stage. 3 days later, having addressed all matters concerning Lava Island, the remaining hundreds of pirates that the prison ship failed to transport were handed over to other divisions. The warship set sail once more. Luchi, our current location should be not far from Windmill Village, correct? Indeed, we are less than a day's journey away. Very well. Our next destination is Windmill Village, where we shall capture a few individuals to bring back to the 16th Division. Capture? Capture people? Luchi was somewhat bewildered. 055 The first encounter with Luffy and Ace. Indeed, Xian intends to capture individuals. Reasoning with Luffy and Ace? Don't be absurd. That is utterly futile. These two individuals are undoubtedly the kind of obstinate minds that are impossible to reason with. So, what shall we do? The solution is simple. We shall abduct them and bring them back for a gradual re-education. A slow ideological transformation. By the way, I am indeed in search of a skilled chef to enhance the culinary offerings of the 16th Division. It seems that Makino might be a suitable candidate. Moreover, she possesses a rather charming appearance, does she not? Perhaps, we should simply take her along as well? On the bow deck, Xian pondered while stroking his chin, feeling a surge of intrigue. Just then, a young Marine hurried over, exclaiming loudly. What is it? The Marine reported. The pirate confined aboard the warship wishes to meet with Colonel Luchi. Luchi, has that fellow not yet given his consent? At once, Xian understood who the Marine was referring to and promptly inquired about Luchi. I spoke with him earlier and granted him 3 days to contemplate. It is about time we followed up. However, Brigadier General, if he remains obstinate, I recommend we send him to impel down. While he may possess commendable physical prowess, we truly need not expend excessive energy on this individual. Nodding in agreement, Luchi replied, Very well, proceed as you see fit. If he continues to be so stubborn, there is no need to persist. Understood, Brigadier General. Nearly 20 hours later, the warship arrived at Windmill Village. Due to Garp's frequent visits to see his family, and the fact that he always arrived aboard that monstrous warship, it was nearly impossible for smaller ports to accommodate it. Consequently, Garp personally financed the construction of a larger port for Windmill Village. After all, this man had served in the Navy for decades and, aside from purchasing some bay, rarely spent his money, amassing considerable wealth over time. Expanding a port was a trivial matter for him. Thus, the port of Windmill Village was significantly larger than that of most villages in the East Blue. Xian's medium-sized warship docked without occupying much space at all. Luchi, come with me, the others may train on their own. Yes, Brigadier General. By the way, bring that fellow along. That fellow? The one you just recruited as your subordinate. Ah, I see. Luchi realized that the Brigadier General was referring to Ajin. But when did that fellow become my subordinate? Nevertheless, he had no intention of expending energy to challenge Xian's assertion. Over their time together, Luchi had come to understand the character of his Brigadier General quite well. Correcting Xian on such matters was utterly futile. The arrival of the Navy did not incite any commotion in Windmill Village, perhaps due to Garp's influence. The villagers were quite familiar with the Navy. Is this the place? Minutes later, the 3 men arrived at the central tavern of Windmill Village. Xian lifted his gaze. While it may not be an exact replica of the original, it is, without a doubt, indistinguishable. He then pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, a feminine voice greeted them. Welcome. Anyone who heard this voice would immediately feel a sense of warmth. An exquisite tenderness enveloped the atmosphere. Are you 3 from the Navy visiting Windmill Village for the first time? Indeed, could you prepare us a lunch? Of course, please wait a moment. Makino smiled and began her preparations. Brigadier General, we just had some Sea King jerky. Is it necessary to eat again? Luchi, one must learn to savor life. And don't you think our 16th Division is lacking something? Lacking what? A chef. The 2 cooks we brought along merely suffice to prevent starvation, but the flavor. Brigadier General, flavor isn't paramount. It merely needs to satisfy our hunger and nutritional needs. Sighing at this remark, Xian lamented. Discussing food with Luchi is utterly pointless. Before long, 3 servings of risotto were presented, appearing rather ordinary. However, the aroma wafting from the dishes was so enticing that even Luchi could not help but swallow audibly. Please excuse the simplicity of these humble dishes. The fact that such ordinary fare can achieve this level of excellence is truly remarkable. Makino, did I mention my name? Upon hearing Xian call her name, Makino was momentarily taken aback. Since their arrival, she had not introduced herself. No need to be nervous. I heard it from old man Garp. Ah, I remember now. No wonder you seemed familiar. You are the youngest Brigadier General in the Navy, correct? Your name is? Sean Campbell. Yes, indeed. I believe I also heard recently that you have become one of the top 10 wealthiest individuals in the East Blue. Makino exclaimed with delight. Perhaps due to Sean's mention of Garp, her enthusiasm grew even more. By the way, Makino, do you know where Luffy and Ace are? At this time, they should be arriving shortly. Are you looking for them for some reason? Well, due to Garp. Just as Sean was about to elaborate, the tavern door was forcefully swung open. In walked a boisterous boy, followed by another boy who appeared to be a few years older. Who else could it be but Luffy and Ace? Soon, the two made their way to the bar and took their seats. Magino lunch. All right, you two sit tight. I'll prepare it for you. We can chat more in a bit, Major Sean. With a smile, Magino nodded and then turned to Sean before heading off to prepare the stew. Sigh. Ace, did Magino just call him Major? Could it be that, like Grandpa, he's in the Navy? You fool, didn't you see their Navy uniforms? What else could they be? Oh no. Do they know you're planning to set sail as a pirate in 3 months and have come to capture you? Luffy, you idiot. Ace was instantly exasperated. To say such a thing in front of a Navy major? How could one be so reckless? Glancing over at Sean and the others, who were still focused on their meals, Ace breathed a sigh of relief. Before long, Magino returned with 2 bowls of stew. Thus, the 5 individuals at the bar entered into a state of feasting. However, it wasn't long before Sean and his companions, who had started eating first, cleaned their plates and set down their spoons, wearing expressions of satisfaction. Although Magino's stew appeared quite simple and lacked complexity and flavor, for some reason, it brought a sense of fulfillment. Even Luchi found himself salivating. Ah, Miss Magino, your stew is absolutely delicious. Thank you. Oh, by the way, you mentioned looking for Luffy and Ace earlier. Upon hearing this, Luffy remained unfazed, as he was wholeheartedly engrossed in his meal. Yet Ace, who was also devouring his food, suddenly froze mid-action. He turned his head robotically to the right to look at Sean. Old man Garp said his 2 grandsons are always clamoring to be pirates, so he asked me to come by and help educate them. Luffy, run. Ah, my lunch. Ace abruptly jolted, grabbing Luffy and sprinting towards the bar's exit. However, Luchi understood. Bang bang. Before they could reach the door, a figure appeared before them. Following that, 2 swift kicks sent them both crashing back toward the bar. Fortunately, Luchi controlled his strength well, so they didn't collide directly with the bar, but instead fell in front of it. Major Sean, what is going on here? 056, just tie them up. At this moment, Ace was far from the notorious Fire Fist Ace, with a bounty of 550 million berries that he would become in 3 years. Right now, he had yet to experience the trials of the sea and had not even consumed the Mera Mera Nomi. He was no match for Luchi, let alone Luffy, who had never won a fight against Ace. Major Sean, what are you doing? It's nothing. Luchi knows what he is doing. Miss Magino, have you ever considered changing jobs? Sitting at the bar, Sean waved his hand, then swiftly shifted the topic. Change jobs? Yes. Our 16th branch is in need of a cook, and I believe Miss Magino would be a perfect fit, don't you think? That's out of the question. I still have this bar to manage. What a pity. I was just thinking that if Luffy and Ace served in the 16th branch, they would surely be delighted to see Miss Magino every time they had a meal. Sean said with a look of regret. Ace and Luffy in the 16th branch as Navy officers? Major Sean, I don't think they would agree. Magino said with a smile. She knew Ace and Luffy too well. It would be ridiculous to think those two would willingly join the Navy. However, it doesn't matter. Their wishes are of no importance. What matters is that I have already made my decision. After all, Old Man Garp said that as long as I can get Ace and Luffy to become Navy officers, he would grant me any request. And he wouldn't question my methods. Goodness, is Major Sean really that domineering? Moments later, Luchi grabbed both of them and brought them over. When Sean saw their faces, he nearly burst into laughter. They were hardly recognizable, looking like 2 pig heads. It seemed Luchi had deliberately targeted their faces. Ace and Luffy, right? I'm a colleague of your grandfather, and I'm here at Windmill Village because of his request. As for what I'm here for, from today onward, you 2 are soldiers in my 16th branch. Any objections? In the next moment, Luffy erupted into a series of incomprehensible sounds. Luchi, what did he say? I don't know. He said there's no way he is becoming a Navy officer. He is going to be the king of the pirates. Magino translated with a smile. The king of the pirates? Luffy, do you even know what being a pirate entails? Sigh, this is troublesome. Raising his right hand, he grabbed Luffy's face, and a gentle green light began to emanate. Half a minute later, when Sean withdrew his hand, Luffy's pig-like face returned to normal. After all, Luchi had been gentle in his handling. Though it looked dire, the injuries were quite superficial. With Sean's healing, it hardly took any time at all. Alright, now you can speak. Pirates are adventurers who set sail, and the king of the pirates is the freest person on this sea. Goodness, is that truly how you perceive pirates? So, pirates are merely adventurers? As for freedom, excessive freedom has always been synonymous with chaos. How about this? Let me introduce you to someone. This is Akin, and the pirate crew he belongs to can be considered the largest in the East Blue, with nearly 1,000 pirates. How impressive. The largest pirate crew in the East Blue? Nearly 1,000 members? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is truly remarkable. Akin, why don't you explain to Luffy the daily undertakings of a pirate? Daily tasks, you say? Killing, plundering, abducting women, essentially, those are the main activities, aren't they? But wait. Didn't Luffy assert that pirates venture out to seek adventure? What genuine pirate would engage in mere amusement? I see. So it appears that Luffy harbors a significant misconception regarding the nature of piracy, although it remains unclear who instilled such logic in him. The type of pirate he describes resembles an adventurer, utterly disconnected from the true essence of piracy, which revolves around violence and theft. Xian and Akin took turns speaking, each word carefully chosen, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Yet, to Luffy's ears, it was utterly bewildering. Nonsense. You are all spouting lies. Shanks would never deceive me. I refuse to believe you. Ace, he is speaking utter nonsense, isn't he? Observing Luffy's reaction, Xian merely shook his head, recognizing the depth of his delusion. However, Xian had no intention of directly convincing Luffy. He then turned his gaze toward Ace. Ace, why have you chosen the path of a pirate? Logically, you ought to despise pirates, considering your father. You. Upon hearing Xian's words, Ace was taken aback. Why does this individual possess knowledge of his own lineage? However, Xian paid no heed to Ace's astonished expression and continued to speak. There is a statistic you may be unaware of. Following Roger's initiation of the Great Pirate Era, the number of pirates on the sea increased by more than tenfold, while the number of civilians murdered or persecuted by these pirates surged by dozens, even hundreds of times. So, do you consider this Great Pirate Era to be a boon or a bane? And Ace, do you not bear a responsibility to rectify this situation? After all, yet you are preparing to become a pirate, adding fuel to this inferno of the Great Pirate Era, causing more innocents to be consumed by this blaze. Is it not selfish of you to disregard the consequences as long as the flames do not reach your own kin? Truly, it mirrors Roger's own selfishness. Ace fell silent, Xian's words echoing repetitively in his mind. Just like Roger. Just like Roger. Observing this, Xian let out a faint sigh. He understood that today's discourse was sufficient. Matters concerning Ace and Luffy could not be rushed. They required a gradual approach. Attempting to resolve everything in one fell swoop would not only be futile, but could also backfire. Luchi, place them in sea stone handcuffs and escort them back to the warship. We shall depart for the 16th branch in half an hour. Understood, Commander. If they cause a ruckus, we shall simply knock them out and take them away. Roger that. After watching the two leave the bar under Luchi's escort, Machino expressed her concern. Commander Xian, will Ace and Luffy be alright? Rest assured, they are fine. We are merely bringing them back for some ideological guidance to realign their somewhat distorted beliefs. Is that so? But, what about your earlier suggestion? Have you given it further thought? You mean to have me work at the 16th branch? Indeed. This way you could see Ace and Luffy every day, alleviating your worries. Wouldn't it? No, I think I'll pass. I have grown accustomed to the life in Windmill Village. After some contemplation, Machino shook her head in refusal. Xian felt a tinge of regret. What a splendid chef she was. Alas, he could not keep her. Sigh. Very well, I shall take my leave now. All right. You are always welcome to return. Moments later, with the sound of the door closing, Xian departed from the bar. That said, Machino still harbored some unease regarding Ace and Luffy. Xian's suggestion of her working at the 16th branch had indeed stirred some thoughts within her, as it would allow her to care for the two up close, especially Luffy, granting her a sense of peace. However, she ultimately could not muster the resolve to leave Windmill Village, leading her to decline the offer. Just then, the bar's door swung open once more. Commander Xian, what brings you back again? My apologies, Miss Machino. Upon reflection, inquiring about others' wishes is not my style. Thus, I shall revert to my initial plan. Initial plan? Yes. To directly take you to the 16th branch. In the next instant, Machino felt her feet lift off the ground as Xian swiftly lifted her up, moving at a remarkable speed towards the port of Windmill Village. The sensation seems rather exhilarating, does it not? Curiously, Marquino felt no trace of panic. Instead, a peculiar thought emerged within her mind. 057. The two who vowed to eradicate the pirates. What on earth did you do in Windmill Village, Xian? That old coot slap has gone completely berserk. Karp's voice resonated through the transponder snail, which mimicked his exasperated expression. Hey, old man. Didn't T-Slap tell you what I did? The moment the call connected, he went on a tirade for several minutes before I hung up. Well, it's no surprise coming from you. Truth be told, I didn't do much. I merely abducted 3 individuals from Windmill Village. What? You went to Windmill Village to kidnap someone? Who did you take? Who else but your 2 grandsons, Ace and Luffy? No, I asked you to persuade those 2 brats. Not to kidnap them. Karp's eyes widened in disbelief. Come on, Karp, do you really think those 2 can be swayed by mere words? Karp pondered for a moment and realized that indeed, that seemed implausible. Had it not been for Xian's intervention, Karp might have given up entirely. After all, he believed that venturing out to become a pirate was acceptable, and he trusted that his grandsons would not engage in acts of murder and plunder. They were likely to be the type who, under the guise of piracy, sought adventure instead. Given his standing in the Navy, it shouldn't be too difficult to protect them. Asking Xian to persuade them was merely a final attempt, with little hope for success. Xian. What was your intention in abducting them? Don't worry, they have willingly joined the Navy. What? That's impossible. It's not impossible. The enlistment application has already been signed. Karp was momentarily taken aback. Was Xian truly capable of such a feat? Yet upon further reflection, something felt amiss. Xian, tell me honestly, how did you manage to convince them? Convince? Karp, you're not losing your mind, are you? I simply gave them a good beating to knock them out, and then had them sign. So you consider that a voluntary enlistment? Do you have some misunderstanding regarding the term voluntary? By the way, old man, tomorrow I will have the World Economic Journal publish an article with the headline, "The Hero's Grandson Officially Joins the Navy. The Legend Continues." Xian, you little rascal. Karp realized precisely what Xian was planning. This was nothing short of coercion. Oh, and I'll have Morgans write this, because you, Karp, once captured the Pirate King, and Ace and Luffy have sworn to eradicate the four emperors. They must uphold your reputation as a naval hero. Xian, enough already. Karp was visibly angered. If Xian proceeded with this plan, it would place both Ace and Luffy in grave danger, regardless of whether they became Navy officers or turned to piracy. Surely, he recognized Luffy's straw hat. And the fact that Shanks had given that hat to Luffy, did that not provoke any thoughts? Merely setting sail for adventure? Old man, don't be so naive. Or is it that you truly intend to witness your grandson ascend the gallows one day, mourning the loss of your kin? This statement is not made lightly. In the original work, Garp witnessed Ace being led to the execution platform with his own eyes. At this moment, the expression of Garp, as simulated by the transponder snail, is gradually shifting. It is evident that Garp's thoughts are beginning to transform. The notion of watching his own grandson being pushed onto the execution platform carries profound emotional weight for him. For a moment, silence envelopes the air. Xian waits patiently for Garp to make his final decision. Should that old man still insist on having Xian release the two individuals, it would not be an issue. He could simply do so. However, now that Xian has established his presence in the East Blue, as for Luffy, it has been over 3 years since that lad set sail. Yet if Ace wishes to venture forth, Xian could apprehend him in the blink of an eye. It can be asserted that Ace does not even have the opportunity to enter the Grand Line. At that juncture, Xian will not entertain the notion of persuading him to join the Navy any longer. One chance is sufficient. There will be no second. Finally, after approximately 2 minutes. Very well, I shall leave Ace and Luffy in your hands. Rest assured, in 2 or 3 years, I shall return you 2 seeds of Marine Admirals. Though I do not expect that, as long as the 2 of them can come to terms with it and become exceptional Marines, even if merely ordinary ones, I would be thoroughly satisfied. All right, it's settled then. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. Wait, just as Xian was about to terminate the call, Garp hurriedly called out. What is it? Do you have more to discuss? Did you not mention capturing 3 individuals? Who is the third? Ah, the third one. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Xian was about to mention Makino, a series of knocks interrupted him. Come in. Xian, I have prepared dinner. Would you like to have a bit? Of course, I would not want to miss out on your delicious cooking. Oh, it is merely a rather ordinary seafood risotto. Their conversation was transmitted through the transponder snail, leaving Garp utterly dumbfounded. Hello, Xian, was that voice just now Makino? Ah, Grandpa Garp. Upon recognizing Garp's voice, Makino immediately exclaimed. Could it be? The third person Xian captured is none other than Makino? Garp's expression was one of astonishment. However, from their conversation, it seemed that Makino did not appear to be a captive. Come on, Garp, do not speak so harshly. I merely invited Miss Makino to serve as the head chef at our 16th branch. Makino, is that correct? Yes, that is accurate. All right then, having you at the 16th branch is beneficial. You can help keep an eye on those 2 rascals, Ace and Luffy. Garp sighed in relief. Capturing Ace and Luffy was one thing, but if he had taken Makino as well, that would have been excessive. Thankfully, it seems it is not as he had feared. By the way, Xian, how did you convince Makino to work at the 16th branch? I simply carried her away. It was quite simple. What did you say? Well, if you have no further matters, old man Garp, I shall hang up, as I have many things to attend to. Wait. In the next moment, Garp's voice was abruptly cut off, for Xian had already hung up the transponder snail. The following day, Xian approached Ace and Luffy. He tossed a newspaper into their iron cage without uttering a word and then departed. Sigh. Ace, how did we end up in the newspaper? Luffy asked, tilting his head as he gazed at the large photograph on the front page. Ace, on the other hand, widened his eyes in disbelief. For the photograph featured both him and Luffy, clad in marine uniforms. It was utterly surreal. Hastily picking up the newspaper, Ace's mouth twitched at the headline. The Navy welcomes 2 new superstars, identified as grandson of marine hero Garp. As for the content, it was even more sensational. In an interview, they stated that as grandsons of the marine hero Garp, they have both the obligation and determination to bring an end to this era of great pirates, ensuring a stable environment for all citizens. Luffy expressed his utmost disdain for Shanks among the 4 emperors, declaring his intent to personally deliver him to the execution platform in the future. Meanwhile, Ace declared his target to be Whitebeard. After reading this, Ace was utterly dumbfounded. Although he did not understand why he was being linked to Whitebeard, He was well aware of the situation between Luffy and Shanks. Ace, Luffy, that Xian is too ruthless. On the deck of the warship, Xian was personally leading a group of Marines in training. Everyone was sweating profusely, despite the strenuous effort. These past few days of training had allowed them to feel their strength steadily increasing. Most importantly, Xian held nothing back, imparting knowledge that was typically inaccessible to them. After all, even as Marines, many things could only be learned within elite training camps. Xian patiently instructed them. Furthermore, since arriving in the East Blue, they had successfully eradicated the notorious Black Cat pirates and the Krieg pirates. This also garnered the respect of the Marines towards Xian. Meanwhile, throughout this process, the hidden attribute of loyalty was steadily on the rise. This was evident from the fervent glances the Marines cast towards Xian. System, please proceed with today's settlement. The system responded in its customary manner. Today, however, Xian intended to experiment with a novel method of settlement. Whether this endeavor would prove successful remained uncertain at this moment. System, I wish to settle today's loyalty earnings in terms of quality. Indeed, the act of garnering loyalty from others through one's own actions theoretically constitutes a form of personal gain. If feasible, confirmed, proceeding with the settlement. Settlement complete. Today's random multiplier is 35 times. At the moment the system's voice resonated in his mind, Xian clenched his fist in exhilaration. It was indeed possible. Though not an exceedingly high multiplier, 35 times was by no means insignificant. In the next instant, as Xian surveyed the Marines around him, he could already perceive that the respect in their gazes had transformed into a hint of fervor. This signifies something that Xian is acutely aware of. Given that this method proves feasible, there are now more effective choices available for cultivating an utterly loyal cadre in the future. As long as he can ensure the unwavering fidelity of his subordinates, exposing some of his hidden strategies in daily affairs need not be a source of excessive concern. However, one must ponder if loyalty can be cultivated through such means. Then, could it not also be the case for garnering affection from the fairer sex? No, that line of thought is rather distasteful. Soon, Xian shook his head, dismissing the notion. After all, it is somewhat unscrupulous, and moreover, exceedingly dull. At that moment, his communication device buzzed to life. Bring. This is Xian. Colonel Xian, this is Karen from the Roland Freight Company. Wasn't our previous transaction already completed? Is there a problem? Oh no, Colonel Xian, you misunderstand. I am reaching out to you regarding a different matter. What matter? It is that we have recently received word from the naval headquarters indicating that Colonel Xian intends to reconstruct the 16th Division, with the entire project estimated at a scale of 2 billion berries. I wonder upon hearing this, Xian was momentarily taken aback. After all, while the Roland Company is quite renowned in the East Sea, they are primarily a freight company, and thus seemingly unrelated to this matter. Indeed, that is the case. But how does it concern you? Oh, my dear Colonel Xian, this is certainly relevant to us. You see, there are 3 major construction companies in the East Sea, and among them, the Tokov Construction Company and our Roland Shipping Company are part of the same group. Well, it turns out there is indeed a connection to the Roland Shipping Company. After all, undertaking significant construction within the 16th Division necessitates an understanding of the building firms in the East Sea. The Tokov Construction Company, while quite reputable, seldom participates in bidding for projects with the East Sea Navy. Currently, only one of the divisions in the East Sea is contracted to this company, while the others have been divided among the other 2 competitors. However, in terms of infrastructural capability, Tokov actually surpasses the other 2. It is simply that their quotes tend to be 20 to 30 higher for comparable projects. The reasons for this are quite apparent, given the nature of the East Sea. Thus, Xian's inclination leaned toward this company. After all, he was not short of funds, nor did he wish to produce subpar work. Very well. I will arrive at the 16th Division in 2 days. Please arrange for someone to come over for discussions. Understood, Colonel Xian. I will promptly inform the general manager. Karen replied, filled with excitement. If this matter comes to fruition, then my achievements within the group would surely be sufficient for me to ascend from the Luo Lan Shipping Company to a position at the headquarters of the group. How can one not feel exhilarated? 2 days later, the warship finally returned to the 16th Division. At this moment, the division, having been meticulously cleaned by over 50 stationed Marines, had been thoroughly tidied up. It finally exuded a semblance of habitation after its temporary use. On this day, the official orders from the naval headquarters were formally issued. The 16th Division was promoted to a second-class division, with an increase in its personnel cap to 500 individuals. Furthermore, the headquarters would allocate 3 medium-sized warships and 1 large warship for the 16th Division's use. Beyond this, the list included a substantial array of supplies, various military equipment, and specifications and quantities of training facilities that could evoke envy and admiration from any division in the East China Sea. If this were to occur in ordinary circumstances, it is likely that other branches would be in an uproar. In reality, there are indeed several branches in Donghai that have caused disturbances at the headquarters. However, this time, regardless of who addresses the matter, Sengoku simply states, Sane has purchased it with his own funds. If you possess the capability to do the same as Sane, then you are welcome to do so. At this moment, Everyone was left utterly astonished. It turns out that the funding did not come from the headquarters, but rather from Xian himself, and a staggering sum of 3 billion Bailey at that. However, considering Xian's current net worth, it seems quite reasonable. And just like that, the uproar sparked by the various branches came to an end within a mere day. Of course, Xian had no time to concern himself with such matters. At this juncture, he was preoccupied with the recruitment of soldiers, with a designated strength of 500. The actual number of personnel in the 16th branch was only 100. This meant that he still needed to enlist an additional 400 individuals. Although recruiting 400 sailors is no small feat, Xian was determined to deviate from the conventional approach. For the soldiers recruited in this manner would be too ordinary, not aligning with his future aspirations. Brigadier, are you truly intent on recruiting under such conditions? After hearing Xian's intentions, Lucy inquired with a perplexed expression. As the aide, Lucy had taken the initiative to familiarize himself with the naval recruitment system upon learning of Xian's plans. Typically, the recruitment threshold at the headquarters is set at 8 levels of strength. The threshold for the 4 Seas is somewhat lower, generally requiring only 7 levels to qualify. Even in the East Sea, the standards are surprisingly lenient, allowing those with 5 or 6 levels to enlist. However, Xian had just stated that the recruitment for the 16th branch would necessitate meeting 2 criteria simultaneously. Firstly, the strength must reach 12 levels. It is worth noting that even the most thoroughly trained ordinary sailors from the headquarters only possess 10 levels of strength. Is the requirement of 12 levels excessively demanding? Moreover, Xian's stipulations did not end there. In addition to meeting the strength criteria, candidates must possess a particular talent. This could be a talent in physical combat, marksmanship, swordsmanship, or even ancillary skills such as ship maintenance, blacksmithing, or culinary arts. In essence, beyond foundational prowess, one must possess a talent in at least one area. The threshold here is indeed even higher than that of the main division. Yes, it is better to be selective than to be indiscriminate. I seek the elite, not mere cannon fodder. Once these individuals are recruited, and with all the training equipment in place, I will request a few instructors from Old Zephyr to implement a comprehensive 6-month training program in accordance with the elite training camp standards. Thus, the significance of recruiting those lacking extraordinary talent or foundational strength would be minimal. Nodding, Xian remarked. In his mind, this contingent of Marines was not intended for the East Sea. Otherwise, the mere 100 Marines he brought would suffice to subdue all the pirate crews of the East Sea. What Xian truly aspired to do was to establish a pirate guerrilla unit. As for the purpose of forming such a unit, naturally, it is to earn military merit in the Grand Line. It is worth noting that Xian has set himself the goal of departing from the East Sea in 2 years, aiming to seize a G-Series branch, preferably in the New World. Furthermore, the head of a G-Series branch must hold at least the rank of Rear Admiral. This implies that Xian must accumulate sufficient military merit within 2 years to attain this position. Merely defeating monsters in the East China Sea, even if it means eliminating all the pirates in the region, would not suffice to earn enough merit for a promotion to Rear Admiral. As for the Navy across the 4 Seas, let us not dwell on that for now. The promotion within the naval headquarters adheres to stringent regulations. Initially, one begins as an ordinary recruit, entering the headquarters through standard enlistment. Following basic training, one is designated as a 3rd-class soldier. Thereafter advancing step by step based on the military merits earned. This constitutes 99% of the Marine Corps pathway. Subsequently, outstanding performances from various divisions lead to recommendations from division heads, thereby allowing entry into the headquarters of the Marine Corps. Upon arrival at headquarters, a unified assessment is conducted, resulting in 3 possible outcomes. The first is a dismal failure, resulting in a return to the original division. The second is a satisfactory assessment, which permits admission into the headquarters training camp for further education, where upon graduation, the majority ascend to the rank of junior officer. The third outcome is reserved for those who exhibit exceptional performance during the assessment. This group will be directed to an elite training camp within the headquarters, receiving the most advanced systematic instruction from the Navy. Graduates from this elite program will, at the very least, attain the rank of junior officer, while those with exceptional capabilities may even rise to the rank of commissioned officer. Naturally, this progression is not limitless. Regulations stipulate that the highest attainable rank is colonel, and further ascendance necessitates the accumulation of sufficient military achievements. Generally speaking, the pathway for rank advancement within the headquarters follows these few routes. However, there is an exception in the case of Xian. Xian is the sole individual to have been granted an exception since assuming the role of marshal during the Warring States period. Upon graduating from the elite training camp, he was directly awarded the rank of brigadier general. Moreover, each rank advancement comes with specific military achievement requirements. Initially, there are the unremarkable pirate lackeys, from whom no bounties are derived. It is important to note that, despite being lackeys, the military achievements awarded for their defeat or capture vary. For instance, a lackey from the 4 Seas yields only 3 points of military achievement, while one from the Grand Line provides 5 points, and those from the New World confer 10 points. As for bountied pirates, the military achievements are considerably more accessible. one simply needs to remove the numeral 10,000 from the bounty. For example, a pirate with a bounty of 1 million berries equates to 100 points of military achievement, while a bounty of 100 million berries translates to 10,000 points. According to the Marine Corps rank advancement regulations, to ascend from colonel to brigadier general requires a military achievement of 50,000 points. Advancing from brigadier general to rear admiral necessitates 100,000 points. Promotion from rear admiral to vice admiral demands 200,000 points. As for the rank of admiral, it cannot be attained solely through military achievements. In addition to these accomplishments, one must possess the requisite strength befitting the rank of admiral. Consequently, the vast majority within the Navy find themselves perpetually confined to the rank of vice admiral throughout their lifetimes. And as for the admirals, this endeavor cannot be achieved solely through effort and skill. Rather, it necessitates inherent talent as well. Here, one can make a calculation. Xian's initial goal is to attain the rank of rear admiral, for which a military merit of 200,000 points is required, excluding the pirate underlings. This necessitates the defeat or capture of pirates worth a total bounty of 2 billion berries. In the East Sea, apart from a few exceptional pirates whose bounties may reach the tens of millions, the vast majority fall below that threshold, predominantly ranging between 1 to 2 million, with some even at a meager few 100,000. Hence, the epithet of the weakest sea is derived from this reality. Thus, amassing the military achievements required for the rank of rear admiral in the East Sea is an unattainable endeavor, even if one were to eradicate all pirates therein. Consequently, the concept of a pirate guerrilla unit was meticulously devised by Xian prior to his arrival in the East Sea. The first step involves eliminating all high-bounty pirate crews. The second step entails having his naval soldiers rotate in strikes, persistently sweeping away the remaining feeble pirate crews. Concurrently with the second step, a select group of elite soldiers will be chosen to form the pirate guerrilla unit, regularly traversing the calm belt to enter the Grand Line and reap the rewards from pirates. This is Xian's plan for the next 2 years. Office of the Minister. Report. The general manager of Tokav Construction Company has arrived. Let him in. Yes. Soon, a robust man, escorted by a marine, entered Xian's office. General Xian, I am Monsieur. The general manager of East Sea Tokav Construction Company. Please, have a seat. Xian gestured to the chair opposite his desk. My demands are quite simple. Transform the entire island into a fortress-like base, and additionally, construct a circular, fully enclosed defensive wall 200 meters off the island. Without further ado, Xian laid out his requirements as Monsieur settled into his chair. Are you aiming to create a stronghold akin to the Navy's G8 branch? Precisely. Is it feasible? General Xian. The reason the Navy's G8 branch was developed in such a manner is that the island itself is inherently circular, allowing for renovations based on that foundation. However, are you suggesting that the 16th branch does not possess the same conditions as the G8 branch? Indeed, prior to my arrival, I gathered information regarding the island of the 16th branch. Although the surrounding area is a shallow water zone extending for hundreds of meters, constructing such a circular, fully enclosed defensive wall would still incur exorbitant costs. Monsieur nodded earnestly. There is no deliberate intention to increase the construction difficulty in order to obtain additional project funding. The reality is as such. Renovation and new construction are entirely distinct concepts. Furthermore, the endeavor must take place in the ocean, not on an island, which significantly amplifies the complexity. It is indeed feasible, as Monsieur stated, but the construction costs will be exceedingly high. However, the individual seated before Sumner is no ordinary person. He is none other than Xian Campbell, acclaimed as one of the top 10 tycoons of the East Sea. Moreover, Morgan has not accounted for the over 10 billion berry that Xian acquired from Creek. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 in the East Sea. To be direct, how much berry is required? The entire project is unlikely to cost less than 3.5 billion berry. After pondering for a considerable time, Sumner finally gritted his teeth and spoke. In truth, 3.5 billion berry is quite close to the cost, leaving Tokav Construction with little profit. However, Sumner's consideration transcends mere profit from this single endeavor. Such a grand project, once completed, would undoubtedly elevate Tokav Construction's reputation in the East Sea to unprecedented heights. The future benefits it would yield are immense. Therefore, even if this venture does not yield profit, it is of little consequence, provided it is accomplished. As for the timeline, at least 6 months. No, that is too long. Within 3 months. Brigadier Xian, for a project of this magnitude, 3 months is simply impossible. Nothing is impossible. If it is merely a matter of insufficient funds. Can we complete it within 3 months for 4 billion berry? Goodness. Sumner had just been contemplating how to lower the costs to facilitate this agreement, fearing that Xian would be reluctant due to high expenses. Yet this fellow, in an effort to hasten the process, has directly offered an additional 500 million berry. He exhibits a demeanor as if he has an abundance of money, treating all issues that can be resolved with funds as trivial. This oversight. The reason Sumner initially stated at least 6 months was due to the project yielding minimal profit. and the company could not afford to divert most of its workers to this single project, thereby neglecting others. Thus, with a limited workforce, 6 months was the utmost limit. However, with the additional 500 million berry, the company could readily deploy more workers, ensuring completion within 3 months while potentially earning around 200 million berry in profit. So, very well, we at Karp Construction shall undertake this project, and we will ensure its completion within 3 months. I will immediately return to have the design drafted. At most, it will take 3 days. Once the blueprints are ready and meet your approval, we can officially commence work. Upon Sumner's departure, the grandiosity that had adorned Xian's countenance vanished entirely. What a painful expense! He had allocated 3 billion berry to warring states for the procurement of the highest specifications of training camp equipment, along with 4 warships. This will amount to another 4 billion. From the 100 billion acquired from Clique, 70 billion has already vanished. The world government's promised compensation of 300 billion surely cannot be mere words, can it? At this moment, Xian remains oblivious. Due to Im's orders, the guerilla dare not engage in any deception regarding this matter. Presently, the 300 billion berries have already been loaded onto a vessel. And due to the sheer magnitude of this sum, the guerilla has even dispatched a member of CP0 to escort it. 060 Nami is furious. Even the Pirate King would cower in her presence. Sumner is remarkably punctual. In precisely 3 days, he has arrived with the designer in tow. After reviewing the blueprints, Xian suggested several modifications, and the final design was ultimately confirmed. In the days that followed, construction teams began to arrive in succession. Xian learned from Sumner that, for this project, Karp Construction Company has allocated a significant portion of its workforce to this endeavor. Several more shipments of vessels are expected to arrive in due course. The small harbor of the 16th branch quickly became overwhelmed, ultimately forcing the transport vessels to anchor offshore, while personnel were ferried to the land by small sailboats. After all, the harbor needed to be cleared for the unloading of ships carrying construction materials. Thus began a grand construction endeavor. Even Morgan sent reporters to cover this iconic naval stronghold in the East Sea. Brigadier General, we have established recruitment points on all the major islands in the vicinity. How is the situation? The circumstances are not favorable. Although many have signed up, very few meet our standards. To date, fewer than 30 individuals have been confirmed suitable. This was to be expected. Do not rush. Take your time. Xian nodded, having anticipated such results. After all, this was the East Sea, often regarded as the weakest sea, where even knowledge of the devil fruits was scarce. In terms of perspective, the East Sea pales in comparison to the Grand Line, and is decidedly inferior even when stacked against the other 3 seas. Brigadier General, there is one more matter. What is it? A ship just arrived carrying over 200 villagers from Kakoja village and the surrounding areas. They wish to see you. Very well. Where are they? Right at the dock. All right, I shall meet with them. Wrapping himself in a nearby naval officer's coat, Xian briskly exited his office. He could surmise the villagers' intentions. They had likely heard about the recruitment efforts of the 16th branch and that he was the branch chief, prompting them to come and enlist. After all, to them, Xian was akin to a benefactor. Hence, their eagerness to join the military undoubtedly surpassed that of individuals from other islands. At the dock, a throng of people had gathered. Despite only a medium-sized vessel being present, it was crammed with over 200 individuals, most of whom were the fittest and of eligible age from those villages, their enthusiasm palpable. Jianzhu, long time no see. Brother Xian. Xian approached Jianzhu, who was leading the group, and greeted him warmly. Before Jianzhu could respond, a girl from the crowd bounded forward. Nami, what brings you here? Of course, I'm here to join the Navy. No, you're still too young. Didn't we agree to wait until you turn 16? Xian habitually ruffled Nami's hair, shaking his head. She was only 14 and not fully developed yet. To the side, Luchi scoffed. Come on. I started undertaking missions at 10. 14 is practically grown up. Upon hearing Xian's words, Nami pouted. But soon, she seemed to spot something and pointed in a particular direction. What about him? He looks even younger than me. Following Nami's finger, Xian's expression darkened. To his dismay, there was Luffy, and even more perplexingly, he was dressed in a naval uniform. Luchi, what is going on? Xian questioned, perplexed. Hadn't this guy been adamant about not becoming a naval officer just yesterday? This morning, he came to challenge me again, and when his clothes got torn, he had no spare outfit. So you did that on purpose, didn't you? Xian suspected. Luffy challenging Luchi was a daily occurrence, sometimes happening as many as 7 or 8 times a day, yet Luchi had never managed to shred Luffy's clothing before. After all, Luffy's outfit was renowned in the pirate world for its durability, fireproof, waterproof, resistant to high temperatures and cold, with remarkable flexibility. Xian found it hard to believe that this was merely an accident. Brigadier General, I believe that a mental transformation can begin with getting accustomed to the naval uniform. That's an interesting perspective, Xian mused, stroking his chin, appreciating Luchi's newfound flexibility in thought. Meanwhile, Nami was becoming anxious. Brother Xian, if even those younger than me can join, then I want to be a naval officer too. Otherwise, you're being discriminatory. All right, let us not get carried away. I'll have Luchi conduct tests for all of you. Anyone meeting the requirements can enlist. Is that acceptable? Yes, yes. Brother Xian is the best. Xian felt it inappropriate to dampen the villagers' enthusiasm too severely. He instructed Luchi to lower the standards slightly. As long as they achieved a combat power of 10 and displayed talent in certain areas, they would be deemed qualified. However, he also set a cap of 3 recruits from each village to prevent excessive loss of young men, which would significantly impact local livelihoods. 3 hours later, the test for the over 200 individuals brought by Jianzhu were completed. Ultimately, 37 were accepted. Interestingly, Nami was among them. Xian sought clarification from Luchi, astonished that Nami, at 14, had met the combat power criteria. It turned out that during one test, Nami had a power level of 5, but when Luffy, in his usual reckless manner, rushed over, she lost her temper and sent him flying with a punch. Luffy then crashed into Luchi, who had activated the 6 styles technique, resulting in a staggering power level of 58. Luchi was left dumbfounded. Is it really possible to achieve such results? Yes, but under normal circumstances. She only scores about 4 or 5 well. I suppose it's true what they say about Nami. When she gets fired up, even the Pirate King must back down. Xian could only shake his head in disbelief. Nevertheless, with the results in hand, he had no further objections. Looking at the information record for Nami that Luchi handed over, her combat power test yielded results of 5, 58, 4, 5, 4, and 5, showcasing exceptional talent in finance and navigation. Very well. Let us proceed with adaptive training for all new recruits. Once the equipment and instructors arrive from headquarters, they will be transferred to the training camp. Understood. Also, let us not let our existing recruits be idle. Tomorrow, take 2 teams out to sea to clear out pirates. And bring Luffy and Ace along to show them what real pirates are. Yes, Brigadier General. In the village of Donghai, on a small island, although it was night, raging fires consumed the surroundings, casting a crimson hue across the entire sky. The predominant sounds were those of anguished cries, desperate wails, and malevolent laughter, which resonated throughout the desolate scene. This is the era of great pirates, a scene that can be observed at any time and in any place. Not only the villages on these independent islands, but even certain affiliated nations frequently fall victim to pirate assaults. A statement made by Roger back in the day has forged an entirely new epic, one filled with suffering for the common folk, the era of great piracy. Regardless of his true intentions, it is indisputable that innocent lives are enduring anguish, and even facing death. At this moment, a naval warship is gradually approaching the island. From a distance, they can see the flames rising high into the sky. To prevent the pirates from fleeing, all lights on the warship have been extinguished, allowing them to draw closer under the cover of night. On the deck, dozens of naval soldiers are fully armed, their eyes aflame with fury. They yearn to soar forth immediately and send those accursed pirates straight to hell. Colonel, the position of the pirate ship has been confirmed, bearing 2 o'clock. At a distance of 200 meters. Cannons calibrated, sink it. Luchi coldly issues the command. This is considered standard procedure, as he certainly does not wish to allow any individual to escape while he attempts to eradicate the pirates on the island, merely because he failed to sink their ship. The naval cannons are calibrated. Fire. Yes. Boom, boom, boom. The Marines, already well-trained, found their target stationary and within close range. The first barrage resulted in a successful hit. Subsequently, the second wave, the third wave. As the distance diminished, the accuracy of the cannon fire increased steadily. After 7 cannonballs struck, the pirate ship was severely damaged, with even its main mast shattered. Cease fire, approach the shore. Aye. Captain. Such a commotion naturally caught the attention of the pirates on the island, who were engaged in plundering and pillaging. They gathered around their captain. Captain. It's the Navy. They have sunk our ship. What should we do? What are you afraid of? Are you not aware of the Navy's reputation in the East Sea? That ship is already in disrepair. Why not take this opportunity to commandeer a naval vessel for our amusement? Captain, that is a brilliant idea. Upon hearing this, the pirates erupted in excitement. When it comes to the open sea, they might have some reservations about the Navy, as no ordinary pirate ship could compare to a naval vessel in terms of performance and firepower. However, once they set foot on land, the Navy is nothing. All right, leave a few to guard our valuables and the women. The rest of you, follow me into the woods in front of the village to lie in wait, as that is the inevitable path for the Navy. Aye, Captain. At the makeshift port, a contingent of fully armed Marines disembarked from the warship, including Luffy and Ace, who had been brought by Luchi. Throughout the journey, the two had attempted numerous times to escape, but each effort was thwarted by Luchi, resulting in a beating. They had yet to succeed. However, at this moment, one could discern from Luffy's expression that he was plotting yet another escape. Meanwhile, Ace remained eerily silent, gazing toward the fiery horizon, lost in thought. Captain, all personnel have arrived. Everyone, assume combat formation and advance into the woods. Captain, upon hearing the order, the lieutenant hesitated momentarily. Shouldn't we be advancing at full speed towards the village? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Luchi's hand interjected before him. After our 3 rounds of cannon fire, how could the pirates not have noticed such a commotion? However, The absence of any response thus far suggests they have likely set an ambush within the woods. Aye, Captain. Before long, dozens of Marines formed a combat line, each aiming their firearms in various directions as they cautiously entered the woods. Luchi led Ace and Luffy closely behind. Yet, shortly after entering the woods, Navy. Bang, bang, bang. Several pirates suddenly descended from the trees, brandishing their swords in a surprise attack. Nevertheless, their advance was met with 3 precise gunshots, executed with unwavering resolve. The 3 pirates could not fathom why, contrary to their past experiences, the Marines did not scatter in panic, but instead displayed an eerie calmness. Apart from the 3 firing, none of the others even glanced in their direction, as though they were utterly indifferent. Which branch of the East Sea could this possibly be? Exhibiting such remarkable prowess? Regrettably, the 3 individuals would never uncover the answer, as the gradual extinguishing of life soon rendered their consciousness utterly dissipated. In the next moment, an influx of pirates emerged. Some, akin to the previous trio, leapt down from the trees, while others surged forth from the underbrush. A cursory estimate revealed that there were over 40 of them, roughly equal in number to the Marine forces present. Alas, this time they were not contending with the ordinary Marines of the East Sea, but rather the elite forces from headquarters. Most crucially, the Marines brought by Xian were no ordinary troops. They comprised either the elite of the headquarters or individuals destined for the elite training camp. Coupled with their recent training and the enhanced Sea King meat jerky, their strength had ascended to a new echelon. In facing these third-rate pirates, each of them possessed at least the capability to vanquish 10 foes. In less than a minute, the gunfire ceased, and tranquility returned to the forest, now strewn with the fallen pirates, lying in pools of their own blood. Such formidable combat prowess caused the pirate captain, hiding in the rear, to become utterly paralyzed with fear. He immediately turned and sprinted towards the village, convinced he stood no chance of victory. These foes could not possibly be mere East Blue Marines. Could they be from the Navy headquarters? The only course of action now was to use the women in the village as hostages, coercing the Navy for a chance at survival. As he ran frantically, the pirate captain pondered this plan. Perhaps he could utilize the dense foliage of the forest for cover, making it difficult for the Marines to target him. But even so, could he truly escape? After all, behind the 2 Navy combat squads loomed an extraordinary presence. In the next moment, Luchi, having executed a series of rapid movements, appeared before the fleeing captain, delivering a precise strike to his heart with a finger gun. "Advance!" commanded Luchi. "Yes, Colonel," replied his subordinate. "Boy, did you witness that? This is the fate that awaits pirates," Luchi said expressionlessly, turning his gaze towards Luffy. "Why did you have to kill them? With your strength, it would have been easy to capture them all." "Why?" Luffy questioned, hope lingering that he might still have the chance to ask this once they entered the village. Without further ado, Luchi led the group onward. With the pirates eliminated, they swiftly traversed the forest and reached the village entrance. What lay before them was a grim sight, countless lifeless bodies sprawled in pools of blood, reminiscent of those in the woods. The stark difference was that these deceased were not pirates, but innocent villagers. "Marines, do not advance any further, or I will kill them," shouted a pirate as several of his comrades appeared, accompanied by a group of young women. The women, terror-stricken, were held at knife point by the pirates. Then came a thunderous sound. Before anyone could react, 3 pirates collapsed to the ground, revealing Luchi's silhouette behind them. At this moment, all the Marines noticed that their colonel had taken action without their knowledge. A distance of 20 meters separated them from the utterly powerless, third-rate pirate lackeys. Even with hostages in their grasp, they posed no challenge to Luchi. With a swift movement, he could eliminate them all before they even realized it. However, Luchi refrained from such an act. The lives of these 3 pirates were still of use to him. He ordered them to search the village for any remaining survivors, and to send a team to gather the corpses of the villagers. Upon receiving the command, 2 teams of Marines sprang into action, one to look for survivors, and the other to collect the bodies of the villagers. Yet everyone understood that, apart from the 5 young women, there were likely no living souls left in the village of over 100 inhabitants. Half an hour later, as 137 villagers' bodies, including children and the elderly, were laid out in a clearing near the village entrance, both Luffy and Ace fell into silence. "So, do you still wish to ask me why I killed those pirates?" Luchi inquired, casting a glance at Luffy before turning his attention to Ace. "And you, Ace, Rear Admiral Xian has a message for you. Although I do not fully comprehend its meaning, will you set out to become a pirate, contributing to this era of piracy? Or will you embrace your original responsibilities and personally bring an end to this most notorious era initiated by Roger? Contemplate these matters on your return to the base. For now, awaken those 3 pirates." Nearby, upon hearing the command, several Marines approached the 3 previously knocked unconscious by Luchi, dousing them with water. The cold water jolted the pirates awake, and they quickly recalled their perilous situation, trembling and begging for mercy. "Show them how it's done." "Yes, Colonel." The lieutenant promptly raised his firearm and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, one of the pirates fell, a hole appearing in his forehead, silencing his pleas. "Hand them the guns." "Yes, Colonel." Soon, 2 Marines approached Luffy and Ace, offering their weapons. "Look at these innocent villagers, some of whom are barely old enough to understand. Decide for yourselves what must be done." Luffy stared blankly at the gun in his hands, feeling bewildered. However, Ace's actions surprised Luchi. Gritting his teeth, Ace gripped his rifle tightly and strode toward one of the pirates. Bang! The second pirate collapsed. Luchi nodded in satisfaction. Next, all eyes turned to Luffy, who still stood in a daze. Come on, kill me. Over the years at sea, I've killed more than a dozen. And I've had my share of women. I've more than made up for it. The last pirate, seeing his comrades gunned down, ceased his pleas and began to laugh maniacally. Looking up at the increasingly deranged pirate, Luffy felt confused. Why did you kill these villagers? Aren't pirates supposed to embark on adventures at sea with their comrades? Free and unrestrained? Why murder these innocent people? Huh? Free adventures? Is that what it means to be a pirate? Kid, are you out of your mind? The words elicited a collective silence, even among the now unhinged pirates. Is this truly the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp? Indeed. But how could Vice Admiral Garp have such a foolish grandson? If I were Garp and saw my grandson like this, I'd probably die of anger. Alas. It's often the overly naive that contribute to the world's chaos. The Marines whispered among themselves, pondering Rear Admiral Shien's motives for allowing such a character into the 16th Division. Clearly, Vice Admiral Garp must have requested Rear Admiral Shien to keep an eye on his grandson, considering our base is located in the East Blue. Oh, I see. But with him acting this way, who could argue otherwise? The Marines murmured. After all, Luffy's notions of piracy left them utterly speechless. If you want to take risks, then take risks. What kind of pirate are you? Real pirates don't take risks. In this world, adventurers are not a rarity. Much like the well-known Vumber Rolando, who embodies the spirit of exploration. Therefore, why must one hoist a pirate flag to venture into the seas? Luffy remained stationary. Much to Luchi's disappointment, this boy seemed beyond redemption. At that moment, a woman suddenly lunged forward, snatching the gun from Luffy's hands. Lost in thought. He did not resist her. She easily took the weapon. Bang! The last pirate fell. All the Marines were taken aback, though Luchi was not. He could have intervened, but chose not to. Instead, he approached Luffy and kicked him away. Useless, worse than a commoner. He then glanced at the woman, who still held the gun, her hands trembling violently. Bury all the villagers. Yes, Colonel. Instantly, all the Marines sprang into action. Luchi then turned to the woman. What is your name? Sophia. These pirates killed my parents and even my younger brother, who was not yet 10. Do not worry. The Navy will not hold you responsible for murder. What are your plans moving forward? I wish to become a Marine and eradicate all pirates. The woman ceased trembling, her gaze resolute. Excellent. Once this matter is settled, you shall return with us to the base. Thank you, sir. 2 hours later, the remains of 137 villagers were buried. The Marines held a simple memorial service with the 5 surviving women. Following this, the women departed the village alongside the Navy, leaving only 4 behind, including Sophia, who had resolved to join the Marines. Everyone else had perished, and the village lay in ruins, even if they were capable of self-sufficiency. In this wretched era, the fate of a village with merely 4 young women was painfully clear. Thus, upon learning that Sophia would accompany the Navy, they sought Luchi's assistance, inquiring if the Navy would take them in. Without hesitation, Luchi agreed. After all, these women were essentially homeless, devoid of any relatives. Though they might not become Marines at the 16th Division, they could assist Machino as cooks or help with the washing of uniforms. Surely, Shien would not refuse them. Therefore, after gathering everyone, they set off on their return journey. As for Luffy, upon returning to the warship, Luchi ordered that he be confined to a cage, leaving his fate to Shien upon their return. At the 16th Division of the Navy, within Shien's temporary office, which was merely a military tent, it was apparent that the island was bustling with activity, as the previous division building had been demolished and was under reconstruction. So, I understand. Upon their return, let those women join the logistics department. As for the one named Sophia, since you have such faith in her, allow her to train alongside the other recruits. But she must still pass the final examination. Yes, Colonel, but what about Luffy? Grant him one last opportunity, if he fails again. Not even the old man's request will sway me. Understood. Selfish Luffy. Luffy, during this time, I have been pondering. Why do I harbor such hatred for him, yet aspire to tread the same path to become Pirate King? Now I realize. What I truly desire is not to become a pirate or the Pirate King, but merely to prove that I am stronger and can do better than him. Ace leaned against the cage, while Luffy remained trapped inside. In truth, Ace's actions in the original narrative were perplexing. He loathed Roger yet embarked on the same path, aiming for the title of Pirate King. At least until he encountered Whitebeard, that was his goal. What he expressed now was a genuine reflection of his inner turmoil. Yes, he despised that man, and sought to demonstrate he was superior, capable of achieving more. However, Luffy, Shien's words ring true. This pirate world has inflicted too much suffering upon ordinary people, and I, more than anyone else, hold the obligation to bring this era to an end, do I not? Furthermore, if I can personally terminate the era initiated by that man, would that not also prove my superiority over him? Therefore, I shall join the Navy. Inside the cage, Luffy gazed at Ace in disbelief. They had all agreed to become pirates together and compete for the title of Pirate King. And yet, you betray us? Ace, you. Luffy, I have always understood what piracy entails. Do you truly know who Shanks is? Shanks is simply Shanks. Who else could he be? Luffy, my foolish brother. You are aware of the Grand Line, yet you remain oblivious to the latter half, known as the New World. In that realm, for pirates divide much of the New World among themselves, each ruling over countless islands like feudal lords. They are known as the Four Emperors, and Shanks, whom you know, is one of them. Luffy's eyes widened in shock. The Navy does not dare provoke them. Is Shanks truly that formidable? You find it impressive, do you? But have you considered that it is precisely these individuals, whom even the Navy fears, that have exacerbated the already chaotic pirate age, prompting more to choose the life of piracy in response? Among every 10,000 pirates, perhaps only one or two, like you, venture forth solely for adventure. Imagine if the pirates had not attacked this village, but rather Windmill Village, witnessing all your familiar villagers slaughtered. How would you feel? Shion's words were indeed not without merit. We are selfish. Because tragedy has not struck us directly, we turn a blind eye, even contributing to this pirate age and indirectly creating further tragedies. Reflect on this, Luffy. Standing up, Ace brushed the dust from his pants and exited the cabin. Meanwhile, in the cage, Luffy was left in a daze. Suddenly, an image flashed in his mind. In this vision, the entire Windmill Village was ablaze, with all the villagers he knew lying in pools of blood, while several pirates laughed uproariously as they carried off Machino and other young women from the village. Such a scene nearly drove Luffy to the brink of despair. Thus, Xian's assertion was entirely accurate. Luffy is indeed selfish. He remains indifferent solely because tragedy has not struck his own circle, showing no hesitation in furthering the era of piracy. The most conspicuous evidence lies in the original narrative where, upon Robin's capture, he boldly declared war against the world government, unflinchingly resorting to bloodshed, ultimately resulting in the deaths of thousands, either directly or indirectly. Yet, even when he is aware of, or witnesses, countless innocent civilians being tormented or slain by pirates, he continues to comfortably embrace his identity as a pirate. The sole reason for this is, these victims are neither acquaintances nor companions of Luffy. Thus there is no necessity or merit in going to great lengths for them. Otherwise, why do we not see you lowering the pirate flag and declaring war against the pirate faction? Therefore, to label him as selfish is entirely justified. However, it must be acknowledged that the author hails from that region, where perspectives may not align with conventional norms. This can be understood. Nevertheless, irrespective of the circumstances, the words exchanged between Ace and him today did indeed resonate with him, albeit not sufficiently. In the East Blue, at the 16th Division of the Navy, new recruits summoned from various islands have begun to arrive in succession. However, due to Xian's exceedingly high standards, coupled with the previous recruitment from Kakoja and its surrounding 20 villages, only 227 individuals were enlisted, falling short of the initial target of 400. Yet, this is of little consequence. Talent can be sought after gradually, but as Xian aptly stated, it is better to have quality over quantity. The 16th Division requires not mere cannon fodder. Simultaneously, a naval fleet has also arrived here, comprising 4 medium-sized warships and 1 large warship. The additional ship is necessitated by the requirement to transport the aforementioned 4 vessels, which demands a considerable number of personnel for navigation. The surplus ship serves the purpose of returning those sailors to the headquarters once they have delivered the fleet. Naturally, alongside these naval officers, 5 instructors dispatched by Zephyr have also arrived, all of whom are acquaintances of Xian, having engaged frequently during the elite training camp. However, Xian was quite taken aback by the selection of personnel. Among the 5, 3 hold the rank of major, which is the most common rank among instructors in the elite training camp, thus not surprising. Yet, the remaining 2. One is named Sanders, a colonel aged 58. This individual is one of the 2 colonels under Zephyr in the elite training camp. Although Zephyr serves as the chief instructor, he rarely engages in direct teaching, except for those students he particularly favors. Typically, the management of the entire training camp falls to these 2 colonels, making them the de facto second in command. Xian was somewhat surprised that the old man Zephyr sent him over. The other person, however, left Xian both amused and bewildered. It was I, Old Man Sanders. I didn't expect you to arrive here, Xian remarked. What else could it be? You suddenly announced your intention to establish a training camp on par with the headquarters. And Chief Instructor Zephyr, fearing you might lack experience, insisted on my personal assistance. Indeed, the old man is thoughtful. As you can see, the entire 16th branch is undergoing reconstruction. While the design for the training camp is complete, you are aware of my limited experience. Would you mind lending me a hand? All right, I will oversee it for you. If you find anything unreasonable, just mention it. We'll build everything to the highest standards without concern for budget. Rest assured. I know you're financially capable now, and I wouldn't skimp on you. Soon, a Marine brought the designer from Tokov Construction Company, and Sanders began discussions with him. I didn't expect you to be here as well. That was the teacher's command. Do you think I wanted to come? Well, this girl is being quite haughty again. Xian thought, accustomed to her demeanor and not particularly bothered. He directed the unloading of cargo while calling over a Marine to lead several instructors to the temporary site to take charge of the 227 new recruits. 2 days later, Luchi returned with the Marines. In the temporary office, Xian regarded Ace with a serious expression. Have you made up your mind? Yes. I've decided to become a Marine and personally dismantle the pirate era unleashed by that man. Excellent, but you are currently too weak. Head to the temporary training ground. Report to Old Man Sanders, and learn the Marine 6 styles first. The Marine 6 styles? Luchi has demonstrated them several times in front of you, didn't you notice? Is it the sudden burst of speed and the powerful attacks delivered with a finger? Ace replied, suddenly excited. Luchi's techniques had been something he longed to master. Previously, when accompanying Luffy and Luchi in their brawls, he had been thoroughly impressed by those moves. Yes, the high-speed movement technique is called Soru, while the finger attack technique is known as Shirgon. In addition to these, the Marine 6 styles encompass techniques such as Jeppo, which allows one to walk on air, Renkyaku, which delivers long-range vacuum slashes, Tekai, which hardens the body like steel for defense, and Shirho, which enables precise evasion of attacks through airflow perception. Collectively, these are referred to as the Marine 6 styles. Of course, these 6 styles are merely the foundation, and there are hundreds of derivative techniques and several ultimate moves built upon this base. By the way, the creator of the Marine 6 styles is Old Man Garp. Despite lacking a devil fruit ability, he became one of the world's most formidable powers solely through the Marine 6 styles. What? This technique was created by Garp? He achieved top-tier strength just with the Marine 6 styles? At this moment, Ace's gaze intensified with a growing fervor. Such formidable skills, how could he not yearn for them? Brigadier Xian, regarding Luffy. There is no need to discuss Luffy any further. It is best if he can come to understand things on his own. If he cannot, I will have no choice but to return him to Windmill Village. However, if in a few years he still chooses to become a pirate, I understand. Ace nodded, aware that Xian was already considering Karp's perspective. Otherwise, a person who boldly declares his intention to become the pirate king before the Navy, especially the one who previously confronted Luchi outside that village, questioning why he would kill all pirates, would likely find himself immediately apprehended and sent to impel down. Let us hope he can come to his senses. Otherwise, I may indeed find myself standing in opposition to Luffy in the future. Such a scene was one he wished to avoid. Soon, Ace departed to report to Sanders. However, it wasn't long before Ian stormed in, seething with anger. What is the situation? Have I inadvertently offended that young lady recently? Observing Ian's furious expression, Xian appeared utterly bewildered. Pray tell, what is the matter with that Marquino? What has become of her? I have heard from the sailors that she is the woman you specifically went to Windmill Village to retrieve. And you even brought her back forcibly. So, is all this fury stemming from that? Do you perceive any unwillingness in Marquino's demeanor? Ian pondered for a moment. In recent days, every mealtime, I have encountered Margarita, who appears utterly unperturbed. Each time I see her, she wears a radiant smile. It hardly seems as though she has been forcibly brought here by Xian. Could it be that I have misjudged the situation? Yet, inexplicably, I remain quite displeased. Ian. What is it? Surely, you are not feeling envious? What nonsense are you uttering? I have responsibilities with the new recruits and cannot afford to indulge in idle chatter with you. Observing Ian hastily retreat, Xian couldn't help but ponder. This girl, could it be she truly harbors feelings for me? Speaking of which, I have yet to have lunch today. Oh, I shall seek out Miss Margarita for a delightful seafood risotto. The flavor. It is simply unbearable to go a day without it. Currently, the 16th branch resembles a refugee camp, devoid of a single habitable structure, consisting solely of makeshift tents. Even the kitchen is merely a rudimentary room hastily erected by the construction team. After all, placing it in a tent would pose a fire hazard. Margarita, how have you been feeling lately? Quite well, thank you. Everyone has been exceedingly kind. Isn't that to be expected? The personnel at Branch 99 are all male. Coupled with Margarita's striking appearance and her naturally gentle disposition, it would be quite extraordinary if they were anything but friendly. In fact, they likely regard her as the embodiment of their dreams. By the way, Xian, what exactly was that jerky you insisted I consume daily? Lately, I have felt an increase in my strength. Suddenly recalling something, Margarita inquired. Oh, that? It is from a unique sea creature we fortuitously hunted while traversing the Calm Belt. Its flesh is rich in nutrients and energy, and continuous consumption will enhance your physical capabilities. Ah, in that case, let us not waste it on me. It should be given to the sailors. Upon hearing this, Margarita immediately shook her head. Rest assured, every sailor receives their share daily. That creature measured over 300 meters. Although we could only bring back a fraction of its meat, it is sufficient to sustain the entire branch for several months. Even if it runs out, we can always return to the Calm Belt for another hunt. So that is the case. Wait, you mentioned over 300 meters? The coastal king, near Windmill Village, barely measures a few dozen meters. Margarita suddenly grasped the implication. A vivid image forming in her mind. Two sea beasts side by side, the coastal king on the left and the sea creature on the right. In comparison, the coastal king, which instilled fear in the entire village, seemed almost childlike. Thus, how does one hunt a creature over 300 meters in length? Not to mention that within the Calm Belt, There are even sea monsters exceeding 1,000 meters, and some stretch into the tens of thousands of meters. However, those of such colossal size are royal sea creatures that dwell in the deep sea and are rarely seen. Over tens of thousands of meters? For the inhabitants of the East Sea, this is undoubtedly beyond their comprehension. Makino, he mused, the East Sea is but a speck, and beyond its borders, particularly in the Grand Line, lies a plethora of peculiar and unimaginable wonders. Is that so? I hope to have the opportunity to witness them in the future. Makino expressed with a hint of yearning. Indeed, I shall remain in the East Sea for no more than 2 years, after which I will venture towards the Grand Line or other branches of the New World. At that time, as my esteemed head chef, you shall accompany me. There is a saying in my hometown, when you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, follow the dog. Upon hearing this, Makino's cheeks flushed crimson. Shien, what nonsense are you spouting? She retorted. What I mean is, since you have joined the 16th branch, you must naturally follow its assignments. Oh, is that what you meant? Shien replied, his expression one of confusion. I thought. Let us not dwell on that. What would you like to eat today? Perhaps the seafood risotto? Yours is the finest I've ever tasted. Then please wait a moment. I shall prepare it right away. Watching Makino depart, Shien smiled softly. The young lady possesses a unique charm when she flirts. Yet, in the very next moment, Xian suddenly sensed a drop in the room's temperature, as if it had fallen several degrees. Then, a chilling voice resonated behind him. To marry a chicken is to follow the chicken, and to marry a dog is to follow the dog. My dear Brigadier Xian, are you truly referring to the 16 branches and not to any specific individual? Upon hearing this voice, Xian's expression fell dramatically. Isn't this girl supposed to be at the training ground? At the temporary training site of the 16th Division, where the seasoned Xian oversees the proceedings. It has been a week since the instructors took their posts, and all the recruits have completed their acclimatization training, gradually increasing the intensity of their exercises. Among this batch of recruits, 2 stand out as particularly extraordinary. One is Ace, and the other is Sophia, whom Rouge brought back. Ace, possessing a solid foundation, is remarkably advanced for someone who has yet to set sail in the original narrative. His physical abilities and martial prowess far surpass those of his fellow recruits. As a result, the training regimen designed for him feels more like a game. Consequently, after deliberation, the instructors decided to tailor a specialized training program for Ace, one that is more than tenfold the intensity of what the other recruits endure. As for Sophia, her background as a commoner means she does not share Ace's inherent advantages. Had it not been for this era of piracy, she might have spent her years preparing for marriage and a life of domesticity in her village. It is fair to say that her physical condition is somewhat inferior, even when compared to her fellow recruits. Yet, apart from Ace, she is the most fervent of them all. Even after completing her daily training tasks, she relentlessly continues to push herself, often to the point of fainting from exhaustion. This was indeed the first time Sanders had encountered such a situation. However, upon learning about Sophia's experiences from Luchi, he found himself somewhat understanding. Yet, understanding aside, if this rigorous training continued, he feared that his physical condition might deteriorate before his skills could improve. This simply won't do. Just as Sanders was poised to intervene, he suddenly realized. Sophia had completed her training tasks for the day with remarkable ease, far more so than the previous day. No, it was an effortless endeavor. Astonishingly, the following day, Sophia not only maintained her training regimen, but also augmented her workload significantly. Although it proved to be somewhat more strenuous than the day before, she managed to accomplish it all in its entirety. This left Sanders increasingly perplexed. Just 2 days prior, she had fainted from the intensity of her training. So why did it seem as if she had transformed into an entirely different person? In pursuit of clarity regarding this bewilderment, Sanders instructed Sophia to undergo a test on the Dao power measurement device. The result, a Dao power level of 15? Clearly, at the onset of basic training, all recruits had undergone assessments, during which Sophia's score had been a mere 7. This situation, regardless of how one perceives it, is undeniably peculiar. Sanders promptly reported it to Xian. However, to his astonishment, Xian exhibited no signs of surprise, merely stating, I am aware. Have Lucy come to my side? Yes. Colonel. After Sanders departed, Xian summoned a messenger. He could roughly infer the circumstances surrounding Sophia. Colonel, did you summon me? Lucy, have you given Sophia the seafood jerky? Indeed. I am prepared to accept any punishment. Did I mention I would punish you? Then, to have secretly given seafood jerky to a trainee. This is evidently a breach of protocol. After all, not all of these recruits are guaranteed to serve. Those who fail their final evaluations will inevitably be sent back. Furthermore, the 6-month training camp serves as an optimal opportunity for Xian and his team to assess the recruit's character and virtue. Any individual with misguided principles will be expelled before the final evaluation. For these reasons, Xian refrained from allowing them to consume seafood jerky, intending to wait until they were all in service after 6 months. Lucy's actions evidently contravened Xian's orders, as he had clandestinely provided it to Sophia, even relinquishing his own portion for her. Given that seafood jerky is the most vital resource of the branch, monitored continuously, even Lucy could not access it without Xian's command. Thus, The seafood jerky given to Sophia must have originated from his own share. Well, I never anticipated you would hold Sophia in such high regard. To the extent of relinquishing your own share. Shortly, I shall issue orders to Lieutenant Kant to increase the daily allocation for 7 individuals, specifically for 5 instructors, as well as Ace and Sophia. Speaking of which, Lucy, have you taken a liking to this girl? After this remark, Xian inquired with a somewhat strange expression. However, Lucy remained impassive, revealing none of the fluster Xian had anticipated. He merely replied coolly, that is not the case. This rendered Xian exceedingly bored. Alas, Lucy. At this rate, you were destined for a life of solitude. Xian gently shook his head. Speaking of which, Sophia is truly quite a sight. Tall and possessing an exquisite beauty, she undoubtedly stands as the village flower. Even in the East Sea, she would certainly rank among the most beautiful. Strangely enough, the more indifferent Lucy appeared, the more Xian felt a compelling urge to play the role of a matchmaker. By the way, Lucy, in 3 days, your original 6 colleagues from CP9 will be arriving. I intend to have them return to their former duties. What do you think? The commander is to establish an intelligence agency? Precisely. For us to combat pirates, we must be fortified with intelligence. We cannot rely solely on luck amidst the vast ocean. Can we? That poses no issue. They are all quite experienced. However, not all of them. I plan to assign Kaku and Gabra to the branch's combat roster, as their abilities are commendable, and it would be a waste to have them involved in intelligence work. As for the other 4, they will oversee the future intelligence department of the branch. Upon hearing this, Lucy nodded. Indeed, among CP9, Lucy, Kaku, and Gabra possess the greatest strength. Although not quite as formidable as Lucy, in 3 years, they will each exceed 2,000 in prowess, certainly at the level of a standard Navy captain. Furthermore, with the special Sea King meat supplied by Xian, it would not be surprising for them to surpass 4,000 in 3 years. As for the other 4, they barely meet the superhuman threshold, falling significantly short. Thus, assigning Kaku and Gabra to intelligence work would indeed be a misallocation of talent. Placing them in the branch's combat roster would allow their abilities to be fully realized. Additionally, until the head of the intelligence department is determined, you will temporarily oversee the 4 of them. Is that agreeable? No objections. Excellent. And there is one final matter. What is it? You truly harbor no feelings for Sophia? Would you like me to create more opportunities for you too? No. Commander, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Observing Lucy depart with a stoic expression, Xian let out a soft sigh. As my aide, how can he be so dull? No. Lucy's character must undergo a thorough transformation. At this moment, Lucy remained oblivious to the fact that someone had devised an exceedingly absurd character transformation plan. 066 seize the blueprint of the Underworld King and then destroy it. A small sailing ship was presently situated near the 16th branch. On the deck. I say, Gabra, when the incident occurred at Judicial Island, you were on standby there. How did you manage to escape? Speaking of which, your room should have been directly beneath the commander's office, right? I heard that the attack obliterated your room along with it. Caliphus suddenly inquired. What is there to question? I simply was not in the judicial tower at the time. Gabra replied with evident displeasure. Just then, the owl beside them suddenly unzipped the zipper on its mouth. Chababa. Gabra has recently taken a liking to the restaurant server, Catherine. He happened to confess his feelings that day, which is why he was not in the judicial tower. If Xian were present, he would undoubtedly quip, your zipper is merely for show. Catherine, the restaurant server? Wait, could it be? Suddenly recalling something, Caliphus' eyes widened in shock. After all, this Catherine has gained quite a reputation on Justice Island, even earning a moniker. The ugliest woman on Justice Island? Gabra confessed his feelings to Catherine. At this moment, the expressions of everyone on the ship, with the exception of Gabra and the owl, took on an unusual demeanor. Gabra's taste was indeed quite peculiar. By the way, I managed to escape a predicament because I was following Gabra, eavesdropping on his confession scene. Chababa. You rascal, owl. Chababa. I inadvertently let it slip. As he spoke, the owl hastily zipped up his mouth. Meanwhile, the others raised their thumbs in admiration towards Gabra. What a warrior. By the way, I heard that Luchi is stationed at the 16th Division, serving as an aide to that Xian. What do you all think? What's there to admire? That useless Luchi is reduced to being someone else's aide. He has utterly tarnished the reputation of CP9. Gabra wore a disdainful expression. He had always regarded Luchi as his greatest rival, and now this fellow was serving as an aide to a naval brigadier? How embarrassing. Gabra. Do not underestimate this naval brigadier. From what I know, in terms of strength, he is at least of elite rear admiral caliber. Furthermore, although the Navy and Admiral Spandam have kept the news under wraps, I have managed to uncover some details. Xian faced Luchi head-on, and crucially, it seems he did not even use his full strength. Moreover, consider this. What led to Admiral Spandam's downfall? And why did the world government subsequently assign us to the 16th Division? I sense that Xian is not just formidable in strength. His identity is undoubtedly significant. At this juncture, Kaku, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing his words, the others fell into silence. Indeed, the treatment they received this time appeared utterly unreasonable. What sort of place is the East Blue? And what is the nature of the East Blue's naval branch? As intelligence operatives, how could they be unaware? An elite rear admiral like Xian Campbell, along with Luchi of rear admiral strength, combined with their own capabilities. Such formidable strength is undoubtedly exceptional throughout the East Sea. To speak of the East Sea is one thing, but even in the Grand Line, establishing a G-series naval branch would suffice in terms of advanced combat capability. Regardless, it would be prudent to await Luchi's insights. Indeed, overthinking at this juncture serves no purpose. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. 2 hours later, the six appeared in Xian's makeshift office. I understand your confusion. To be frank, your arrival perplexes me as well. However, that is of little consequence. Now that you are here, you shall no longer be members of CP9, but rather part of my 16th branch of the Navy. I have conferred with Luchi regarding the establishment of a new intelligence department within the 16th branch, to be temporarily overseen by Luchi, with the main members provisionally designated as Khalifa, Bruno, Nekomamushi, and Wake. As for Kaku and Gabra, the two of you will be integrated into the combat ranks of the 16th branch, each assigned a squad of naval soldiers and a medium-sized warship. Your sole mission will be to eradicate pirates. Are there any objections? Upon hearing that they would continue in their previous line of work with Luchi as their direct superior, Khalifa and the others let out a sigh of relief. They had no objections to this arrangement, as it was certainly preferable to remaining in CP9 under the command of the inept Spandam. It is worth noting that within CP9, all but Gabra regarded Luchi as their leader. After all, Luchi was still young, while Gabra had already surpassed 30, his strength fully developed. Thus, at this moment, the gap in power between Gabra and Luchi was not significant, leading Gabra to view him as a rival. As for the original narrative, 3 years hence, Gabra's rival would shift from Luchi to Kaku, given that the disparity in combat prowess would be overwhelming. The arrangement for Kaku and Gabra puzzled them. But, Brigadier Xian, we are intelligence operatives, accustomed to assassination. You want us to lead troops? Do you doubt our strength or competence? It is not about that. It is a matter of specialization. Our skills do not align with this role. Enough. It is crucial to understand that you are no longer CP9. You are now part of the Navy. Even if I task Luchi with forming an intelligence unit, it will not engage in assassination activities. The group was taken aback. If not assassination, can it truly be called an intelligence department? After all, CP9 was primarily responsible for assassination, with intelligence gathering being a secondary endeavor. By the way, I have heard that you, including Luchi, were previously tasked with acquiring the Pluton blueprints in Water 7. In the next moment, all 6 individuals turned their gazes towards Luchi. This is indeed a top-secret mission of the world government. How did Xian come to know about it? Could it be that you mentioned it? Upon hearing this, Luchi subtly shook his head in denial. Do not pay any attention to Luchi. This matter does not concern him, for I have my own sources of intelligence. Khalifa, is the iceberg particularly difficult to handle? Xian inquired, glancing at the statuesque Khalifa with a smile. Admiral, you are crossing the line into sexual harassment. Khalifa retorted. How could this possibly be harassment? Xian was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by her accusation. He had done nothing inappropriate, had he? All right, Khalifa, please respond to Admiral Xian's question. Luchi interjected from the side. This catchphrase was originally established by Khalifa during the execution of the Water 7 mission. However, over time, it has almost become her habitual expression. As it happened, she instinctively uttered it. Upon hearing Luchi's remark, Khalifa regained her composure. Indeed, the iceberg is difficult to crack. Typically, his actions and words are impeccably meticulous, leaving no room for error. Nodding slightly, Khalifa proclaimed, Luchi, since the intelligence department has been entrusted to you, I shall assign your first task. What task? Luchi inquired. There is an individual named Frankie in Water 7. You should be familiar with him, Khalifa continued. Yes, he is one of our previously monitored targets. Indeed. Frankie is a cyborg. He has converted much of his body into machinery, and the blueprints for Pluto are concealed within a hidden compartment in his abdomen. What? The revelation stunned everyone present. Travel to Water 7, locate Frankie, but do not kill him. Extract the blueprints without his knowledge. Can you accomplish this? Certainly. But what should we do with the blueprints once we obtain them? Should we return them to the 16th Division or hand them over to the world government? Destroy them. This information holds no benefit for the world. In truth, this was also a test bestowed upon Luchi by Xian. It assessed whether he would adhere strictly to orders or report the matter to the world government. Even if he chose the latter, it would not be a significant issue for Xian. After all, Xian's command aimed at preserving global stability by destroying the blueprints, rather than hoarding them for himself. So, did Xian harbor no ambitions regarding Pluto? Certainly, he did. However, in an era still reliant on flintlock pistols, smoothbore cannons, and sailing ships, could one truly create Pluto merely from blueprints? That was a jest. Even with Vegapunk around, it would be unlikely to materialize within a decade. Thus, Xian remained indifferent to whether the blueprints fell into the hands of the world government. The crucial point was that Pluto already existed. So why retain blueprints that could not be constructed? Using them to test Luchi was, indeed, a clever idea. 067. Old Man Karp. Allow me to offer a piece of advice. On the Grand Line, within Water 7, at Frankie's house, a banquet concluded, and everyone had succumbed to slumber. At that moment, an empty space inexplicably opened a door, and several individuals swiftly emerged. The target has been confirmed. It is undoubtedly Frankie. Check his abdomen. As the Major General mentioned, there should be a mechanism to open. Bruno, you check it. I have no desire to touch this pervert. Khalifa outright refused upon hearing Luchi's words. She absolutely did not wish to engage in any form of physical contact with Frankie, the pervert. Bruno said nothing and immediately got to work. As Bruno examined Frankie's body, Khalifa felt her eyes burning and turned away. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Bruno to locate the mechanism. In the next moment, Frankie's abdomen opened like a safe, revealing its contents. After retrieving the items, Bruno confirmed, Luchi, these are all ancient texts, but there are many design blueprints. It appears to be accurate. Yes, the presence of ancient text is correct. Once we place the prepared items inside, we shall depart. Understood. Nodding, Bruno produced a large stack of paper, compared it to the Pluto blueprints, selected a portion, ensured it matched the weight of the original blueprints, and inserted it back into Frankie's abdomen. Finally, he gently closed it once more. Retreat. With that command, the others nodded in agreement. Bruno activated the door fruit again, just as they had appeared. 1 hour later, the group had boarded their ship and departed from the harbor, embarking on their journey back to the East Blue. Luchi, are we truly not handing this over to the world government? Chababa, if we were to do so, it would be a significant achievement. Silence. Whatever Luchi decides, we shall follow. Luchi, it is your decision. We are listening to you. Hearing the words of the four, Luchi glanced at the Pluto blueprints in his hand. He seemed somewhat torn. However, soon enough, he made a decision. Xian had a point. This blueprint, regardless of who possessed it, would not bode well for the world. In the next moment, Luchi produced a lighter and ignited the stack of blueprints. Remember, you are no longer members of CP9. You are soldiers of the Navy's 16th Division. And betrayal is the most unacceptable act, regardless of time or place. In the East Blue at the Navy's 16th Division, within Xian's temporary office in a military tent, the Major General spoke. The Pluto blueprints have been destroyed. You performed admirably. Return at once. Understood. After terminating the call, Xian felt quite satisfied with Luchi's performance. As for the ship Pluto, concealed beneath the Alabasta Desert, there was no urgency. After all, extracting that vessel now, without adequate strength to protect, it would only invite trouble. The object remained in place. It would not simply vanish. And dealing with it in 2 or 3 years was perfectly acceptable. Next, there was the matter of that boy, Luffy. Although Karp's promise was enticing, Xian had no desire to repeatedly confront an individual so steeped in selfishness and moral ambiguity. Come in. Yes, Major General. Upon hearing Xian's call, the messenger outside promptly entered. Bring Luffy to me. Yes, Major General. A few minutes later, Luffy appeared in Xian's temporary office. How do you find pirates? You have seen what they are. And you have been back for over half a month. Have you come to any conclusions? This response took Xian by complete surprise. Has this lad truly transformed? Yet, regrettably, the words that followed from Luffy left him utterly speechless. To be a pirate and to become the Pirate King, this is my dream. And those previous fellows were utterly unworthy of being called pirates. Goodness, are those fellows truly unworthy of the title of pirate? What sort of logic is this? To Shien, those are the epitome of a true pirate, are they not? So, you still intend to embrace the life of a pirate? Aspiring to become the Pirate King in the future? Indeed, that is my dream, and no one can deter me from it. I would stake my life for it. His gaze was unwavering. Yet, upon witnessing such determination in Luffy, Shien could only silently murmur a phrase in his heart. This fellow is beyond redemption. Well, since you have made your decision, I shall arrange for your return to Windmill Village tomorrow. Before you depart, why not bid farewell to Ace and Makino? Sai, are you not going to apprehend me? You are not a pirate yet. What purpose would it serve for me to capture you? So, it turns out you are a good person. Hee. A good person. In 3 years, when you set sail and become a pirate, you shall discover my true nature. With a wave of his hand, he urged Luffy to leave immediately. Subsequently, Xian retrieved his transponder snail and dialed Karp. This is Karp. Old man, I bring you tidings of good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Ah, Xian, then let us hear the good news. Very well. Ace has come to a resolution and has officially joined the Navy. He is currently undergoing training as a recruit. Is that so? This indeed is excellent news. After all, Ace possesses a unique identity. Should he become a pirate, it is only a matter of time before he is exposed. When that moment arrives, even Garp would be unable to protect him. Fortunately, that concern has now been alleviated. Garp was immediately filled with joy. Naturally, Ace declared that this era of piracy was ushered in by Roger. Thus he bears the responsibility to bring it to an end himself. Splendid. But what of Luffy? Oh, therein lies the unfortunate news. The transponder snail was still mimicking Garp's exhilaration when it swiftly shifted to a tone of concern. What has happened to Luffy? In truth, it is not much. I had instructed Rosai to take him out to witness the life of a pirate. And they coincidentally encountered a band of pirates who slaughtered an entire village, leaving only 5 women alive while over 100 others were brutally murdered. Those wretched pirates. Upon hearing this, Garp's rage ignited. The slaughter of an entire village is one of the most heinous acts imaginable, especially occurring in his homeland. It is utterly unforgivable. Xian, since you are in the East Blue, you must track down these pirates. Do not worry. Those pirates were swiftly eliminated by Rosai and the other Marines. Excellent, splendid. However, do not be overly eager just yet. The crux of the matter is yet to come. Before Garp could bask in his happiness for long, Xian's tone shifted. At that time, Luffy confronted Rosai in front of all the Marines, questioning him as to why he had to kill those pirates, when capturing them would suffice. That foolish boy. An entire village was slaughtered, and yet Luffy dared to question Rosai about why he killed the pirates, as if he were a fool himself. Indeed, one could argue that he is somewhat naive. Speaking of which, the Garp family spans 3 generations, grandfather seemingly unreliable, yet possessing profound understanding. Father perhaps the most sensible among them, and the grandson. Well, that brings tears to one's eyes. Old man, I truly find myself at a loss with your grandson. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for him to be returned to Fusha village. It appears that I can only fulfill half of my promise to you. Alas, let Luffy chart his own course from here on out. However, I must express my gratitude for your assistance regarding Ace. The previous promise still stands, and as long as it does not contravene justice, I shall grant you any request in the future. Garp let out a slight sigh. He did not blame Xian for the abrupt halt, as he believed Xian had done more than enough. Old man, may I offer you a piece of advice? Speak on. If you wish to avoid witnessing your grandson ascend to the execution platform in the future, you should consider sending him to impel down for a few years, releasing him only after we have concluded this era of piracy. This, ultimately, Garp could not bring himself to heed Xian's counsel. In response, Xian could only let out a soft sigh. After all, he was the one Garp rescued from the desolate island, and he could do his utmost to assist Garp. However, he had said what needed to be said. The rest was left to fate. Should Luffy ultimately choose the path of piracy, he would no longer concern himself with Garp's feelings. If necessary, he would apprehend him, and if he were to commit any egregious acts, even if it resulted in his demise, it would be merely a consequence of his own actions. The following day, Xian arranged for the Tokov Construction Company to provide a vessel to transport Luffy back to Fusha village. At this moment, the harbor was filled with the boats of the construction teams that had arrived. Naturally, Mansour could not refuse Xian's request and readily agreed to assist. After all, Xian was the company's major benefactor, and the current project at the 16th branch was seen by Mansour as a symbol of Tokov's complete rise in the East Blue. At the dock, Ace and Makino came to bid farewell. Luffy, have you made your decision? Indeed, I am determined to become the Pirate King. It is a promise I made with Shanks. You, sigh. Well then, we shall be enemies upon the seas. Ace let out a slight sigh. For his foolish brother. At the same time, Ace resolved that should Luffy truly set sail as a pirate, he would seize him at the first opportunity. The rationale being, if he were to apprehend him, it would merely mean sending him to impel down, or perhaps detaining him at the branch. However, if he were to encounter other Marines, the outcome could be entirely different. Luffy, you are returning alone this time. Remember to eat well each day, do you understand? Makino interjected. After all, during their time in Fusha village, she had primarily prepared meals for Luffy. But now, with her absence, do not worry. I can hunt or fish for myself. Very well, if you encounter any difficulties, remember to seek out village chief Slap. Well then, I shall take my leave. Ace. We shall meet on the seas in 3 years. More than 10 minutes later, as the vessel carrying Luffy grew increasingly distant, Xian appeared at the dock. Makino, I initially thought you would accompany him, considering I heard you raised this boy since he was young. If I leave, who will prepare your seafood stew each day? Xian paused momentarily. To be honest, I had anticipated that Makino would depart with Luffy. Yet, I did not expect her reason for staying would be this. Nevertheless, it is indeed a compelling reason. Watching Makino turn away, Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. However, if I leave, who will prepare your seafood stew each day? The exact words echoed behind Xian, but the tone had an oddly sarcastic undertone. Ein. Is the new recruit training so leisurely that you are always present? Humph. Colonel Sanders asked me to inform you that the effect of that Sea King meat jerky is quite remarkable, and if it could be administered to the new recruits, their training efficacy could increase tenfold. No, I possess a limited supply of that substance. And until I can ascertain whether the recruits possess the correct values and whether they can ultimately pass the assessments, I cannot allocate any quotas to them. Xian directly shook his head in refusal. It is currently impossible to ascertain whether there are any individuals of dubious character among this batch of new recruits. Nor can one determine if they will all ultimately pass the assessments and remain. Clearly, it is inappropriate to allocate aquatic meat of the highest caliber to the new recruits at this juncture. Upon witnessing Xian's refusal, I refrained from voicing any objections. After all, Sanders and his team had previously deliberated this matter and concurred that such extraordinarily effective meat could not be dispensed indefinitely. Hein's inquiry was merely an experiment, not a definitive demand. Thus, Xian's reaction fell within her expectations. However, she remained unaware that if Xian desired, he could continuously present this type of meat, or even higher-grade aquatic varieties. After all, the previous occasion yielded a remarkable 68-fold increase. Moreover, should the aquatic creatures be of a superior tier, perhaps reaching heights of 700 or 800 meters, or even over 1,000, coupled with a 100-fold return, the results would undoubtedly surpass those of the current batch. Yet, Hein did remind Xian of a crucial point. To acquire another supply of high-quality aquatic meat, a round trip could take nearly a month. The multiplication of returns is not guaranteed to yield significant multiples each time, suggesting that the overall time frame could be even longer. To ensure an uninterrupted supply, it is imperative for oneself to commence preparations in advance. Otherwise, waiting until the supply runs out to initiate preparations would be rather too late. The following day, among the 5 combat units of the 16th Division, Xian directly took command of 4. As for the security of the 16th Division, Kaku and Gabro were left in charge of the remaining unit. Furthermore, in this expedition to the Windless Zone, Xian also brought along Machino, resulting in a cacophony of distress among the remaining Marine squads and the new recruits. The 4 Marine units comprised a total of 80 personnel, with 2 units assigned to a medium-sized warship, while the other 2 were tasked with a large warship. This is the bare minimum configuration, merely sufficient to navigate the vessel. However, this is inconsequential, as their purpose on this expedition is to hunt the Leviathans, rather than to engage in any other endeavors. The decision to bring 3 warships, including a large one, was made to avoid the previous predicament of discarding most of the meat due to inadequate capacity after the hunt. What a waste. Xian, where are we headed? To the doldrums. Ah, is that the place you mentioned where the Leviathans reside? Indeed, weren't you quite intrigued by it before? I thought I would take you to see it, and with you along, we might enjoy a sumptuous feast after capturing a Leviathan. Xian nodded. The journey back to the 16th Division would take many days, making it impossible to transport fresh meat. They would have to resort to preparing all of it as jerky for preservation. Upon hearing this, Magino felt a flicker of excitement. After all, she had often heard Shanks speak of the vast ocean and had learned much from Xian, yet she had never truly witnessed it herself, leaving her with a lingering curiosity. This time, one can witness firsthand the colossal sea kings that Xian spoke of, stretching hundreds of meters in length. A week later, 3 warships officially departed from the East China Sea, venturing into the doldrums. Naturally, they needed to proceed deeper, as the fringes of the doldrums seldom harbor sea kings. Even if they do, the majority tend to be smaller specimens. Although Xian could amplify his gains through the system, it stands to reason that a larger base would yield better results under the same multiplier. Thus, Xian resolved to target at least 1 sea king exceeding 300 meters in length for capture. Should that prove unfeasible, he would simply render it unconscious and subsequently release it. Before long, the fleet sailed deeper into the doldrums for another day, after which, at Xian's command, the sea tower stones were removed from the bottoms of the 3 warships. Following this, they awaited patiently, anticipating the sea kings to take the bait. The sea lay tranquil, devoid of any ripples. This is, of course, expected, for we find ourselves in a windless zone. The 3 warships lie anchored together, with Xian standing on the deck of the central vessel, attuned to the depths beneath the surface through his spiritual senses. Although this perceptive range is limited, it is sufficient to provide early warning. Everyone, pay attention. Something approaches. What is coming? The sailors aboard the 3 ships, all of whom had accompanied Xian from headquarters, were well aware of what he meant. They displayed no signs of panic. After all, this was not their first experience witnessing Xian hunt the Sea Kings. In fact, a few lieutenants, hailing from elite training camps and having enhanced their abilities after a period of dealing with special Sea Kings, seemed somewhat eager to test their newfound strength against a Sea King. However, they were perhaps overestimating their capabilities. While their powers had indeed grown considerably, facing the coastal monarchs of the seas would be achievable, but confronting the Sea Kings remained premature, particularly those of several hundred meters in length that lurked in this windless zone. In the next moment, a colossal Sea King erupted from the depths, its speed generating considerable waves. Fortunately, the 3 warships were clustered together. Otherwise, while the large vessel might have fared well, the 2 medium-sized ships could have been thrust far away by the surging waters, even facing the risk of capsizing. At that moment, all eyes beheld the true form of the Sea King, collectively gasping in astonishment. It was a creature resembling a lion, estimated to be around 400 meters in length. Xian internally lamented the situation as well. The marine royalty, it seems, has perhaps hybridized every terrestrial creature, while other species occasionally present a rare variant in appearance. The situation among the marine royalty is strikingly different. To encounter 2 individuals that appear to belong to the same species among them is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. 400 meters. This is even larger than the previous one, having met his hunting criteria. Without hesitation, Xian prepared to strike. he drew thunder from its sheath, leaping to the very forefront of the ship's bow, poised to deliver a decisive blow. At this moment, the lion-like sea creature lunged forward, but Xian's descending thunderous strike abruptly ceased. Abandoning the intention to unleash a thunderous slash, Xian leapt forward instead. Soon, two figures, one large and one small, crossed paths. Due to their incredible speed, the sailors aboard the warship could scarcely discern what had transpired. Yet, in the next instant, the enormous sea creature's eyes glazed over, and it collapsed onto the ocean's surface, creating a massive wave. A cheer erupted from the ship, but soon, astute sailors noticed the absence of blood upon the water. It was well known that previously, after Xian's strike, the sea had been stained red with the creature's blood. After all, such a large creature would possess an ample quantity of blood. Consequently, many turned their gazes toward Xian, who remained suspended in midair. It was then they realized that he was holding his weapon in a reverse grip. This indicated that he had not used the blade, but rather the back of the sword to incapacitate the sea creature. Confusion spread among the sailors. What was the meaning of this? However, Xian paid little mind to their bewilderment. Instead, he maintained his position aloft, gazing down at the surface of the ocean. The reason for his sudden change of heart, from killing to merely stunning the creature, was that he had sensed another formidable sea creature approaching from beneath the waves, one considerably stronger than the lion-like one. In the pursuit of hunting and reaping greater rewards through the system, naturally, a more potent sea creature would yield better results, would it not? Yet, Xian was perplexed. In his perception, the approaching creature was smaller than the one he had just incapacitated, and significantly so. Typically, the size of sea creatures correlated with their strength. The larger they were, the mightier they became. Why, then, did he feel that this creature, possibly less than 200 meters in length, was far stronger? It was illogical, utterly unfathomable. Suddenly, a shadow erupted from the water's depths at an astonishing speed. So rapid was its ascent that the resulting splash had yet to form. Witnessing this, Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he readied his blade in defense. The speed exceeded his expectations to such an extent that he was momentarily taken aback, thereby losing the optimal opportunity to strike, and was forced to endure a blow instead. In the next instant, boom, a colossal figure collided directly with Xian, and even though he had assumed a defensive stance, he was still sent flying several dozen meters. Of course, the reason he was propelled so far was largely due to his effort to dissipate the force, and in reality, he sustained no injuries. However, it must be said that the power displayed had entirely surpassed Xian's understanding of the aquatic behemoths. At that moment, Xian also beheld the true visage of his assailant. It was a rather diminutive sea creature, measuring approximately 170 to 180 meters in length. Indeed, when compared to the leviathans of the doldrums, a size exceeding 100 meters is considered quite small. Its appearance bore a resemblance to that of an otter, exuding an endearing charm. Nevertheless, regardless of its adorableness, it was destined to be his quarry today. In an instant, a crescent-shaped strike composed of thunder and spiritual energy was unleashed, hurtling directly toward the otter-like sea creature. Unexpectedly, an astonishing turn of events transpired. The sea creature deftly evaded the attack with remarkable speed. Had he missed? Although he had not even utilized half of his strength. Failing against such a creature was somewhat disconcerting. Gazing at the chasm extending over 100 meters across the ocean's surface and the sea creature beyond it, Xian found himself momentarily stunned. Is this still a sea king creature? It appears that this entity is beyond human capability to confront, as the otter-like sea king prepares to dive beneath the waves. However, having reached this critical juncture, Xian would not simply allow it to escape. He descended swiftly, plunging the blade of thunder into the ocean. In the next instant, lightning erupted with such intensity that the sailors aboard the warship were momentarily blinded. The entire surface of the sea was suffused with a brilliant azure hue. The previously incapacitated Sea King, too, bore the scars of electric singeing upon its exterior. Initially, Xian had intended to release it, but now, the notion of release seemed utterly absurd. A full 30 seconds passed before Xian withdrew thunder, ceasing the relentless torrent of electricity. Shortly thereafter, the otter-like Sea King, once less than 200 meters in length, surfaced, belly up. As everyone listened, Xian had initially planned to instruct the sailors to prepare for dismemberment, but upon turning around, he found himself somewhat bewildered. He beheld the sailors, all sporting frizzy hair. Well, it seemed his recent display of thunder had indeed been excessively powerful. Although the lightning in the water posed no threat to the sailors on the warship, such a tremendous discharge had left a significant amount of electrical energy lingering in the air. While it was not lethal, at this moment, Xian suddenly recalled something. It seemed that Marquino had also been on the bow deck just now. Could it be? Unconsciously, he shifted his gaze in that direction. To his astonishment, a girl with a voluminous hairstyle was gazing at him with an extraordinarily sorrowful expression. Alas, what a misfortune. 070, a remarkable effect. A large and a small pair of sea kings. This predicament has placed Xian in a rather challenging situation. After all, by utilizing the system, he could select one aspect from the daily earnings to exponentially amplify. This implies that Xian cannot simultaneously enhance the quality of both sea kings. Moreover, even if he were to wait until the following day, he would be unable to manipulate the earnings from the previous day. In other words, he must choose between the two Sea Kings. However, despite a sense of reluctance, Xian did not dwell on it too much. It was evident that the smaller one possessed significantly superior quality. As for the larger one, he reasoned that he could cut off some meat to improve his meals. Considering that the flesh of Sea Kings is inherently delectable. System, initiate today's settlement with the objective of the recently slain otter-like Sea King, opting for quality enhancement. Let us commence. The system confirmed the settlement project and proceeded to determine the random multiplication factor. Ding. The multiplication factor is 82. Settlement complete. This is undoubtedly a splendid start. Xian had been apprehensive that, given the uniqueness of this particular Sea King, a low multiplier, perhaps even below 1, would leave him utterly despondent. It is splendid news, an astounding multiplier of 82, surpassing even the previous instance. Coupled with the exceptional quality of this unique sea monarch, the results are bound to be extraordinary. The sole concern lies in the fact that this sea monarch is considerably smaller, merely half the size of the last one. Additionally, such remarkable efficacy is not suitable for use by the entire division. Hence, Xian has resolved to delay his return to the East Sea Division, opting to hunt another tomorrow to supply the ordinary sailors. After all, the 3 warships still possess ample capacity. Although Xian initially intended to stay an extra day, fate had other plans. For 4 consecutive days, the returns remained below 10, with one instance plummeting to a mere 0.7. It was not until the 5th day that Xian hunted a sea monarch measuring 500 meters, finally yielding a result of 55 times. While this multiplier was not as high as the first, the foundational quality was superior to that of the initial 300-meter specimen. Thus, after the quality amplification, the outcome should be comparably impressive. Mission accomplished, it is time to return. Yes, Major. A day later, after the complete dismemberment of the 500-meter sea monarch, along with the previously caught specimen exceeding 170 meters, all 3 warships were filled to capacity, marking a successful return. Naturally, the 80 sailors were utterly exhausted. Even more so than the recruits in training camps. They had to expedite the process of converting all the meat into jerky to prevent spoilage. Given that the journey back would take nearly 10 days. Although the large warship was equipped with a refrigeration unit, it could hardly accommodate a substantial amount. Xian instructed that only a portion of the smaller sea monarch's meat be stored within, while the majority, like that of the 500-meter specimen, would also be transformed into jerky for preservation. As for the origins of this smaller sea monarch, Xian entertained numerous hypotheses. He even speculated whether, due to insufficient capacity in the doldrums, he had discarded a significant amount of sea monarch meat, which may have then been consumed by another sea monarch, resulting in a mutation. Remarkably, Xian's conjecture was quite close to the truth. However, it was not just one sea monarch that feasted after Xian's medium-sized warship departed. Rather, several had partaken in the bounty. This hunting expedition yielded but 1 specimen. Yet among them was another creature that not only exhibited a remarkable enhancement in strength, but also manifested an intelligence rivaling that of the royal lineage of the Sea Kings, on par with human intellect. However, at this moment, Xian remained oblivious to these developments. 10 days later, as 3 warships returned to the 16th Division, the station Marines were brimming with excitement, flocking to the harbor to witness the arrival. The new recruits, however, were perplexed by the fervor displayed by the seasoned veterans, as they were yet unaware of the significance of the items Xian had brought back. Brigadier, could these possibly be? Inquisitively, Luchi, who had already returned to the division, was taken aback upon seeing the cargo on Xian's vessel. Although the full extent remained unclear, a certain portion required meticulous examination. It was a particularly unique Sea King that measured less than 200 meters, yet its strength surpassed that of creatures measuring 400 to 500 meters by several magnitudes. I comprehend now. I shall present a comprehensive report in 3 days. And the flesh of that smaller Sea King must be stored separately and monitored scrupulously. Yes, Brigadier. Swiftly, 3 days elapsed, and Lucy's 2 reports were placed upon Xian's desk. One pertained to the 500-meter Sea King, while the other detailed the 170-meter specimen. The efficacy of the 500-meter creature, though marginally superior to that of the previous 300-meter specimen, was ultimately rather limited and could essentially be categorized within the same tier. Conversely, the meat of the 170-meter Sea King was nothing short of astonishing. According to Lucy's report, upon initial consumption, varying by individual constitution, it could enhance one's strength by 20 to 50 points. Even with subsequent consumption, it could still yield an augmentation of 2 to 5 points daily. The effect is simply extraordinary, approximately 5 times that of the 500-meter class. Rosai. Such high-quality Sea King meat will henceforth be allocated exclusively to officers of school rank and above, as well as to select elite members who will form the pirate guerrilla units on a weekly basis. However, given the limited supply, even those who join the elite pirate guerrilla units will only receive provisions for 2 days each week, while the remaining 5 days will continue to follow standard allocations. After a moment of contemplation, Xian rendered his decision. The scarcity of this resource and the uncertainty of encountering such a unique Sea King in the future weighed heavily on his mind. Even if one were to hunt a normal sea king measuring over 1,000 meters, the resultant enhancement would likely not yield such remarkable effects. Thus, this caliber of sea king meat may very well be a limited edition. Furthermore, considering the small size of the portion, if distributed across the entire branch, it could be completely consumed within a month or two. After careful deliberation, Xian resolved to grant daily rations to officers of school rank and above, while the ordinary sailors would receive a limited allocation, specifically 2 days per week for the elite sailors. Good resources must be utilized judiciously. As for the non-elite ordinary sailors, the standard provisions would suffice. I understand. By the way, what about Califa and the others? I haven't seen them around. Upon their return, I instructed them to operate separately to develop intelligence personnel on the periphery of the East Blue. I see. Xian nodded. As the head of the intelligence department, Rosai certainly possessed the authority to assign such tasks. After all, no matter how adept they were, it was impossible for just 4 individuals to establish an entire intelligence network across the East Blue. At this juncture, it becomes exceedingly essential to cultivate a greater number of external personnel. Thus, apart from expanding the network of peripheral staff, it is also viable to augment the intelligence department's own workforce, temporarily establishing a roster of 30 individuals. Talented recruits can be selected from the new recruits, who will then undergo training under your guidance. After a moment of contemplation, Xian reiterated his point. As for the ongoing training of the recruits, this poses no issue whatsoever. It is crucial to recognize that the training of intelligence personnel is fundamentally distinct from that of naval forces. This elucidates why Xian asserted that once the personnel are selected, the intelligence department should conduct its own training. Otherwise, waiting for new recruits to complete 6 months of training before introducing them to the intelligence sector would pose significant challenges. After all, by the end of 6 months, many habits become ingrained and difficult to alter. Perhaps even something as simple as one's posture while walking could reveal subtle clues to others. I understand now. I shall proceed to select candidates shortly. If I am unable to identify a sufficient number of prospects, we might consider allowing Califa and her associates to develop connections while simultaneously scouting for talent to recruit into our ranks. Indeed, Brigadier General. Ding, today's profit settlement has been completed with a multiplier of 25. Ding, the host has maxed out an attribute experience and has leveled up. Please check the attribute panel for specifics. Open attribute panel. Sean Campbell / LV 60100000 Fist LV 412502000 Movement LV 527855000 Ghost LV 41502000 Spiritual Power 12880 Physique 1980 Zanpakuto Thunderclap Shurkai activated. The rate of enhancement is increasingly sluggish. It can be stated that the initial 4 levels of Slash, Fist, Movement, and Ghost advance swiftly, as they require minimal experience. However, upon reaching LV 5, the experience requisite escalates to 5,000, and at LV 6 it soars to 10,000. For instance, today, Xian practiced swordsmanship relentlessly, resulting in a mere increase of 2 points in his fundamentals, despite benefiting from a remarkable multiplier of 25, yielding only 50 points. Most often, the settlement multiplier remains below 10. As for the hockey of the pirate world, Zephyr has indeed imparted his training methods. However, the challenge lies in the fact that whether learning armament hockey or observation hockey, all final calculations are ultimately reflected in spiritual power. This left Xian utterly speechless. Would he truly never master the 2 forms of hockey? While it is true that the application of spiritual energy can indeed allow one to perceive their surroundings akin to the observation hockey, and in some respects, with even greater precision, he pondered whether he could strike against a natural type user without the use of armament hockey. Logically, it should be possible, for natural type users are merely immune to all physical attacks, and utilizing spiritual pressure to launch an attack transcends the realm of mere physicality. However, Xian could not be entirely certain. Practical experience was necessary to ascertain this matter. As he contemplated these thoughts, a towering flame, imbued with immense power, suddenly erupted from the opposite side of the island. That must be, in the direction of the training camp. What could be happening? Concerned that something might have gone awry, Xian hurried towards that location. Upon arriving at the training camp, he was greeted by a large circle of Marines, surrounded by gasps of astonishment, expressions of envy, and the sound of whistles. At the center of the Marines stood a figure engulfed in flames. Indeed, a person entirely enveloped in fire. What on earth was happening? General Xian. At the sound of his commanding voice, all the recruits immediately fell silent, turning to stand at attention and salute. The fiery figure in the center also extinguished the flames enveloping him instantly. To his surprise, it was Ace. Well, that settled it. After all, he was the user of the flame fruit. Xian let out a sigh of relief. But then, he reconsidered. Something felt amiss. This is not the original work. Ace has not consumed the Nami, has he? At that moment, Sanders approached briskly. Brigadier Xian. I previously dispatched Ain with a squad of the finest recruits to the deserted island for survival training. The island where Little Black resides? Upon hearing this, Sanders nodded. Xian recalled that when Sanders had previously consulted him regarding the training plan, one component indeed included survival training, and he had recommended the very island where Little Black was situated. According to the schedule, they were not supposed to visit that location until 3 months into the recruit training. However, it appeared that Sanders had selected a portion of the most capable recruits to undertake this segment ahead of time. Yet, what did this have to do with Ace acquiring the Nami? Soon enough, Sanders elucidated the situation. Upon hearing it, Xian was rendered utterly speechless. The Nami was located on that very island, and then Ace, during his survival training, accidentally discovered it and consumed it, mistaking it for an ordinary fruit. Thus, he transformed into Fire Fist Ace. Xian had resided on that island for 3 years, traversing nearly every corner, yet he had never encountered the Nami. And now Ace had stumbled upon it. Was this truly a matter of fate? Xian couldn't help but indulge in a moment of exasperation, but soon after, he found himself chuckling. The smile exuded an unmistakable malevolence. Ace, come here. Xian, what are you planning? Upon witnessing Xian's expression, Ace instinctively sensed impending doom. However, he soon relaxed. After all, he was now a master of the natural element, invincible. What was there to fear? Rest assured. I merely wish to test whether the natural abilities are indeed as formidable as legend suggests, impervious to all attacks save for sea stone and armament hockey. I see. But how shall we proceed with this test? We shall proceed like this. In the next moment, Xian's fist had pierced through Ace's chest, emerging from his back. Yet, the onlookers did not witness a gory spectacle. Instead, a flicker of flames danced upon the wound. As Xian retracted his right fist, the gaping hole in Ace's chest rapidly healed. Ultimately, had it not been for the holes in both the front and back of his Navy uniform, one might have been inclined to question whether the recent events were merely a figment of imagination. So, how do you find it, Major Xian? If I were to engage you now, I would naturally stand on unassailable ground. Ace chuckled. Although he had heard much about hockey from Sanders and understood that armament hockey could counter natural elemental transformations, he was also aware that Xian had not mastered hockey during his time at headquarters. Thus, his assertion was entirely valid. While victory over Xian was not guaranteed, defeat was certainly out of the question. He was even somewhat eager to face Xian in combat. Well, splendid. I shall try once more. Come, feel free to test. I welcome not just once, but 100 times. One brimming with confidence. Little did he know, there was an old saying in Xian's homeland. The more audacious the words, the harsher the repercussions. Soon, as Xian swung his fist once again, Ace was sent hurtling hundreds of meters away. Ultimately, with a splash, he landed in the sea. What else could be expected when their training camp was merely a few dozen meters from the shoreline? At this moment, everyone was somewhat bewildered. Even Sanders could not comprehend the situation. He was certain that Xian's recent action had not employed any form of hockey. Yet, why was Ace sent flying? Could it be that Ace had forgotten to utilize his elemental transformation? This is inconceivable. Wait, is this truly the moment for contemplation? Why is everyone frozen in place? Hurry and rescue him. The devil fruit user is like a fish out of water. Suddenly recalling something, Sanders shouted at the surrounding Marines. Instantly, chaos ensued. Minutes later, Ace was brought to the surface. From his severely distended abdomen, it was evident that he had ingested a considerable amount of seawater. Reluctantly, one of the Marines had to continuously compress his swollen belly. Meanwhile, Ace transformed into a human fountain, water gushing from his mouth in powerful jets. As for Xian, he strolled out of the training camp with a look of utter satisfaction. After all, through the recent test, he had ascertained that employing spiritual pressure for attacks yielded results akin to that of hockey, allowing contact with those possessing natural abilities. This will suffice. 2 years later, the entirety of the Navy 6 styles? Ace, awakening from his reverie, gazed up at the sky. He then let out a heavy sigh. Initially, he believed that having become a user of the natural type abilities would allow him to rise from subjugation and take charge of his own destiny. Yet, the reality proved otherwise. It seems he had overestimated his circumstances. For the foreseeable future, he would still find himself under the oppressive dominance of Xian. So, are you convinced now? I have long told you that the natural type is not invincible. Do not be overly confident. If you excessively rely on the powers granted by the devil fruit, you will become utterly vulnerable when confronted by an adversary capable of countering your abilities. Starting tomorrow, you shall learn the Navy 6 styles under my guidance. At that moment, Sanders approached Ace and spoke. Upon hearing his words, Ace felt a sudden jolt. Instructor Sanders, did you not previously mention that my physical foundation was lacking? He inquired. Have you not noticed how much stronger I have become over the past month? Ace paused for a moment, seemingly realizing the truth in those words. I certainly have sensed this, although I am unaware of the precise extent of the increase. It must be said that the rapid enhancement is largely attributable to the Sea King jerky provided by Xian, which, upon consumption, makes me feel as though my body has grown stronger. Of course, Ace sought out Sanders to inquire about the nature of this substance. However, Sanders merely advised Ace to refrain from prying too deeply, suggesting that if Xian is able to provide it, he should simply enjoy the boon in silence. It is noteworthy that within the entire training camp, aside from the 5 instructors, only 2 individuals are privileged to partake in the Sea King jerky, Ace and Sophia. Nevertheless, Sophia's foundational abilities do not match Ace's. Although she is sufficiently determined, her most recent power level assessment yielded only 107 points, while Ace has already achieved an impressive 278 points. Although this is significantly lower than Ace's, Sophia remains formidable compared to the other recruits. After all, among the remaining 200 recruits, the highest power level recorded is merely 27 points. Therefore, I am now able to learn the Navy's 6 styles? Indeed. You should return to rest early. Come find me tomorrow morning. Yes, Instructor Sanders. In the blink of an eye, over a month has elapsed. Today marks a significant occasion. The renovation of the 16th Division of the Navy has been officially completed. At this moment, Sumner is accompanied by Xian and a group of officers from the 16th Division, conducting an inspection of the entire fortress. The process persisted throughout an entire day. Given the magnitude of the undertaking, Xian and his colleagues had to meticulously inspect every detail. During this procedure, to test the strength of the outer wall, Xian even ordered the warship to fire a cannon directly at it. Remarkably, the outer wall remained unscathed. To achieve this outcome, Xian insisted that Sumner utilize only the finest materials for the construction of the outer wall. Naturally, this led Xian to expend an additional 300 million berries. Moreover, considering that Sanders kept in mind Xian's directive to spare no expense during the design modifications of the training camp, and that everything adhered to the highest standards, an additional 200 million berries was inevitably incurred. Consequently, the total cost of the project escalated from 4 billion to 5 billion berries. Even Morgans, upon learning of this, penned an article remarking that Xian evidently did not regard berries as currency. What was initially quoted as a 2 billion project burgeoned into 4 billion, and ultimately 5 billion berries, for what was merely an ordinary branch in the East Sea. This seems somewhat exaggerated. Yet, one cannot deny that a closed circular fortress upon the sea is indeed captivating. It has even been referred to by many as a landmark of the East Sea. Of course, the most significant reason behind Xian's decision to construct such a fortress is rooted in purpose. Perhaps it is not immediately comprehensible to others, but in due course, they shall understand. In the branch conference room, this month, Colonel Kaku completed 2 maritime patrol missions, eradicating 5 pirate crews, resulting in the demise of 27 pirates and the capture of 47, among whom 7 had bounties totaling 8 million berries. Colonel Garp similarly accomplished 2 maritime patrol missions, dismantling 3 pirate crews, killing 39 pirates, and capturing 3, with 4 of them carrying bounties amounting to 8 million berries. Without consulting any notes, Luchi recited various data effortlessly. His aid was indeed commendable. Xian felt immense satisfaction, but soon his expression shifted. The efficiency remained insufficient. Luchi, how long until the intelligence department can operate at full capacity? It was evident that Xian was dissatisfied with this efficiency. However, it was also understandable. Without adequate intelligence support, merely venturing into the vast sea on a whim to chance upon pirates was undeniably challenging. Brigadier, developing peripheral personnel requires time, and training the 30 recruits in the intelligence department will take at least another month before they can begin to function effectively. Nodding, Xian acknowledged that this matter could not be rushed. Particularly, the training of intelligence personnel was far more intricate than that of ordinary Marines. Furthermore, relying solely on Khalifa and her 3 companions, they could not accomplish this task in a short span. Not to mention, one of them must remain at the branch to oversee the training of those 30 intelligence personnel. Yes, expedite matters with the intelligence department. Next, let us discuss the status of the new recruits. Sanders, you may report. Yes, Brigadier. Upon hearing his name called, Sanders promptly stood. Currently, the new recruit training has been ongoing for 3 months. During this period, we have not only trained but also discreetly observed each individual's behavior, as per the Brigadier's suggestions. Out of 229 individuals, 11 have already been dismissed, and with the previous selection of 19 by the Intelligence Department, we are left with 199 recruits. Can we ensure that the remaining individuals possess sound principles? Unless there are exceptionally adept individuals at concealment, we can be confident. Sanders did not delay in his remarks. Very well, beginning tomorrow, allocate the first type of jerky to these new recruits. Yes, if that is the case, there is hope that within the next 3 months, a portion of them will learn 1 or 2 techniques of the 6 forms. Not enough. Sanders suddenly paused in surprise. Is this not sufficient? It is essential to recognize that even in the elite training camp of our headquarters, after 3 years, the majority of individuals merely acquire 1 or 2 techniques. Here in the 16th Division, we only have a mere 6 months of training. Old man Sanders, I have a proposal for you. Kindly lend me your ear. Firstly, the graduation assessment for the division's training camp will incorporate the Navy's 6 styles. A minimum of 1 technique must be mastered to graduate. Those who do not pass the assessment will continue their studies in the training camp for an additional 3 months before undergoing another evaluation. In total, there will be 3 assessments, spanning 1 year. Should anyone fail to complete the requirements after 1 year, they will be reassigned to logistical duties within the division. Furthermore, even the Marines who graduate from the training camp, along with the 100 Marines from the headquarters, will be divided into 3 groups based on their combat sequences. They will execute tasks for 2 months, followed by a month of advanced training back at the camp, with the groups rotating accordingly. This way, even in the absence of new recruits, the training camp will remain bustling with activity. Ultimately, my demand is, in 2 years, all Marines in combat sequences must have fully mastered the Navy's 6 styles. Is this even possible? For a moment, everyone in the conference room was rendered speechless. It is worth noting that even at the main training camp, only a select few managed to master all 6 techniques after 3 years. And there are instances where an entire cohort lacks any particularly outstanding individuals, perhaps not even a single one. The crux of the matter is that all of these individuals were already the Sea Army de la Sea Army upon entering the main training camp. In contrast, the Marines at the branch had merely been ordinary individuals just 3 months prior. However, if there were a continuous supply of that special Sea King jerky, it seems not entirely impossible, and if this were to come to fruition, in 2 years, coupled with the new recruits gradually brought in, we could have 400 to 500 Marines fully adept in the 6 techniques. What a terrifying power this is. Even in the new world, it would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Brigadier Xian, if we address the issue of the first meat jerky, I shall resolve the matter regarding the first meat jerky, given a consistent supply. Does the old gentleman believe it is achievable? If we can maintain an uninterrupted supply for 2 years, there should be considerable hope. After a brief contemplation, Sanders nodded affirmatively. In that moment, a slight smile also graced Xian's lips. 073 Unexpected Incident. The brand new branch building. In the office of the branch chief, Xian contemplated the 2 knives displayed on the desk. One was the thunderclap currently wielded by Xian, while the other was one of the 4 originally crafted shallow strikes. Albeit the one of the least quality, the blade is ill-suited for Xian, who has no desire to wield it himself. After all, by experience, it is merely a blade of the officer's class. Moreover, bestowing it upon another is not yet timely. One cannot entrust such a weapon until one can guarantee the recipient's unwavering loyalty, akin to how Tao Tu would never betray her own. Certainly, this is merely a matter of timing. On one hand, there is the issue of confidentiality. On the other, the locals using such a blade, as evidenced by Tao Tu, would not only expend physical stamina but also the formidable spirit energy. The automatic assumption that Xian's mastery of spirit energy equates to experience with hockey reflects a certain interconnectedness between these 2 forces within the system, particularly in the context of the blade itself. At present, aside from Instructor Sanders, no one in the 16th Division can wield hockey. It is abundantly clear that even if a loyal cadre could be cultivated, they would still be incapable of utilizing the blade. Xian's original plan entailed not only the formation of an elite pirate guerrilla unit, but also the selection of a dedicated few to establish a core team for a specialized blade system. However, that plan must wait. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Luchi, what brings you here? Xian inquired as the door swung open to reveal Luchi. Commodore. A report has come in from the defensive wall. A vessel has been spotted southeast of the fortress, under fire from 2 warships. What is the situation? Xian furrowed his brow slightly. Yet, he could be certain that neither the fleeing nor the pursuing vessels were pirates. If they were, Luchi would not have wasted precious time seeking him out to report, but rather would have engaged directly to subdue the pirates. Besides, what audacious pirate would dare to cause trouble so close to the division's fortress? After the incidents involving the Black Cat pirates and the Creek pirates, any pirate in the East Blue would flee at the sight of the 16th Division's flag. According to the report, the identity of the fleeing vessel remains unknown. Yet it does not fly a pirate flag. However, the pursuing ships, by their ensign, appear to belong to the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo. Oh, I see. No wonder Luchi sought me out. After all, the warlords are affiliated with the world government, at least on the surface. Yet, why would da Flamingo's stronghold, situated in the New World, extend its reach to the East Blue? Regardless, anyone pursued by da Flamingo is undoubtedly of significant importance. Moreover, this is the East Blue, Xian's territory. Although da Flamingo is a warlord, he is still fundamentally a pirate, and a particularly nefarious one at that. How dare he wreak havoc at Xian's doorstep? Luchi, gather the Marines. We must launch a counteroffensive and rescue those aboard. Commodore, the warlords are under the jurisdiction of the world government. Should we really interfere? Indeed. The warlords possess the legal right to plunder, yet if such an act occurs in the presence of the Navy, we are entitled to intervene. The only distinction is that the Navy cannot apprehend the warlords post-intervention. Upon reflection, Luchi conceded this point. Furthermore, it is an unspoken understanding that piracy should not occur in front of the Navy. Otherwise, would one dare to plunder outside Marineford while the Navy stood idly by? However, Luchi remained unaware that Xian had another crucial point unspoken. Should a warlord attack the Navy, it would constitute a grave violation of the warlord agreement, thereby legitimizing the Navy's actions to capture or even eliminate the warlord or their subordinates. And Xian is precisely contemplating this strategy. Regardless of the identity of the pursued, the mere fact that they have been chased all the way to the East Blue signifies their importance to da Flamingo. Given da Flamingo's audacity, bolstered by the secrets he holds regarding the celestial dragons, would he simply relent after being thwarted by a Navy unit in the East Blue? Absolutely not. It is highly probable that he would retaliate against the Navy forces that obstructed him. Prepare to depart at full speed. Simultaneously, instruct the Marines on the defensive wall that if the enemy comes within range, they are authorized to fire warning shots to deter the pirates from continuing their pursuit. Yes, Commodore. Southeast of the 16th Division's fortress, approximately 2 nautical miles away, a sailing ship was in flight. Closely pursued by 2 sailing warships less than a nautical mile behind, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire. Fortunately, in this era, artillery was still in the stage of muzzle-loading smoothbore cannons, aside from the super warships of the Navy or certain fortress cannons. The accuracy range of standard artillery was roughly 300 meters at best. Thus, with a distance exceeding a kilometer, barring extraordinary luck, hitting the target would be exceedingly difficult. Of course, the pursuing pirates were well aware of this. Their actions were merely intended to intimidate the fleeing ship into halting its escape, while simultaneously generating psychological pressure. If by sheer happenstance they could land a shot, that would be most fortuitous. At that moment, the fleeing sailship had abruptly changed course, tracing an arc across the ocean before heading straight towards the fortress of the 16th Division. Should the 16th Division choose to shut their doors due to the adversary being one of the 7 warlords, it would undoubtedly lead to their complete capture. However, if they intervened, they might just secure their salvation. Thus, this was a gamble of monumental proportions. But considering the inevitable pursuit if they continued on this path, it seemed wiser to stake everything while they were near the naval fortress. Captain, do you think the Navy and the fortress will assist us? One of them inquired. I cannot say for certain. Yet, as you have seen in the previous newspapers, regardless of their identities, strengths, or attitudes towards pirates, that Commodore Xian should not allow Don Quixote Doflamingo to roam freely, especially at his own doorstep. I hope that's the case. Another voice chimed in, though still laced with trepidation. After all, throughout their harrowing escape, they had sought assistance from numerous naval officers, all of whom had turned them away. Those few who did not refuse were either vanquished by Doflamingo's subordinates or feigned support while secretly alerting Doflamingo. Hence, in his eyes, the Navy was not to be trusted. Just then, a multitude of searchlights atop the fortress's defensive wall were suddenly activated, illuminating their sailship and the 2 pursuing vessels of the Don Quixote family. Following this, a naval officer's voice echoed through a loudspeaker. Morning. This is the 16th Division of the Navy. Cease fire immediately and withdraw beyond 10 nautical miles from our division. The Don Quixote family sail warships, momentarily blinded by the intense beams of light, found it difficult to see the vessel fleeing ahead and were compelled to halt their bombardment. After all, their trajectory was directly towards the fortress of the 16th Division, precisely where the searchlights were focused. On the deck, a man with a mask and a hairstyle reminiscent of a Xian furrowed his brow deeply. He then retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket. BRR, master. This is Gladiolus. Have you captured them? We were close, but some complications arose. What happened? The expression of Doflamingo, simulated by the transponder snail, shifted suddenly. They are less than a nautical mile ahead of me, but they are positioned at the entrance of the 16th Division, and the Navy has already intervened, demanding we leave immediately. The 16th Division, Sean Campbell S. You mean? Indeed. Ignore them. If they dare to take action, teach them a harsh lesson. I will handle the aftermath. Yes, master. Doflamingo was well aware of Sean's existence and had taken note of him. However, based on the public records, Sean did not boast significant achievements. He had merely defeated a non-hockey-using informant from CP9 and a few pirate crews from the East Blue. From this perspective, Doflamingo did not regard Sean as particularly formidable. Even if he possessed the strength of a Commodore, he would certainly not be a match for Gladiolus. As for attacking the Navy, while it might pose challenges for other warlords, it was of no concern to him. After all, he held a secret regarding the celestial dragons. No matter how troublesome it became, could it compare to the troubles he had faced when seizing treasures from the heavens? With Doflamingo's orders, Gladiolus felt no further hesitation and commanded the 2 sail warships to charge towards the naval division. Witnessing this, the Navy atop the defensive wall immediately began to calibrate their fortress cannons. This large-caliber artillery can achieve a maximum range of 5 kilometers. While this distance may seem rather feeble by the standards of Xian's previous life, in the world of pirates, it is remarkably formidable. However, due to the artillery's considerable size, it cannot be mounted on warships and is relegated solely to fortification defense. Captain, the 4 fortress cannons near the main gate are fully calibrated. Commence intimidation fire. Understood, Captain. Boom, 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 boom. For massive cannonballs were instantaneously discharged from the barrels, aimed at the vessels fleeing 2 nautical miles away, situated between the 2 sailing warships. Fortunately, with nearly a nautical mile of separation between them, even if the cannonballs veered off course, they were unlikely to strike either warship directly. The projectiles employed by the fortress cannons possessed explosive power several times greater than that of the typical cannons found on sailing warships, creating a terrifying surge of water hundreds of meters in front of the 2 vessels. Not good. The Navy has opened fire. It's the fortress cannons. What are we afraid of? That is merely intimidation fire. The Navy would not dare to directly attack us. Continue advancing. Observing his crew's growing anxiety, Gladiolus bellowed decisively. Indeed. As he surmised, the cannon fire from the defensive wall was merely a show of force. After 2 more rounds of cannon fire, And upon noticing that the two sailing warships showed no intent to cease their advance, the bombardment subsided. Witnessing this, the pirates aboard the two sailing ships erupted into gleeful laughter. As expected, the Navy dares not attack us, the 7 warlords. Pathetic Navy. If you have the guts, fire again. I stand right here. Do you dare to test me with a shot? Ha ha ha, these fools only dare to perform a few rounds of intimidation fire against us. Let us get a little closer and return the favor with some intimidation fire of our own. Excellent idea. Let us do it. The pirates were exceedingly brazen. However, shortly thereafter, the imposing fortress gates of the defensive wall swung open. A large warship swiftly emerged. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of all the pirates changed dramatically. In terms of cannon fire capability, no pirate crew, not even those among the 7 warlords or in the New World, could rival the Navy's warships. Among the Navy's fleet, aside from the 4 super battleships commanded by the 3 admirals and Garp, the large warship constituted the Navy's absolute backbone. What defines a large warship? It refers to vessels of the caliber comparable to those sanctioned by the Navy's demon-slaying order, equipped with cannons significantly larger than standard naval armaments. Situated between ordinary ship cannons and fortress cannons, capable of exceeding a maximum range of 3 kilometers, with an accurate range far surpassing 1 kilometer. To strike at the 2 medium-sized sailing vessels, excluding the presence of powerful individuals aboard, would be akin to an adult striking a child, entirely effortless. How could there be a large Navy warship in the East Blue? Could it be that a certain rear admiral from headquarters is inspecting this area? Seeing this massive warship, many pirates began to murmur in doubt. After all, in their understanding, such a class of warship is typically possessed only by the Navy headquarters in the G-series branches. Aside from the 10 vessels of the demon-slaying order, the rest are the exclusive transports of Navy rear admirals. In the East Blue, not only is there a lack of rear admirals, but even if there were, those in the 4 Seas branches would never qualify to command ships of this caliber. This is due to the fact that the Navy in the 4 Seas is distinct from that in the Grand Line. The disparity is not merely nominal. For example, a colonel from the 4 Seas would, at most, be equivalent to a major at headquarters. This holds true in terms of both strength and authority. Of course, there are exceptions, such as those dispatched from headquarters to the 4 Seas for training while retaining their ranks. Smoker from Roguetown is one such case. Even though he was ultimately sent to the West Sea due to dissatisfaction with certain matters within the Navy, he held the rank of colonel while at headquarters. Quiet down. Continue advancing. The Navy dares not and cannot directly attack us, for the young master is one of the 7 warlords recognized by the world government. The previously anxious pirates regained their composure upon hearing Gladiolus's words. Indeed, what are we afraid of? The young master is one of the 7 warlords. The Navy is not permitted to directly engage the 7 warlords. There is truly nothing to fear. Aboard the large warship of the 16th branch, Commander, the intimidation fire has had no effect. The Don Quixote family-s sailing warships continue to advance toward us. The warship will continue to advance, intercepting the Don Quixote family's pursuit while guiding the sailing vessel into the fortress, then sealing the fortress gates. Yes, Commander. Next, we shall see how the Don Quixote family chooses to act once their pursuit options are entirely cut off. Will they withdraw? Or will they attempt to assault the Navy in a bid to force their way into the 16th branch to capture more individuals? They'd better choose the latter, otherwise it would be rather dull. 075 The battle commences more than 10 minutes later. Due to the intense illumination from numerous searchlights, the pirates had no choice but to abandon their thoughts of continuing to bombard. After all, the direct glare made it nearly impossible to discern the situation ahead, even rendering their eyes nearly unable to open. They were not like Zephyr, who could don sunglasses. Under the guidance of the 16th branch, the fleeing sailing vessel finally entered the fortress. Subsequently, the fortress gates began to close slowly, and the searchlight ceased to illuminate the 2 sailing vessels directly. This scene infuriated Gladiolus directly. He discerned that although the opposing navy would not launch a direct assault on them, such a situation rendered him incapable of capturing anyone. Unless, of course, he truly decided to assault the naval stronghold. Initially, he harbored no significant concerns about attacking a naval branch from across the seas. However, the emergence of the Navy's formidable warships stirred a sense of unease within him. Had there been a vice admiral aboard that warship, it would have been a dire situation for me. Reluctantly, I resorted to using the communication device once more to reach out to Don Quixote Doflamingo. Upon hearing this news, Doflamingo furrowed his brow slightly and instructed Gladius to hold on before he would contact him again. Just a minute later, Doflamingo called back. Gladius, I have confirmed that no vice admiral from the Navy headquarters is inspecting the East Sea. That warship was purchased by Xian Campbell himself, which means it is manned solely by Xian and at most 100 Marines. Now I understand. There is no cause for concern. We shall proceed directly and retrieve the individual swiftly. I will handle the aftermath. Yes, young master. After hanging up, Gladius breathed a sigh of relief. He harbored no doubt regarding Doflamingo's ability to swiftly verify intelligence. For the Don Quixote family, this was merely standard protocol. Did you hear that, everyone? There is no vice admiral on the opposing side, merely a wealthy descendant of an East Sea noble. Shall we strike directly? No. Given that it is a large naval warship, we shall approach cautiously and, Once within a sufficient distance, launch a surprise attack. Shaking his head, Gladius remarked. After all, there remained a mile between them. To initiate an assault at this juncture would be sheer folly. At this distance, their cannon fodder would pose little threat, while the enemy's formidable warship could easily bombard them. Although he was present to mitigate the danger of cannon fire, he could only shield one sailing ship, leaving the other vulnerable to sinking. They advanced slowly, feigning a negotiation, and when the distance closed to within 300 meters, both ships unleashed their firepower simultaneously, catching the enemy off guard. This is indeed the finest choice. The two sailing warships gradually approached, their pace unhurried and devoid of any hostile maneuvers. The initial impression upon witnessing this scene is unmistakable. It is imperative to engage in negotiation rather than any other course of action. As time progresses, the distance between the two parties dwindles to a mere 300 meters. Now is the moment to fire. Boom, boom, boom. Though lacking the might of a naval battleship, the two sailing warships of Gladius each possess 8 cannons. Even if these are not the specialized naval guns mounted on fixed bases as found on larger warships, but rather land artillery adapted for naval use, they still hold a degree of accuracy at this less than 300-meter range. Gladius is confident in this strike. However, the vacuum slash is unleashed from 3 positions on the naval vessel, precisely intercepting the incoming cannonballs and obliterating them midair. The Navy's 6th style, gale foot, executed by no less than 3 individuals. Gladius's eyes narrowed in realization. Perhaps the locals of the East Sea are too inexperienced to recognize the Navy's 6th style. But surely the pirates of the New World would be well aware. Many of them could even replicate a few of its techniques. Thus, Gladius immediately discerned that these vacuum slashes were not the work of a swordsman, but rather a manifestation of the gale foot from the Navy's 6th style. Most crucially, it is evident that at least one individual aboard that warship is proficient in gale foot, and judging by the vacuum slashes they unleashed, the prowess of these 3 individuals is undoubtedly formidable. Full speed ahead. Indeed, at this moment, there was no time for hesitation. Gladiolus continued to command the sailing warships to unleash their cannon fire while urging his subordinates to accelerate forward. According to Doflamingo, the official naval personnel of the 16th Division should number only around 100, which still left us with a numerical advantage. After all, the 2 sailing warships were manned by 300 pirates, and these were not the ordinary scoundrels of the East Blue, but rather the formidable pirates of the New World. Even among the rank and file, they were capable of taking on the division's marines single-handedly. In terms of combat prowess, these ruffians typically ranged from levels 12 to 15. Just as Gladiolus was directing the 2 sailing vessels to charge aboard the large warship of the 16th Division. Have all the evidence been captured? Yes. Everything has been recorded, Commander, responded a marine holding a transponder snail. Excellent. Now we can proceed with full force. Close in. Aye, Commander. On the foredeck. Aside from the marines maneuvering the ship, approximately 80 fully armed marines had assembled. Before them stood Rob Luchi, Kaku, and Gabra. Meanwhile, behind the warship, the instructors from the training camp had awakened all the recruits and brought them here to witness the clash between the Navy and the pirates. After all, the recruits had yet to participate in any real combat training, and this served as an invaluable opportunity for them to broaden their horizons. At that moment, from the bow of the warship, a brilliant blue crescent cleaved through the sea, aimed directly at one of the sailing warships. As it passed, the ocean surface was split apart, with water rushing in from both sides. In the next instant, that sailing warship was cleaved in half, leaving the recruits utterly astonished by the sight of a medium-sized vessel being bisected with a single blow. This extraordinary scene, birthed in the East China Sea. Had they ever witnessed anything like it before? As both vessels accelerated towards one another, the distance of less than 300 meters was swiftly diminished, and the large and small ships came alongside each other. The boarding battle commenced. Luchi and his 2 companions, each accompanied by a combat team, leaped onto the pirate ship, while the remaining squad, under the command of a captain, utilized their elevated position to execute precise shots from the side of the warship downwards. After all, the naval warship, being a large vessel, boasted a height advantage of 7 to 8 meters over Gladius' medium-sized sailing ship. The sensation was reminiscent of Xian's encounter aboard a medium-sized warship with the formidable HMS Dreadnought. At that moment, Gladius was enveloped by an ominous feeling. The recent strike that had felled his vice ship imparted a sense of dread that surpassed even that of Diamante. Yet, with circumstances being what they were, he could only muster the resolve to press forward. At the very least, he believed his forces held a numerical advantage. However, it was not long before an astonishing scene unfolded before his eyes. The pirates at the forefront were unceremoniously hurled aside by the 3 officers opposing them. Even the ordinary sailors, with remarkable efficiency, dispatched Gladius's pirates in mere moments. This is absurd. The elite marines of this unit are not so formidable. Yet, little does he know, after consuming the first-class jerky for over 3 months, coupled with rigorous training, the Marines of the 16th Division now possess a spiritual power exceeding 50, making it almost embarrassing for them to engage in casual conversation. Thus, even though they are significantly stronger than the ruffians of the East Sea, the 60 members of the 16th Division easily and joyfully subdue the 100 or so pirates. Furthermore, The squad firing from the side of the warship comprises the 20 most skilled marksmen selected from seasoned veterans. In comparison, the pirate thugs are utterly overwhelmed. Gladius has fallen. In less than 2 minutes, apart from the 20 or so surrounding Gladius, all other pirates lay defeated on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Gladius's eyelids twitched. Step aside. He forcefully pushed away several pirates in front of him and raised his right hand. Stone bombardment. A volley of stone spheres swiftly shot forth from the gear mechanism. However, these were not mere physical attacks. They were imbued with Gladius's devil fruit powers. Although small upon release, the spheres rapidly expanded during their flight. Xian, having read the original story, was well aware of the devastating effect of this move. Upon impact, a violent explosion would ensue. Though Gladius was not the highest-ranking officer of the Doflamingo family, he was certainly among the ordinary cadre, far beyond what his subordinates could currently contend with. Thus, Xian decisively intervened. With remarkable speed, he executed 5 swift kicks, sending Gladius's 5 stone spheres flying away. Although an explosion would occur upon impact if one moved swiftly enough, it was possible to kick them away a sufficient distance before detonation. This bears a striking resemblance to the scene in the original work, where Rayleigh removes the slave collar and discards it. The crux lies in the velocity. In the next instant, a series of thunderous explosions echoed through the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Gladiolus widened his eyes in disbelief. Good heavens, this individual is certainly not of brigadier rank. He must possess at least the prowess of a major or even a rear admiral. Merely this display from Xian has led Gladiolus to the grim realization that he may not stand a chance against him, not to mention the 3 colonels adept in the Marine 6 powers, who were equally formidable. Unless, total annihilation. Gritting his teeth, Gladiolus uttered a low growl. Suddenly, his entire body began to inflate like a balloon, swelling larger and larger. Roosh, cease at once. At that moment, noticing Roosh's movements beside him, Xian hurriedly called out. Although he was uncertain of Gladiolus's intentions, Roosh instinctively sensed that it could not bode well. Determined to subdue him before he could prepare, Roosh was about to act when he saw Xian's left hand raised before him. In his current state, any external force would trigger a colossal explosion, the magnitude of which would rival that of 10 fortress cannons. Moreover, the explosion would not be the sole threat. During this process, his hair would transform into countless toxic needles, launching a comprehensive barrage. Perhaps it would not pose a lethal threat to me, you, Kaku, or Gabra. But it is certain that none of our marine comrades would survive. Hiss. Is it truly possible to do this? At that moment, Luchi understood why Xian sought to impede him. Meanwhile, the Marines collectively gasped in astonishment. This is nothing short of a humanoid superbomb, boasting an extensive range while simultaneously facilitating comprehensive long-range assaults. It is utterly outrageous. Brigadier General, how should we proceed? No worries, gather all the Marines closely, and leave the rest to me. Grasping the thunder, Xian advanced steadily. Indeed, this maneuver presented considerable complications. If only he could employ the technique of void severance, the situation would be effortlessly resolved. Alas, he could currently wield only a level 50 Kido, while void severance belonged to the 81st binding art, a feat beyond his capabilities. Even with complete incantation, however, all was not lost. Navy, my young master is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, possessing legitimate piracy rights. Hand over the individual, and we, the Don Quixote family, will treat today's events as if they never transpired. You are merely a brigadier general. Perhaps you could defeat me. But is the price of countless marine lives truly worth it? Moreover, even if you are willing to pay that price today to capture me, my young master will not let this matter rest easily. How then will you confront the wrath of the Don Quixote family? As Xian approached, the grotesque form of Gladius loomed before him, resembling a colossal sphere, ominously threatening. Yet, Xian paid him no heed and continued his measured advance, speaking to himself. Although I am currently incapable of employing the extensive defense of void severance, I can still establish a smaller-scale protection. Perhaps such limited defense will not safeguard all the Marines behind me, but if I can position it sufficiently close, even directly before you, do you think it can still pose a threat to the Marines at my back? If the range is insufficient, then let us close the distance to minimize the angle of impact from your explosion. With that, Xian stood merely 10 centimeters from Gladius, almost touching him. He raised the thunder and sliced through Gladius, cleaving him in 2. At that moment, due to the external force applied, the latent power of the fruit erupted, igniting just as Gladius's vitality began to wane. The explosion commenced. Simultaneously, Xian let out a low incantation. Binding Art 39, Circular Shield. A circular barrier materialized before him, radiating a deep azure hue. Boom. Like the simultaneous bombardment of numerous fortress cannons, a terrifying explosion erupted instantaneously. Yet, due to the ample spiritual energy Xian infused, the circular shield held firm, as Xian had asserted. Establishing defense at such close proximity maximized the limitation of the explosion's impact angle. Indeed, this proved true. Although the explosion's force was tremendous, the presence of Binding Art 39 Circular Shield confined its potency to the rear and sides. After all, this circular barrier practically adhered to Gladius, resulting in the explosion generating a forward impact of no more than 15 degrees on either side. In other words, within the frontal 180-degree arc. Aside from the two 15-degree angles on the sides, the vast central 150-degree sector was entirely a safe zone. The mere 15-degree angles on either side were insufficient to affect even the large warships positioned behind, let alone the Marines clustered around Xian. Conversely, the remaining 20 or so pirates suffered a grim fate. They were not only blasted away but also pierced by countless toxic barbs, rendering them utterly decimated in an instant. As for the sailing warship they occupied, it too was reduced to mere fragments. The remaining wreckage began to capsize. All personnel returned to the warship. Yes, Brigadier General. These Marines, even the weakest among them, possess a power level exceeding 50. Even if they were to fall into the sea before returning to the ship, they would face no real danger. However, such an occurrence is unlikely, as everyone is remarkably swift in their actions. Some of the more capable individuals did not even use the rope ladder, opting instead to leap directly onto the ship's side from a height of 7 or 8 meters. Brigadier, there may still be some surviving pirates. What course of action should we take? Have everyone inspect the warship thoroughly. It is imperative to be meticulous, especially considering the magnitude of the recent explosion. We must ensure that no damage has been inflicted upon the vessel. Understood, Brigadier. Luchi immediately grasped Xian's intent and set about organizing the inspection. After all, it is a large warship, and every nook and cranny must be examined. An hour may not suffice, so 2 hours will be allocated, and if that proves insufficient, then 3 hours shall be spent. Ultimately, the outcome will certainly be, just as all the already severely injured pirates are drowned, the inspection will be completed, leaving no time to rescue them. Indeed, this is to prioritize the safety of the Marines, as well as the large warship, a vital asset of the Navy. 077 from the research team of the Vinsmoke family, the Grand Line. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku, what has transpired that requires an emergency meeting at such a late hour? Karp, with his usual carefree demeanor, entered the conference room as the last to arrive. The stationed admirals, Kizaru, Akiji, and Tsuru, were already present. Please watch a segment of footage. This was just sent over by Xian half an hour ago. After gesturing for Karp to take a seat, Sengoku began to play the recently received video materials. In the footage, 2 sailing warships belonging to the Don Quixote family gradually approached the Navy's vessel. Subsequently, upon closing the distance to 300 meters, they suddenly launched an assault. A barrage of cannonballs rained down upon the warship, yet fortunately, individuals like Luchi, who hail from CP9 and are adept in the 6 forms of the Navy, effortlessly intercepted all the projectiles. The footage concluded at this point. According to Xian's report, approximately an hour prior, they had discovered 2 sailing warships from the Don Quixote family attacking a civilian vessel, with the incident occurring about 2 nautical miles outside the 16th branch fortress. What? That scoundrel Doflamingo has come to the East Blue to stir trouble, and right outside the Navy's fortress no less. What is he attempting to achieve? Upon hearing this, Karp was instantly incensed. This is the East Blue, his homeland. How dare Doflamingo act with such audacity? The most egregious aspect is the proximity of the assault to the Navy's fortress. Does this not constitute a provocation? Even if one possesses the legal right to plunder, such an approach is hardly justifiable. And the outcome? Ignoring Karp's agitation, Tsuru spoke in a calm tone. According to the report, upon discovering the situation, Xian promptly led the Marines into action, thwarting the assailants and ensuring the safety of the civilian vessel as it entered the fortress. What followed was the footage you just witnessed. Xian initially believed they were coming to negotiate, but once the distance closed, they launched an attack instead. Following the battle, all pirates were eradicated, including Gladius, one of Doflamingo's officers. If Akainu were present at this moment, he would undoubtedly be furious, declaring, I have always said that the Shichibukai are untrustworthy. I would march to Dressrosa and capture Doflamingo myself. But regrettably, he is currently stationed at the G1 branch in the New World. Marshal, this situation may prove quite troublesome. After all, Doflamingo has lost an officer, and he is unlikely to let this slide, Akiji remarked after a moment of contemplation. This is the distinction. In the same situation, Akainu's immediate instinct is to take the initiative, directly apprehending Don Quixote Doflamingo for prosecution. After all, it was an assault on the Navy, a grave violation of the 7 Warlords Code. And even if the Navy were to take action, the world government would find it difficult to contest. However, Akiji's thoughts diverge. After this incident, what kind of troubles will arise, and how should we address the aftermath? Meanwhile, Kazara seems to be preoccupied with grooming his nails, as if he has heard nothing at all. In the current era of the 3 admirals, aside from Akainu, the other 2 genuinely find themselves at a loss for words. Sengoku, along with the evidence, should report this matter to the world government. After all, you are aware of Doflamingo's other identity. Simultaneously, we must enhance our surveillance of the Don Quixote family to prevent Doflamingo from becoming enraged and taking action against Xian in the East Blue. As for Borsellino, the mobile force of the headquarters, it is best for him to remain on standby for 24 hours. Should anything occur in the 16th Division, he can provide immediate assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Tsuru, the chief of staff of the Navy headquarters, offered her insights. As for the notion of directly apprehending Doflamingo and stripping him of his position as a warlord of the sea, Tsuru knew Sengoku would certainly disapprove. Hence she chose not to mention it. Under this premise, she proposed a corresponding course of action. However, Kizaru, who was nonchalantly tending to his nails, suddenly could not remain calm. What? Am I to be on standby for 24 hours? This is absolutely unacceptable. Unless a raise is in order. Triple. No. It must be quintuple the salary. Very well, that shall be the arrangement. Wait, I have something to say. Borsellino, do you have any questions? Marshal, I'm fine with overtime. But we need to clarify how the overtime pay will be calculated. As before, triple salary, are you satisfied? No, this time it's a 24-hour standby. We need to increase the payment. Silence, it has been decided. The meeting is adjourned. Damn it, the other Navy personnel work overtime daily without receiving extra pay. You, on the other hand, always clock out on time. When you finally have to work extra, you demand additional compensation. Fine. You shall receive triple pay for every instance of overtime. Yet, now even that is insufficient, and you audaciously request 5 times the amount, ignoring Huang Yuan. Sengoku promptly exited the conference room, followed swiftly by the other 3, leaving Huang Yuan behind to ponder his existence. A 24-hour standby, yet only triple pay, how utterly dreadful. I am, after all, a vice admiral. Such exploitation is intolerable. East Sea. Outside the 16th Division Fortress. Brigadier General, the inspection of the warship has been completed. And no navigational threats have been detected. Excellent. What of the pirates? Are there any survivors? None. It appears we missed the optimal rescue window during our inspection. Is that so? What a pity. But since they are pirates, it matters little. Return to the fortress. Understood, Brigadier General. Listening to the exchange between Xian and Luchi, Kaku and Gabra were left bewildered. They noticed that Luchi's demeanor seemed to have changed significantly. He even engaged in a serious yet nonsensical conversation with Xian. Over 10 minutes later, the warship returned to the fortress and docked at the harbor on the central island. Where are the rescued individuals? Upon descending the gangway, Xian inquired of an ensign at the port. Report, Brigadier General, they appear to have gone several days without food and have already been sent to the mess hall. Understood. Please inform them that once they have filled their stomachs, they are to meet me in the conference room of the division building. Yes, Brigadier General. An hour later, Xian finally encountered the rescued individuals in the conference room. His eyes immediately brightened. There were 27 of them, but that was not the key detail. The crux was that each of them wore white lab coats, albeit tattered at this moment. Moreover, they all appeared rather frail. This led Xian to entertain a conjecture. Could it be that? Are these individuals all researchers? Brigadier Xian, I am immensely grateful for your rescue. I am Redis. Upon reflection, Xian expressed that he had not heard of this individual, as there was no mention of him in the original work. Who are you? And why is the Don Quixote family pursuing you? We were initially a research team from the Vinsmoke family. Although we managed to escape, we were soon apprehended by Don Quixote da Flamingo, who subsequently demanded that we develop weaponry for him. So, you escaped once more? Indeed. After all, he is a pirate. And we discovered that Da Flamingo is also an underground arms dealer, selling weapons worldwide and causing countless tragedies. Thus, we pretended to comply with him while secretly preparing for over a year, ultimately achieving our successful escape. Upon hearing this, Xian's interest was piqued. A research team focused on weaponry, originating from the Vinsmoke family. In this pirate world, there are few places that are technologically advanced beyond the normal standards. And the Vinsmoke family undoubtedly stands among them. This vessel is filled with exceptional individuals. It has become clear why the Don Quixote family pursued us all the way to the East Sea, even resorting to attacking the Navy in their relentless quest to capture us. What plans do you have moving forward? We cannot place our trust in others. And I am uncertain. Regarding the development of weaponry, I wonder if Brigadier Xian could offer us protection? Indeed, throughout our flight, Redis and his team of researchers have found it increasingly difficult to trust anyone. The Navy is no exception. After all, they have sought help from various naval branches or bases multiple times, yet the outcomes were far from favorable. It was only upon arriving at the East Sea and encountering Xian that a glimmer of hope appeared. In Redis's eyes, Xian, with his noble lineage, commanded respect, especially considering that the world government had publicly acknowledged its wrongdoing. Aside from returning the assets wrongfully seized from the Campbell family and providing a compensation of 10 billion berries, they even dismissed a significant number of high-ranking officials and a host of nobles from the Grimda Kingdom. Redis does not believe this to be a hasty decision by the world government. There must be deeper, undisclosed reasons at play. Furthermore, Xian was the only one who extended a helping hand during their harrowing escape, even going as far as eliminating subordinates of Don Quixote da Flamingo. If they were to seek a protector, it was evident that Xian was the most suitable ally within their reach. Indeed, our branch is currently in the process of establishing a research institute to develop a new generation of naval weaponry. If you're willing to join us, I would be more than pleased. What? Establishing a research institute? Upon hearing this, Treese's eyes widened in astonishment. While everyone acknowledges the significance of scientific research, few factions possess the resources to engage in it. Take the member states of the world government, for instance. The majority struggle even to gather the annual gold necessary for their operations, let alone invest in technology. To achieve success, a research institute typically requires an annual investment of several billion berries. Presently, only the Navy and the Vinsmoke family seem capable of navigating this realm effectively. As for Doflamingo or Kaido, they are merely dabbling in small endeavors, lacking the vast scientific personnel or the substantial funding necessary for sustained research. Relying solely on Caesar and Queen will never yield significant results. However, upon reflection, Xian possesses considerable financial resources, 200 billion berries in returned assets, supplemented by 100 billion in compensation, totaling 300 billion berries. If he were to invest 20 to 30 billion annually in conventional weaponry development, he could undoubtedly manage it. Yet Trees remains unaware that, in addition to the widely known 300 billion berries, Xian also holds over 100 billion acquired from Creek. Thus, even after purchasing a plethora of equipment, armaments, and warships, as well as spending over 40 billion berries to construct the branch fortress, Xian still retains nearly 400 billion berries. Indeed, the 16th branch has just completed its reconstruction, but few are aware that during the rebuilding process, a significant underground space was created. This space is earmarked for the research institute I envision. Furthermore, I can assure you that all your scientific achievements will contribute to a just cause. Xian did not speak recklessly to retain Redas and his team. From the outset, the plan to establish a research institute and recruit local scientists to enhance weapon technology was already in motion. After all, the weaponry in this world is exceedingly outdated. One might argue that the scientific capabilities within the pirate world are lacking, but that is not entirely accurate. Consider the pacifista created by Vegapunk, even in my previous life. That would have been considered cutting-edge technology. Similarly, the Vinsmoke family's clone army and battle suits are quite impressive. So why has the development of ordinary firearms stagnated? It appears that the technological advancements in the pirate world have veered off course. Additionally, there is a distinct lack of proper direction. Although Xian may not grasp the intricacies of scientific research, he possesses basic knowledge from his past life that could provide local scientists with guidance, be it in firearms, artillery, or munitions. For instance, if Xian were to instruct Redas and his team to engrave rifling inside the barrels and to design bullets in a pointed shape akin to those in his previous life, or to suggest modern feeding and firing mechanisms, would they not quickly achieve a breakthrough in firearm technology? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. Therefore, Xian need not be a scientific expert. He simply needs to offer Trees and the others a conceptual direction based on his previous knowledge, allowing them to handle the rest. Xian even believes that the scientific capabilities of the pirate world scholars may, in many respects, surpass those from his past life. In light of Xian's enthusiastic invitation and earnest commitment, what further objections could Redas possibly raise? He swiftly agreed. Xian then informed him that the research institute was currently devoid of any equipment, merely a vast and empty underground structure. They could request any necessary apparatus without concern for financial constraints. In summary, he declared, I am a fool with abundant funds. His lavish demeanor was unmistakable. Once all matters were settled, Xian engaged Redas in discussions about his perspectives on firearm development and various ideas. Immediately, Trees was astonished. Engraving rifling within the barrel and altering the bullet to a pointed shape? He quickly pondered the feasibility of such modifications. The conclusion was, entirely feasible. This is indeed a stroke of genius. At this moment, Tress was utterly in awe of Xian, feeling an overwhelming desire to commence work immediately to bring this magnificent idea to fruition. Unfortunately, there were no available resources at hand, rendering any research efforts impossible. He could only bide his time. The two engaged in conversation throughout the night, despite Tress's body being weary from 2 months of evasion. Nevertheless, he remained in a state of exhilaration. The following day, Tress and all his research personnel, under Xian's arrangement, officially enlisted in the Navy, becoming part of the 16th Division. However, due to the limitations of the division leader's authority, he could not directly appoint officers above the rank of lieutenant, as promotions for officers of the rank of captain and above required prior approval from the headquarters. Xian was also reluctant to reveal Tress and his associates too soon. Thus, Tress was temporarily bestowed the rank of lieutenant, while his other research personnel were all designated as second lieutenants. In truth, Tress was indifferent to the rank. What truly concerned him was when the research equipment would arrive. At that moment, Xian, holding the procurement list provided by Tress, couldn't he help but exhibit a bittersweet smile. Although he had previously spoken boldly, the sight of the list and the projected costs caused him some discomfort. The total procurement would likely amount to around 8 billion berries. And that was merely the initial investment for the research institute. Well, since he had already made such grand claims and felt a profound need for these resources, cost became a secondary concern. Regardless of the expenses, they had to proceed. After all, he was indeed financially equipped. The only issue lay in the fact that a portion of the equipment could not be acquired through conventional channels. Although he believed that reaching out to Sengoku might allow for procurement through special means, the dilemma was that he would have to disclose the reason behind the acquisition of these devices. Luchi, you were once an intelligence officer for CP9. Do you have any connections in the underworld? Yes, many of our previous missions were related to the underworld, he replied. Well then, I have a list here that I need you to assist in procuring from the underworld, even if the prices are exorbitant. It must remain confidential that the purchaser is our 16th Division. Is that understood? Absolutely. Luchi nodded affirmatively as he took the list. For him, this matter was exceedingly simple. Indeed, speed was of the essence, as the research department awaited its utilization. Yes, Brigadier. The situation with you is rather awkward. 8 billion worth of various equipment. Among them, approximately 50 billion can be procured through conventional channels. However, there are also over 20 billion worth of equipment that cannot be obtained through standard means. Nevertheless, within a mere 3 days, Luchi delivered a definitive answer to Xian. It has been confirmed that all these items are indeed available for purchase, albeit at exorbitant prices, marked up by 100%. In other words, equipment originally valued at 27 billion now has an underground market price of 54 billion. Although this entails an unnecessary expenditure of 27 billion berries, it is deemed worthwhile. Without further contemplation, Shien uttered a single word to Luchi. Bye. After Luchi departed, another individual let out a soft sigh. A strategy to acquire funds must be devised, lest one soon finds oneself in a state of destitution. Once the pirate guerrilla squad is established, a jaunt along the Grand Line shall be in order, perhaps even a visit to the Sky Island. Dressrosa, young master. It has been 3 days since Gladius has been unreachable. Could something have happened? I have dispatched someone to investigate, and I believe news will arrive shortly. Even if he has indeed been captured due to defeat, the Navy would not dare to take lethal action. At this moment, for Doflamingo, Gladius was not the primary concern, as he understood that the Navy would likely only detain him. Once confirmed, he could directly petition Sengoku for Gladius' release. The true source of his anxiety lay with the group of researchers. Their expertise in weaponry was of significant importance to him, but more critically, having spent a year under his employ, they possessed considerable knowledge that must not fall into the hands of others. They absolutely could not be allowed to be captured. BR. At that very moment, the transponder snail rang unexpectedly. This particular transponder snail was special, and Doflamingo instantly recognized the caller. However, he did not dismiss the others present, as the individuals with him were the highest-ranking members of the family, and they were all aware of the caller's identity. Virgo. What is the status? Still no leads, but I have just received an order from headquarters that may be pertinent to this situation. What order? The headquarters has instructed me to maintain strict surveillance over all family activities from now on. Any significant individuals departing must be reported immediately. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's eyes narrowed slightly behind his sunglasses. If it were merely Gladius who had been apprehended, the headquarters should not have deemed such measures necessary. It is quite evident that there are concerns regarding the potential for madness and vengeance. If one is capable of succumbing to such madness, could it be that Gladius has already? Virgo, you are to execute the orders from the Navy headquarters, but I require you to leave a loophole. What loophole? You're behaving in such a manner. Half a month later, East Sea, the 16th Division of the Navy. Various equipment has been arriving in succession and is being transported to the underground research facility. Reytes and his colleagues have all immersed themselves in their work. However, what Xian did not anticipate was that within a mere week, the research department had produced its first achievement. Although it was merely a simple modification of the existing standard rifle, incorporating a rifle barrel and utilizing modern ammunition, it marked a revolutionary advancement in this world of pirates. The effective range was elevated from approximately 100 meters to over 200 meters, while the maximum range astonishingly reached 600 meters. Moreover, the enhancement in firepower was particularly striking. During the testing phase, Luchi, serving as a humanoid target, personally assessed the weapon's potency. With the previous standard rifle, Luchi felt no pain when struck, regardless of where he was hit. However, this newly modified rifle, with its improved barrel and ammunition, caused him to furrow his brow upon being hit. Although it still failed to penetrate his iron block, he felt a twinge of pain. In contemplating the situation, he realized that if Khalifa, Bruno, and the others were to be subjected to concentrated fire from this rifle, they could indeed sustain injuries. For the first time, Luchi's perception of rifles underwent a transformation. It is worth noting that he had previously held a dismissive view of such weaponry. Of course, this was merely an affirmation of new technology, as it was a modification of the existing rifle and not the true objective of Xian or Reytes. The research facility was poised to conduct further technological validations and ultimately design a novel, groundbreaking rifle. In the office, have Luchi and Khalifa returned? They will arrive in succession over the next 3 days. However, the Brigadier General, the headquarters has reported that they are continuously monitoring Dressrosa and have detected no anomalies. So it should be. Do you know who the headquarters has tasked with surveillance? The G5 division near Dressrosa, led by Vice Admiral Virgo. It is said that his mastery of dual hockey is quite commendable, placing him among the more formidable officers in the Navy. Indeed, but therein lies the issue. Let me share something with you. In truth, Virgo is an undercover agent, his true identity being a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family. In that moment, even Luchi's expression underwent a significant change. This revelation was simply too outrageous. A Vice Admiral of the Navy as an undercover agent for pirates? Nevertheless, despite the shock, Luchi would not doubt Xian's words. After such a prolonged period, Luchi had grown accustomed to the fact that, regardless of how outrageous Xian's assertions might be, they ultimately proved to be accurate. However, Such a statement could lead to significant complications. It would entail having the highest-ranking officials of the Tashigi family monitor the Tashigi family itself. Is this truly beneficial? Then, should we consider? No. There is no evidence. Discussing it would be futile. Even if the department believes my words and initiates an investigation, it would take months to uncover anything substantial. One must not underestimate an individual who has successfully infiltrated the Navy for over a decade without detection, even ascending to the rank of Rear Admiral. However, should the entire Don Quixote family come after us, the branch would be in grave peril. Luchi may be arrogant, but that does not imply he is foolish. While dealing with Gladius may not pose a significant challenge, the Don Quixote family consists of pirates well-versed in the New World, with numerous officers possessing haki. Especially among the highest-ranking officials, even Luchi finds them formidable. After all, he is not yet the Luchi of 3 or 5 years hence, as depicted in the original narrative. Now, turning our gaze to the 16th branch, apart from Instructor Sanders, only Luchi himself has shown signs of haki awakening. As for the others, furthermore, although the branch currently boasts over 300 Marines, the majority remain in basic training, with only the initial 100 truly capable of confronting New World pirates. Clearly, this situation is quite disadvantageous. Rest assured, the Don Quixote family will not mount a full-scale assault. After all, Virgo has been their undercover agent for over a decade. Should Virgo be compelled to make a deliberate blunder, leading their entire faction to the East Blue unbeknownst to the Navy? Even if Virgo manages to conceal his true identity, it would undoubtedly signify a grave dereliction of duty, making future entry into the Navy's core exceedingly difficult. Doflamingo is unlikely to incur such significant costs for our sake. Therefore, I surmise he may instruct Virgo to intentionally create minor oversights in his deployment, allowing a select few officers to evade Navy surveillance and make their way to the East Blue, likely accompanied by a high-ranking official. The most probable candidate would be the block army under Doflamingo, that so-called combat group. Here, take this information and review it thoroughly with Kaku and the others. As he spoke, Xian pushed a stack of documents across the table. This document was meticulously crafted based on his own recollections. It encompasses the personalities, habits, tactics, and vulnerabilities of Diamante, the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote pirates, as well as several of his subordinate officers. Additionally, it includes various recommendations, such as who is best suited to confront whom and the strategies by which one might vanquish the other. The detail is astonishing, to the point that Luchi was rendered speechless. As the head of the intelligence department, I find the intelligence provided by our own brigadier to be even more formidable. Such an undertaking leaves our intelligence division in a rather awkward position, does it not? The atmosphere in the office is somewhat peculiar, particularly evident in Luchi's unnaturally tense expression. Xian can only offer a resigned smile, sensing that the information he provided has seemingly struck a nerve with Luchi. Well, don't wear that long face. After all, they're the 7 warlords, and our headquarters naturally possesses detailed files on each of them. I merely transcribed what I had previously reviewed during my time at the headquarters. Upon uttering those words, the expression of the speaker noticeably softened. So that is the case. After all, the Navy headquarters possesses detailed information on each of the 7 warlords, which is only to be expected. As for the reason for such thorough details, the headquarters indeed has an intelligence department, and it is rumored that the Navy has had multiple encounters with Don Quixote Doflamingo in the past. Well, although there remain some reservations, it can be begrudgingly acknowledged and more readily accepted. Prepare to proceed, and also inform Old Man Sanders to summon Ace for participation in this battle. Consider it a practical training exercise in advance. Understood. Luchi nodded. Ace's strength is commendable. It is said that his current combat power has surpassed 400. And while it has not reached the superhuman level as stated by CP9, he is indeed a Logia-type Devil Fruit user. Even those like Khalifa, who barely attain the superhuman level, may find it challenging to contend with him. It can be said that within the 16th branch, he is already regarded as a significant combat force. Within the Combelt, a large merchant vessel, propelled by auxiliary power wheels, was advancing slowly. However, this vessel, which appeared to be commercial on the surface, was filled entirely with pirates, over 300 individuals. Even among the ranks of Don Quixote Doflamingo, these pirates are undoubtedly among the strongest, because they are the block army. They also bear another moniker, that being the fighting group. The highest-ranking officer among them is Diamante, with 4 ordinary officers under his command, Lao Ji, Mahabais, Dellinger, and Senior Pink. Each one of them is undeniably a powerhouse in combat. Not only are these officers formidable, but the over 300 pirates under their command are equally capable. It is essentially a given that one can take on 2 or 3 ordinary Marines without difficulty. Of course, the term ordinary Marines refers to those with a combat power of 10 to 12. After traversing the Combelt, we shall reach the site of the incident involving Gladius in 7 days, specifically at the 16th branch of the East Blue. Humph. Those who dare to harm our Don Quixote family members, if Gladius emerges unscathed, all will be well. Otherwise, that fellow named Xian Campbell shall undoubtedly meet a most dreadful end. However, no, we cannot take lethal action against Xian Campbell. On the deck, the conversing individuals paused in surprise and turned their heads. They beheld Diamante approaching slowly. Why not? Isn't he merely a Navy brigadier general? Prior to departure, the young master had sought the 5 elders, requesting them to directly command a navy to release the captured individuals, including Treble. Ah, then why must we venture to the East Blue? The 4 were once again taken aback. After all, while they were unaware of what authority their young master wielded, they understood well. Even in the wake of the events surrounding the Sky Island, their young master was still able to leverage his possessions to threaten the world government. Ultimately, not only was there no inquiry, but the young master was also granted the position of a warlord. Thus, it is evident that the world government harbors considerable apprehension regarding what their young master possesses. If it were merely a matter of allowing the Navy to stand down and surrender Treble and others, it should be a simple task, no? And since the issue has ostensibly been resolved, why must we make the journey to the East Blue ourselves? Is it merely to confront Xian for some form of catharsis? It is precisely because of our failure that we have arrived here. Not only did we fail, but those individuals also threatened our young master, forbidding him from causing trouble for Xian in the East Blue. Upon hearing this, the 4 individuals were rendered even more perplexed. Isn't Xian merely a noble from the East China Sea, rather than a celestial dragon? Why is the world government exhibiting such rigidity this time? Unperturbed even by the resources in the hands of the young master? There is no need for speculation. The young master has already commenced an investigation into Xian's background. Nevertheless, the world government's response is decidedly unusual, so it would be prudent to refrain from taking drastic measures until we ascertain the results of our inquiry, lest we inadvertently embroil the young master and the entire family in significant trouble. However, the young master has stated that as long as we do not kill, it is permissible to incapacitate or maim. As for others outside of Xian, they may be dealt with accordingly. Of course, if Tress and the others are not within the branch, we should leave a few alive for interrogation. Upon hearing this, the 4 nodded in agreement. By the way, is everything prepared in the East China Sea? It is all set. Who did we engage? The Buggy Pirates, led by the captain known as Buggy the Clown. For a fee of 1 million berries, he will cooperate with us to execute this performance. Remarkable, securing it for just 1 million berries? These pirates from the East China Sea are indeed rather inexpensive. Diamante was equally speechless. At the same time, on an uninhabited island in the East China Sea, dozens of pirates have transformed into excavators, each wielding tools to dig various holes. Meanwhile, Buggy is holding a tattered map, occasionally directing the crew. Captain, the deal has been finalized over there. It is set for 7 days from now, and they are willing to pay 1 million berries. However, we have always maintained a low profile. Isn't it somewhat inappropriate to stir up trouble with the Navy this time? A concerned pirate hastily approached, voicing his worries. What is there to fear? We will not be directly involved. We are merely putting on a show to allow our employer to charge indirectly. Besides, those pirates from the New World, do you understand the New World? Forget it, you surely don't. Just know that after this performance, there will be no survivors in that branch, and no one will have any knowledge of our presence, so there is no need for concern. In Buggy's view, the 1 million berries is essentially a gift. He need only feign a chase behind the merchant ship when the time comes. As for why those pirates from the New World would target this Navy branch, this has nothing to do with me. Captain, we struck gold. We struck gold. Hurry, bring it over. At that moment, a sudden shout startled Buggy. He immediately began to shout loudly. Soon, 2 dirt-covered pirates carried over a chest. Haha. I knew it. I knew it. This treasure map is genuine. Quickly, pry open the chest for me. Perhaps due to its prolonged burial, the lock on the chest had deteriorated, making it easy to break open. However, when the chest was finally opened, everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. It was filled entirely with stones. Nothing but stones. No, there were a few other items, specifically, a sealed piece of paper. Buggy snatched it up and tore open the outer sealed bag. The paper read, Surprised, are you? Unexpected? Isn't it? After all that searching, I regret to inform you, there is no treasure. This is simply a jest, you scoundrel. 081 the tortoise in the jug. It must be said, Buggy is quite an intriguing character. Although he has unearthed numerous treasure maps, the results have either been counterfeit or already claimed by others. In summary, after all these years, he is yet to discover a genuine treasure. Thus, when someone offers him a mere 1 million berries, he scurries off in delight. There is no choice. He is penniless. After venting his frustrations, Buggy managed to compose himself. After all, he has experienced such setbacks multiple times over the years and has acquired a degree of wisdom. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart for the Navy's 16th Division in 3 days. I, Captain Buggy. 7 days have swiftly elapsed. In the dead of night, a large merchant vessel sped across the sea, closely pursued by a pirate ship that occasionally unleashed cannon fire. At this moment, they were merely a few nautical miles away from the circular defensive wall of the 16th Division's fortress. The vigilant Navy soldiers immediately reported the situation to the central island. Major, according to the report from the soldiers on the defensive wall, the pirates pursuing the merchant ship are none other than Buggy the Clown. Within the office, upon hearing Luchi's report, Xian furrowed his brow slightly. How curious that within such a short span, a second pirate would have pursued so close to home. Moreover, this behavior did not align with Buggy's usual character. He is known for his discretion. After all, he must maintain a low profile, otherwise the Navy in the East Blue might not recognize him. Yet, once he engages in any actions, photos circulated among the higher-ups could easily reveal his identity to many. However, his current conduct is entirely at odds with his low-key demeanor. Unless, who might be aboard that merchant ship? Unclear, it is too dark to ascertain accurately. How then did they identify Buggy's crew, who were farther from the merchant ship? According to the soldiers on the defensive wall, the Buggy pirates had raised numerous torches aboard their ship, enabling them to see the emblem of the Buggy pirates on the sails. So that is it. It is as if they fear we might not recognize them. Xian began to comprehend the situation. He also recalled another matter. Luchi. I remember that when Khalifa and the others returned, they mentioned some intelligence, did they not? Indeed, according to Khalifa, someone was searching for a pirate crew to do business through the underground network in the East Blue. It is said that they ultimately negotiated a reward of 1 million. Given the small sum, we deduced it would not be a significant matter. Furthermore, our focus has been on Doflamingo lately, so we did not conduct a thorough investigation. Luchi nodded in agreement. As he stated, with a reward of merely 1 million berries, how could it possibly be a substantial issue? Moreover, the entire division was preparing to confront Doflamingo, thus, such matters were naturally overlooked for the time being. However, Xian contemplated another possibility. Inform Old Man Sanders to assign all new recruits to the defensive wall and to the main island to take control of the fortifications. Simultaneously, all combat personnel in the division should board 2 medium-sized warships positioned on either side of the fortress gate behind the defensive wall. Once all is prepared, we shall bombard the Buggy pirates to force them back and open the fortress gates to allow the merchant ship to enter. Upon hearing Xian's orders, Luchi immediately grasped the implication. After all, such a deployment suggests that the real target of the Major is not Buggy's crew, but rather that merchant vessel. Once the ship enters the fortress, all searchlights will be directed upon it, followed by a barrage from the fortress cannons on the circular wall and the artillery on the main island. Given the mere 100 or 200 meters distance, accuracy would be assured, even if they do not resolve the issue in one fell swoop. The battle units prepared on either side could swiftly close in to finish the task. Therefore, is the current situation outside the fortress merely a charade? A ruse to draw Buggy's crew in, only to strike deep within the 16th Division? Major, if I am not mistaken, the individuals aboard that merchant ship must be Doflamingo's square army. Before Luchi could finish, Xian interjected with a smile. So that is the case. I shall arrange it immediately. Very well. 10 minutes later, all new recruits had taken their positions on the defensive wall, while the seasoned veterans had left. After all, the current combat roster of the division consists of only 100 official sailors, and the 20 stationed on the defensive wall were naturally recalled for other deployments. One might wonder why they were flustered. They have all been trained in artillery operation. What is this behavior? On the defensive wall, Sanders was directly incensed. Operating artillery is a fundamental course for sailors, and all the new recruits had completed this assessment and undergone multiple practical exercises. Yet now, in the face of actual combat, they were utterly flustered and disorganized. This scene unfolded not only on Sanders' side, but at the other fire points commanded by the remaining 4 instructors as well. Fortunately, under the authoritative shouts of the commanding officers, the chaos did not last long. Report to Instructor Sanders, we are ready, currently at a distance of approximately 1.5 nautical miles. Fire. But, Instructor Sanders, it's too far to hit, lamented a new recruit. Although the fortress cannons possess a significantly greater range than ordinary artillery, even seasoned veterans would struggle to hit a target at such a distance of 1.5 nautical miles, let alone these inexperienced recruits. The new soldiers were devoid of confidence. I told you to fire, so fire. The brigadier insisted. Just push them back. Those pirates are not the main concern tonight. Observing the fearful expressions of his subordinates, Sanders spoke with a touch of irritation. Indeed, new recruits who had never experienced real combat, regardless of their academic performance, were of little use. Understood, Instructor Sanders. With a thunderous roar, the 2 fortress cannons at the front unleashed their fury, sending massive shells hurtling towards the distant pirate ship. However, as anticipated, the results were utterly disastrous, with the nearest shell landing over 300 meters away from the pirate vessel. What are you waiting for? I didn't say to stop. Keep firing. Yes, Instructor Sanders. Soon, the fortress cannons boomed once more. After 3 rounds of cannon fire, the pirate ship began to turn away, seemingly abandoning the chase. Open the fortress gates and let that merchant ship in. Yes. The heavy gates slowly creaked open. Minutes later, a merchant vessel gradually sailed into the fortress. I didn't expect it to be this easy. It's gone much smoother than anticipated. The Navy truly is a bunch of fools. What should we do now? Should we attack as soon as we dock? Wait, did you hear that noise? Suddenly, someone shouted, and the pirates turned to listen as sounds emerged from behind them. However, the darkness obscured their view. It was only after a few seconds that a heavy sound resonated, making them realize the truth. The earlier noise had come from the fortress gates, which were now closed. The Buggy pirates had fled. These Navy officers were not in such dire straits as to leave the gates open, were they? The pirates scoffed internally. Yet, in the next moment, the circular defensive wall, along with the main island's 16 gun emplacements, lit up simultaneously, illuminating their merchant vessel with dozens of searchlights. In an instant, everyone was blinded by the sudden brilliance. "Brigadier, we have confirmed the presence of Diamante and 4 of his subordinates on the deck. Then what are we waiting for? Order all fire points to commence firing immediately." "Understood." As expected, this confirmed his suspicions. With that, there was no need for civility. The next moment, the artillery from the circular defensive wall fired inward, while the main island's cannons targeted the front. No fire point was more than 150 meters away from the merchant vessel. Even the new recruits could maintain acceptable accuracy at such a range. "This is a trap. Intercept the cannonballs." With the searchlights glaring from all directions in the cacophony of cannon fire, Diamante quickly realized he had been ensnared. He utilized his observation hockey to begin intercepting the cannonballs. Sort of the long sword. Unfortunately, apart from him, the other 4 subordinates lacked the mastery of hockey. Under the intense glare of the searchlights, they were unable to discern the trajectory of the cannonballs, let alone intercept them. As for Diamante, although he seemed to lack hockey in the original narrative, it stands to reason that as one of Doflamingo's 4 top officers and the leader of the fighting faction, he should possess such abilities. It can only be said he had been forcibly weakened. Witnessing Diamante accurately intercepting cannonballs despite the blinding searchlights, Xian thought to himself. He saw Diamante use his observation hockey to catch a cannonball and slice it in 2. However, the split cannonball still exploded moments later. Crucially, this was a fortress cannonball. Although it had been severed, veering off to either side of the ship, the explosive force still swept away numerous pirate lackeys aboard the merchant vessel. Many were injured and bleeding from the shockwave. Other cannonballs, left unchecked, continued to rain down. Some exploded in the waters near the merchant ship, while others struck directly on the vessel. The main mast was the first to be severed, crashing down and taking more than 10 pirates with it. On the deck, splinters from the explosion flew everywhere, some transforming into deadly projectiles that wounded or pierced several pirates. In that moment, the entire merchant vessel had become a hellscape. 1 minute later, when the bombardment ceased, the once mighty merchant ship lay in ruins. Only a few pirates remained, clinging to debris or struggling in the water. At that moment, the heavy warships, long ambushed on either side, began to move into action. Their sole task was encapsulated in 2 words. Finish them. Of course. The officers had additional objectives, namely, dealing with the cadre of the square army. The warships did not close in directly. The sailors, showing no mercy, opened fire from the warships, targeting the pirates in the water or clinging to wreckage for a swift harvest. Meanwhile, the officers had already locked onto their targets and leaped into action. Khalifa and Bruno teamed up against Dellinger. The Owl and Wicca confronted Senor. Kaku was responsible for Lao Ji. Gabra took on Mahabais. As for Ace, he maneuvered around the battlefield. After all, a natural type user was particularly formidable against those who lacked hockey. Thus, Xian's command to Ace was to keep moving, seizing opportunities to strike swiftly and eliminate the 4 cadres. This also served as a safeguard for the chaotic battlefield. While Gabra and Kaku were manageable, the other 4, even in pairs, would find it challenging to take down Dellinger and Senor. Meanwhile, Xian and Luchi had already located Diamante. On a massive piece of wreckage from the merchant vessel, Diamante bore a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, even he had sustained some injuries from the recent concentrated bombardment, though they were not severe enough to hinder his combat effectiveness. "How did you see through it?" Diamante gritted his teeth and questioned Xian, who stood before him. "The merchant ship in front of you had no signs of fire, while the pirate ship behind was ablaze with torches, as if afraid we wouldn't see the pirate flag. Don't you think that's excessive?" "Excessive actions can indeed arouse suspicion. There is a saying in my household, moderation is key. Furthermore, did you not conduct a thorough investigation into the character of the individual you enlisted, Baki? Would that Renault's troublemaker brazenly approach the Navy's doorstep without a care? Unless he is certain that this matter will ensure the obliteration of all witnesses, he would not risk drawing undue attention to himself. There are numerous other concerns I could enumerate, yet the crux of the matter remains that your scheme is alarmingly rudimentary." Diamante's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it truly possible that his own plan harbors such glaring flaws? Nevertheless, it matters little. The young master is capable of discerning that this Xian has not awakened the dual-colored hockey. The difference between awakening and remaining dormant is akin to traversing entirely separate dimensions in terms of power. Even standing alone, one could single-handedly annihilate an entire branch. This fool Xian proved his idiocy. Had he maintained continuous bombardment for another hour or 2, he might have genuinely exhausted my stamina. Yet he ceased his assault after merely a few volleys. What could this possibly be if not folly? At this moment, the serpent sword. Suddenly, Diamante launched his assault, thrusting forward with a singular strike. However, the sword in his grasp began to curve mid-flight, resembling a serpent. This was crafted utilizing the powers of the flamboyant fruit. Xian, with no surprise, deftly evaded the attack. Meanwhile, Luchi had meticulously studied the information Xian had previously provided regarding Diamante's abilities and techniques, thus he was well versed in them. Consequently, he effortlessly dodged the assault and, maneuvering to Diamante's rear, launched a counterattack. Spear of the Finger, Yellow Lotus. In an instant, Luchi unleashed dozens of finger spears with a single hand. A series of sounds echoed, bang, 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 bang. Yet, Rather than inflicting harm upon Diamante from behind, Luchi felt a subtle pain in his own fingers. However, he displayed no sign of astonishment and calmly remarked, "The bullfighting cloak," just as the Major had described. This bullfighting cloak, in terms of hardness, surpasses even his own iron block. Merely relying on a pointed finger would certainly be insufficient to penetrate its defenses. Gazing at the cloak behind Diamante, which appeared remarkably supple yet was extraordinarily resilient, Luchi nodded slightly. In the next moment, his footwork activated once more, and his figure vanished in an instant. 10 meters away, Xian stood atop a piece of wreckage, exhibiting no intention to intervene, merely observing the contest between Luchi and Diamante. At this juncture, Luchi was not yet a match for Diamante. Xian is acutely aware of this reality. However, this battle may serve as the catalyst for Luchi's complete awakening of his latent abilities. Therefore, unless Luchi's life hangs in the balance, Xian is not inclined to intervene. A decision he had long ago made with Luchi. After all, Luchi has been training under Sanders for quite some time, and while the potential for awakening has always lingered, it has yet to fully materialize. Xian has discussed this matter with Sanders, arriving at the conclusion that Luchi likely lacks a pivotal moment, a moment that typically arises in the heat of a life-and-death struggle. An opponent that is either too weak or excessively formidable, or one who is known not to pose a lethal threat, cannot create the necessary atmosphere for such a battle. Yet, Diamante presents a worthy adversary. He is stronger than Luchi, but not overwhelmingly so. Which is why Xian has resolved to refrain from intervening unless Luchi faces a genuine threat to his life. Ultimately, even if Diamante seeks to defeat Luchi, it will require a considerable amount of time and will not be an easy endeavor. At this juncture, Xian also surveyed the other battlefields around him. The conflict between the 083 officers and the cadre, while all members of CP9 possess a foundational grasp of the 6 forms and have, to varying degrees, mastered some derivative techniques, there remains a significant disparity in their strength. This disparity is evident in both the physical prowess and the proficiency of their techniques. For instance, while both may execute the Gale Foot technique, the power that Luchi can unleash is undoubtedly several times greater than that of Khalifa and the other 3. This is still the distance of 3 years from the original work. If it were 3 years later, the disparity would be even greater. In other battlegrounds, such as those involving Kaku and Laoji, it seems unlikely that a victor will emerge anytime soon. None possess haki, yet they are all exceedingly adept in combat, with minimal differences in physical prowess. However, the situation with Gabra and Mahabais presents a fascinating turn of events. Under normal circumstances, these two should be able to engage in a prolonged battle. Yet, the current environment is decidedly unfriendly towards Mahabais. After all, Mahabais wields the powers of a Paramecia-type devil fruit, specifically the Tumpress fruit. As for his techniques, well, he ascends into the sky and utilizes the fruit's abilities to augment his body weight, be it 10 tons, 1,000 tons, or even 10,000 tons, before aiming to crash down upon his target. Initially, this fruit could be deemed quite formidable. However, the issue lies in, here, upon the surface of the sea, lie the remnants of various merchant vessels, both great and small, beneath their feet. Shall you ascend and strike one to observe? Even if you were to succeed in your endeavor, the outcome would be mutual destruction. Can you truly expect these wrecks to withstand the impact of a 1,000-ton or even 10,000-ton descent? The most likely scenario is that Gabra would evade, leaving Mahabais to plunge himself into the depths of the ocean. Thus, the fruit ability of Mahabais is rendered entirely nullified under Gabra's onslaught. He can only defend without the means to retaliate. In the other 2 battlefields, we find the feeble quartet of the former CP9. The physical prowess of these 4 individuals is rather lacking, merely reaching the so-called superhuman realm of CP9. Even when they engage in a 2-on-1 strategy, they can only manage to hold their ground against Deringer and Senior, and perhaps even find themselves at a slight disadvantage. After surveying the other battlefields, Xian has already come to a conclusion. The most likely breakthrough points are twofold. One lies in the arena of Gabra and Mahabis, as that individual's abilities have been entirely suppressed. The other possibility is Ace, who is still seeking an opportunity and has yet to make a move. This fellow is indeed a surprise weapon. It is noteworthy that he is currently clad in a marine uniform, devoid of any rank insignia. At first glance, he appears to be merely an ordinary marine, likely overlooked by the 4 officers standing beside him. The crux lies in whether Ace can seize the opportunity to turn the tide. Whether it be Ace or Gabra, should either of them break through, the other battlefields will inevitably collapse like a house of cards. Thus, Xian harbors no concerns regarding the officers. Victory is assured, merely a matter of time. Returning attention to Luchi and Diamante, Luchi, leveraging his speed advantage, relentlessly launches attacks from various angles. However, Diamante effortlessly evades all assaults through his observation haki. At times, he even dismisses the need to dodge, relying instead on his bullfighting cape for complete defense. Yet, Diamante is not solely on the defensive, on the contrary. His frequency of attacks surpasses that of Luchi. The sword in his hand morphs in length and flexibility, exhibiting an eerie unpredictability that leaves one feeling somewhat defenseless. Nevertheless, at this moment, Luchi's antics have begun to irk him. Darting about like a mouse, he swiftly retrieves several firecrackers from his attire. Should others witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be utterly bewildered. In the midst of a brawl, what could possibly be the significance of producing a gift package? Yet, Luchi did not dare to underestimate the situation. Instead, his expression turned grave. After all, Xian had provided him with intelligence that included information on Diamante's abilities and all his techniques. Thus, he was acutely aware of the implications. Diamante grasped several gift packages in his left hand while tugging at the rope attached to the base of his ceremonial cannon with his right. Boom, 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 boom. The packages detonated, sending a multitude of confetti soaring into the sky, which then transformed under Diamante's power into sharp, thorny iron balls. They felt like an impenetrable iron rain. Understanding the potency of this maneuver, Luchi naturally refrained from facing it head-on. For him, the most prudent course of action was to withstand the assault with the iron projectiles. In the next moment, countless thorny iron balls rained down upon Luchi, producing a cacophony of clanging sounds. This process persisted for over 10 seconds. When Luchi finally removed the iron block, his naval coat and the suit beneath were already in tatters, with numerous wounds covering his body. Indeed, at this stage, Luchi's iron block was insufficient to fully defend against Diamante's deadly star shards. Observing this scene, Diamante was immensely pleased and promptly raised his sword to launch another attack. He would not afford Luchi a moment's respite. It must be said that this wave of injuries had a considerable impact on Luchi, causing his speed to diminish significantly. Just managing to evade a strike, Luchi resorted to his trump card. His physique gradually expanded, and leopard-like patterns emerged on his skin, swiftly transforming him into a half-human, half-leopard form. This is Rob Luchi utilizing the devil fruit in his leopard-human form. At present, he is capable of employing two distinct forms. One is the leopard-human form, wherein his strength and defensive capabilities are significantly enhanced, essentially leading to a fortification of his physical prowess. The other is the pure beast form, wherein he transforms entirely into a leopard. Although his strength does not increase, his speed experiences a remarkable enhancement. In 5 years' time, Luchi will be able to harness the awakened form, which represents his ultimate state of power. However, it is important to note that Luchi still has a considerable journey ahead before achieving awakening. 6-style secret technique, 6 King's pistol. With both fists clenched, he thrusts them forward, pressing against Diamante's side. Luchi lets out a thunderous roar as an overwhelming force is unleashed in the form of a shockwave. In that fleeting moment, relying on his observation haki, Diamante instantly sensed the impending danger. However, it was already too late to evade. He could only tug at the cloak behind him, the bullfighting cloak. Boom. The next instant, the cloak failed to absorb all the impact, and the residual force sent him hurtling away. He crashed onto a large piece of debris more than 20 meters distant. At this moment, the two individuals harbored entirely different thoughts. Luchi lamented the unfortunate circumstance of not having been able to knock his opponent directly into the sea, while Diamante felt a rush of relief, realizing he had narrowly avoided being blasted into the ocean due to his own carelessness. After all, Diamante was a devil fruit user. Falling into the sea would spell his doom. In the pirate world, only a handful of individuals possessed the ability to defy the ocean's grasp. Some, like Akiji, wielded unique powers that allowed them to freeze the water before it made contact, while others belonged to aquatic races, such as the fishmen, who could breathe underwater and remain unharmed even if submerged. Regardless, Diamante now took the situation seriously. He would no longer underestimate the marine colonel before him. He was prepared to exert himself fully to swiftly eliminate Luchi. With the awakening of his haki, Diamante's power surged by at least 30% compared to before, enhancing both his speed and strength. Coupled with his devil fruit abilities, he unleashed an array of peculiar sword techniques and bizarre maneuvers that left Luchi struggling defensively, barely finding an opportunity to counterattack. Reluctantly, Luchi was forced to unveil his final trump card. In his hybrid form, he utilized life return to exert control over his bodily bursts, compressing his insides and infusing his consciousness into his physique to make it more compact. Aside from his leopard head and patterned fur, Luchi's form appeared much like his normal state. In this condition, the effects of his paper drawing would significantly amplify, conserving his stamina to the greatest extent. However, paper drawing remained just that, paper drawing. No enhancement could alter its inherent limitations. Essentially, it existed on a different plane compared to observation haki. As Diamante exerted himself fully, with his observation haki fully activated, he meticulously tracked Luchi's every movement. The minimal evasive maneuvers afforded by the paper drawing instead proved to be his greatest vulnerability. Under normal circumstances, if Luchi had relied on his shave technique to evade attacks, Diamante would have found it somewhat troublesome. But now, with Luchi evading so precisely, not even daring to shift an inch, it became a boon for Diamante. Are you suggesting that I cannot adjust my attack angle based on your evasions through the paper drawing? He thought, and so he did just that. Following Luchi's evasion, Diamante subtly altered the trajectory of his attack, pursuing Luchi relentlessly. Witnessing this, Luchi was alarmed, yet there was no time to dodge again or to retreat using shave. He could only bellow iron block to brace for the impending strike. In the next moment, without knowing precisely when, Diamante's sword, now cloaked in a deep black hue, pierced through Luchi's left shoulder. As he withdrew the blade, blood gushed forth from the wound. Nearby, Xian observed the scene with a furrowed brow. Indeed, It was apparent that the original narrative had intentionally diminished Diamante's capabilities for the sake of plot. How could a top-ranking officer under Don Quixote Doflamingo, the head of the formidable fighting group, lack hockey? After all, Dressrosa lay within the New World. If even Doflamingo's most powerful subordinate could not wield hockey, how could he manage to thrive in the New World? The Don Quixote family had long since been eliminated. After all, just look at those supernovas. They had barely arrived in the New World before mastering hockey. Thus, it was utterly absurd that Diamante had not showcased hockey in the original work. Nevertheless, Xian had no intention of intervening at this moment. Luchi had not sustained a fatal injury. If he were to act now, it could very well extinguish the opportunity Luchi needed. Xian had noticed that when Luchi was pierced in the left shoulder, the area surrounding the wound briefly shimmered with an intensely lustrous black hue, though it dissipated almost instantly. It undeniably signified that Luchi's armament hockey was on the brink of awakening. While he did not plan to intervene, Xian's grip tightened around his weapon, prepared for any eventuality. Kneeling on one knee, Luchi gasped for breath before invoking life return. In an instant, the profuse blood that had flowed from his wound ceased. Thanks to the remarkable power of life return, through precise control over the muscles around the wound, he effectively sealed it, halting the bleeding. After taking a few deep breaths and slightly adjusting his stance, he rose once more. Diamante merely scoffed at Luchi's display, then resumed his assault with renewed vigor. This time, he aimed for Luchi's right shoulder. Just like the last occasion, at the moment Luchi executed a desperate evasion, Diamante, utilizing his observation hockey, firmly locked onto Luchi. The sword in his hand transformed instantaneously, coiling like a serpent, its tip relentlessly pursuing Luchi's right shoulder. Yet, in the next instant, an unforeseen event transpired. Just as it seemed impossible for Luchi to evade, his form shifted abruptly, eluding what appeared to be an inevitable strike. At that moment, Diamante also discerned that Luchi's eyes were entirely closed. Has he awakened his observation hockey? This is inconceivable. Sword, longsword, bull spear, sword, serpent sword. Unyielding in his disbelief, he relentlessly assaulted Luchi, unleashing a myriad of techniques. However, Luchi dodged them all, maintaining his eyes shut throughout. In a climactic finale, after Diamante thrust forth his serpent sword, Luchi seized it with his right hand. His pitch-black hand shimmered with a luster reminiscent of glass. It was evident that this was a manifestation of armament hockey. Moreover, with a flick of his leopard tail, he ensnared Diamante's waist, lifting him effortlessly. Subsequently, he released his right hand. Once the long sword was liberated, Diamante swung it towards Luchi's leopard tail, attempting to sever it. Regrettably, apart from the resounding clash akin to metal striking metal, there was no other effect. At this moment, he noticed that Luchi's leopard tail had also transformed into a lustrous jet black. Meanwhile, Luchi's clenched fists were pressed firmly against his chest, and his eyes were wide open in astonishment. This was the very move that had propelled him away moments ago. Damn, there was no time to defend. Moreover, ensnared by Luchi's leopard tail, he found himself unable to evade. All he could do was arm himself completely. 6-style secret technique, maximum wheel, 6 king's gun. Boom. Seconds later, the leopard tail released its grip. Diamante, rolling his eyes, plummeted to the ground, while Luchi, having exhausted all his strength, knelt on one knee, propped up by his right hand, gasping for breath. At last, he had vanquished his foe. Furthermore, both his armament and observation hockey had awakened simultaneously. Despite being battered and bruised, Luchi felt a profound satisfaction with the outcome. However, in the next moment, Diamante, who should have already lost consciousness, rose to his feet. Brandishing his sword, he swung it down decisively. Luchi attempted to dodge, but having drained the last vestiges of his strength, he could barely stand, let alone evade this fatal strike. Was this how he would meet his end at the hands of a pirate? For the first time in his life, Luchi felt the bitter pang of regret, yet he was powerless to act. He could only watch helplessly as the sword descended above him. Just as he began to close his eyes, a sudden flash of azure enveloped his vision. Luchi, you have done exceptionally well. This is the voice of Xian. Struggling to reopen his eyes, Luchi discovered that the figure of Diamante had vanished, replaced instead by Xian's silhouette enveloped in azure lightning. Upon regaining consciousness, Luchi found himself lying on a hospital bed in the branch office. However, this realization brought him immediate solace. The mere fact that he was resting here indicated the outcome of the battle. This is quite natural. The battlefield of the Square Army S4 commanders is not limited to Shien. Luchi is equally confident in his ability to prevail. Although Diamante ultimately managed to rise, Luchi is convinced that under the might of his 6 forms, that individual must have suffered significant injuries. Capturing Shien should pose no challenge at all. Oh. You're awake rather swiftly. I had anticipated you would be in slumber for 2 or 3 days. At that moment, the doors swung open, and Xian walked in. Major General. Enough. Just lie down. Upon seeing Luchi attempting to rise, Xian firmly pressed him back down. Although his injuries were not fatal, they were far from trivial. According to the previous reports from the medic, Luchi bore over 100 external wounds, all remnants from the encounter with the Death Star debris. Fortunately, due to Luchi activating his iron block at the time, these wounds were not overly deep, yet their sheer number was significant, covering his entire body. The wound in his left shoulder, pierced by Diamante, along with some internal injuries, were indeed serious. A normal individual might require several months of rest. But with Luchi's robust physique and the regenerative powers bestowed by his Zoan-type devil fruit, he would likely be back to normal functioning in 3 to 5 days. Major General. Later on, Xian continued. In fact, Diamante was heavily injured, and it did not take much effort to deal with him. As for the 4 cadre members of the Block Army, thanks to Ace's successful ambush, we managed to capture Dringe, and almost simultaneously, Gabra subdued Mahabais. At this, Luchi nodded. With Dringe eliminated, the situation swiftly devolved into a confrontation between the weakened CP9 quartet and, alongside Ace, they would undoubtedly overwhelm a single senior officer. Similarly, with Mahabais taken down, Gabra could join Kaku to deal with Lao Ji, leaving no room for uncertainty. Everything unfolded precisely as planned. All right, you rest here. I still have to handle the aftermath. Yes, Major General. Upon leaving the branch hospital, Xian arrived at his office. After a brief contemplation, he picked up the transponder snail. Buru Buru Buru. This is Sengoku. Sengoku, it's Xian. Xian, what do you want from me this time? No. I'm here to report on the situation. What? You actually intend to report? Go ahead, I'm listening. Sengoku was skeptical about Xian's claim of providing a genuine report. The Vice Admiral overseeing the coordination of the various branch offices had already been informed. The 16th branch had failed to submit a regular report for several months. Besides, why would he need to report to Sengoku? Was he out of his mind? After all, Sengoku was the fleet admiral. Nevertheless, Sengoku was curious to hear what Xian had to say. However, the next moment, Xian's words immediately sobered Sengoku's demeanor. Last night at approximately 11 p.m., Diamante, under the command of Doflamingo, led the Block Army and 4 cadre members, masquerading as a merchant ship pursued by pirates, to launch a surprise attack on my 16th branch. What were the casualties? 3 injured, no fatalities. Xian replied directly. Indeed, there were 3 injuries. The new recruits on the defense wall panicked during their first real battle. According to Old Sanders, 2 of them tripped and fell, while the other injured party was, naturally, Luchi. But as Sengoku listened, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Here was a top cadre and 4 ordinary cadre members, alongside Doflamingo's fighting force, disguised as a merchant ship pursued by pirates, directly infiltrating the fortress. And you're telling me only 3 were injured? What about Diamante and the others? In the battle, Diamante was killed, while the others, Lao Ji, Mahabais, Dringe, and a senior officer were severely injured and captured. A total of 352 pirates were killed, with 277 captured. The remainder apprehended. You killed Diamante? Sengoku's eyes widened. Goodness, first Gladiolus, now Diamante. Sengoku, you must reason with me. Should I just submit to slaughter when they come knocking? No, that is not what I meant. But I fear Doflamingo may go completely mad now. However, I cannot act directly against him. After all, Old man, I must say, you're really constrained in your role as Fleet Admiral. Constrained? Is it not so? Indeed, it is quite stifling, but there is nothing to be done. These subordinates have no idea of the immense pressure that comes with my position. Even if Akainu were to take my place, he would be in the same predicament. Sengoku sighed softly. However, he had indeed been right in his earlier thoughts. In the original storyline, after Akainu ascended to the role of Fleet Admiral, he too faced immense pressure. Even Luchi would speak to him in a commanding tone. Although Akainu initially displayed a firm demeanor, he ultimately had to cooperate. The body is quite honest. There was no choice, after all. The Navy's fate was firmly in the hands of the world government. They were the ones holding the reins of power. Old man, I need to remind you of something. What is it? Do you wonder why, under the Navy's strict surveillance, Doflamingo was still able to send Diamante and the Block Army to the East Sea? I received some intelligence previously indicating that Virgo is one of Doflamingo's 4 top cadre members, codenamed Red Heart, who has been infiltrating the Navy for over a decade. What? Are you certain? Upon hearing this, Sengoku could no longer remain calm. It was not unusual for the Navy to have pirates or other factions infiltrating their ranks. However, Virgo was different. He had already attained the rank of Rear Admiral, which allowed him access to numerous core secrets. Most critically, he was the branch chief of the G5 unit in the New World. With him providing cover, Doflamingo could. I don't know, and I have no proof. Hence, I did not report this information until now. However, after this incident, I understand. I will investigate Virgo's situation, and I will report Doflamingo to the world government. Although it is unlikely they will revoke his warlord status, some form of punishment for his continuous attacks on Navy branches should be forthcoming. Old man, I believe you are more suited to being a Vice Admiral. Being Fleet Admiral. Sigh. Xian, be quiet. 2 days later, a document from the world government arrived in Sengoku's hands. Upon reading its contents, his expression turned distinctly odd. This does not resemble the style of the 5 elders. On the same day, the latest issue of the World Economic News was released. Its headline instantly capturing the attention of countless individuals. The world government has officially stripped Don Quixote Doflamingo of his warlord status within the Palace of Dressrosa. What? To strip me of my warlord title? Are those 5 old fools intent on completely severing ties? Although he chuckled, Doflamingo's voice was laden with a sinister undertone. 086 The unconventional maneuver of the five elders. Holy Land Mariewa. The balance of power among the three great factions serves as the cornerstone of our dominion over this world. And the revocation of Doflamingo's warlord status could potentially trigger a chain reaction among the other warlords. Indeed, but with Lord Im's direct orders, what can we do? The pressing concern now is that if Doflamingo reveals that secret, it could incite tremendous upheaval across the globe. Shall we simply eliminate Doflamingo? If that were feasible, it would have been done long ago. But how can you be certain that he possesses that information and has not entrusted it to another as a precaution? None of these options seem viable, so what do you propose we do? The golden-haired elder slammed his palm on the table, expressing his frustration. In this world of pirates, how does the world government maintain its rule? Their method is surprisingly straightforward. They cultivate pirates. What does this entail? Initially, they allow pirates to rampage unchecked, then establish a navy while proclaiming a so-called justice. However, this justice is limited, extending only to the member nations of the world government. The other nations, ravaged by piracy, are left with two choices, either to build their own formidable militaries and resist the pirates. Yet, one must understand that this world ultimately favors the strong. Ordinary armies are akin to ants in the presence of true power, and those who are strong either fall under the aegis of the world government or are in the process of being absorbed. After all, the world government's resources are exceedingly vast, and the conditions they offer far surpass those of ordinary nations. The rest have largely turned to piracy. In such circumstances, those nations are left with no alternative but to embrace the second option, which is to join the world government and become one of its member states. In this manner, the Navy is obligated to provide them with protection. However, upon becoming a member state, they must annually gather the stipulated celestial gold, which, in addition to the establishment of the Navy, allocates a portion of this celestial gold as military funding for the Navy. Yet, the share of the celestial dragons cannot diminish. What, then, is to be done? The answer lies in the fact that the annual tribute of celestial gold nearly doubles. This, in turn, leads to another consequence. Aside from a few member states, the vast majority struggle even to amass the required celestial gold, let alone establish a military force. Even those nations with surplus can at most muster a land army. The naval forces, being an exorbitantly expensive endeavor, are beyond the means of any nation. Thus, the objectives of the world government are achieved. 90% of the nations become member states, and more importantly, due to the celestial gold system, these nations lack the financial resources for military development. The more they are bound by this system, the more they must cling tightly to the world government's support. Crucially, pirates continue to wreak havoc upon the seas, ensuring that no member state dares to withdraw from the world government. For if they were to lose the protection of the Navy, the consequences would be dire. Such a strategy has been upheld for centuries. However, the emergence of Roger, particularly his words prior to execution, shattered this equilibrium. The number of pirates surged dramatically, even exceeding a tenfold increase. Despite the presence of the Navy, numerous allied nations still fell victim to pirate attacks and plunder. This is certainly not a favorable phenomenon. It is important to remember that these nations joined primarily to secure the protection of a world government. However, if the world government fails to safeguard them, the moment one member state takes the lead in withdrawing, a domino effect could ensue, leading to the instantaneous collapse of the entire governing structure. Consequently, the five elders devised a strategy to court a group of formidable pirates and grant them the legitimacy of pillaging. Yet, while they indulge in this newfound power, they must align themselves with the faction of the world government. In times of necessity, they are also obliged to heed the call to arms and collaborate with the Navy to eradicate other pirates. In this manner, not only is the pirate influence diminished, but the weakened elements are also redirected to bolster the world government. In the delicate interplay of addition and subtraction, a semblance of equilibrium has been restored to the world. At the very least, beyond the confines of the New World, this balance has enabled the Navy to once again assert its dominance overall. This elucidates why the five elders assert that the equilibrium among the three great powers serves as the cornerstone for governing this world. However, should the Shichibukai system collapse, this fragile balance would shatter, plunging the world government into a significantly disadvantageous position. After a few moments of silence in the room, the curly-haired elder suddenly spoke up. First, we must stabilize Doflamingo by informing him that we are merely superficially stripping him of his Shichibukai title. In reality, we will issue orders to the Navy to refrain from taking action against him. Everything will remain as it was. This is indeed a sound strategy, another elder remarked. But what of Lord Imu's command? The command is to revoke his Shichibukai title, and our actions do not contravene that order. The curly-haired elder interjected, halting the long-bearded elder's discourse. Upon reflection, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is no fault in this logic. Lord Imu only stipulated the revocation of Doflamingo's title. No further instructions were given regarding the aftermath. It is entirely feasible. I shall reach out to Doflamingo shortly. I must also caution him not to act against Xian Campbell. Otherwise, even we would be unable to protect him. Yes, I shall convey that message, but what exactly is Lord Imu's connection to that Xian? Why is there always? That is not our concern. Be cautious with your words. The blonde elder interjected once more, But before he could finish, he was interrupted by the curly-haired elder, who sternly admonished him, "Is it within our purview to discuss Lord Emu's matters so freely? Have you truly lost your senses?" Upon hearing the warning from the curly-haired elder, the blonde elder realized his misstep and fell silent. The Grand Line. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Has Doflamingo truly been stripped of his Shichibukai title? This is truly, utterly unexpected. At once, the warring states summoned several other senior officials to deliberate on how to secure the Tangijde family. Such a splendid opportunity must be seized without delay. Otherwise, should the five elders reconsider and restore the warlord title to Don Quixote Doflamingo, the chance would be lost. Once Doflamingo is subdued, Dressrosa could emerge as a pivotal stronghold for the Navy in the New World, bearing immense strategic significance. Consequently, the Naval Command swiftly devised an elaborate plan. However, at this juncture, a call from the five elders interrupted. "Sengoku, I am delivering the latest orders from the world government. Although Doflamingo has been stripped of his warlord status, the Navy is prohibited from taking action against him without the world government's consent. Do you comprehend? What nonsense is this? Doflamingo's warlord title has been rescinded, yet we cannot act against him?" Sengoku pondered a retort that he deemed unwise to voice. Nonetheless, the edict of the world government was absolute, at least in Sengoku's eyes. Despite his internal frustration, he could only acquiesce with a nod. "I understand." After ending the call, Sengoku fell into silence. Meanwhile, the assembly of high-ranking officials and several vice-admirals slated for the operation regarded their fleet admiral in silence. Some shared Sengoku's dissatisfaction, while others hoped he would take a resolute stand and proceed with the planned operation. Minutes later, the command was rescinded, operation cancelled, everyone returned to your respective duties. The Navy's high-ranking officials, who were eager to engage in battle, found themselves compelled to abandon their meticulously crafted strategy due to the world government's decree. Despite their discontent, they were left with no recourse. The Navy of this era is steeped in sorrow. Indeed, from the moment of its inception, it was destined for such melancholy. Its existence serves merely to uphold the dominion of the world government over the entire globe. And only after ensuring this fundamental premise can it exercise a semblance of justice within a limited scope. In the event of overt rebellion, the world government need only curtail military funding, and the entire Navy would swiftly crumble. In the East Sea, within the 16th Division of the Navy, I declare that I effortlessly dispatched one of the underlings of the 7 warlords with a single fiery punch, rendering the encounter rather lackluster. I would relish the opportunity to confront the formidable Don Quixote Doflamingo himself. In the training camp, Ace proclaimed with a boastful demeanor, surrounded by a throng of sailors who listened with rapt attention. However, at that moment, a figure approached from behind, delivering a resounding slap to the back of his head. "Damn it, who was that?" Ace bellowed as he was sent sprawling several meters away. His fury at the ambush was palpable. Yet, in the next instant, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Why had he failed to activate his elemental transformation? That made no sense. He quickly turned to gaze at his previous position. "Oh, Instructor Sanders, what are you bragging about? I heard it was due to someone momentarily restraining Dringer's movements that you seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, only to be subsequently kicked away by the severely injured Dringer out of sheer arrogance? Well, that was because he lacked martial decorum, a man wearing high heels. And those heels were made of sea prism stone. Nonsense. Must every pirate reveal their trump card before a battle, or must they surrender and refrain from counterattacking once injured?" Indeed. Ace found himself at a loss for words in response. At that moment, he had indeed been somewhat careless. A single fiery punch had severely injured Dringer, and he was reveling in his triumph. Who could have anticipated that, after sustaining injuries, that fellow would retaliate so fiercely? Furthermore, due to his natural affinity, coupled with the information Xian had provided, which indicated that Dringer lacked haki, he had completely disregarded the impending attack. The outcome? Who could have guessed that his high heels were crafted from sea stone? It was utterly bewildering. The most humiliating part was that he had been kicked into the sea, only to be clumsily rescued by a few sailors. In fact, one of the sailors had even attempted to administer artificial respiration, nearly scaring him into a state of psychological trauma. Now, having finally managed to boast a little among the new recruits, he was ruthlessly exposed by Old Man Sanders. Life was certainly tough for him. "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and get to training, it has nearly been a month. Yet you still cannot master shave. Do not forget, the Brigadier General has stated that while others need only master one technique of the 6 forms for their graduation assessment, you must grasp at least 3. At this rate, are you preparing to fail the assessment and be sent back for retraining?" "Ah, as Brigadier General Xian would put it. What was that term again?" "Ah yes, a repeat student. How utterly shameful. From now on, your nickname shall not be Fire Fist Ace, but rather, Repeat Student Ace." Seeing the look of grievance on Ace's face, Sanders showed no mercy and launched into an unrelenting tirade. Meanwhile, Ace clenched his teeth in determination. No. He was Fire Fist, not a repeat student. He promptly dashed to an open area, fervently practicing the Navy's 6 forms, specifically shave. Witnessing this scene, Sanders softened his expression, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. He had come to understand Ace's character, realizing how to effectively motivate him. In truth, although Sanders publicly criticized Ace's progress as slow, he did not genuinely believe so. In less than a month, Ace had already learned Shave, albeit lacking in proficiency. Such a pace, even within the elite training camp, was quite commendable. It is important to note that among those graduating from any elite training camp, it is exceedingly rare for students to master all 6 techniques. The vast majority, after 3 years, manage to learn only 1 or 2. Moreover, even those prodigies who master all 6 typically require several months to learn just 1. This is merely the beginning of mastery, far from achieving true expertise. Subsequent proficiency will only be honed through formal service and continuous battles against pirates. However, Xian has set a requirement for Ace to master at least 3 techniques of the 6 powers and to wield them with proficiency by the time of graduation assessment. Once Ace was attended to, Sanders turned his gaze towards another section of the training ground, where a tall female Marine was diligently honing her physique. Sophia, a woman rescued by Luchi from a village in the East Blue that had fallen to pirates. She possesses commendable talent and an unwavering determination, even to the point of recklessness. Were it not for Xian's exceptional decision to provide Sophia with the #1 meat jerky, her relentless training might have already exhausted her completely, due to her less favorable starting point compared to Ace. Sophia had previously failed to meet the foundational physical requirements for practicing the 6 powers. However, at this moment, Sophia, please pause for a moment. Yes, Instructor Sanders. Upon hearing his voice, Sophia immediately halted and jogged over. Let us test her current power level. Pointed Sanders towards the power testing device within the training camp. Understood. At this moment, numerous recruits undergoing training under the author also shifted their gaze over. They were equally curious to know what Sophia's combat power value would reach after this month. Judging purely by appearance, one could hardly discern any physical enhancement. Her figure remained as slender as ever, with no visible signs of muscular development. Standing before the testing device, she steadied herself, then raised her arm, bent forward, and swung her fist. Boom. The deafening impact elicited an immediate reaction. The force behind that punch was undoubtedly immense. In the next instant, all eyes shifted to the adjacent scale. The needle surged rapidly, 100, 200, 300. Finally, it settled at the striking number of 385, eliciting gasps of awe from the recruits. Even Sanders' eyes gleamed with approval. After all, even among the elite graduates of the Marine Headquarters 3-year training program, few could achieve such a figure. Of course, Sanders understood why Sophia had managed to approach 400 in just over 3 months. On one hand, it was due to her relentless, almost suicidal training regimen. On the other, it was the effect of the type 1 jerky. Sanders himself, burdened with training recruits and advancing in age, only maintained basic exercises rather than intensive training. Yet, thanks to the jerky, his own power had still increased by over 100 points. Now, Xian had begun supplying all recruits with the type 1 jerky. At this rate, within a year at most, every Marine in the branch would reach officer-level strength, though most would likely cap at lieutenant. But what about 2 or 3 years later? The sheer scale of that potential was terrifying. Could they all reach admiral tier? The thought alone made Sanders inhale sharply. Xian's vision of justice reigned supreme. Perhaps it wasn't so far-fetched after all. Sophia, you've done exceptionally well. Starting tomorrow, you'll train with me in the Rokushiki. Just like Ace. Yes, Instructor Sanders. Sophia clenched her fist, her voice trembling with excitement. 088. On enhancing Nami's combat power time flew. And 2 months passed in a blink. Today marked the first graduation assessment for the recruits of Marine Branch 16. The assessment begins now. The first test measures combat power. 300 points is the passing threshold. Those who fail will return to training for 3 months before a retest. Begin. Standing on the drill ground, Xian addressed the nearly 200 recruits. Their reactions varied, some brimmed with confidence, while others wore uneasy expressions. Despite the type 1 jerky's benefits, not everyone had reached 300 in 3 months. Under the guidance of Ein and 3 other instructors, the recruits divided into 4 squads, lining up neatly before the branch's 4 power measuring devices. Recruit Abu, 268 points, failed. Recruit Kaidra, 337 points, passed. Recruit Saido, 301 points, passed. The evaluating Marines' voices rang out one after another, met with cheers or sighs. Soon, it was Ace's turn in one line, while Sophia stepped forward in another. At this moment, even the cadre of officials from the branch turned their attention to the matter. After all, they had long been aware of the situation concerning Ace and Sophia. Furthermore, upon their enlistment, new recruits would inevitably be assigned to various units, whether in the intelligence sector or as squad leaders in combat formations, who would not desire talent. However, they were destined to be mistaken in their assumptions, for Xian had already devised a plan for the fates of Ace and Sophia. Boom, boom, with 2 resounding explosions. All eyes were drawn to the power meter. New recruit Ace, power value. 827, result satisfactory. New recruit Sophia, power value. 611, result satisfactory. At this moment, the schoolyard was filled with the sound of gasps of astonishment. This figure is truly astonishing. Even the members of CP9 find it somewhat unbelievable. It is worth noting that, over 2 years later in the original narrative, apart from Luchi, Kaku, and Gabra, the remaining 4 members possess a power level ranging between 600 and 800. In other words, Ace's power level alone would place him fourth among CP9 in the original storyline. Although Sophia's power level is comparatively modest, she undoubtedly belongs to the same tier as the weaker quartet of CP9. Just 6 months ago, Sophia was merely an ordinary village girl. This is utterly preposterous. Meanwhile, Luchi wears an expression of acceptance. He is acutely aware of the cause behind this outcome. That peculiar special sea creature, of which even his own captain is unaware, seems to appear every time they venture into the comm belt, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of everyone's abilities. This is merely the first-grade jerky. Yet, the primary combat strength of these branches is currently consuming something far more terrifying, the second-grade jerky. Several days prior, the Owl had conducted a test on Luchi's combat prowess. After all, the capacity of the combat power tester is finite. Should Luchi utilize such a device, it would likely shatter upon the first round. Each apparatus is valued in the tens of millions of berries, quite an extravagant expense. Thus, Luchi had no choice but to seek the Owl for testing, and the results nearly exceeded the Owl's own capacity for the 6 styles of combat techniques. His combat power reached an astonishing 4,200. This even surpasses Luchi's strength from over 2 years in the original story. This situation unfolds without Luchi employing the power of hockey. Otherwise, one might fear that a single strike could extinguish the life of an owl. The same can be said for the other members of the former CP9, each exhibiting remarkable growth and strength. Particularly noteworthy is Shien, who, upon consuming the second type of jerky for the first time and feeling a significant boost in power, deliberately invoked a multiplication of loyalty benefits. The result was an astonishing increase by a factor of 88. Thus, it is not solely Luchi whose loyalty has soared. The other 6 members have similarly experienced a dramatic rise in their allegiance to Shien. Were there numerical values to reflect this? One would surmise that all of them have surpassed the threshold of 90. That Ace, I demand. Depart now. You already have a kin on your side. So let me have Ace, and I shall offer Sophia in exchange. Upon hearing Kaku's words, Gabra could no longer remain seated. According to the current organizational structure of the division, there are 2 combat teams in the EC that take turns setting sail to combat pirates, each commanded by Kaku and Gabra, respectively. Gabra has long harbored discontent, as Kaku boasts an exceptional subordinate in a kin, while his own team comprises nothing but ordinary sailors. After much anticipation, Ace finally made an appearance. Yet you wish to seize it? How outrageous, you long-nosed individual. Silence. The assessment is not yet concluded. Hearing the quarrel behind him, Luchi turned around to admonish them. Meanwhile, Xian observed with keen interest as a recruit approached the testing apparatus. Nami. New recruit Nami. You may begin. Beside the testing device, a Marine held a score sheet and announced, all right. With all her might, she delivered a powerful punch to the apparatus. The force gauge immediately responded with the results, a power level of 199. Thus far, the lowest score among all recruits. Upon seeing her score, Nami's expression fell into despair. New recruit Nami, power level 199, not qualifying. Wait, Commander? Allow her to retest. Xian's words puzzled everyone. If the score were closer to 300, a second attempt would be justified. Perhaps she merely underperformed on her first try, but 199. Such a significant disparity. Even if she tested 10 more times, the outcome would remain unchanged. Proceed as I instructed. Yes, Commander. New recruit Nami, begin again. At that moment, Nami felt a whirlwind of emotions, fearing that Xian was disappointed in her. Consequently, when she swung her fist this time, her performance was even more lackluster than before. The officials on the main stage swiftly discerned that this time's results were undoubtedly even worse than before. Indeed, the disparity was too significant, even with another attempt. Improvement seemed impossible. However, in the next moment, everyone was left utterly bewildered. As Nami began to throw her punches, Xian suddenly shouted, Nami, the belly you hit has been stolen by Ace. What on earth? Especially Ace, who had just achieved the highest score, was now boasting with the other newly qualified recruits. Upon hearing Xian's exclamation, he was taken aback. When did he steal Nami's money? Yet, while everyone was in a state of confusion, Nami, who had previously appeared somewhat disheartened and lacking confidence, suddenly transformed. Her eyes glinted with a fierce intensity, almost glowing with fury. Her rage reached its zenith. Ace, you scoundrel! She roared, continuing her assault with a powerful punch. Boom. With a resounding impact, Nami spun around and charged toward Ace in a fit of anger. The sailors recording the scores, the onlooking recruits, and the officials on the main stage all swallowed audibly, genuinely frightened. This was because the strength testing apparatus had been utterly destroyed by Nami's single blow. Lieutenant, how are we supposed to score this? The sailor trembled. Holding a scorebook in one hand and a pen in the other, utterly at a loss for how to document the results. Meanwhile, in a corner of the training ground, Ace's cries of distress could be heard. New recruit Nami, first assessment, score, qualified. Xian announced loudly from the main stage. At this moment, all the spectators were in a state of shock. Even the officials like Luchi atop the stage were equally stunned. What is the maximum limit of this strength tester? They all are aware of it, a staggering 3,000 units of force. Yet, Nami shattered it with a single punch. How can this be? Even if her rage amplified her power tenfold, it would still fall short. Meanwhile, Xian nodded slightly, acknowledging that this was indeed Nami, without a doubt. When it comes to berries, she would dare to confront even the Pirate King. In the original narrative, Luffy and Zoro often found themselves battered and bruised by her. At that moment, a Marine approached, holding a report card. Commander, the first round of assessments for all new recruits has concluded. Among them, 128 have passed, while 71 fell short of the standard. Those who did not meet the criteria will be taken back by the training camp instructors for a retest in 3 months. Understood, Commander. The Marine nodded and hurried towards the instructor team. Subsequently, for the 128 who passed the first assessment, the next challenge awaited them, the 6 styles of the Navy. This should certainly alert the higher-ups at headquarters. The evaluation standards of the 16th Division are bound to leave them astonished. The Navy's 6th style, even within the elite training camp at headquarters, is not something that every individual can master over a span of 3 years. In fact, even among those who do manage to learn it, most acquire merely a single technique. This is particularly true given that the trainees are already recommended elites from various divisions, possessing abilities that far exceed those of ordinary sailors. Moreover, after 3 years of elite training, this is the outcome. As for the regular training camps, they do not even have the privilege to learn the 6th style. It is not that the Navy is unwilling to impart this knowledge. Rather, the regular training camps are filled with recruits, and their training lasts only 3 months. The primary focus of their training consists of basic physical conditioning, firearm handling, artillery operation, and fundamental combat skills, among others. Thus, upon the conclusion of their training, these recruits typically possess a physical strength value between 10 and 12. A far cry from the requisite baseline needed to even begin learning the 6th style. After all, one must attain a physical strength value of at least 200 to embark on this journey. Naturally, the better the foundational conditions, the easier it becomes to learn, and the more effective the application. Consequently, when Sanders instructs Ace and Sophia, he waits until their physical strength values exceed 300, or even approach 400, before commencing their training. In contrast, the standard sailors of the division are taught starting at a value of 200, as waiting for them to reach 300 or 400 would likely mean the completion of their 6-month training period. The second round of evaluations has now officially commenced, with the instructor group leading the way, instructing the recruits to demonstrate the Navy's 6th style one by one. Those who can execute even a single technique will be deemed successful. Yes, Brigadier. In the next moment, several instructors immediately directed all recruits to disperse, leaving an open space in the center of the training ground. Subsequently, according to the training camp's numbering system, they were called up one by one. Recruits numbered 0002. Prado, please begin your demonstration of the 6th style. Yes. Upon hearing his name, the recruit promptly stepped out from the ranks and made his way to the center of the cleared area. The reason he was numbered 0002 was that recruit number 0001 had failed the first evaluation and was sent back for retraining. Brigadier. Prado's score for the first evaluation is a physical strength value of 356, ranking 5th among all evaluated recruits, reported a captain at the main table, presenting the first round's results beside Xian. Nodding slightly, Xian also observed with keen interest. Although he may not be Ace or Sophia, Prado certainly ranks among the top of the recruits, and one wonders if he might surprise himself by executing 2 techniques of the 6th style. Soon, under the watchful gaze of all, Prado commenced his demonstration. Shave. His figure flickered and reappeared several meters away. The officers on stage nodded in approval. Indeed. While his speed was still lacking and the distance insufficient, and his execution appeared somewhat awkward, he had undeniably grasped the shave technique of the 6th style. Recruit Prado has successfully executed the Navy's 6th style shave. Shall he continue? Inquired the sailor recording the results in the central area. Upon hearing this, Prado vigorously nodded. Iron block. With a steely gaze, he initiated the technique. Unfortunately, it did not last for long. Merely 5 or 6 seconds later, he collapsed to one knee, gasping for breath, his eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Unable to maintain the technique for an extended period, the execution of Iron Block was deemed a failure. However, due to his successful application of shave, he passed the second round of evaluations. Next up is recruit number 0003, Sig. Please step forward. Time passed swiftly. In just over an hour, 55 out of 128 recruits had completed the second round of evaluations. As of now, 37 have passed, while 18 have failed. Recruit number 0079. Ace, please step forward. At last, it was Ace's turn, yet as he approached the center of the training ground, laughter erupted among the spectators. It was simply impossible to recognize him. He looked utterly ridiculous, resembling a pig's head. Quickly, everyone turned their attention to Nami in the ranks. This woman is truly formidable. One must not offend her. Have you not seen how even the strongest of the new recruits, Ace, was reduced to a pitiable state? By the way, considering that Ace possesses the powers of the Logia type, how on earth did Nami manage to bring him down to such a condition? Should this question be posed to Xian, he would undoubtedly respond that, Nami, who has stolen Bailey, is truly omnipotent. Shave. Moonwalk. Gale foot. Upon taking the stage, Ace effortlessly executed the 3 techniques of the 6 powers. First came shave, followed by an upward leap into the moonwalk, and finally, while suspended in midair, he delivered a powerful gale foot strike, creating a deep fissure in the training ground. Although this gash measured merely over 2 meters in length and was about 10 centimeters deep, it was nonetheless a significant breach, albeit a miniature one. At that moment, Ace was entirely oblivious to the multitude of bumps adorning his head, wearing an expression of triumph. However, the sight of his battered appearance rendered that expression rather comical. Regardless, while the new recruits had barely managed to grasp a single technique, Ace had executed these 3 with remarkable proficiency, meeting the standards of practical application. Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, the next moment, he raised the microphone. New recruit Ace, after the evaluation, report to the logistics department. For the damage inflicted upon the training ground, the estimated repair costs will be deducted from your monthly salary. This. He had intended to make a grand impression, opting to deliver a gale foot strike to the ground after completing the moonwalk. But the outcome, regret washed over him. Why did he feel the need to seek the spotlight? As for confronting Xian about it, Ace had no intention, for he understood all too well that it would be futile. Ultimately, he could only lower his head and walk away. At that moment, the central officer responsible for recording scores called out once more. New recruit number 0082, Sophia, please step forward. On stage, Luchi's eyes brightened instantly. Sophia, number 090, alongside Nami, had blossomed within the 16th division. Currently, there were 4 notable flowers: Makino, Khalifa, Ain, and Sophia. Of course, in 2 or 3 years, Nami would undoubtedly become the 5th flower, but at present, she was still too young and required more time to mature. Thus, Sophia enjoyed considerable popularity among the recruits. Were it not for her relentless dedication, she would likely have attracted numerous admirers. While Khalifa was also quite popular, her position in the intelligence department meant she rarely made appearances within the division. As for Ain, though she was beautiful and had an admirable physique, she was notorious within the training camp for being a strict instructor. Therefore, among the 4 flowers, the most beloved at present was the division's cook, Makino. However, rumors had long circulated about a certain closeness between Makino and Brigadier General Shien, causing any bold sailor to refrain from pursuing her. Nevertheless, at this moment, whether recruits or veterans, the majority were rallying behind Sophia. Upon taking the stage, Sophia took a deep breath and immediately executed a shave, though not as masterful as Ace's. It nonetheless met the criteria for practical application. Afterward, she remained still. This revelation left many astonished, even among the ordinary Marines, some of whom attempted a second technique, though none have succeeded completely thus far. As the second best in the training camp, following Ace, it seemed rather unexpected for Sophia to only showcase a single technique, the shave. Is that all, new recruit Sophia? Inquired the Marine recording the scores, visibly perplexed. Not quite. The subsequent demonstration requires collaboration, as it pertains to the paper drawing. One of the Navy's 6 techniques. What? Paper drawing? The Marine appeared bewildered, for it is common knowledge that learning paper drawing is the final step among the 6 techniques. The learning curve for paper drawing is notoriously steep. Indeed, many officers, including high-ranking generals, have mastered only the other 5 techniques while failing to grasp paper drawing. Are you certain you wish to demonstrate paper drawing? Affirmative. Sophia replied with unwavering determination. At that moment, a figure emerged from the direction of the platform. Here I come. In the next instant, Luchi had already appeared before Sophia. This astonished all the recruits, even the seasoned veterans. Is this the shave of Colonel Luchi? Such astonishing speed. And the distance covered exceeds 30 meters, does it not? Even Ace, upon witnessing this, could not help but clench his fists. He had not forgotten how Luchi had thoroughly bested him back in Windmill Village. He had thought that after these 6 months, he had come closer to Luchi's level, but it appeared that his own strength was still far from Luchi's prowess. New recruit Sophia, are you prepared? Luchi inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. I am ready. Colonel Luchi, she replied. Then let us begin. With a swift whoosh, Luchi surged forward, unleashing a whip-like kick. The speed was so remarkable that the majority of the recruits barely registered when Luchi had made his move. Remarkably, he had not even utilized 2/10 of his true strength in his normal state. However, just as Luchi's kick was about to connect with Sophia, she suddenly sprang into action. Ultimately, the kick merely grazed past her. In the next instant, Luchi launched another assault, increasing his speed even further. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, one attacking and the other evading with incredible swiftness. On the main platform, Sophia is indeed impressive. She surpasses many of those we have trained. Indeed, many of the recruits who arrived with us still have not mastered the shave technique. That cannot be entirely true. It is merely a difference in training methods. After all, aside from the 6 styles, we have also dedicated a significant amount of time to learning intelligence-related skills. The original CP9 members exchanged thoughts from the stands. At that moment, the two combatants separated. Very well done. Your shave technique has become quite proficient. Luchi nodded approvingly and then executed a shave to return to the platform. The Marine then announced loudly that Sophia had passed her assessment and had proficiently mastered 2 techniques of the 6 styles, prompting applause from all the recruits and seasoned soldiers present. Particularly, the veterans expressed genuine admiration for the shave technique, even those hailing from headquarters, who had consumed more than 3 additional months of Sea King meat jerky than the recruits, had yet to master it. This included 5 individuals from the elite training camp of the headquarters, who similarly had not succeeded. Subsequently, the assessment entered a more lackluster phase, wherein recruits either struggled to execute a technique without meeting practical standards or were unable to perform even a single technique. Until recruit number 0139, Nami, please step forward to demonstrate. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately perked up. What a remarkable dark horse this is. Despite consistently ranking at the bottom during training camp, the moment she shattered the prowess tester with a single punch remains vividly etched in memory. Everyone is curious whether she, capable of such a feat, can indeed successfully master the 6 forms. Well, I also need someone to cooperate. Rookie Nami, you wouldn't be thinking of demonstrating paper drawing, would you? Yes. That is the only technique I can perform. Very well. Earlier, Sophia astonished everyone, and now Nami is about to showcase paper drawing as well. What is happening here? Is it possible that women find it easier to learn paper drawing compared to the other 5 forms? Even the Marines recording the scores began to question their reality, turning to glance at the main stage. Who will take the stage? I will. For some reason, I feel a connection with this young girl. Upon hearing Xian's inquiry, Khalifa spoke up. She was not merely speaking whimsically. She genuinely felt a bond with Nami, though she could not articulate why. Xian nodded in agreement. Khalifa and Nami indeed share a connection. In the original narrative, they engaged in a rather peculiar skirmish together. Soon, Khalifa utilized shave to dart towards the center of the training ground. However, unlike Luchi, who could accomplish it in one swift movement, she executed 2 consecutive shaves before finally arriving before Nami. Are you ready? Ready, Major Khalifa. Then let us begin. Prepare yourself. In the next instant, Khalifa's long leg swung towards Nami. Although not as swift as Luchi, her rapid kicking technique produced a mesmerizing display of leg shadows, captivating to those on the main stage. However, the new recruits could not keep pace with her speed, rendering this rare spectacle irrelevant to them. Meanwhile, Nami was evading with minimal movements, skillfully dodging each kick with precision. On the main stage, although she was slightly inferior to Sophia, it was evident that she had grasped paper drawing. By the way, is there a historical record in CP9 of anyone mastering paper drawing before the other 6 forms? To my knowledge, there isn't. By the way, Nami is only 16 years old, right? According to the records, she turned 16 for another 2 months. She is currently just 15. Wow, Owl, you truly. The Owl's sudden interjection prompted collective exasperation from the onlookers. Have you all noticed that every kick from Khalifa is aimed directly at Nami's face? Do they have a grudge? Suddenly, Bruno, who had been silent, spoke up. The others were taken aback, and upon scrutinizing the training ground, it indeed appeared so. Each of Khalifa's strikes was directed at Nami's face. If one were to claim there was no animosity, it would be hard for anyone to believe. So, what exactly is going on here? After a full minute, Khalifa finally ceased her movements, while Nami was left panting heavily. If this continued, she feared she might collapse. In contrast, Khalifa wore an expression of regret, but soon turned her attention to Nami. Why did you choose to learn paper drawing first when studying the 6 forms? Khalifa was genuinely curious, particularly regarding the earlier discussion among some Marines about whether women find it easier to learn paper drawing. This is utterly absurd. Could it be that one considers oneself to be male? Upon hearing Khalifa's inquiry, Nami began to ponder. She then lifted her head and, with a serious expression, declared, "It is because I am quite vulnerable. I must first learn the techniques that best ensure my own protection. Is that not so?" At this moment, the surrounding new recruits, equally curious and attentive, stumbled in unison. Khalifa was somewhat at a loss for words. Was this truly the reason? Indeed. Well then, congratulations. You have passed the 2nd round of assessments. With a sigh of resignation, Khalifa promptly declared, "Hooray." Ultimately, out of 128 participants in the 2nd round, only 78 qualified, resulting in another 50 being sent back to the elite training camp. Following this, the 3rd round of assessments commenced. However, the 3rd round was no longer concerned with graduation but rather determined the starting point for all new recruits after formal service. Currently, the 16 divisions comprised 1 brigadier general, 1 colonel, 2 lieutenant colonels, for majors, 10 captains, 20 lieutenants, and 70 ensigns. Indeed, among the 100 Marines in the division, the lowest rank was that of an ensign. After all, they possessed considerable prowess, having been led by Xian to eliminate pirates on several occasions, followed by Gabra and Kaku taking turns leading expeditions. Additionally, one must consider the 2 incursions by the Don Quixote family. Therefore, after more than half a year, attaining the rank of an officer was not particularly challenging. Among the 78 graduates of this cohort, according to Xian's vision, they will be assigned to the rank of non-commissioned officers based on their assessment scores, rather than starting as privates. This includes 11 slots for sergeants, 27 for corporals, and 40 for lance corporals. The essence of the 3rd round of evaluations is, quite simply, meritocracy. The The stronger you are, the higher your starting point. If you secure a sergeant position, you may even have the opportunity to challenge the branch's lieutenants. And should you emerge victorious, congratulations. Your entry point into the Navy will be as a lieutenant. As for the officer ranks, those are beyond reach. One must ascend gradually based on military merit. Aside from Ace, who can rely on his natural abilities to play a few tricks, the others stand little chance. All the new recruits are exceedingly enthusiastic about the third round of evaluations, and the 11 who ultimately secured sergeant positions have chosen to challenge the lieutenants. After all, even if they lose, they will still retain their status as sergeants, with little consequence. However, should they win, it is worth noting that the 100 lieutenants within the branch are indeed feeling a bit apprehensive at this moment. Ordinarily, they would not fear this group of recruits. But the issue lies in, among this group of recruits, 3 individuals pose a significant threat, and that is no exaggeration. One of them is Ace, possessing a staggering power level exceeding 800, complemented by mastery of the 3 moves and 6 techniques, in addition to being a practitioner of nature-based abilities. Isn't this a form of bullying? The second individual is Sophia, whose strength exceeds 600, surpassing the majority of her peers, coupled with her exceptional mastery of paper techniques. Although not as monstrous as Ace, she still poses a significant threat to anyone unfortunate enough to cross her path. Lastly, we have Nami. On the surface, she appears to be utterly harmless, yet the memory of her previous punch shattering the strength tester lingers ominously in everyone's minds. If one were to be struck by such a blow, it seems likely that they would meet their demise on the spot. This is a sentiment shared among all the Marines. In a certain sense, the pressure brought upon them by Nami is even greater than that exerted by Ace. As for the other recruits, they remain entirely unfazed, easily resolving their challenges. Ultimately, both Ace and Sophia successfully attained the rank of lieutenant. The distinction lies in the fact that Ace achieved this with relative ease, while Sophia had to engage in a fierce struggle for several minutes before securing her position. Consequently, the number of lieutenants in the 16th Division increased from 10 to 12. It is worth noting that the 2 defeated Marines would not lose their ranks as a result. However, being bested by the recruits is undeniably embarrassing. Following this, it was Nami's turn. To everyone's surprise, she challenged only 1 ensign and selected the weakest among 100. Aware of her own capabilities, Nami expressed a profound self-awareness. Had it not been for the choices of others to challenge, she might not have considered entering the fray at all. After all, those ensigns each possessed at least over 400 in combat power, whereas she barely reached 200. What is this all about? Ace felt quite embarrassed being the only one to be beaten by Nami. Naturally, he wanted the veterans to share in the experience. Therefore, before Nami took the stage, he stealthily approached her and whispered in a tone audible only to the 2 of them, "Nami, this guy tricked me into stealing your berries. And he consumed all of them without leaving a single penny for me." After all, having participated in the assessment since early morning, Nami had not yet returned to the dormitory to check if her berries had been stolen. In the next moment, upon seeing the lieutenant on stage, Nami's expression changed dramatically, radiating a chilling aura akin to that of a furious beast. 2 minutes later, the second pig head of the 16th Division has emerged. Every veteran who witnessed how Nami fought trembled in fear. The little girl was simply ferocious. Thankfully, they had not been chosen themselves. Thus, the day's assessment finally concluded. The division welcomed 2 new captains and 1 lieutenant, while the remaining 75 were all non-commissioned officers. Although less than half of the candidates successfully passed the assessment, Xian remained thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. He knew that in 3 months, the rest would also qualify. It was time to commence the second round of recruitment. After all, there was an unused quota of 200 individuals, wasn't there? But before that, the division needed to create some momentum, boosting its reputation to lay a solid foundation for the second round of recruitment. In the office of the division commander, according to the division's plan, the second round of recruitment would take place in a month. To ensure the efficacy of this recruitment, Luchi, Gabra, and Kaku each led a squad of Marines, with 3 warships setting sail separately. Khalifa, Wanza, Owl, and Bruno were tasked with providing real-time intelligence support, fully operationalizing the intelligence network they had developed. Additionally, I have made arrangements with Morgans to allow him to dispatch 3 reporters to accompany the ships for coverage. The reporters will arrive at the division in 2 days, and you will set out thereafter, understood? For the second round of recruitment, Xian had resolved to firmly establish the division's reputation in East Blue. This was also the primary objective of the operation. To this end, Xian even contacted Morgans to arrange for reporters to cover the expedition. Morgans readily agreed to this request. After all, if executed well, this could lead to a series of highly engaging feature reports. The 2 parties were in perfect accord. Understood. Well then, go prepare. Yes, Brigadier General. 092 targeting Carrera. After Luchi and the others departed, Xian summoned the leader of the research team, Reedys. Reedys, how many of the new rifles do we currently have? Reporting to the Brigadier General, we have 48 semi-automatic A1 rifles, 6 general-purpose T1 machine guns, and 6 tactical K1 sniper rifles. The quantity is still insufficient. Xian frowned. Brigadier General, that is unavoidable. We have not established a production line, relying solely on the laboratory for manufacturing. This not only slows down the process but also incurs exorbitant costs. Take the A1 rifle for instance. We currently spend 100,000 berries to produce each one. But if we could set up a production line for mass production, the cost could be reduced to below 2,000 berries. As he spoke, Reedy's handed over a list detailing the cost statistics for producing these firearms thus far. The A1 semi-automatic rifles had cost 8 million berries for 48 units. The T1 general-purpose machine guns totaled 6 million berries for 6 units, and the K1 tactical sniper rifles amounted to a staggering 18 million berries for 6 units. In total, just these 60 guns had consumed 8 million berries. The expenses were simply too high. This does not account for the procurement of equipment by the research department, the initial research and development, bullet production, and the exorbitant salaries of over 20 researchers. However, to discuss the establishment of a production line in the 16th branch, there is simply no available space. The island itself is rather small, and during the reconstruction process, nearly every usable area has been utilized. Where else could there be ample vacant zones to establish factories and various production lines? We must devise a solution. Therefore, tomorrow, you will deliver the completed firearms to Luchi, allowing him to make arrangements and ensure sufficient ammunition. As for the production line issue, I will find a way to resolve it shortly. Yes, sir. By the way, how far along are we with the artillery research? We have successfully produced a 130mm caliber naval twin-mounted cannon, which is currently undergoing testing. If all goes well, it can be installed on large warships. However, it is not suitable for medium-sized vessels. Why is that? Logically, there should be enough deck space on a medium-sized warship for installation. Xian was momentarily taken aback. Although medium-sized warships are indeed significantly smaller than large ones, their decks are quite spacious, and it should not pose an issue for the entire twin-mounted 130mm cannon. However, in the next moment, Reed has provided the answer. Sir, while installation is feasible, the recoil of the new naval cannon is too substantial. Medium-sized warships are too small and lightweight to effectively dissipate this force, unless what? Unless the medium-sized warship is constructed from superior wood, such as atom wood. Atom wood? The bare cost of such a medium-sized warship would likely exceed 500 million berries, right? Setting aside whether Xian is willing to spend that much, the crux is that atom wood is not something one can simply purchase at will. The saying available but not attainable perfectly encapsulates this situation. Is there no alternative? There is. Previously, you mentioned using steel to construct warships. If that can indeed be accomplished, then it should not be an issue. However, shipbuilding is not our expertise. We are completely at a loss. Very well, in 2 days, 3 medium-sized warships will be dispatched by Luchi and his team for a mission. As for the remaining large warship, you may handle it as you see fit. Regarding the shipbuilding issue, I will devise a solution. Yes, sir. After Reedus departed, Xian pondered for a long while before summoning Luchi once more. 2 minutes later. Sir, is there to be a change in the plan for the next 2 days? No, I sought you out for another matter. You should have Icebagu's contact information, correct? Yes, sir, but, well, Reedus and his team have encountered difficulties with the new naval cannon due to excessive recoil, rendering it unsuitable for medium-sized warships. Therefore, I require a better new generation of warship. But you know, while Reedus and his team excel in weapon research, they're utterly clueless about shipbuilding. Understood. Luchi could roughly guess why Xian was contacting Icebagu. He then wrote down a series of numbers on paper. However, it was not Icebagu's personal phone number, but rather the contact for the Guerilla company. After all, when Luchi left Water 7 to carry out a mission at the naval headquarters, there were still 3 years until the original plot began. At that time, he was not yet the foreman of the Guerilla company. BRR. This is Water 7. Guerilla company. How may I assist you? I am Xian Campbell, the head of the 16th branch of the Navy. Please connect me with Mr. Icebagu. I have important matters to discuss with him. Certainly, please hold for a moment. About a minute later, the simulated face on the phone transformed suddenly, shifting from a young woman to an older man. I am Icebagu. Mr. Icebagu, I am Xian Campbell. I am aware, recently, the name Xian has been quite prominent. And I have heard through the grapevine that even 2 of the officers under the 7 Warlord Doflamingo have fallen to your hands. I wonder what brings you to contact me today. Before we get to the main point, may I ask if the phone you are currently using is secure from eavesdropping, and is there anyone else around? Yes, it is secure. And I am alone in my office. Icebagu's expression turned curious. What could the recently renowned Xian want from him? And is he being cautious? Then I shall speak plainly. My 16th branch intends to construct a fleet of new generation warships, and I hope the Guerilla company can undertake this project. Furthermore, for the sake of confidentiality, I require Mr. Icebagu to dispatch top foremen to the East Sea to, in simple terms, establish a branch of the Guerilla company to serve my 16th branch. Icebagu was momentarily stunned. This request was simply preposterous. Establishing an East Sea branch solely for the service of your one branch? Sir Xian, this matter. Mr. Icebagu. When I say to serve my 16th branch, I do not mean that you can only accept our orders, but rather that when there is a demand from my 16th branch, the East Sea branch should prioritize our needs. During other times, you may continue to accept other orders as usual. Interrupting Ispegu, Xian provided clarification. Mr. Xian, you are aware that our Guerilla company is one of the foremost shipyards in the world, which implies that our standards for shipbuilding are exceedingly high. However, in the East Sea, most individuals require vessels only for short-distance travel. Moreover, the East Sea does not experience the harsh weather conditions of the Grand Line. Therefore, the demand for vessels there is not particularly stringent. In fact, many rudimentary and poorly crafted ships suffice. And there is no need for the high-standard ships that the Guerilla company produces. After all, the price may be several times higher than those rudimentary vessels, so Icebega's meaning is quite understandable. If a branch were to be established in the East Sea, then in order to achieve results, they would have to sell those low-cost, low-standard vessels. Otherwise, constructing ships to the standards of the Guerilla company would simply not be viable, as the people in the East Sea would not purchase them. The prices would be exorbitant, potentially 2 to 3 times higher. After all, the Guerilla company is undoubtedly a high-end brand in the global shipbuilding industry. They cannot tarnish their reputation by venturing into the low-end market. If they do not wish to compromise their high-end brand, then establishing a company in the East Sea would ultimately lead to financial losses. This is precisely why the Carrera company, in the original work, did not cultivate relationships for global business. The demand for ships there is exceedingly rudimentary. At best, they can only secure a few orders from affluent nobles. Naturally, Xian could discern that he was being subtly declined. However, this was inconsequential. Xian possessed an irrefutable reason that Espaku could not turn down. Mr. Espaku, you once had 2 workers at Carrera named Luchi and Kaku, did you not? How do you know this, Brigadier Xian? Indeed, those 2 existed. Yet they have both mysteriously vanished without a trace. Espaku was taken aback. Luchi and Kaku were individuals he held in high regard, even having resolved to train them as foremen. However, one day Luchi requested leave to return to his hometown, and it was on that occasion that he disappeared, never to be seen again. Months later, Kaku also went missing. Even his secretary, Khalifa, vanished on the same day as Kaku. Mr. Espaku, I can inform you that Luchi, Kaku, Khalifa, and the esteemed bar owner Bruno from Water 7 are all agents of CP9 under the world government. You may surmise what their presence around you intends to procure. Could it be upon hearing this, Espaku's eyes widened in realization of what Xian was insinuating. Yet, he refrained from uttering those words, for it seemed he had already deduced the implication. You have likely heard of the previous incident involving the Campbell family. Although the public narrative merely spoke of the world government's compensation, alongside the arrest of CP5 and CP9 officials, the reality is due to this incident. All CP9 agents were dismissed, including Luchi, Kaku, Khalifa, and Bruno. They are no longer agents, but have now become soldiers in my 16th division. At this moment, Espaku's expression was one of utter disbelief. This meant that the world government had taken notice of him and was beginning to seek out the designs of Pluto? And that the disappearance of Luchi and the others was influenced by the Campbell incident? Brigadier Xian, I can only assert that the object you seek does not exist. I believe, Mr. Espaku, you have misinterpreted my meaning. However, it is indeed true that it has ceased to exist. At least, it vanished over 5 months ago. What do you mean by that? Espaku inquired, perplexed. Ceased to exist? Vanished over 5 months ago? This statement may also be interpreted as having once existed. At least 5 months ago, it was still present. Could it be that they are already aware? But that cannot be right. That fellow Francie is still as lively as ever, without a hint of trouble. To clarify, over 5 months ago, I had issued an order to Lucy and the others to make a trip to Water 7, and then, unbeknownst to Francie, to open the hidden compartment in his abdomen and retrieve that particular item, ultimately ensuring its complete destruction. What? There is no need to panic. The item has been destroyed, rendering it unattainable. After all, that item is akin to a ticking time bomb, and whoever possesses it would pose a calamity to the world. Logically, you and Francie should have disposed of it much earlier. Well, let us leave this matter here, aside from you, me, and Lucy and the others. No one else is aware. Upon hearing this, Icebega nodded in agreement. In truth, he had always been hesitant about whether to destroy the plans for the Underworld King. However, with Shien taking action now, it essentially made the decision for him. Strangely, after learning of this matter, Icebega felt a certain lightness throughout his being, and a hint of warmth appeared in his gaze. It is worth noting that Shien could have easily handed over the acquired Underworld King plans to the world government in exchange for high-ranking positions and riches. Yet, he chose instead to destroy them without a second thought. Brigadier Shien, I can agree to your request to construct the next generation of warships. But building them in Water 7 is entirely feasible as well. No, I may not have been very clear earlier. The new generation of warships we intend to construct at our branch will be a revolutionary ironclad vessel. An ironclad vessel? Icebega began to understand why Shien was so insistent on having him establish a branch in the East Sea. Such a groundbreaking project, if entrusted to him, would never be allowed to unfold beyond his watchful gaze. After all, what if the technological marvel were to be pilfered by pirates? Or, worse still, what if the world government were to seize the opportunity? Given Xian's act of obliterating the plans for the Pluton, it was evident that he did not share the world government's objectives. Nevertheless, from a commercial perspective, establishing a subsidiary in the East Blue was decidedly imprudent. At this juncture, Ace Bug remained oblivious to Xian's ultimate ambition, which was not merely to have Carrera set up a branch in the East Blue, but rather to establish a shipbuilding department within the 16th branch. Ultimately, an agreement was reached, the rental proposal. Xian and Ace Bug came to a conclusive accord. Carrera would not be constructing a subsidiary in the East Blue. Instead, she would employ 2 foremen and 20 shipwrights to be dispatched to the 16th branch to participate in the Ironclad project for a duration of 1 year. For this, Xian was obligated to pay Carrera's company a substantial sum of 1 billion berries. Furthermore, the shipbuilding technology acquired during this project would be jointly owned by the 16th branch and Carrera's company. Unless both parties consented, Carrera's company could not independently commercialize these technologies. In truth, the profits generated by 2 foremen and 20 shipwrights over the course of a year would far exceed 1 billion berries. As depicted in the original work, Ace Bug and Frankie were able to construct the Straw Hat Pirates ship from scratch in mere days. Complete with exquisite finishing touches, an extraordinary feat that underscores the rapidity of shipbuilding in the world of pirates. Therefore, one can easily surmise the volume of orders that could be undertaken and fulfilled by 2 foremen and 20 shipwrights within a year. Yet, in a gesture of gratitude towards Xian, Ace Bug settled on this price. The source of his gratitude was, of course, Xian's decision to destroy the Pluton blueprints rather than surrender them to the world government. This is precisely the reason why Xian and Ispega have discussed this matter. As for whether Ispega would divulge this information, Xian is utterly unconcerned. After all, he would not approach the world government to disclose that Xian had stolen the blueprints of the Pluton, which he had hidden alongside Frankie. In summary, Xian is thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. Ispegu is also content, even though it may result in a slight loss of profit. However, it would not lead to any substantial financial detriment for him. This arrangement expresses gratitude while ensuring that Carrera Company does not suffer commercially. It can be said that this leasing proposal is indeed quite fitting. When the list was transmitted to Xian by Ispegu, he was momentarily taken aback. The first foreman on the list is Barry, which does not surprise Xian, as he is indeed one of Carrera's top foremen and, according to the original narrative, the future vice president of Carrera. However, the identity of the second foreman left him dumbfounded. Frankie, how could it be him? Moreover, this fellow is fundamentally affiliated with Carrera Company. Nevertheless, on a brighter note, the arrival of Frankie is advantageous. As Xian is grappling with the last critical issue of his Ironclad project, a problem that Frankie is among the few in the world capable of solving. The issue at hand is power. Indeed, Xian has no intention of creating a sailing ironclad. That notion is absurd. While it is feasible for Xian to provide the shipbuilders with a simple explanation regarding the concept of a propeller, what about the power source? Xian does not possess technical expertise. He can discuss certain common knowledge from his previous life, but when it comes to specific technical aspects, he is utterly clueless. At this moment, Frankie's significance became evident. Cola power. In the world of pirates, there exists a peculiar yet remarkably efficient propulsion system. Just imagine. Every time a warship sets sail, its cargo holds brimming with cola. The imagery is rather enchanting, almost too beautiful to behold. Regardless, the presence of Frankie has indeed resolved the final conundrum. A windlass ironclad vessel equipped with propeller propulsion, multiple artillery mounts, and cola power. Essentially, the next generation of warships has taken form in Xian's mind. 2 days later, 3 reporters from the World Economic Journal, stationed in the East Sea, arrived at the Navy's 16th branch. Upon their arrival, they were met with gasps of astonishment. Although the establishment of this fortress base had been reported long ago, witnessing the stronghold in person was genuinely awe-inspiring. After all, the outer defensive walls stood a full 200 meters away from the inner island. One can only imagine the vastness of this fortress. Hours later, 3 medium-sized warships departed from the branch's stronghold. Their mission, over the course of a month, was to eradicate as many pirates as possible with the support of the intelligence department. Xian had made it clear that the team responsible for the least number of pirate captures would face consequences upon their return. Among them, Luchi was tasked with patrolling the area near the doldrums. Although this expansive region lacked nations or large islands, it was dotted with numerous uninhabited isles. The deserted island where Xian had once found himself was located in this very area. Furthermore, with only one branch in Logtown occupying nearly half of the East Sea, and situated near Reverse Mountain, it was evident that Logtown had limited influence over this vast expanse. This has led numerous pirate crews to establish their lairs on uninhabited islands within this region. Furthermore, Kaku is responsible for the area encompassing the Kingdom of Goa, Kodo Island, Shellstown, Orangetown, and extending to the village of Syrup. Although this territory accounts for less than 10% of the East Sea, it is notorious for being the site of the highest frequency of pirate raids, primarily due to its bustling commercial shipping routes. Lastly, there is Cabrera, who oversees the waters surrounding the archipelago of Jamaica and numerous adjacent islets. This is the prosperous maritime route, second only to the region of Kaku. Initially, with a month's time and the support of the intelligence department, eliminating a certain number of pirate crews in this area would not be a daunting task. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the 16th Division is situated within this territory. It is noteworthy that the 16th Division currently holds a notorious reputation in the East Sea, to the extent that the vast majority of pirate crews dare not venture near this place. Upon learning that his target was located here, Garp immediately sought out Xian to express his grievances. In this region, where can one still find several pirate crews? It seems unlikely that this is a deliberate targeting of oneself. However, shortly thereafter, Xian produced a report that had just been delivered by the intelligence department. The contents revealed that, in response to the threat posed by the Navy's 16th Division, a notorious pirate from the East Sea, with a bounty of 12 million, had summoned over 20 pirate crews, each with bounties exceeding 1 million, to discuss forming an alliance. Intriguingly, these individuals intended to conduct their clandestine meeting less than 200 nautical miles from the 16th Division. Such audacity is remarkable. Yet, upon receiving this intelligence, Garp's previously morose expression transformed into one of delight. How fortuitous! If we eliminate them all at once, it would amount to over 20 pirate crews. I am utterly satisfied indeed. Exceedingly satisfied. After the trio led their respective squads away, Bruno made his way to Xian's office. Commodore, is it not peculiar that, despite Khalifa and the others being deployed, I have been left behind? Upon hearing this, Bruno nodded. Do not worry, you have a far more significant task ahead of you. What task? Return to your original vocation. A flurry of question marks instantly appeared above his head. Bruno, you are aware that in 3 months, the majority of the new recruits will graduate. Once the branch's forces are sufficiently bolstered, I shall establish a pirate guerrilla unit to hunt the pirates along the Grand Line. Prior to that, however, I need you to infiltrate the Grand Line to prepare for our future endeavors, so that you may provide essential intelligence support once the guerrilla unit is operational. Thus, Bruno, continue your role as a bar owner. The location shall be in the town of Magic Valley on Gaia Island, where there is a tavern. As for how to replace the former proprietor, I believe you possess ample experience in such matters. Magic Valley is also known as Pirate Town, where the inhabitants are predominantly pirates with scarcely any civilians present. Moreover, these pirates revel in congregating within the taverns. Hence, if you wish to gather a wealth of information, this is indeed an excellent place, as most visiting pirates will certainly stop by to witness the local scene. Furthermore, the role of a tavern owner. Isn't this precisely Bruno's area of expertise? Understood. I shall set forth immediately. No rush. First, I must procure 6 months' worth of number 2 jerky from the logistics department. One must not neglect training. Yes, Brigadier General. With a nod, Bruno departed with remarkable efficiency. Xian then rose and approached the window, gazing outside. Individual prowess, cutting-edge firearms, modern artillery, and new naval vessels. This is sufficient for conventional combat capabilities. The remaining task involves the soul-cutting blade squadron, though that can wait. Prudence is essential, if necessary. I could arrange matters in the New World after a year, which remains an acceptable option. In 3 months, the 16th branch will astonish the entire sea. At that time, perhaps I shall first confront Crocodile. After all, the king of the underworld has his own plans, and it is high time to address these 7 warlords. Private executions spark upheaval. 10 days later, the Navy's 16th branch initiated a thunderous operation in the East Sea. As of the time of this report, the number of pirate crews eradicated in the East Sea has reached a staggering 31. Navy Supernova, Brigadier General Shien, declared that there exists no soil for pirates to thrive in the East Sea. The profound impact on the world following the complete cleansing of the East Sea cannot be overstated. An anonymous official from the world government remarked that Brigadier General Shien's actions undermined the balance of the sea, due to the confidentiality requirements of the initial operations. It was not until 10 days later that Morgans finally commenced his actions. Numerous reports converged on the East Sea, saturating page after page. It was nothing short of a spectacle. It is well known that the Navy's justice has often been sluggish and absent. Yet, Shien's proactive assault, coupled with his declaration to leave no space for pirates to survive, resonated deeply with countless civilians. Consequently, the newspapers unsurprisingly sold out. The exhilarated Morgans, in his office, shouted furiously into the transponder snail. Print more. I demand an immediate reprint of 1 million copies. No, make it 2 million copies, right away. After hanging up the transponder snail, the man began to express his astonishment. Indeed, he had not misjudged the situation. Collaborating with Shien always brought him delightful surprises. Approximately 200 nautical miles from the 16th Division, a warship lay concealed behind the mountainous terrain of an island, thereby obscuring its movements. Colonel. Recent reports indicate that Colonel Kaku has dealt with 12 pirate crews, while Colonel Luchi's achievements are even more remarkable, totaling 19. Meanwhile, we have yet to make our debut. A lieutenant, his face etched with anxiety, remarked beside Cabrera. If this dismal score remains until the conclusion of the operation, it would be utterly humiliating. Upon returning to the headquarters, I fear I shall struggle to hold my head high in the presence of my colleagues. The most critical point is that the Brigadier has stated that the team with the poorest performance shall face consequences upon our return. Can we not be in such a hurry? Garp chuckled softly. Do you think we have been hiding here for so many days without reason? The intelligence department has long since confirmed that over 20 pirate crews, each with bounties exceeding 1 million, will gather here to discuss an alliance, including one with a bounty in the tens of millions. After pulling off this heist, we shall surpass both Luchi and Kaku in no time. especially in terms of quality. While those two may boast numbers, most of their bounties are merely a few 100,000, worthless trash. Beside him, the lieutenant's eyes sparkled. Is it true that there are over 20 pirate crews with bounties above 1 million? Indeed. Gabra nodded confidently. Have you considered the source of this intelligence? It was provided by a former CP9 member. There can be no mistake. Just then, a lieutenant hurried over, carrying a phone snail that was still connected. As for Bree, he was the one Gabra had stationed on the island for surveillance. Bree, have you discovered anything? Yes, Gabra, there are 3 pirate ships approaching. Continue to monitor them. And ensure that our position remains concealed. Understood. After hanging up the phone snail, Gabra chuckled. Did you hear that? The prey is starting to take the bait. It seems that today or tomorrow, we will make our move. Prepare everyone. Yes, sir. The lieutenant, brimming with excitement, dashed off to deliver the news. The following evening, Navy 16th Division, Chief's Office. Report. Come in. Brigadier General, I bring the latest news. An hour ago, Colonel Gabra led a squad of Marines in a night raid on an island where a large pirate gathering was underway, located 200 nautical miles from the division. Did we capture them all? Yes, including the Phantom Mass pirates with a total bounty of 12 million. We eliminated a total of 26 pirate crews. However, due to the overwhelming number of captured pirates, Colonel Gabra requests that the division dispatch ships for transport. Inform Gabra that any pirate with blood on their hands, be it from civilians or Marines, is unworthy of detention. If the ships cannot accommodate them, the division will send vessels for assistance. Yes, Brigadier General. The Marine was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure. Their Brigadier General was as resolute as ever. Any confirmed pirate who had harmed civilians or Marines would not be spared. With a swift salute, the Marine exited hastily. Xian, during this venture in the East Sea, sought not only to garner prestige but also to establish authority. Otherwise, the previous naval approach would hardly deter pirates, who would continuously venture out to sea. After all, the cost of crime was far too low. Thus, to achieve the goal of a pirate-free East Sea, Xian needed to convey a clear message to all. Should you dare to set sail for plunder and destruction, death awaits you. None shall escape. Only by doing so could he instill a sense of dread throughout the East Sea, creating an atmosphere where no one would dare to become a pirate. Ultimately, once everyone internalized the notion that a life of piracy offered no escape, the vision of a pirate-free East Sea could truly materialize. As for those who genuinely sought adventure at sea, as long as they did not hoist the pirate flag, did not assault Marines, nor engage in the slaughter of civilians or similar acts, and reported to the Navy, Shien would remain indifferent. Upon receiving the devisee, this is indeed monumental news. Under the command of Xian, the 16th Division of the Navy executed hundreds of captured pirates. The reporter exhibited a gleeful expression, envisioning the sensational impact this article and accompanying photographs would have on the Daily Times. It seemed as though the anticipation was palpable. Moreover, Morgan proved to be quite accommodating. As the reporter dispatched a plethora of photographs along with a meticulously crafted article, he promptly contacted Xian to inquire whether the news should be held back. However, Xian unequivocally declared that it should be released as is. Consequently, the following day, the World Economic newspaper featured an explosively sensational article alongside a multitude of graphic images. In an instant, the entire world was thrown into a frenzy. 600 pirates were apprehended, and when contact was made with the branch to request ships for their transport, the branch leader declared that they lacked the qualification for detention. Subsequently, the Marine forces of the 16th branch executed over 500 of them on the spot. To the common people, Xian's actions resonated profoundly, even prompting cheers of approval. After all, this particular stratum of society harbored an undeniable loathing for pirates. Reflecting upon the original narrative, the civilians who tuned in to witness the live broadcast of the Marineford War were unequivocally aligned with the Navy's cause. It becomes evident here just how despicable the pirates truly are. However, within the Navy, this incident has sparked considerable uproar. Although there are supporters of Xian's actions, the majority of this generation of Navy personnel, dominated by the Dove faction, vehemently denounce him. Numerous vice admirals from the headquarters have approached Sengoku, demanding severe punishment for Xian. As for the 3 admirals, Akiji expressed that Xian's actions may have been excessive, yet he believed that expelling him from the Navy, as suggested by those vice admirals, was unwarranted. After all, with Akainu as a precedent, if such measures were taken, would it not imply that the Navy is adopting a double standard? If the situation were to escalate, tomorrow's newspapers would surely proclaim that factional strife within the Navy has led to high-ranking Dove officers manipulating events to suppress Xian, potentially resulting in his expulsion from the Navy. Nonetheless, some form of punishment is indeed necessary, and it was suggested that Sengoku demote Xian to the rank of colonel as a form of reprimand. Considering that the branch commander in the East Blue was originally a colonel, this would afford the vice admirals a graceful exit, would it not? Kizaru, on the other hand, remained aloof, preoccupied with grooming his nails and refraining from voicing any opinions, occasionally muttering about how frightening the current youth is. Surprisingly, Akainu made a special phone call to Xian, asserting that not only was Xian blameless, but he also deserved commendation. When did the Navy come to penalize those who eliminate pirates? If this continues, who would wish to serve in the Navy? Clearly, Akainu is quite fond of Xian's approach. even remarking that had he been in Xian's position, he would have eliminated the remaining few as well. Why keep them around for the festivities? Sengoku was left speechless. Yet he had anticipated Akainu's stance. Looking over at Garp, he was sound asleep. Oh well, a balance must be struck. After all, Xian is a talent Sengoku highly regards, with the potential to rise to the level of an admiral, given the current state of the Navy. Where the old guard is fading, if Xian were to be heavily punished and subsequently leave the Navy, it would undoubtedly be a significant loss. Of course, he could not entirely disregard the demands of so many vice admirals. While they may not represent the pinnacle of the Navy's combat strength, they are indeed a vital pillar. Thus, that day, the Navy headquarters publicly announced the outcome of the incident. Colonel Gabra and all other sailors involved in the execution of the pirates were placed on a year-long suspension without pay and required to submit a formal letter of reflection to the headquarters. Furthermore, the budget allocation for the 16th branch for the year was revoked. Although the penalties appeared severe, many were aware that, remarkably, all vice admirals understood that the entirety of the 16th branch's expenditures was solely managed by Xian himself. Even the sailors' salaries were dispersed by him. Does handling it yield any better results than not addressing it at all? Project 095 is now fully underway. In the office, Xian gazed at the documents transmitted from headquarters, crumpling them into a ball and tossing them into the wastebasket. The old man from the Warring States era remains unchanged, fixated solely on the so-called balance. Whether on a global scale or within the Navy itself, it is all the same. It is precisely for this reason that the Navy has descended into its current state. He instructed Lucy and the others not to heed the punitive measures from headquarters and to proceed with their duties as usual. Summoning a messenger, Xian spoke. Yes, sir, Brigadier. In the ensuing days, the bounty acquisitions by Lucy and his companions dwindled significantly, with instances occurring where they would go 2 or 3 days without encountering a single pirate. As for the intelligence department's support, they had eliminated all the pirates in the designated locations within the first 10 days. What remained was merely a matter of wandering and hopes of fortune. After all, the number of pirates in the East Sea is markedly less than in the other 3 seas. Moreover, many had already been swept away by the 16th Division. And with the intelligence backing, a substantial number had been dispatched. The remaining bounties were indeed few. Those with bounties exceeding 10 million were reduced to a solitary figure, Buggy. However, according to the intelligence department, this individual had fled 3 months ago upon learning of Diamante's failed assault on the 16th Division, subsequently being counterattacked. He vanished without a trace. It is now uncertain where he has taken refuge, but it is speculated he has likely departed from the East Sea, most probably venturing into the Grand Line. Thus, for the past 3 months, Xian has refrained from pursuing Buggy. One must admit, this fellow's sense of danger and ability to escape are truly commendable within the world of pirates. Initially, Xian had intended to capture him and enlist his expertise in researching new types of ammunition and their powder ratios, eliminating him afterward. After all, he possesses considerable skill in that domain. However, it appears that patience is required for the time being. Speaking of which, considering the timeline, it should soon be time for the Lerera company to arrive. Tapping rhythmically on the desk, Xian picked up the transponder snail. Sumner, this is Xian. Brigadier Xian. Is there anything noteworthy recently? I'm currently overseeing a large-scale project, at least 2 billion in scale. Are you interested? Absolutely. Please be sure to entrust it to us at Tokov Construction Company. A project worth 2 billion? Mansour instantly perked up. Ah, Xian, truly a bringer of fortune. The stronghold of the branch has barely been completed for a few months, yet there seems to be another grand endeavor underway. However, I have some particular stipulations for this project. No issue, articulate your needs. As long as we can undertake the task, any special requests are more than welcome. Even if Xian desires it for himself, Sumaner will not shy away. In this era, the construction industry in the East China Sea is indeed quite competitive. This is a covert project. All construction teams must first assemble at the 16th Division, from where we will collectively transport them to the destination. During transit, everyone will be confined within a sealed ship's cabin, and they will remain unaware of their location. Is there an issue with that? No, it is entirely comprehensible. Furthermore, all building materials will similarly be delivered to the 16th Division, with the Marines operating the cargo ships for transportation. This poses no concern. Rest assured, General Xian. We have prior experience with classified projects. Excellent. I will subsequently fax you the approximate shape and size of the island. Within 3 days, we must complete the designs for a port, factory, dormitory accommodating 200 individuals, and shipyard on the island. After a few minutes and further requests, Xian finally ended the call. As for the location of construction, it will naturally be in a region close to the doldrums. There are numerous uninhabited islands in that area. We simply need to select one of appropriate size that offers natural environmental concealment. The island where Xiaohe resides appears quite suitable. We can carve out an area within the forest. Even if ships occasionally pass by, the buildings will remain entirely invisible. Decision made. This is the site. 3 days later, Mansour personally arrived at the division accompanied by the designer, along with several construction teams. Inside the office, General Xian, based on the sketches you provided, we have completed the preliminary design. Pointing to the unfolded design blueprint on the table, Monsieur began his presentation. According to your specifications, we will clear an area in the heart of the forest to establish a factory. To meet the requirement for concealment, the shipyard will be constructed here. With the mountain's obstruction and the surrounding trees, it will be sufficiently hidden. We will also excavate the mountain to create a concealed port within, allowing the vessels completed at the shipyard to launch from there. Monsieur spoke with utmost seriousness, fully adhering to Xian's mandate for absolute confidentiality. He ensured that even if ships were to pass by the island, they would remain oblivious to the existence of these structures unless they conducted a search of the island. Xian was exceedingly satisfied with this arrangement. This is precisely what he desired. Pray tell, how much? Well, if we proceed according to this design, it will exceed the budget somewhat. After all, excavating the mountain and reinforcing it, along with numerous additional projects, is not inexpensive. Enough. Just tell me, how much is it? 24? Indeed, 24 billion belly, and we can make it happen. This price is absolutely fair. In fact, we won't be making much profit ourselves. Very well. I shall give you 25 billion belly. How long will it take to complete? 3 months. Upon hearing that Xian willingly offered an additional billion, it was reminiscent of the last time. Indeed, conducting business with such individuals is quite pleasant. After a moment of silent calculation, Sumul promptly provided his answer. This time, Xian did not request a compressed timeline. After all, this was a covert operation, and naturally, the fewer individuals privy to it, the better. Accelerating the process would necessitate the involvement of more personnel, which consequently heightens the likelihood of complications. Moreover, Xian was not particularly urgent regarding the new generation of vessels. If risks could be mitigated, it was prudent to do so. Very well, I will arrange for individuals to be dispatched today, and I will also assign a squad of Marines for protection, considering the presence of formidable beasts on the island. Additionally, your designer may remain here for a few days. Once the shipbuilding team arrives, they can interface directly with him, as they are the experts on how to operate the shipyard, Xian stated after a moment of contemplation. Naturally, Sumner had no objections to this request. That very afternoon, Xian had a vessel prepared. On board, all windows of the shipyard were thoroughly sealed to maintain confidentiality and prevent those within from discerning the course of navigation. As for the subsequent construction materials, they would arrive at Branch 16 as agreed. After the personnel from Tokav Company disembarked, the Marines from Branch 16 would take over, navigating to the uninhabited island, unloading the cargo, and then returning. Though it posed certain challenges, the arrangement was sufficiently discreet. However, this was merely the beginning. The shipyard required numerous large-scale equipment as well. This matter is of little concern, for Xian has long since reached an agreement with Carrera Company, entrusting them with the procurement responsibilities. While Xian's sole obligation is to provide the funding, these devices will arrive alongside the crew. However, a more intricate issue lies in the procurement of equipment necessary for the weapon production line crafted by Ritas, much of which still requires acquisition through clandestine channels. It is worth noting that during his last venture into the underworld, Luchi procured a substantial array of cutting-edge equipment, although he managed to keep Xian's identity concealed. The transactions nonetheless attracted considerable attention from various factions. Reports suggest that even to this day, certain powers are still inquiring into the identity of the individual who originally acquired those devices. Thus, at this moment, Shien is reluctant to engage with the underworld again. A misstep could lead to his exposure. Yet, if he refrains from pursuing underground avenues, where else can he turn? Surely, seeking assistance from the warring states is not an option. In that case, it would be better to take a risk and continue delving into the underground world. Eureka! Suddenly, a rather mischievous thought emerged in Xian's mind. The guard outside was startled by Xian's eerie laughter. Alas, one can only wonder who would suffer next. With a dismal score of 0.96, Garp faced punishment. The fortress lies approximately 30 nautical miles away. In this area lies the designated shooting range for the 16th branch, chosen for its rocky terrain, which is particularly conducive for the Marines to practice artillery design. However, today's visit is not for routine training. It is for testing a new type of naval cannon. After more than half a month of diligent work, researchers, including Tress, have successfully completed the preliminary tests and installed a dual-mounted 130mm cannon onto a large warship. While this may not seem significant when compared to the artillery of the battleship era in Xian's previous life, it is still considerable within the pirate world. Most importantly, this represents the first cannon-equipped warship in the pirate realm, boasting unparalleled range, precision, and power that far surpass existing naval artillery. The entire test was remarkably successful, yet it also revealed certain issues. The success is attributed to the achievement of the design specifications concerning range, accuracy, and firepower. The problems that emerged, however, pertain not to the cannon itself, but rather to the warship. Even this large vessel exhibited numerous cracks on the foredeck after just over 20 rounds of firing. Indeed, it seems the wooden warship struggled to accommodate such powerful weaponry. If it had been one of the 3 medium-sized warships, they would likely have disintegrated under the strain. The development of new warships is imperative. Commander, their SA call from the branch. The personnel from Carrera Company have arrived. Understood, Prepare to return. Yes, Commander. In the office, Bally and Phalange sat across from Xian, separated by a desk. Here are some of my current thoughts. Take a look. Xian pushed a sheet of paper forward, showcasing his sketches of a battleship based on his recollections. The design featured a more elongated hull, constructed from a blend of copper, iron, and steel, with two enormous propellers positioned at the rear bottom of the vessel. This design is entirely distinct from the existing ship designs in the world of pirates. Of course, Xian merely sketched it from memory, lacking any technical specifications to offer. Much like instructing Tress to manufacture firearms and artillery, he merely provides the concept. And the rest is left to your creativity. Brigadier Xian, how will it sail without sails? Is that peculiar object at the stern meant for that? Barry pondered aloud after scrutinizing the sketch. Indeed, this is a novel propulsion method I conceived by chance, which I refer to as a propeller. It generates spiral thrust through underwater rotation. I understand somewhat, but how do we address the power issue? Must it rely on manual labor? Xian nodded. After all, Barry was the foreman from the Carrera Company, and he could grasp concepts with just a nudge. Certainly, it will not rely on human power. In fact, the matter can be resolved by Frankie, who accompanied you? Am I mistaken? Frankie, standing nearby, widened his eyes in surprise. He had indeed been astonished by this entirely new style of ship design, and while Barry and Xian were discussing, he had already contemplated. If powered by cola, the speed would no longer be a concern. Frankie, do you truly have a solution for the power issue? Absolutely. Do you underestimate me? I'm Frankie, yay. Noticing Barry's skeptical expression, Frankie became a bit animated. However, could you refrain from striking those poses while you talk? This sight is indeed quite glaring. Barry, the matter of propulsion can be entrusted to Frankie. Is there anything else? Yes, I have long pondered a question. With such a colossal warship, crafted entirely from steel rather than mere iron plating, can such a vessel truly float upon the water? Concerning this inquiry, allow me to share a delightful fact. The buoyant force exerted on an object submerged in water is equivalent to the weight of the water it displaces. To put it simply, if a ship displaces 10,000 tons of water, as long as its own weight does not exceed 10,000 tons, it shall indeed float upon the surface. Hiss. This theory, Barry remarked that it was indeed his first encounter with it. However, if what Xian claims is true, then a warship constructed entirely of steel could indeed be feasible. I understand you may still harbor doubts, but you will ascertain the truth through your own experiments. In any case, my requirements for the next generation of warships are fourfold. First, the elimination of sails. Second, an entirely new power and propulsion system. Third, a complete steel construction. Fourth, a cruising speed of no less than 20 knots. As for the weapons to be mounted on board, you may consult with Tress from our armaments research department. Are there any further inquiries? Goodness, these 4 points, if any one of them can be achieved, would undoubtedly herald a revolutionary era. The thought of accomplishing all 4 is beyond Barry's imagination. It seems too fantastical. Of course, this hinges on whether Frankie can indeed resolve the power issue, and if Xian's previously mentioned theories are infallible. Nevertheless, at this moment, Barry is already filled with excitement. After all, as a top-tier shipwright, who would not wish for such a groundbreaking vessel to come into existence under their own craftsmanship? A few minutes later, Xian summoned a messenger to lead the two of them to the conference room for a meeting with Sumner. After all, the shipyard's construction matters still require their involvement to finalize the blueprints. 1 week later, the month-long Thunder operation conducted by the 16th Division officially concluded. Luchi and the others gradually returned to the division, but Gabra's demeanor remained notably sour. Ever since they annihilated over 20 pirate crews, he had not encountered a single one in the subsequent 20 days. Consequently, his tally of eliminated pirate crews plummeted from first to last place. Luchi had eradicated 32 crews, achieving the best results among the trio. Kaku performed admirably as well, dispatching 27 crews, securing the second position. Gabra managed to eliminate 26, which was commendable, but do you recall what I mentioned before our departure? In the office, Xian held the report and glanced at Gabra. Brigadier General, you cannot place the blame on me. I did not encounter a single pirate crew for a full 20 days. It feels quite unjust. Unjust? The intelligence department initially informed you of 3 pirate crews with known locations in this area. What did you do? I was afraid of missing out on the big fish over there, so. Thus, from the very first day, you stationed yourself there for 10 consecutive days, correct? Yes, that is correct. After eliminating those pirate crews, I intended to follow the intelligence department's leads to locate the 3 crews, but the information turned out to be erroneous. It is truly not my fault. Gabra's expression was one of grievance. However, Xian shot him a fierce glare. What is there to feel aggrieved about? Eliminating 26 pirate crews is a significant achievement. Those few crews would surely flee. You still wish to deflect blame onto the intelligence department? Let me tell you. 2 of the crews Kaku took down had escaped from your area. Moreover, the intelligence department had accurately informed you of their alliance time. Did you really need to wait there for 10 days? What? This implies that if one were to initially eliminate the 3 pirate crews, followed by subduing the 26 allied crews, one's ultimate tally would amount to 29. In contrast, Kaku's score would necessitate subtracting 2 from the current count of 27, resulting in a total of 25. This Gabriella is utterly distraught. Ultimately, Gabriella and his subordinate squad were commanded by Xian to clean all the restrooms in the branch for 10 days as punishment for achieving the poorest results. In a significant advancement, the rank of Rear Admiral has been attained, and CP-0 has made its appearance. The Thunder operation conducted by the 16th branch of the East Sea has eradicated 85 pirate crews within a month. According to data, the number of bountied pirates in the East Sea has diminished to less than 30%, due to the vigorous crackdown by the 16th branch. Numerous pirates have begun to flee, while Logtown remains on high alert. A pirate exclusion zone is poised to emerge in the East Sea, defying the headquarters penalties. Campbell continues to wield his iron-fisted authority. Internal naval reports indicate that several vice admirals have once again called for Campbell's expulsion from the naval ranks. With the conclusion of the Thunder operation, Morgans has also provided a comprehensive summary of this endeavor in the latest edition of the World Economic News. This has elicited applause from countless individuals. Indeed, it is. The common folk of this world have endured the torment of pirates for far too long. However, a particular report, albeit occupying only a small segment of the publication, has nonetheless generated considerable reverberation. In the report, Morgan directly enumerated the names of nearly 10 vice admirals, asserting that they demanded Fleet Admiral Sengoku expel Shien from the Navy. The rationale behind this was Shien's unilateral execution of pirates, even when those pirates were stained with the blood of both naval personnel and civilians. Instantly, voices of condemnation against these vice admirals echoed across the globe, with some reactions escalating dramatically. What a farce! Should not those pirates be deserving of death? And yet, one must also address Shien? Is this not mere folly? It is no wonder that the Navy declines year after year, with these lieutenant generals preoccupied with trivial matters, merely indulging in their own comforts. If anyone were to be expelled from the naval ranks, it would not be Xian, but rather these lieutenant generals. Observing the current momentum, it is evident that these generals are left bewildered. Despite Xian's apparent ruthlessness, why is it that the common folk rally behind him while condemning their own kind? At this moment, they felt as though the entire world was steeped in malice towards them. As the situation escalated, the warring states were compelled to issue a public statement, declaring that all of this was merely gossip. The headquarters not only denied any discussions regarding Xian's expulsion from the naval forces, but was also in fact deliberating on Xian's promotion to the rank of Rear Admiral. Simultaneously, they expressed their indignation towards Morgans for carelessly publishing false information. This effectively subdued the situation to some extent. Although Xian's military achievements had yet to meet the criteria for a major general, the eradication of pirates in the East Sea yielded limited recognition, given that it is the weakest sea, where the majority of pirates do not even warrant a bounty of 1 million berries. However, in order to quell the unrest, Sengoku convened a meeting with the core leadership and ultimately devised this plan. Simply denying the circumstances would prove futile. However, promoting Xian would alter the dynamics significantly. Indeed, you suggested that we should focus on Xian, yet now, observe for yourselves, not only have we not directed our efforts towards him, but we have also elevated his position. This reveals something significant. It indicates that the news disseminated by Morgans is indeed fabrications. As expected, following the Navy's public statement, the situation gradually began to stabilize. Meanwhile, Xian advanced his plans considerably ahead of schedule, inadvertently acquiring the rank of Rear Admiral. Half a month later, in the New World, Dressrosa. For the past few months, Don Quixote Doflamingo has been preoccupied with one particular endeavor, uncovering Xian's true background. The situation is indeed perplexing. The world government has chosen to revoke his status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea solely due to Xian. Although the 5 elders did not completely sever ties, and even without his title, the Navy is prohibited from attacking him. Nevertheless, the elderly gentleman sternly warned him against taking any action against Xian, threatening that no one would come to his aid should he do so. Doflamingo is undoubtedly a shrewd individual, and the stance of the 5 elders speaks volumes. Thus, what exactly is Xian's identity? In his quest for clarity, Doflamingo has utilized nearly all the resources at his disposal. Yet, after months of investigation, the findings remain unchanged. Xian is the sole heir of the illustrious Campbell family from the kingdom of Jomida in the East Blue. Several years prior, he fell victim to a conspiracy orchestrated by Spandam, a government official, certain aristocrats from the East Blue, and elements within the Navy. Everyone in his family, save for Xian, was confirmed deceased. Subsequently, Xian miraculously survived and drifted on a deserted island for 3 long years. It was only over a year ago that he was fortuitously rescued by Karp during a chance encounter, ultimately leading him to the Navy headquarters. This is all that has been discovered about Doflamingo over the past few months, and it aligns perfectly with the intelligence previously acquired. Such results yield only 2 possibilities. One is that I have completely overthought the situation. The second, however, suggests that Xian possesses an alternate identity, known only to a select few. As for the Campbell family, it is likely merely a fade. In the case of the first possibility, Doflamingo deems it utterly implausible. After all, the reactions of the world government, particularly those of the 5 elder statesmen, have been exceedingly peculiar. Yet, if the second possibility holds true, it may not be something that can be uncovered through conventional means. At that moment, Doflamingo suddenly sensed the presence of an unfamiliar individual entering the palace. Although this person's strength did not place them among the elite, their mastery of hockey was commendable. 3 individuals. Who could they be? In a blink, 3 white figures appeared before Doflamingo, causing his eyes to narrow sharply. While the majority of people in this world would be unable to recognize them, Doflamingo was different. Clad in white suits and adorned with white masks, complemented by the peculiar patterns upon those masks. Moreover, they appeared in a trio, and Doflamingo could feel that each individual's strength was formidable. CP0. Ahaha. It is indeed a rarity for CP0 to visit me. Doflamingo, we are executing a mission that requires you to provide us with certain items. The leader of the masked trio declared, tossing a piece of paper. This paper, enveloped in a black sheen before being thrown, spun through the air like a boomerang. Ultimately, it embedded itself deeply into the stone pillar beside Doflamingo. The armament hockey was evident, and it was clear that it had at least reached the second stage of external release. Indeed, the members of CP0 are all quite formidable. With this maneuver, coupled with the 6 powers displayed by the opponent upon their arrival, Doflamingo was convinced. The individual was undoubtedly a member of CP0. After all, although there are numerous devil fruit users within CP0, the 6 powers of the Navy and hockey are fundamental skills they all possess. To wield both of these abilities to such a remarkable degree, along with this particular attire, their identity becomes rather easy to deduce. Extracting the paper from the stone pillar, Doflamingo began to scrutinize it. This is a list that enumerates numerous items. What do you require these for? Do not forget your current identity. There are questions that should remain unasked. The leading masked man spoke coldly, his intent unmistakable. Did you think you were a celestial dragon? What qualifications do you possess to inquire about CP0's mission? His voice bore no inflection of emotion. I can prepare these items for you, and I shall demand no payment. But I seek one answer. What answer? Who exactly is Xian Campbell? This is not your concern. Humph. Is it not my concern? Though Doflamingo may appear diminutive, his voice betrayed a simmering rage. After all, the masked man addressed him with an air of superiority, coupled with a commanding tone. This infuriated him to no end. Yet, despite his displeasure, Don Quixote Doflamingo restrained his impulse to act. He was acutely aware that even if the leader was weaker than himself, he would not be significantly so. Moreover, 2 CP0 agents stood behind him. Engaging in combat would yield him no advantage. Most crucially, if he were to strike against CP0, there would be no retreat. I lack certain items that need to be sourced from elsewhere. They will be ready in 3 days. We shall return then, and I trust you will be prepared. With these words, the trio vanished from the palace, as if they had never existed at all. Upon gazing at the empty hall, Doflamingo emitted a chilling laugh. Who do they think they are? I am Don Quixote Doflamingo. One day, you shall all kneel before me. Otherwise, this world shall have no reason to exist. 3 days later, under Doflamingo's orders, Treble and his men transported all the items to the designated location, a warehouse within Dressrosa's port. Subsequently, everyone departed. Half an hour later, at the royal plateau within Dressrosa's palace. Treble, is everything arranged? We have placed over 30 surveillance snail phones throughout the port, leaving no blind spots. As he spoke, a multitude of screens illuminated before them, each displaying footage relayed from the surveillance snails. The entire port was under meticulous observation. As for the warehouse, it had not been equipped. After all, it was entirely vacant, and any setup would be too conspicuous. Yes, once we ascertain which ship they board, instruct Violet to commence surveillance immediately. Observation hockey, ho ho ho. Even if we are separated by hundreds of kilometers, what does it matter? I am eager to discover what mission you are undertaking and why so many weapon manufacturing apparatus are involved. Indeed, as the world's largest arms dealer, Doflamingo was acutely aware of the purpose of the items listed on that inventory. This is also the reason for his keen interest in CP0's current mission. The crowd remained fixated on the monitor before them. 10 minutes, half an hour, until the sun of the following day rose. Yet, nothing had transpired. Doflamingo, have they lost track of time? Impossible. Do you think those in CP0 are just anyone? But a whole night has passed, and no one has shown up. Doflamingo too was baffled by this. Logically, when CP0 promised a rendezvous at 10 o'clock last night, it should have been exactly that, not even a second late. Indeed, CP0 held a stringent view of time. No. It is more accurate to say that as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, they are exceptionally rigorous in every aspect. Yet the current situation, could it be? Toribol, go check the warehouse immediately. Doflamingo? Don't ask, just go take a look. Understood. 5 or 6 minutes later, Toribol appeared on the monitor, standing outside the warehouse and opening the door. What is going on? Has the surveillance snail malfunctioned? Why is the image frozen? Doflamingo frowned slightly. In the footage, Toribol remained motionless, caught in the act of stepping inside. The entire scene seemed to be suspended in time. However, unbeknownst to Doflamingo, the image had not actually frozen. Toribol had simply been rendered speechless upon entering, for the entire warehouse was utterly devoid of any contents. East Blue, 16th Division. Inside a warehouse, various pieces of equipment were piled high. Tress, accompanied by a group of researchers, was enthusiastically conducting an inventory. Bruno, I appreciate your hard work. Xian approached the weary Bruno and patted him on the shoulder. In this endeavor, there is no doubt that Bruno emerged as the principal contributor. It was indeed under the guidance of the Brigadier General that I was able to develop such an application for the door fruit. Bruno, you are a Major General, remarked Luchi from the side. My apologies, Major General Xian. I have grown accustomed to it. No worries, such matters are trivial, judging by your weary appearance. This endeavor must have taken quite a toll on you, hasn't it? Indeed, although I have discovered new applications for the fruit, the sheer volume of materials is overwhelming. And many of the devices are quite substantial, resulting in significant consumption. Well, do take a moment to rest. No. I must return to Magic Valley Town as soon as possible. Prolonged absence could lead to complications, Bruno responded, shaking his head. Last night, he had not made an appearance, leaving the responsibilities to his associates. That night was bearable, yet as time passed, doubts inevitably began to creep in. Very well, thank you for your efforts. Soon, Bruno departed using the powers of the door fruit. It must be said that spatial abilities are indeed remarkably useful, provided one has fully developed them. Had it been in the original narrative, Bruno would have truly squandered this extraordinarily powerful fruit. This individual has merely directed his development towards combat assistance. Fortunately, upon arriving at the 16th Division, Xian provided him with abundant advice, which ultimately unveiled a portion of the fruit's capabilities. After Bruno's departure, Xian turned his gaze towards Luchi, Kaku, and Gabra. So, you weren't exposed by Doflamingo, were you? No. However, Doflamingo did utter something rather intriguing. What did he say? Xian's interest was piqued. He mentioned that he could provide us with everything without requiring any payment, but he simply sought one answer. What answer? He wishes to know the true identity of Major Xian. Oh, how did you respond? I informed him that it was not a matter of his concern. Well, that suffices. Since we are posing as CP0, the less we regard him, and the more we employ a commanding tone, the less he will suspect. Xian nodded in agreement. Regarding the question posed by Doflamingo, he could easily imagine the implications. In truth, even Xian himself harbored this doubt. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he had not inherited the memories of the previous owner of this body since his arrival. Furthermore, considering that this individual, known for embroidering his name on his clothing and reputedly being a fool, even if he possessed memories, that would likely be of little consequence. Ultimately, as the saying goes, the ship will naturally find its way to the bridge. For now, he lacked both the capability and the necessity to hastily clarify this issue. Following the established plan, he would ascend step by step, smoothly integrating into the core of the Navy before the original narrative commenced. This is indeed the most crucial matter at present. Very well, this task is classified as SS-level top secret. There must be no leaks. Understood. Furthermore, you may dispose of those white garments you're wearing. Ensure they are completely destroyed. Yes, Major. Nodding, the three individuals promptly departed. Trace, have you completed the inventory? It has been concluded, and everything is accounted for. Excellent. I will arrange for these items to be transported discreetly. You should also prepare personnel to accompany them. It seems you'll have to bear the burden for a while. Yes, Major. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo was seething with rage. Since he could not find answers for himself nor track their whereabouts, had he not suffered a tremendous loss? Therefore, seeking funds from the five elders seemed entirely reasonable. Did it not? My berries, after all, did not come from thin air. Yet what was the outcome? Those five old geezers adamantly refused to acknowledge their debts, even berating him directly through the din mushy, accusing him of being mad with greed, as if he were attempting to swindle them. They then abruptly terminated the call. Staring at the din mushy, now closed once more, Doflamingo's expression darkened. First, it was Xian Campbell, then the CP0 agents, and now this old fossil as well. Did they truly believe they could toy with him at will? What a joke. Toripol, has that fellow arrived? He has. Very well, go and make him comfortable, but remember, do not let any news leak. Understood, Doflamingo. Nodding, Toripol departed, and Doflamingo picked up the din mushy once more. This is Don Quixote Doflamingo. What business do you have with me? Fufufu, I have a proposition that I believe will pique your interest. Pray, do elaborate. Artificial devil fruits, all of the Zoan type. What do you think? Fufufu. The din mushy fell silent. It was not until 10 seconds later that a voice from the other end responded. Are you certain? Of course. Are you interested? I will arrange for someone to contact you, but should I discover it to be a deception, you know the consequences. Naturally, I shall await your associate's arrival. 099 Luffy set sail early. Ace strikes. Scattered beast bones. Tower, crimson, steel wheels. The moving force is the wind. The stillness is the heavens. The clash of long spears resounds throughout the empty city. Destruction of Path 63. Thunder War Cannon. ZZZZ. Boom. The spiritual energy within was swiftly drained. Terrifying lightning converged in the palm, compressing relentlessly. In the next moment, a column of thunderous light erupted, surging forward with unstoppable momentum, reducing everything in its path to dust. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, the view ahead became clear, revealing that the once dense trees had vanished entirely. From an aerial perspective, one would observe that this modest island appeared as if it had been meticulously parted down the middle. Residual lightning flickered intermittently along the path, as if recounting the recent devastation. Yet, the one responsible for this spectacle wore a rather unsatisfied expression. Although capable of invoking a spell of over 60, and its power was indeed commendable, the necessity of incantation rendered it practically futile in real combat. After all, who would stand idly by to endure a chant exceeding 10 seconds? Moreover, aside from the Thunder Roar cannon, the other spells at this level of 60 were rather unimpressive. Alas, the level of Kido remains too low. Nevertheless, the binding spells at level 60 possess several commendable skills, particularly the 6th binding, the 6 Rods Prison of Light. Enough of this distraction. The hour is late. It is time to return. System, I wish to perform today's settlement regarding the experience gained from Kido training. Ding, calculating. Please wait a moment. Ding, calculation complete. Today's yield multiplier is 28, granting the host 56 experience points in Kido. I shall now review my personal attributes panel. Ding, personal attributes panel is now open. Sean Campbell slashing. LV 7 122830000. Fist. LV 60100000. Movement. LV 60100000. Kido. LV 6116100000. Spiritual energy 19550. Physical strength 3715. Zanpakudo. Thunderclap. Shurkai achieved. In truth, in terms of physical strength, Sean currently does not even measure up to Luchi. According to the system's calculations, physical strength equals the value of spiritual power in a normal state. Meanwhile, Luchi's power has surged past 5,000, bolstered by the Zoan-type Devil Fruit, which significantly enhances his physical capabilities even without activating its abilities. Furthermore, physical strength does not wholly represent overall combat prowess. It merely serves as a foundation. Devil fruits, martial arts, swordsmanship, or hockey, all these factors contribute to augmenting that foundational value. Of course, this is the system of the pirate world. For Sean, it translates to spiritual energy, spiritual pressure, Zanpakudo, and the 4 foundational attributes of a soul reaper, all of which similarly enhance his capabilities and to a much greater extent. Hence, one should not underestimate Sean's base spiritual power when all his means are employed. His actual combat strength may surpass Luchi's considerably. If one were to assess him, he would be very close to the level of a vice admiral, akin to Shavapon and Peach Rabbit from the original narrative. Speaking of which, I wonder how Peach Rabbit is faring with her recent mission. It has been over half a year, and I've heard she has yet to return to headquarters. Under the cover of night, Sean employed his spiritual energy to traverse the air, covering over 30 nautical miles before reaching the 16th branch. The potency of those techniques was rather significant, making it impossible to train within the branch, even without the need for secrecy. Thus, whenever Sean sought to practice Kido, he would leave the branch in search of an uninhabited island. Major. Upon approaching his office, the guard at the entrance immediately saluted. Thank you for your efforts. It's no trouble, Major. While you were away, Chef Marcino visited several times, the latest being just 10 minutes ago. Was there an issue? I'm not sure. She didn't say, but she appeared quite anxious. Understood. I shall head to the marine cafeteria to investigate. Nodding slightly, Sean departed. At this hour, the marine cafeteria remained open, as the base was staffed around the clock, necessitating late-night meals for the Marines on duty. Although the cooks rotated shifts and the head chef, Machino, was exempt from participation, the guards had informed him that Machino was quite anxious and had sought him out repeatedly, the most recent time being merely 10 minutes ago. Thus, it was highly probable she would be present there now. A few minutes later, Sean entered the cafeteria and discovered 2 cooks busily preparing late-night snacks. Initially, Luchi had rescued 5 women from that village, with Sophia entering the training camp, while the remaining 4 were assigned to the marine cafeteria as cooks. Currently, the 2 he observed were among those 4. At that moment, Sean spotted Machino seated at a dining table, her expression laden with concern. Machino. Sean, you've returned? Yes. What is the matter? It's like this. 3 minutes later, Sean let out a soft sigh. He finally understood the source of Machino's distress. Luffy. Oh, Luffy, can you not spare a thought? For the sake of your foolish dream, you cause those around you to worry and fear. Is the freedom you seek merely built upon the suffering of those nearby? According to Machino, today the village chief, Slap, had called to inform her that Luffy had secretly constructed a small raft and ventured out to sea as a pirate, claiming he could not wait until he turned 17. Furthermore, Slap had described the so-called small raft to Machino. Well, it's somewhat flimsy. It could easily capsize. To think he would venture out to sea on such a contraption. Had it not been for his protagonist's luck, he surely would not survive a single episode. This was one of the reasons for Machino's worried demeanor. The other reason? Having been in the 16th branch for over half a year and even having accompanied Sean on several sea excursions. Machino was no longer the naive village girl she once was. She understood very well that even the newly graduated recruits would not be inferior to Luffy. After all, Luffy was only 15 years old, while the recruits who had graduated were all above 300 in combat power and could employ a technique from the 6 styles. Luffy, at this stage, would not easily defeat them. Moreover, with Xian and a cadre of formidable officers stationed in the East Blue, Luffy's decision to become a pirate was tantamount to courting death. Given that Luffy had been raised under Xian's care, it would be unnatural not to worry. Let us do this. Tomorrow I'll send Ace to retrieve him before he does something irrevocable. Then we can take him to headquarters and let old man Garp handle it. Observing the pleading expression on Machino's face softened Xian's resolve. However, the thought of keeping Luffy by his side for supervision did not appeal to him. After all, Luffy was inherently selfish. Aside from his so-called freedom and companions to accompany him to sea, he was indifferent to anything else. He never considered whether his actions would burden family and friends or implicate others. Given this, let us entrust his fate to Garp. If that old man remembers the advice I once gave him, we may be fortunate. If he forgets, or remembers but cannot bear to act, then there is nothing more to be done. I have done all I can. Thank you, Xian. Machino expressed her gratitude. She was well aware of Xian's merciless stance towards pirates. The reason he had once given Ace and Luffy a chance was that they had not yet become pirates. However, the current situation was different. Luffy had already embraced the life of a pirate. The fact that Xian could send Ace to capture Luffy implied he would not resort to lethal measures. Otherwise, it would have been another officer sent in his place. As for sending him to headquarters for Garp to decide, regardless of the outcome, Luffy's life should be secure. Of course, Machino understood that this was the utmost limit of what Xian could do, and she would not ask for more. The following day, Xian dispatched a medium-sized warship for Ace, accompanied by 2 small teams. This marks Ace's first genuine experience of leading a troop into battle since his arrival at the 16th Division. He had envisioned such a scene countless times and had long awaited this moment. Yet now, he found it impossible to muster a smile. For the task bestowed upon him by Xian was to apprehend Monkey D. Luffy. Oh, my foolish brother. On the foredeck of the warship, Ace closed his eyes and murmured to himself. Captain, preparations for departure are complete. Set sail. East Blue, Syrup Village. Captain, look. There's a barrel floating over there. Well, hurry and fish it out. There might be treasure inside. Really? On the vast sea, peculiar occurrences are commonplace. Usopp pirates set forth. At the shoreline, 3 children, all under the age of 10, dashed towards the barrel, following a boy of around 15 or 16. At that moment, the barrel had already been washed ashore. Captain, we have no tools. No need to worry, just watch me. Out of nowhere, Usopp produced a hammer, as if by magic. He raised it triumphantly above his head, ready to strike. However, at that precise moment, the barrel suddenly exploded. Another boy emerged from within, stretching his arms and yawning, fist raised. Unfortunately, one of those fists inadvertently collided with Usopp's jaw, sending him flying. I'm finally saved, Luffy exclaimed. By the way, did my left hand just touch something? Stifling his laughter, Luffy tilted his head in contemplation. Yet, no conclusions were reached. He then glanced at the 3 children, who were now trembling in fear and huddled together. After a moment, one of them, a boy with an onion-shaped head, timidly extended a quivering hand, pointing in a certain direction. At that moment, Luffy noticed a person, roughly his age, lying on the ground about 7 or 8 meters away, a trickle of blood dribbling from the corner of his mouth. Hey, are you all right? Who did this to you? How despicable to inflict such grievous harm. Beside him, Onion Head and the others were utterly bewildered. That person, isn't it you? 3 days later, although Usopp's face was still bandaged, he was now seen with Luffy, arms draped over each other's shoulders, as they grilled fish on the beach alongside Onion Head and the others. So, Usopp, do you want to join me on the high seas as a pirate? You should be the one to join my Usopp pirate crew. Don't worry, I'll make you the vice captain. In the course of 3 days, this exchange had transpired countless times, rendering the 3 children utterly weary of it. Ignoring the renewed debate between the two, they continued to indulge in their roasted fish. Usopp, there's something I've long wished to inquire about. Your father is Jesus Burgess, isn't he? Wait, you know my father? Indeed. I could tell by your nose. It seemed familiar. Do you recognize people merely by their noses? All right. Many years ago, I did encounter Jesus Burgess. He is currently with Shanks, and they visited Windmill Village together. We were friends. Shanks, one of the 4 emperors? Usopp's eyes widened in astonishment. Though Usopp was quite the jokester, he possessed considerably more common sense than Luffy. Occasionally perusing newspapers as well, he had seen references to Shanks before. The 4 emperors? That seems right. I recall that guy Xian mentioning Shanks as one of the 4 emperors of the New World. What? Xian? The one from the Navy's 16th Division? Yes. Recently, the newspapers were dominated by Xian and the 16th Division. Although Usopp could not afford newspapers himself, he had gleaned ample information from the few he managed to acquire from others. However, he was perplexed by Luffy's claims. Luffy, are you exaggerating? One moment you're claiming to be friends with the 4 Emperor Shanks, and the next you're saying you know Xian? I'm not boasting. My grandfather brought Xian to Windmill Village to recruit me into the Navy, and he took Ace and me back to the 16th Division, and then. In any case, I ultimately remained resolute in my dream of becoming the Pirate King, and Xian let me go. Luffy pondered for a moment, but chose not to divulge the dark days he had spent in the 16th Division. Meanwhile, Usopp began to internally critique the situation. This is becoming increasingly absurd. Isn't it? You expect Xian to make a special trip to Windmill Village just to bring you back to the 16th Division? Who do you think your grandfather is? Moreover, even if you boldly declare your aspiration to become the Pirate King in Xian's presence, do you really believe he would allow you to return? It is well known that Xian has a notorious reputation for dealing with pirates in a rather brutal manner. Wait a moment. Grandfather? Luffy, did you previously mention that your name is Monkey D? Luffy? Indeed. So your grandfather is. Mine is Garp, who seems to be a vice admiral in the Navy. Goodness. In that instant, Usopp felt utterly overwhelmed. Grandfather Garp? And he is friends with the Yonko Shanks? This intricate web of connections is truly excessive. However, with the influence of Garp, it is no wonder that even though this fellow aspires to become the Pirate King, Xian can afford to let him go. I see now. I was worried about how to navigate Xian's scrutiny when I set sail in the future. This is not merely a ready-made solution. It lies before us. Captain, please. I implore you to accept me. I am eager to become a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. The Thigh, when else to embrace if not now? The following day, under Usopp's masterful artistry, the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates was completed to great satisfaction. However, they were soon confronted with another pressing issue, a ship. Luffy's vessel had succumbed to ruin merely a day after setting sail. Subsequently, they drifted for several days aboard a mere barrel before arriving at their current location. As for Usopp, he was utterly destitute, lacking any funds. In the trio of little ones, let us not even mention them. Furthermore, Usopp had no intention of allowing the three of them to join the expedition. They were far too young, after all. Engaging in pirate games was one thing, but setting sail was no trifling matter. Thus, the two sat dejectedly on the shore. A single ship, and yet the king of pirates is thwarted. By the way, Luffy, you mentioned being captured by a man named Ace and taken to the 16th branch. Is he your friend? No, he is my brother. Ah, so he's also the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp? No, we are sworn brothers. My grandfather is Garp, and his father is Roger. So you are sworn brothers, not blood relatives. Wait, Roger? Please do not tell me you mean the Pirate King Roger? Indeed. Thud. Just as Usopp stood up upon hearing the name Roger. He was so taken aback by Luffy's revelation that Ace's father was the Pirate King Roger that he collapsed to the ground in shock. This was utterly outrageous. Simply preposterous. The four emperors, the Pirate King, and the marine hero all intertwined in a single narrative. Isn't this utterly absurd? At this moment, Usopp remains unaware that not only have these individuals converged, but that Luffy's father is also the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be even more astounded. However, considering Roger's son, coupled with his aspiration to become a pirate, in the absence of the protective influence of Garp, could it be that the reason Xian only returned Luffy to Windmill Village is that the one named Ace has likely already departed from this world? Luffy. Regarding Ace, may you find solace. Ace is not dead. Why should I mourn? What? Wasn't he also captured by Xian and brought to the 16th branch, leaving only you to return? Indeed, because Ace relinquished his dreams of piracy to become a marine, it resulted in my solitary return to Windmill Village? What? Usopp was once again taken aback. The son of the Pirate King, Roger, has become a marine? Suddenly, Usopp felt as though his mind could scarcely comprehend this revelation. Speaking of which, before leaving, Ace shared with me his new dream, stating his intention to utterly conclude the pirate era initiated by his father. If we were to cross paths on the high seas in the future, we would indeed be adversaries. Although I have never bested him in a fight back in Windmill Village, I have trained tirelessly over the past 6 months. The next time we meet, he surely will not be my match, hee. Luffy, hands on his hips, laughed joyfully. Yet, who do you claim is not your match? Boom. A voice suddenly erupted from behind the two, and in an instant, Luffy vanished from Usopp's sight. No, to be precise, he was sent flying away. After soaring over 100 meters, he crashed onto the beach. Usopp's head turned mechanically, segment by segment, as he exerted great effort to behold the figure behind him. It was a marine officer clad in a naval uniform, bearing the rank of lieutenant. Usopp had witnessed Luffy's formidable prowess numerous times over the past few days. Just how powerful must this individual be to send him flying 100 meters with a single punch? Are you a friend of Luffy? Yes, no. Which is it? Well, we've only known each other for a few days, and we are not particularly close. I have merely treated him to a few meals. At this moment, Usopp was in a state of utter panic. Instinctively, he sought to distance himself from any association. It was simply too terrifying. Yet in the next moment, the individual's actions left Usopp utterly bewildered. He bent down and bowed deeply. So it is thus. I sincerely appreciate your efforts in looking after my foolish brother these past days. The voice of Ace resonated with heartfelt sincerity. What is happening? Usopp found himself utterly bewildered, staring at the marine before him, who was bowing in gratitude. Instinctively, he lowered himself as well. You are too kind. It is only to be expected. Wait a moment, did you mention a brother? Could it be that you are the Ace whom Luffy spoke of? Ah, he has mentioned me. Good heavens, this person is indeed the son of Roger, and he has truly become a marine? What is this world truly about? Alas, Ace, At that very moment, Luffy also managed to rise to his feet. After all, due to the nature of his fruit, he feels no pain from ordinary attacks. And Ace has yet to master the Busashoka Haki. Thus, despite the grim appearance, he has sustained little injury. He was pondering who had struck him, only to discover, to his astonishment, that it was Ace. Filled with joy, he hurried over. By the way, Ace, allow me to introduce you to my first crewmate, Usopp. His father is Yasopp, which explains why his nose looks so familiar. He. Meanwhile, Usopp stood there, utterly dumbfounded. This fool, having just distanced himself from the situation, was promptly exposed by this individual. Moreover, he even revealed the identity of my father. What a foolish ally. I discreetly turned to glance at Ace. And upon noticing his lack of excessive reaction, I finally exhaled in relief. Ace, what brings you here? Isn't it because of you? What have I done? You have set sail as a pirate, so what do you expect? In any case, Xian has commanded me to bring you back. What? You are here to capture me? Luffy exclaimed in astonishment and immediately turned to flee. Ace stood still, showing no inclination to pursue. Aren't you going to chase after him? Why would I? He cannot escape. In truth, I never intended to encounter him here. I have other matters to attend to in Syrup Village. Ace shook his head. This is not mere nonsense. It is a task assigned to him by Xian. In addition to capturing Luffy, he is also meant to locate a few individuals. His arrival in Syrup Village is solely for the purpose of finding these people. Encountering Luffy was entirely fortuitous. You are Usopp, correct? Yes, that's right. Skilled in marksmanship? I have some knowledge, but I wouldn't say I excel at it. Well, then you are the one. Come with me back to the 16th Division. Xian wishes to see you. What? You came all this way just to find me? Indeed, but there are others as well. Do you know where a girl named Kaya resides? Nodding, Ace inquired further. On Xian's list, besides Usopp, there is also a girl named Kaya in Syrup Village. Incidentally, Usopp and Kaya have yet to cross paths at this moment. According to the original storyline, Usopp only began visiting Kaya to tell her stories after the death of her parents, which occurred over a year prior to the start of the narrative. Nonetheless, Usopp is aware of who Kaya is and where she lives, as she is the daughter of the wealthiest family in the village. I do know where Kaya lives. But could you inform me why Major Xian is looking for me? I'm not entirely sure, but I've heard that Xian intends to form a sniper unit. And he mentioned that your shooting talent is quite remarkable. Perhaps that's the reason. So, you want me to join the Navy? Are you suggesting I become a pirate alongside my foolish brother? No, absolutely not. Please believe me. Upon hearing this, Usopp hastily shook his head in denial. What a joke. Everyone knows how Xian deals with pirates. Who in the East Blue is unaware of that? To speak of becoming a pirate in his presence is akin to courting death. He certainly lacks a heroic grandfather in the Navy. Therefore, I must not admit it. Should I take you there now? Not in a hurry. Wait a moment. Wait. Look, aren't they coming this way? Upon hearing this, Usopp turned to see. He was instantly taken aback. More than 10 sailors were approaching, 2 of whom were dragging someone by the feet. Goodness, isn't that Luffy? He had previously thought Luffy was strong, only to witness him being beaten to a pulp by a group of ordinary sailors, dragged over like a dog. No wonder. Ace just said that Luffy couldn't escape. What the devil are all these sailors monsters? Usopp was astonished by the scene. Little did he know. This was merely Xian's 16th Division. Otherwise, even the elite sailors from the main division would easily be dispatched by Luffy in equal numbers. Lieutenant, Monkey D. Luffy has been apprehended. Right, put the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs on him, then send him to the warship for confinement. I have other matters to attend to. Understood, Lieutenant. With that, the sailors dragged Luffy away. Let us go to Kaya's house, in the heart of Syrup Village, before a 3-story Western-style residence. Excuse me. Outside, Mary gazed at the 2 individuals before her. She recognized Usopp, as Syrup Village was relatively small. Additionally, Usopp was quite well known, albeit for less than commendable reasons. However, the young man in the naval uniform beside him was undoubtedly not from Syrup Village, raising her suspicions. I'm Lieutenant Ace of the 16th Division. May I speak with Kaya and her parents? The 16th Division of the Navy, under Major Xian? Indeed, I was ordered by Xian to pay a visit. Please wait a moment while I inform the master. Certainly. Ace nodded. In truth, Ace was not accustomed to speaking in such a manner. But Xian had repeatedly instructed him to be polite when addressing Kaya's family, so as not to bring disgrace upon himself. Approximately 2 minutes later, Mary, acting as the butler, returned to the door and welcomed Xian and Usopp inside. In the living room, Kaya's father, Chavis, and his wife had already arrived. I am Chavis. I understand that you are here on behalf of Major Xian from the East Blue? Yes. Xian asked me to inform you that he is aware of Kaya's condition. What? You are investigating us? What exactly do you intend to do? Upon hearing this, Chavis became visibly unsettled. To him, an unwarranted investigation into their family could only signify ill intentions. Although the people of the East Blue praised Xian, Chavis was not an ordinary civilian. He had encountered too many individuals who, despite their outward charm, harbored deeply corrupt motives. Especially since Xian hailed from a noble lineage. This has instilled a significant sense of caution in Mr. Chavis. Mr. Chavis, please remain calm. I have yet to finish my statement. Please continue. I am eager to discern what Sean Campbell truly intends. Chavis retorted, his tone brusque, even omitting the respectful title of general when addressing Sean. Sean asserted that he could cure Kaya's illness. Yes, a complete cure. That is impossible. Kaya had been frail and ailing since birth. Consequently, Chavis had sought numerous physicians. Yet none could provide a definitive remedy. They could only manage her condition with medication. According to the doctors, it was a congenital issue. Thus, Kaya was compelled to consume an extensive array of medications daily to sustain her health. Despite this, she still appeared exceedingly weak. You may choose not to believe. Yet I do not perceive Sean as one to deceive you, for you possess nothing of value to him. In any case, I have conveyed Sean's message. The warship will dock in Zilabu village for 3 days. Should you remain skeptical after that period, I shall take my leave. Sean often states that opportunities are fleeting. Once missed, they are lost forever. Please, ponder this carefully. After uttering these words, Ace turned to depart. At that moment, wait a moment. A voice echoed from upstairs. The initial impression it imparted was one of frailty, an extreme frailty that instinctively invoked a desire to protect. Kaya, weren't you instructed not to come down? Observing Kaya grasping the railing, struggling to descend the stairs, Chavis hurried over to support her. Father, please allow me to converse with this naval officer. I beg you. Very well. Chavis gently lifted Kaya and placed her upon the sofa. Merely ascending the stairs had left her somewhat breathless. At this moment, Ace returned, seating himself opposite the family of 3. Although he had heard from Sean about Kaya's delicate condition, he had not anticipated her frailty to this extent. Poor little girl. Sir, you claim that General Sean can cure my illness. Is that truly the case? Indeed, I can affirm that. However, all the doctors assert that Kaya's condition is incurable. Chavis interjected. While I am unaware of Sean's methods, as I mentioned, you have nothing that merits deceit, do you? Do you truly believe Sean would lure you into a trap to harm you and seize your assets? Frankly, your modest wealth, while considerable to ordinary folk, pales in comparison to Sean, who possesses hundreds of billions of berries. Chavis's persistent skepticism began to irk Ace. Chavis opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, for the assertions made were entirely valid. Although his family appeared quite affluent to common onlookers, they were insignificant when compared to someone like Sean, who wielded immense wealth. I still do not comprehend why General Sean seeks to investigate our family. Sean had previously confided in me that over 6 months ago, he dismantled a pirate crew known as the Black Cat, led by a captain named Kuro. I trust you have heard of him? Yes, Kuro is quite notorious in the East Blue. His methods are said to be exceedingly brutal. Indeed, according to Sean's account, Ace recounted the tale Sean had shared with him, detailing the narrative that would unfold in Kai's life, as derived from the original storyline. Although these events had not yet transpired, Sean claimed they were extracted from Kuro's confessions following his capture, outlining the plans he intended to execute. The entire narrative was logically coherent, devoid of any flaws. Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of Mr. and Mrs. Chavis. Thus, if all of this holds true, does it mean that Sean is indeed the benefactor of their family? Are there any further inquiries? If so, please voice them now. One last question. After General Sean treats Koya, will we be required to provide any form of compensation? This question I can address, according to Sean. He recognizes Koya's exceptional medical talent, which ranks amongst the finest in the world. Therefore, he hopes that once her treatment is completed, she will join the 16th Division as a Marine, tasked with responsibilities at the division's hospital. What? Koya as a Marine? No, I cannot agree to this. Hold on. Sean has also stated that if Koya is unwilling to become a Marine, then that is perfectly acceptable. However, the commitment to treat her will remain steadfast. Thus, I previously mentioned that it is merely a hope, not an obligation. Upon hearing this, Chavez's expression softened somewhat. Yet, in the next moment, Koya spoke up unexpectedly. If Major General Sean can cure my illness, then I am willing to become a Marine. Koya, you. Chavez looked at his daughter in astonishment. Father, my health has always been fragile, so I understand the suffering of patients more than anyone else. Long ago, I contemplated what I would aspire to do if my illness could one day be cured. The answer is that I wish to become an excellent doctor, helping others who, like me, endure the torment of illness. This is my dream. In that moment, Kai's eyes were filled with determination. Chavis opened his mouth, yet ultimately found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. The warship set sail once more, but this time it carried 5 additional passengers, Luffy, Usopp, and Kai's family. Of course, Luffy bore the most miserable fate, confined within the confines of a sea stone cage. Days later, within the office of the 16th Division of the Navy, Chavis inquired, Major Sean, can you truly cure Kaya's illness? Forgive my skepticism, but after all, I am her father as Ace had mentioned. Chavis could not fathom what might compel Sean to deceive him. Nevertheless, the situation was so peculiar that a sliver of doubt lingered in his mind. Rest assured, in 10 minutes, I shall return to you a healthy daughter. Sean assured him. You say 10 minutes? Chavis echoed, astonished. Indeed, however, the method of treatment must remain confidential. So I kindly ask that you wait outside. Is that acceptable? This honestly, Chavis was reluctant. But father, you and mother should step outside. I'll be fine. Well, all right. If anything arises, just call for me. Upon hearing Chavis's reassurance to Kaya, Xian could only smile helplessly. If he truly intended to do anything to Kaya, would her calling out even matter? Yet, he could understand the sentiment. Moments later, the office door closed once again, leaving only Xian and Kaya in the room. Kaya, as I mentioned earlier, my method of treatment is a secret, so I ask that you keep it confidential once the procedure is complete. Of course, she replied eagerly. Very well, let us begin. First, take this. From his drawer, Xian produced a piece of jerky and handed it to Kaya, though it appeared unremarkable. This particular jerky was far from ordinary. Within the division, it was known as Jerky No. 2, the most effective sea creature jerky in Xian's possession thus far. What lay at the heart of Kaya's ailment? A frail constitution, one that was congenital. In essence, her weakness translated to a lack of physical vitality. If one were to measure her physical prowess, it might barely register a score of 1. Although she was merely a girl of 15, her constitution was exceedingly fragile. Such weakness inevitably led to a cascade of ailments. Thus, the first step in Xian's treatment was to bolster Kaya's physical strength, followed by employing restorative methods to address her myriad afflictions. Without overthinking, Kaya began to eat the jerky that Xian had offered her. It was a laborious task, for it was indeed jerky, requiring considerable effort to chew, and Kaya's body was gravely weakened. Nevertheless, she persevered, diligently consuming the piece over the course of 5 arduous minutes. How do you feel now? Xian inquired. I sense a warmth within my body. She responded. Yes, that is a normal reaction, so there is no need for concern. Now, we shall officially commence. Nodding, Xian approached Kaya, placing his right hand upon her shoulder. A faint green glow emanated from his palm, gradually seeping into Kaya's being. At this moment, Kaya felt an indescribable sense of ease and comfort enveloping her. She had never experienced such tranquility since the dawn of her memories. After a full 5 minutes, Kaya abruptly rose to her feet, her expression one of astonishment. Weak and feeble, a faint ache lingered within her. The feelings that once accompanied her have all vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of vitality, as if she were infused with boundless energy. Her condition has never been so splendid. Now, go forth and meet your parents. They must be anxious with worry. Thank you, General Xian. Kaya expressed her heartfelt gratitude before hastily making her way to the door. Her cheerful demeanor was utterly incongruous with the appearance she had just 10 minutes prior. Over 10 minutes later, the family finally returned to Xian's office. All 3 of their eyes were red, clearly having wept profusely. At that moment, as the Chavis couple gazed at Xian, a look of guilt appeared on their faces. They had genuinely healed their daughter, yet from the very beginning, they had harbored doubts about his intentions, questioning whether he had any ulterior motives. Indeed, General Xian, does my daughter truly possess a gift for medicine? Yes, I am quite certain of that. If Koya is willing to join the 16th Division, I shall first send her to the naval headquarters for a systematic study of medical knowledge. This matter has been thoroughly contemplated by Xian. Currently, the 16th Division possesses only a handful of medics, lacking true physicians in the conventional sense. Therefore, Koya cannot acquire substantial knowledge within the 16th Division. Although Xian could procure numerous medical texts for Koya to study independently, after all, in the original narrative, Koya educated herself through books. It would entail significant drawbacks. Hence, it is most prudent to send her to the naval headquarters for systematic education. Once she has completed her studies, she can return to serve in the division. Now, to be candid, expressing gratitude towards Xian is one matter, but facilitating Koya's entry into the Navy is an entirely different issue. I am willing. Koya father, please support her. This Chavez still exhibited some hesitation. There is no rush. You may reside in the 16th Division for a few days and inform me of your decision in 3 days. Of course, this is not coercive. Should you wish to decline, I will arrange for someone to escort you and Koya back to Shirub village. Xian waved his hand, smiling. While he believed Koya had great potential as a doctor, there was no need for coercion, even if they were unwilling. He could consider it an act of kindness towards a less fortunate girl. He could simply seek out a physician elsewhere, or perhaps even recruit Chopper. Adding a mascot to their division would be a delightful option as well. Subsequently, Xian summoned an aide to arrange accommodations for Koya's family and to bring Usopp over. Am I truly that intimidating? Xian inquired, observing Usopp standing before his office, his legs trembling slightly. And no, not at all. All right, I shall not beat around the bush. I need to establish a sniper unit, a squad of 24 members, and we are currently lacking a commander. Do you comprehend my meaning? Well, what would happen if I were to refuse? I have heard that Shirub village boasts a pirate crew led by Usopp, claiming to have 8,000 subordinates, which poses a significant threat to the East Blue. What do you think I should do about that? Enough. My dream is to become the Navy's #1 sniper. Excellent. Xian nodded in satisfaction. Currently, the 16th Division is undergoing its 2nd round of recruitment. New recruits will arrive in a week, at which time you will also enter the training camp. After 6 months, provided you pass the graduation assessment, you will be appointed as the commander of this sniper unit. However, if you cannot even pass the new recruit assessment, I believe it would be better to eliminate this pirate crew of 8,000. Rest assured, Major Xian, I will graduate ahead of schedule in no more than 3 months. In an instant, Usopp stood upright, saluted awkwardly, and exclaimed, Excellent, aide. To the brigadier. Outside, the aide Hearing the shout, hurriedly entered, saluting. Take him to Old Man Sanders, and please convey this message. He must complete the new recruit graduation assessment within 3 months. Yes, Brigadier. Soon, Usopp was escorted away. Once outside the office, the aide regarded Usopp with a look of sympathy. Goodness. Passing the new recruit assessment in 3 months, it's hardly feasible even in 6. Could it be that this fellow has somehow offended General Shien? Brother. Put forth your utmost effort. I hope you can create a miracle. After being patted on the shoulder by the herald, Usopp found himself momentarily bewildered by such an inexplicable remark. Meanwhile, at the same time, Shien stood by the window, gazing at the picturesque view of the branch fortress. As for that rascal Luffy, never mind, I should first inform that old man Garp. I can only hope that this time he exhibits a modicum of intelligence. The assault on Dolag had incited Shien's wrath. Ha ha ha, Shien, it seems you haven't contacted me in quite some time. Old man Garp. As per our usual custom, would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first? Upon hearing this, Garp's heart skipped a beat. The opening remarks feel all too familiar. While it brings me immense joy whenever Shien announces good news, the mention of bad news invariably causes me considerable distress. Let us begin with the good news. Indeed, Ace has successfully completed his inaugural mission leading troops at sea and has apprehended the targeted pirate. Ace, truly commendable. It appears he has matured into a competent naval officer. As with previous occasions, the good news brings immense satisfaction to Garp. However, let us now address the bad news. Speak up. I am prepared. The unfortunate news is that your grandson, Luffy, has set sail prematurely to become a pirate, and Ace's current task is to capture him. So, what? Luffy has embarked on his pirate journey, and he was captured by Ace, whom you dispatched. Indeed. Do you not comprehend why I chose Ace over Luchi? Shien spoke with a hint of significance. Garp let out a faint sigh. Why send Ace? The answer is quite evident. Shien is merely saving face. For Ace would never harm Luffy. He would only employ methods of capture. Old man, to be frank, your grandson has become quite the burden. Perhaps we should let Dragon attempt to have another? You rascal. You still remember Dragon? Of course. Have you forgotten the original vocation of Luchi and the others? Shien bluntly retorted. Truth be told, an entire squad of former CP9 members would be perfectly suited for such matters. For issues of this nature, we could simply present them, and the rest would be left to the imagination of the opposing party. Alas, Shien, that is my own grandson. Could we not? Very well. I shall arrange for him to be brought to headquarters. What happens next is your decision, old man, but I sincerely hope you reconsider my previous suggestion. Otherwise, I shall not dispatch Ace again. I will contemplate it. Thank you, Shien. After ending the call, Shien let out a sigh, though Garp claimed he would consider it. Shien believed that ultimately, Garp would release Luffy. Having read the original work, he understood Garp all too well. Orderly. Major. Inform Kaku that he is to oversee the transport of Luffy to headquarters tomorrow, to be handed over to Vice Admiral Garp. Yes, Major. A week has swiftly passed. The second batch of recruits, totaling 228 individuals, has arrived at the 16th branch. With Usopp added, that makes a total of 229, commencing the second round of recruit training. Major, the quality of recruits from the second round is significantly improved compared to the first. Are their talents surpassing Ace and Sophia? Not necessarily, as they were not recruited through conventional means. Indeed, then what notable talents have been discovered? Nodding, Shien inquired. Luchi was correct. Ace and Sophia were not recruited through standard channels, thus making comparisons inappropriate. This time, 3 recruits exceeded a power level of 100, while 67 surpassed a power level of 20. According to the recruiting officer, had it not been for the limited quota, over 500 individuals would have met the criteria for the first round. After all, this recruitment drive encompassed the entire East Blue. And with our previous Thunder operation and Morgan's extensive coverage, every recruitment point has been exceptionally bustling. 3 individuals with a power level of 100? This is indeed intriguing. One must understand that achieving a combat power of 100 in the East Sea undoubtedly marks one as a notable figure. However, as Shien contemplated this, Lucy's words were yet to be fully articulated. But Major, one individual presents quite a challenge. What do you mean? He insists on a duel with you. Should you emerge victorious, he will join the 16th Division, but if you fail, he will not. A duel? What is the meaning of this? It is said that due to a prior report by Morgans, in which you were introduced as the foremost swordsman of the East Sea. Very well. What is this person's name? Roronoa Zaro. Who did you say? Upon hearing that name, the tea Xian was about to swallow was promptly spewed out. Roronoa Zaro, according to the records, was originally a bounty hunter from Frost Moon Village and a devoted practitioner of the sword, aside from eliminating pirates to earn a living. His greatest joy lies in challenging renowned swordsmen, and it appears he has never tasted defeat. Never been defeated? It is not surprising, considering that the East Sea is populated by mere underlings, devoid of any noteworthy individuals. Even if Zaro appears weak at present, it would not be unusual for him to remain undefeated in the East Sea. I find him quite intriguing. Arrange for me to spar with him this afternoon in the training grounds. Yes, Major. Just as Luchi was preparing to depart, the phone on Shien's desk suddenly rang. This is Shien. Major Shien, this is Kaku. What is happening on your end? Kaku's voice emanating from the transponder snail sounded distinctly off. Laced with a palpable sense of weakness, Xian quickly inquired, while Luchi's expression grew grave. He was well aware of Kaku's strength, even on the Grand Line. There were few capable of inflicting harm upon him. What could have transpired? Major, the mission has failed. We were ambushed just as we were about to leave the comm belt and enter the Grand Line. 12 of our accompanying soldiers are severely injured, and the rest are all wounded. Who is responsible? The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Bang. Upon hearing this, Xian slammed his fist down, shattering the entire desk. Dragon? I spared Luffy's life out of respect for Garp and Makino, even sending him to Garp. Yet you dare to harm my people and injure so many? I understand the situation now. Immediately report your current location. I will have Bruno come to take over and prioritize the evacuation of the severely injured back to the base for treatment. Yes, Major. After acquiring the specific location, Xian contacted Bruno, instructing him to utilize his abilities for a swift journey. Subsequently, Luchi, do you have any intelligence on the Revolutionary Army in the East Sea? Yes, but it is scarce. Every time we gather information, CP9 promptly moves in for assassination or capture. So, I see. Which means that most of the relevant individuals are either eliminated by you or captured and tortured to death. That seems to encapsulate the situation, does it not? As far as I know, the commander of the Revolutionary Army responsible for the East Sea is Bello Betty, and the vice-commander is Ishiru, correct? Indeed. The commander is Bello Betty, but I am not very familiar with the vice-commander. As he spoke, Luchi felt a profound shock. Xian's display of formidable intelligence capabilities was impressive. It was no wonder he knew of Bello Betty, given her bounty, but Ishiru, Luchi had never heard of him. Messenger. Major. At the call, a messenger immediately entered the room. Go to the training camp and inform Old Man Sanders that I need to borrow Usopp for a few hours, then bring him here. Yes, Major. Luchi. Do you have a picture of Bello Betty? I will describe her, and then have Usopp sketch Ishiru's likeness. We must locate these two individuals. After dismissing the messenger, Xian addressed Luchi. Yes, Major. At this moment, Xian was genuinely incensed. He had always harbored disdain for the Revolutionary Army, as depicted in the original narrative. They consistently instigated rebellions within various nations. Yet, once a nation was subdued and the world government dispatched troops for judgment, these individuals would flee. If they had no intention of holding their ground, then why seize the nation at all? Was it merely to leave behind those misled civilians to be slaughtered by the armies sent to quell the uprisings? This time, it has directly fallen upon oneself. Numerous Marines have sustained severe injuries, and whether they can all be saved remains uncertain. It is essential to recognize that Xian is not a character inclined towards pacifism. If you desire war, then I shall deliver war unto you. This is the current plan of Xian. Of course, Xian is not reckless. He does not truly intend to confront the entire Revolutionary Army solely with the 16th Division. However, should he succeed in capturing Bello Betty and Ishiru, Xian would not hesitate to foretell a war of attrition. Whether it be the Marine headquarters or the world government, they would likely be more than willing to cooperate. Thus, the Zanpakuto was fabricated? 7 Marines have sustained severe injuries. Were it not for Bruno, none of them, stranded in the comm belt, would have received timely medical attention and would surely have perished. Moreover, the injuries are not confined to just these 7. Kaku is in a more critical condition. According to Bruno, Kaku held on until Bruno's arrival before succumbing to unconsciousness, left with barely a breath. Fortunately, Xian is present in the 16th Division. Otherwise, relying solely on those 2 medics would have proven inadequate to address such grievous wounds. The continuous treatment of 8 severely injured individuals nearly drained Xian's spiritual energy. This was still under the circumstance that the 8 individuals had not been completely cured, merely extricated from peril. Indeed, my spiritual energy remains woefully insufficient. Subsequently, I instructed Bruno to escort Gabra and a few sailors to retrieve the battleship. Afterward, Xian retired to rest, having expended over 90% of his spiritual energy. He now felt a certain frailty in his body. As for that fellow Zaro, I arranged for him to stay at the branch office. Other matters could be addressed later. 3 days elapsed. Each day, Xian visited the naval hospital, depleting his spiritual energy to treat Kaku and the other 7 sailors. At last, they had completely healed a few individuals, rendering them as if they had never been injured. Kaku, please recount the details of the situation at that time. Yes, Major General. Standing upright in the office, Kaku saluted, his eyes brimming with gratitude, even tinged with a hint of fervor. He had initially believed that he would not survive this ordeal. Yet unexpectedly, Xian had pulled him back from the very brink of death. This is a life-saving grace. Moreover, upon the completion of the final day's treatment, Xian, under the grateful gazes of the 8, commanded the system to implement a multiplier. Consequently, Kaku has now surpassed Luchi, becoming the individual with the highest loyalty among the former CP9 members. If there were a numerical representation, it would likely be inexorably approaching 100. At that time, we were navigating as per our plan, just on the verge of departing the doldrums, when that man appeared. Despite exerting all my strength, I was still unable to contend with him. After incapacitating us all, he abducted Monkey D. Luffy. My apologies, Major. It is due to my inadequacy that the mission has faltered. Kaku's face was etched with remorse. This is not your fault. Even I, at this stage, could only hope to stall him for a moment, but certainly not defeat him. By the way, Kaku, you are skilled with a sword, are you not? Yes. I have trained in swordsmanship, utilizing a dual-wielding technique. Though I may not rival the renowned swordsman, I am not without merit. I see. Please inform me of the blade length you are accustomed to. Major, what are you? Do not inquire further. Understood, Major. A few minutes later, Kaku departed. On Xian's desk lay a sheet of paper inscribed with Kaku's preferred sword style. A sword staff akin to Fujitaurus. Very well, the forge crafted during the branch's reconstruction. It is time to put it to use. The first member of the Soul Reaper squad shall indeed be Kaku. I shall seize this opportunity to further elevate Kaku's loyalty, transforming him into my unwavering ally. Nodding in agreement, Xian promptly retrieved a sheet of paper and began to write. A list of materials quickly took shape, including several exceedingly rare components. Yet, what Xian lacked the least at present was, that being berries. Signalman, Major, please deliver this to Luchi, instructing him to complete it within 3 days. Yes, Major. 3 days later, the branch's forge. Since the reconstruction of this branch, it has remained unused. After all, the opportunity for doubling is only available once a day, and forging a sword is no quick task. Therefore, Xian cannot devote a considerable amount of time and doubling opportunities solely to sword forging, unless a suitable candidate has already emerged to be bestowed with a Zanpakuto. Now that such a candidate has appeared, preparations must be made. For 5 consecutive days, Xian did not make an appearance. Moreover, aside from Marquino bringing meals, Xian issued an order prohibiting anyone from entering the forging chamber. During these 5 days, Xian crafted a total of 12 swords. However, 7 of them were merely of the good blade grade, which held little significance. Nonetheless, in the world of pirates, these 7 still qualify as decent swords. After all, above the good blade are only the supreme great blades, which consist of 12 excellent works, and the great blades, comprising 21 works, making a total of 33 renowned swords. Thus, even without expending energy to double these blades, he can still distribute them among the branch as swordsmen. Perhaps, a grand swordsmanship competition can be organized, granting each of the top 7 swordsmen 1 blade. After these 7 receive their swords, Xian can utilize the doubling system to harvest loyalty, laying the groundwork for future members of the Zanpakuto team. Perfect. Apart from these 7 swords, among the remaining 5, have just reached the level of great blades. While the last one is an exceptional creation by Xian, remarkably close to being a supreme great blade, a top-tier great blade. Based on experience, all 5 could potentially become Zanpakuto, provided that the random multipliers are not too unfavorable. A random multiplier is rolled once a day. During the first 4 days, Xian employed the so-called padding technique from his past gaming experiences, 5x, 17x, 7x, 0, 2x. Clearly, his luck during these initial 4 days was rather poor, with the 4th day even yielding a multiplier of 0, 2. However, Xian remained quite satisfied. After all, if he had rolled 4 consecutive high multipliers,